You you should do what I do, like 4 hours on, 4 hours off, or at least try to get at least 6 hours of sleep. But I try to sleep like right before the live, um, so that I have a lot of energy. People be like, "How in the hell does she do it?" It's because I wake up like 45 minutes before the live, and then I take a
Mm,
shower. Yeah. I do
okay.
like get most of my stuff done. Like after the live, whatever I have to do, I tend to do it like right after the live.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Good news. We're about to launch uh, part of the therapy program that we was talking about in the Discord. Um, we're about
Yeah,
to,
that's good news.
huh?
So
What
that
you say?
is good news.
Yeah. So the first part is going to be more about education about your mental health and how to set proper boundaries, how to recognize what's going on uh, with you, right, and your emotions. That's going to be the first part. It's still therapy, but not necessarily like a therapy session. So we're going to start off with that. The channel is going to be private, so that you can feel comfortable. Whenever you need to go in there and share what you need to share. Um, Parties will be protected, like your information that you share with the therapist or the mental health tech will be protected. So yeah, I'm excited about this part
Yes.
of the
Yeah.
community. Huh?
Love it. I love it.
Yeah. Start healing
Mm-hmm.
ourselves the right
Gotta
way.
start from the inside.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right. Make sure that we get. Let's go ahead and get the likes and the shares up, y'all. Y'all know we try not to start the show until we at least have 100 shares uh
Mm-hmm.
in the room. What's up
Yes.
to the YouTube family? Rodney, if you over there, Maven, if you over there, Brian, what's up to all of y'all? What's I finna say? Oh yeah, I created the Lemonade account, y'all. It's on the. They link it to your TikTok profile
Yeah,
now.
it's already linked. Yeah, I did mine and I was surprised. I was like, okay. Well, it wasn't linked, but it popped up as soon as I downloaded it.
Yeah, and it was like follow everybody you already follow.
Right,
Um,
right.
and then somehow they're gonna move over all the followers. I don't know, but it looks like it's only photos right now.
Mm, no,
Yeah,
dude. Listen, y'all better do something because you only got what, 2 months?
2 months. Yeah, yeah. I do see we're up to 1,400 subscribers on YouTube. So about 100 people followed us yesterday on YouTube. So make sure if y'all want to stick with these conversations and continue, just in case the band goes through, that you are following us on Arc Thinker on YouTube. The link is in my bio as well. I see you, blessed child. I'll bring you in here in just a moment. In just a moment. You know what I was thinking about a
Yes.
lot?
Right.
Huh?
Right.
I was thinking about the young man, the 22-year-old young man that was uh, on the live earlier, and how he didn't know how to operate within an analogy, and how like that just it still bothers me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some of his friends didn't either.
Yeah, and it's like that like that's kind of scary when you think about it. Like that's one of the first things we learned, in literature, when they teach you like how to analyze literature, how to analyze something that you're reading, right, and how to discuss it and think about it critically, is how to create an analogy, right? And like I don't know, just thinking about the education of our young people, it was on my mind really heavy after the live this morning.
Yeah. And at this rate, it's gonna get worse, unfortunately.
Yeah, and just think about like Ryan Walters saying that the Bible is the answer to that. It's almost like they don't care whether they can read.
Hmm.
And then I was thinking about the Leopold letter when he said, "Teach them to read, but not to reason." That's literally in the Leopold letter. Teach them to read, but not to
Yep.
reason.
Hmm. Yep.
And I just was like, damn, like
History.
right in our face. But I don't know. Hopefully, young people will wake up. Hopefully, I don't know. I don't know. These politicians got it out for our kids, and hopefully, I think it like honestly, it's gonna be the parents. It's gonna be the parents that have to wake up for their kids because the politicians are after the kids because they know that the parents. It's almost like uh, Adam and Eve. The God knew that he had lost control of Adam and Eve because Adam and Eve had gained their own consciousness, right? And that's the thing that the God can't control. That's the one thing that the God cannot control. It's the consciousness of a man, of humans, right? And
Right.
so he
Hmm.
jumps from Adam and Eve straight to Cain and Abel. Like he goes from the parents to the kids. And to me, that's what it seems like is happening in society today, right? Like they know that the parents, they've lost control of the parents, right? That's why they scream wokeism, wokeism. And now they're going after the kids so that they can re-indoctrinate a new generation and just do this shit all over again. And it's really gonna be up to the parents to kind of help their kids see, hey, look, this is what's happening right now, and it's up to you to not let it happen to you like it happened to us.
Right.
But some
Yeah.
of these kids are hard headed as fuck. So I don't know. I don't know. Some of these kids is hard headed as hell.
Yeah, I agree.
They
But
think they
I'm
nutty.
gonna hold out some hope. I'm gonna hold out some hope.
Yeah. Yeah.
We gonna need it.
Man.
Hey,
And
y'all.
then, oh, go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No, we need those team bracelets that Heart needs flying along with the roses. Don't forget and tap the screen. Let's see if we can double these shares. Go ahead. I'm
Look, is
done.
that Steve from YouTube? Steve, is that you all the way from YouTube over here? Um, so another thing that I wanted to talk about is like what the hell is wrong with oh Lord, Mezzo number 2 is back in the box. Not that Mezzo is back, y'all. Um, so why this is to the believers. This is to the hate watchers, okay? Why the fuck would you DM me crying about you getting blocked from a live where you think demons are? Let that sink in for just a fucking second. You got mad because you got blocked from a live where demons are. What the fuck is that?
Secretly, you want to be like us.
Like, I ain't never in my life seen a Christian want to sit with demons so fucking bad. It don't make sense. You shouldn't be in my inbox bitching and crying because you got blocked.
That part.
Exactly. They're not free. Like y'all mad because we don't believe your bullshit. And then when y'all do stuff like that, like we already know we're the cool kids. Like that's all y'all are letting us know. That like y'all are literally letting us know that we're the cool kids. And you're trying to convince us that you are. And then you're going home to your mommy, well, to your daddy, to Yahweh and crying and said, they won't let me sit with them. Like, god damn. And then when we were in Christina's live today, and like they were like, go to sleep, Thinker, go to sleep. I'm like, I can't. Because the fucking complaining from the comments is so fucking loud. Like the childish comments that were like going through. Nobody was engaging on a like a critical thought analysis type level or um intellectual level. It was all somebody created a fucking uh oh god, I can't even think of the word right now. Um shit. He was calling them mad mothers against uh something like he I can't even remember what it was, but he had made up a damn, why can't I why is the word leaving me when you take a long sentence and you break it down, acronym, shit, thank you. I'm in my head I'm thinking anonym. I couldn't even think of an
Couldn't even
acronym.
think of what you were
Oh my
saying.
god, I couldn't even think of the fucking word. But he made it mad mothers against something demons, like he was calling us demons, and he was saying that he said you demons get on TikTok every day to complain about God. And I said, well, it's kind of odd that you're on TikTok complaining about us complaining about God. Like like you were in my live and you followed us to Christina's live to comment that we're complaining about God. It doesn't make sense, y'all.
That doesn't make sense. But that's what they do. I mean, they can't help themselves. Mothers against dangerous demons. That's crazy. That you had the time to sit around and come up with something like that. That you would be even so bothered to come up with something like that.
make make it make sense.
Really? Look at Scotty. I mean, you are on here trying to drive people away from God, which is what Satan wants.
I mean,
Really?
so why are you here then, Scotty? If I'm trying, if you think, Scotty, that I'm on here to try to drive people away from God and that I'm doing the work of Satan, why the fuck are you in my comments, Scotty?
You're telling on yourself there, Scotty.
I really want to know, why are you here? You're standing up for what's right in the fucking comments? Like what are you going to do, Scotty, from the comments? What is your presence here going to do? I would like to know. What's your presence going to do here? You got my attention. Good. I know you wanted it. Now what? You wanted my attention. I get it. Like y'all would cry if you get blocked. So now what? I just want to know. You got my attention. What's next?
Mhm. Yes, they do.
Usually this is what's next. Nothing, right? Nothing. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Mhm.
Y'all like it here. You like it here. It's food for thought. And then like there are a group of Christians who I heard they are really nice believers, decent people, that are really trying to have conversations and go deeper into their thoughts so they can have these conversations with non-believers. Ray said that he had a conversation with them, and he said it was a productive conversation, and they were discussing these prompts. That that if you say,
Now
"Oh, I'm
that's,
here
I
so that I
love
can learn,"
that.
yeah, but you sitting in the fucking comments talking about you here to stand up for what's right, and you do nothing but be in the fucking comments. Fee, I tried to add you to the live. I
I
don't know what
tried to add her
happened.
earlier too. She bounced out.
Fee, are you trying to come up on stage right now on purpose, or was that an accident? We about to get started, y'all. Blessed Child is back, so we gonna start with Blessed Child. A blessed quietness, mm, holy quietness. That used to be my song. What a assurance in my soul. Okay, blessed. Look, if we bring you up, okay, you got to talk about something different. Okay, got to be something different. All right, we're gonna start. Y'all ready? Lala, you got anything before we start?
All right, good. Let's go.
All right.
Yes,
What's up?
I
Hey,
mean,
blessed.
good morning, good night, wherever you are, Tinker, Lala, Faye, and everyone that is here. You hearing me clearly?
We can hear you. How are
Okay,
you?
my topic. I'm okay. I'm doing fine. I have to give my God thanks for that. And my topic would
What
be,
topic did you want to discuss?
what do you tell kids when God doesn't answer their prayers?
Okay, go ahead.
Simple. It is either their faith is not, or is either they don't have any faith, one, or what they're asking for, it is not God's will. Because the Bible that I read tell me that it is not my will but God's will. So we we should ask if it's God's will whenever we're praying for something. And if it is His will, then He will bring it through. And if it's not His will, then show us that it's not His will. Teach us to understand that it is not His will. So, yeah, that's it. Teach
So
them that some,
blessed.
yeah, yeah.
Do you have children?
Well, I don't think so.
What do you mean you don't think you have children? Is there somebody out there who's
One day.
you think you have a child with?
Yes, but she didn't give me the child in my name. So there's
Oh,
a high possibility that that child is mine, but she gave it to a man that was more financially better off than me. I'll put it that way. Well, exactly. Well, really and truly, it is that way. Have his own house, travels, and has his own vehicle. But I'm not going to give up on that child. So
so
I'll see.
okay, so okay, so I didn't wasn't trying to get into your business like that. Okay, what I wanted to the reason why I asked that is because I wanted to know what you teach your child about free will, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, bless you do believe that you have free will.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and so how do you reconcile you teaching a child that they have free will while at the same time telling them that whatever they pray for has to match the will of the God?
Okay. Free will is doing. Oh, I teach them that. I teach them that they can get up and disobey just like how you disobey your parents. However, when you're praying for things, for instance, you say, Father, I want a bicycle. If it's your will that I should have a bicycle, then let your will be done. But if it's not your will that I
But
would not,
why can't the child just use her free will to just will herself a bicycle? Why does she have to match the will of your God? Why is it that the things that you want you don't have free will over, but the things that you don't want to do you have free will over? Does that make sense?
no, all right, our entire
That so
life is based
basically
upon.
what you're saying is Blessed, we talked about these dogs the last time he was on stage.
It is a rat. Sorry
No,
about that.
I'm joking with you. I'm joking with you, friend. Okay, listen. So basically, what you're saying is that your God, right, relinquished the will to you to do bad, but the things that are good for you, the things that would make you happy, he decided to control that. And the things that are good for you that would make you happy, he decides whether you get to be happy or not. You don't. But you get to decide when you are a demon. He doesn't. You realize that?
No, he wants us to be happy, but
Well, then he
sometimes the
should have.
thing.
Why did he not also give you control over that part of your free will?
No, he give us control over to be happy, but sometimes the things them that are the Bible said we should not be a friend of the world, because a friend of the world is an enemy to God. Meaning, we may see things and lust after it, like we may want. I may want to have a $10 billion in my bank account. I may want to have one of the biggest house. I may want to have a lot of. I may want to even own an island. However, owning an island, having $10 billion, and having a big house may lead me away from what I should do for him, doing
but
the
but
right
but
thing.
also,
Yeah.
right, having the freedom to go out and rob a bank so that you can get that money could also lead you away from him, right? So what you're saying, though, you're still saying that he kept control over your desires and your wants, right? It's like an abusive ass husband, Blessed. He's controlling your desires and your wants. He decides when you get what you desire and what you want. If you serve him, if you seek him, if you put him first, he will give you the desires of your heart. Be a good little human, and I'll give you the desires of your heart. But I'll let you do all the bad you want, right? So then I can whoop up on you. So then I could send your ass to hell, or I could put so much guilt on you, right, that you will feel so bad, you'll feel indebted to me. I'll remind you over and over and over again that I sacrificed everything for you. I'll put the image of blood in your head, and you'll feel loyal to me, and then I will control you. It's all about control. Like, it doesn't make sense that you would tell your child that they have free will when it comes to them doing something bad, but they don't have free will to decide when they're happy.
No, alright. You ever get something yet and you wasn't ready for it, so as you get it, it leave you, or I think I said the money part already. You haven't get anything that you think you wasn't ready for, and you lose it quick when you get it because you wasn't ready for it.
That doesn't matter. Like, what I'm trying to find out is why you would teach your child that they have free will, but they don't have free will over their wants and their desires. Like, it's God's decision if they get the things that they want or desire, but it's not this God's decision when they do something bad
Alright.
or when something bad happens in their life.
Because they may have free will over something that will lead them away from God and cause them to sin, and their soul will go to hell. Destruction will come. For instance, we may have free will over going to the party, drinking, smoking, and then over the period of time drinking mess up our liver, the smoking mess up our lungs. And the drinking and smoking do make us happy when we're in the world. So that is free will, and the Bible said anything that is good, that is what God wants for us, and the things that is bad, that God does not want those for us.
You're just
So for
repeating
instance,
it over and over again. You're not answering the question, Blessed.
no,
I
I'm
know
trying
what
to
I
answer the
I
question.
already know what you're saying. You're not answering the question. Like, you're defining free will again, and we don't need you to do that. What I asked you, why would you teach your child, right, that they have free will in life, except for when it's the things that they actually desire or want?
It's the things that no, because all right, they have free will to desire and want good stuff. Yes, I agree with that. I will teach them that. However, if the things them that they want will lead them away, lead them to stray, to cause destruction, and it is not God's will, then the free will that they want to get those things is just going to lead them into destruction. So they should always ask God if
So
it's
you would
if
teach your child that their wants and their desires are destructive.
sometimes, not all the times. Because
Their
suppose
wants
my
and their
child wants
desires are destructive. So if their wants and their desires are destructive, right? And them getting their wants and their desires are the things that would make them sin, then what's making them sin without their wants and their desires? What's causing them to sin with their
or,
free will?
or sinful nature or corrupted
So
flesh.
so it shouldn't matter then, right? If her flesh is already corrupted and she's going to sin anyway, then why wouldn't she just have be allowed to have her wants and her desires if it's gonna make her sin? Like, what the fuck? Like, she might, if she's already sinful and corrupted and wicked, give her wants and her desires anyway. Like, it doesn't make sense to say, oh, you can't have what you desire in life because it's gonna make you sin, when you're telling her that she's already sinful anyway.
Because the Bible said we were born in sin. However, our Lord came on this world to save us through His grace. By coming to Him, we will go to the Father.
Did you
So,
hear what I
by
said?
calling on, well, on, yes, by calling on the name Jesus, we are clothed with His glory. So our sinful nature is not revealing unto our God when we pray to
Okay,
Him. So
Blessed, can you mute for a second? Can you mute? Lala and Fee, are we experiencing the same conversation? Like, I'm confused.
No, he's on a, like always.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Like it's just not making sense because you on one hand you say that whatever you ask in that aligns with the will of God, they'll get that, but you also can't guarantee that. And then you're telling your child that anything that they want and desire, if they don't get it, like Thinker said, then the conclusion they should reach is that it's sinful and it's bad. That doesn't make any sense.
And if it's sinful and bad, then they might as well get it anyway because you're telling her she's sinful and bad no matter what.
Yeah, and
no,
also like that, using your logic, that should mean that everything that she asks for that would glorify God, she should get. Period. There should not be a maybe a wait. It should be instantaneous because according to you, whatever you ask that's in the God's will, He delivers. So if she were to ask for $10,000 to start a church, she should get it.
Exactly. I just want to let y'all know that the haters have fucking arrived on YouTube. What's up, woodworking gummy bear?
Here we
Fucking
go.
hater. Yeah, like, you come to fucking hate watch. That's fucking pathetic. Go ahead, Bless.
yeah, it does not mean that when you ask for something, I don't mean that when you ask for something and you don't get it, it's not just like it's not God's will. Maybe you're not ready. For instance, I want a wife. I would love to have a wife, but maybe if I get a wife now, I may go out and cheat on her. So may this is just my opinion. I think maybe God is trying to teach me how to submit only to one woman. Because maybe when he gives me the wife like right now, I'm going to
Didn't
hurt
we
her.
hear this
So
before?
sometimes
He
no,
Yep.
no,
literally
this
is
is the
dating
first time.
multiple women right now. He literally is
Yes.
dating multiple women right now. And that is
Dating is
God
not
teaching
sex.
him. That's God teaching him how to be submissive to one woman by God giving him multiple women to date right now. Like, Bless, did you hear
No,
yourself?
no, it's not.
The
I'm
only
not
person
having.
that can teach you, the only person that can make you date one woman is you.
But I'm not having sexual
It
intercourse
doesn't
with all
matter.
of
It
them.
doesn't matter if you are dating all of them.
Just talking. It's just talking. It's not
It
nothing
doesn't
physical.
matter. Doesn't matter. You're dating them all, and then you're saying that this is God helping you find a wife. This is God teaching you how to be loyal to one woman. You're the only one that can make that decision, not a God.
I just don't want to be loyal to the wrong one, and I don't want to get her and hurt her. So yeah, I think that maybe God is teaching me how to know speak by speaking to them, trying to figure out which one is more loyal and won't cheat on me, and
Blessed
which one
child.
I can stay with. Yes.
Blessed child. What
What the
decade of
fuck?
life? What decade of life are you in? You don't have to tell me your full age, but what number does it start with?
I'm between I'm between 30 and 35.
Okay. So in 30 to 35 years, your God has not been able to teach you a lesson that simple of keep it in your pants.
You have good pretenders and you have great pretenders.
The pretenders have nothing to do with the choices you make. You
Then
don't put your
suppose I
penis in any location that you don't want it. So whatever you do, it has nothing to do with a pretender or a good pretender. It has everything to do with the choice you make.
yes, but suppose I find a girl that she tell me everything. She said yes to everything. I'm gonna be loyal. I'm gonna love you alone, and we can try and build
That's
our
something you're gonna
foundation. So
have to
and
work
then
on. You
okay,
have
I
to work on
understand,
that.
but I hear it before. So how am I now going to differentiate the loyal one from the unloyal one
You
if
can't
I
even
don't?
you can't even determine if you're loyal or not. How are you going to
No,
You're
assess
no,
that in
not
no.
somebody
loyal.
else?
I am
You're
loyal.
already not
No, you're
loyal. You're already not
not.
loyal. You can't even entertain one woman just talking to one woman. You're not loyal yourself. You can't be out here looking for something that you are not. And you can't be having higher standards for the person that you are looking for that you don't even keep for yourself. Start with yourself first. And I'm telling you, women are fucking tired of broken men coming to us expecting us to fix your ass. Don't go and
No,
find a whole woman. No, don't go find a whole woman and break her expecting her to fix you, expecting her to be your God. Fix your damn self first. You
my
get loyal
experience,
first. Choose
my
one
ex,
woman. Choose one woman. And if that woman turns out not to be the one, break it off with her and then find another.
my experience is I was the one fixing woman, and when I fix them, they gone and leave me, and I get broken. So I understand where you're going and what you're saying. Now I have learned that you have to speak to to the woman, them take time out to know them, and then see
Why are you
the red
talking to
flags.
multiple women at the same time, blessed, and then saying that you're looking for a loyal woman? You can't look for
Because
loyalty when you don't have it yourself.
it was bad
And
experience
if
that
you say that women have broken you, then you need to heal. You shouldn't be looking for a woman right now.
Right.
You need to be
Mhm.
focused on yourself.
no, I'm healed.
No, you're
Do
No,
they
I'm
not.
healed.
all
I'm healed.
do they all know
I
about
took
each other?
5 years to get over. Yes, I tell
They
them.
all know about
I
each
took
other?
Yes, I make sure to tell them I don't keep any secrets from any one of them. I say like, hey, listen, I'm talking to somebody else. It's just quoting. So if you can talk to somebody else also to see if that person would be your husband. So I am open about
And
speaking to
how
the other
how and
woman.
how in the fuck do you plan on finding loyalty from that situation? How do you plan
Because
on gauging whether that woman is loyal when you have given her permission to date other men and you have told her that you are dating other women? Where do you find
it's just
loyalty in that?
it is just talking. If she want to go and open her legs
The
then and
question
contact
I
her,
asked is where do
how I'm
you
going to
find
find loyalty in that?
loyalty in that?
Well, I got honesty out of it so far. So,
Where do you
honesty is the
find
best
loyalty
policy.
in that? If your whole goal is to find a woman that will be loyal to you, why the fuck would you tell her that she can go out and be with other men?
No, I'm telling her to, alright, listen. In America, you guys have it that when you're talking to somebody, just talking is cheating. In Jamaica, we don't have it
I
that
didn't
way.
say shit about cheating. I said your plan for finding a loyal woman is to tell that woman to go out and date other people, and it's for you to date other people. Where do you find the loyalty? Is my question.
I don't find any loyalty as yet. I found honesty though. I don't find the
Oh my
loyalty
God, do
in
you not
them.
understand? Let me see. In the plan, right? How does loyalty come out of this plan?
Well, I got honesty first, so I'm going to see if she's going to be
You have
loyal
a
enough not
plan.
to
You
give
have a
away the
plan.
boom boom.
Blessed. You have a plan,
Yes.
right? Okay. At what stage in this plan does loyalty is loyalty achieved? What stage in the plan is loyalty achieved?
Well, I'm just working off the honesty first.
So
So
you have no plan. So you have no plan. This is just something that you're doing at the whim, and you're hoping that it works. And this is your God's
yes.
plan, throwing shit at the wall
No,
and
no,
hoping that it
no,
works.
no.
That's
It's
how
not
your
my.
God works.
No, it's not my God's plan. It is free
Then
will.
at what stage in the
It is.
plan?
It is free
At,
will.
so you're not being led by God then, like you said?
I'm being led by God to find a wife. Yes.
Okay, so
But
at
if
what
I,
stage in your God's plan is this loyalty achieved?
I'll, He will let me know when I find the right one. He will let me know somehow. He will confirm it to me and let me
So
know
you're
that
you're just like like I said, throwing shit at the wall and hoping that it works, and then you'll finally find something to call God. Is that right?
I'm not gonna find something to call God. I know who's God.
Oh, I mean, finally something will you'll be satisfied with something, and then you'll say, "Oops, God did that." Is that how it's gonna work?
Yeah, I will find somebody and I say, yes, God did this.
Well, I think that's the first time that a Christian has admitted that they're just throwing shit at the wall and waiting to give God credit for something.
But everything is God. Waking up is God for me. Eating is God for me. If I go hungry, it's God for me. If I have a happy day, it's God for me. If I have a sad day, it's God for me because He can be showing me something through the sadness. So everything is it's God for me. It is for me to try and understand and learn the lesson out of every situation that occurs in my life. So everything is God for me. So yes,
I
trying to
really want to
find
talk to one of the women that you're dating, Blessed. I want to know what they think about your plan. Have you communicated this plan to the women that you're dating?
no. I just tell him that
Why not?
I'm talking to other person. You can talk to other person to see who is
Why
going to
haven't
be
you
their husband.
communicated the plan to them? Like, shouldn't they know? Shouldn't they know how you go about finding, uh, how you go about making large decisions in your life? Shouldn't they know this about
It
you?
is it is called just coating for us.
I understand
Just
what I understand that, but bless this says a lot about how you make decisions in your life, right? It says
not
a
that every
lot. Yes,
decision
it
can
does.
move.
It says a lot about
It
that,
says
and so I just wonder, right? What the women that you are dating, the women that you are courting as a future wife, I wonder what they think about this plan of yours and how you structured it.
I don't know. Well, so far we're just trying to focus on us. So I don't know what they really think. They don't really open up to what they think about it, but they're open up to like talking to other person to see if that one is the lucky guy or me is the lucky guy. So that is it for now. So
Well,
yeah, and it's my free
it's
will.
non it doesn't make sense. Right. You're like this to me just sounds like a big ass pot of spaghetti. Like it doesn't make sense and it's just shit just mixed all together, right? And you know how you check to see if the noodle is soft enough for you to move on to the next step. Like you just take a noodle out and you like either bend it or flick it against the wall to see if it sticks. That's what it sounds like you're doing, right? It just sounds like a big ass pot of spaghetti.
I've been through a lot of relationships, and I am the one
I'm sure you have, and you haven't learned anything from
that
them,
was
blessed.
always getting I have been getting hurt because I run in the relationship and I fall in love immediately and say, oh, this one is the one I bought ring to get married. I a lot of stuff. I almost got married twice or three times to the wrong person. So I think it's three times. One of the times I bought a ring. The other two times I was making like the plans to get married and it didn't work out. So because of those um, circumstances that I've been through, those unfortunate circumstances,
Did
I've
God
taken
Les,
a
lead?
different approach.
Did God
Les,
lead?
you've been almost killed 17 times. You've had people try to kill you 17 times,
Yeah,
and you've almost
yeah,
gotten married 3 or 4 times. What the fuck?
three times.
And blessed.
Yeah,
And you want us to believe that you got this all powerful God on your side? I
It
can't.
sounds
Go.
like
yeah,
a really bad script.
yeah.
That's what I was gonna ask. Like, did the God lead you to either of those three?
No, I think it was my feelings. I think it was just a sex. I
How
just see
did?
them and lust after them and look them. As in Jamaica, we just see the girls there, we look them and we get them and we have sex with them. And sometimes the sex is wonderful and you just fall in love because of the sex, not because of anything else.
Well, I don't know about your other skill sets, Blessed, but I can tell you, regardless of what prompt you picked, some kind of way we are going to circle right back to the fact that you want a woman, you can't have a woman, and you enjoy sex. Like, that is a talent.
Every time.
Every
Every
single time.
time.
I
It's
want a
insane.
woman I can't. I want. Repeat. You said I want a woman I can't enjoy a woman.
Somebody, please get this man a woman so we could. Mm-mm. I can't hear it
I
another
want.
day. You ain't coming back up here until you get you a woman. So we don't
Welcome
have
to
to
the
hear it no
nerds,
more.
Maureen. Hold on, y'all.
Well, I'm
Maureen
talking to
joined the
more.
nerds. Hold on, bless. Y'all, W in the chat for Maureen. She joined the nerds on YouTube. Welcome to the community, Maureen. Go ahead,
Welcome.
Lala.
Well, I'm talking to multiple. Well, I'm quoting multiple women to see which one is the right one based off. All right, that's why I don't want to go into the sexual part with them because going to the sexual part with them, the sex may be great and I may fall in love because of the sex and get hurt again. So this time, I'm taking time out to know the person before we go to bed.
It sounds like you need to
So,
take time out to know you before you get to know another person, because
no,
that could
no,
be the crux of the issue.
no. I know me. I know me. I'm a bit of a sex addict, but I can sex
How
one
long
person.
have you been dating each of these women?
All right. I have one from what we in now. I have one from about February. I have one the last month and a half. I have a next one from about a year now, and I recently deleted the next one number fresh. I had three for 3 weeks, and I deleted the next one number I had three for 3.5 weeks, and
What made you delete the number? I'm so curious.
she's not on what I'm at. She's on the Benjamins, and I'm not just looking somebody to see the Benjamins. You understand? She's about the money, about the paper.
What are you about?
Well,
What are you
yeah.
about?
I'm about stability. I'm about financial stability, financial security, yes, and I'm about family. I'm about business. I'm about God, and yeah, that's it for me. So they were just about the Benjamins, about the money. So I had to let those two slide and go. So yeah, I got about one, two, three, uh, three. Let me see, one, two, three. I have three right now talking to. So I delete two numbers, so I have three. Yeah. And
And do you have anything real in common with these women? Because it doesn't take you that long to see if you want to, at least you could see yourself with them.
Give me just a
well,
second.
they like that.
Woodworking gummy bear. I would like to invite you to TikTok. I'm also going to put a link in the chat if you want to join us through Discord. If you don't have TikTok, you can call into the show. Since I'm such a dummy, I want to hear how intelligent you are.
See,
Go
say I
ahead.
made it all up. You know, if it wasn't so much person on this live, I'll send you all of them number right now.
What?
No, this man in the chat, I'll send him the number.
What?
Just let him see that I'm not capping. You know, so yeah,
Oh, he was responding to chat. I'm like, I didn't know what he
yeah,
was talking about.
yeah, I was
Blessed.
responding
When
to
you're
the
on
chat.
stage, blessed. When you're on
Yeah.
stage, you know the rule. Don't respond to the chat. Only the host can do that.
Okay,
When you
okay,
want to
sorry
talk to
about
the
that.
chat, then you have to end your conversation and go down to the comments, and then start talking to the chat.
Okay, my apologies.
Honestly, like I'm not interested in talking about your sex life. Like I checked out and I started like reading the YouTube comments. Like what we were discussing was you teaching your child that when they pray for something and it doesn't happen, it was against God's will or they didn't have enough faith, which is fucking insane. And then you teaching your child that they actually have free will, but they only have free will to do bad things.
No, I didn't do my child. We have free will to do good things too. So free
Like
will,
what?
like
What are the
help the
good things you
person,
have free will to do?
help the homeless person, help not just homeless person, but person in general. I believe that we were put on this earth to help each other and help
So you
every
only
living
have free
thing.
will. So you only have free will to feed the homeless or help other people in need. You don't have free
If
will to do anything good for yourself. The desires and the wants that you have for yourself, that's in your God's hands. Like that has to match your God's will.
I
Yeah.
have free will to, I have free will to work 9 to 5 and get my honest living, or whatever 9 to 5 I do, and buy a
Sounds like a
good
slave master to me.
no, and buy a good
You're
meal.
describing. It sounds like you're saying that you have free will to work. Like your God only gave you the will to work and to do bad things, like to do things for other people. But let me ask you a question. So if your God gives you free will to do for other people, do the people who need food? Did they pray to God, right? That their desire was for them to eat, and God said no. Did God say, "Oh, that's not against that's against my will"? Like, why wasn't their prayer answered? The kids that are praying for food, was that against your God's will for them to
All right,
eat?
no, no, that's not my God. I believe that my God will is for all of us to be happy and to live a
No.
good
Did you hear
life.
my question?
However,
Did you hear my question?
you said if it's my God's will for the persons them not to eat,
If a child is praying
yeah,
for food, right?
yeah.
And they don't get food. Does that mean that it was against your God's will? It didn't align with your God's will for that child to eat?
No, I said no,
What
no.
does it mean then? Because you said that you would teach your child that if your God doesn't answer their prayer, it was against his will. It wasn't his will. So what would you tell a child then?
God answers prayer and His own timing. So, okay, you may be praying for the food. Say you're hungry 7, 8, 9 o'clock, and you don't get the food 7, 8, 9 o'clock, but you get it 10, 11, or 12 o'clock. So, it is for us to have faith in God and just know that even when you don't see that you're gonna get the food, believe that you're gonna get the food.
So
Sorry,
they're supposed to stay hungry, right? And just
sorry about that.
believe that one day they're going to eat. Am I understanding you correctly?
No, it's not one day, the same day.
No, no. Do you realize the question that you chose?
The words of God
Read the
said,
question that
answer
you
that.
chose. Read the question that you chose.
What do you tell kids when God doesn't answer their
Ble-
prayers?
Blessed. That's the third time you've sneezed. Do you remember the last time that you were on this live? You prayed in front of everybody for
No,
your
I'm
God to take
cold.
that
I'm
sneezing
cold.
away.
It's the
Jesus, be
fan.
some
It's
Blessed.
the fan.
Allegra.
It's the fan. It's the fan.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Do you remember praying on the live the last time you was on here for Jesus to take that sneezing away?
I have a little cold. So
I
yes, I
get it.
remember.
Yeah, and you're still sneezing. That was what, 3
Yeah.
days ago.
Yeah, I'm easily cold, I easily get cold.
Yeah, but you asked your God to take that away from you.
But God give me, yes, and He did. But God gives me
Did he? Because I,
natural.
I could have sworn I just heard you sneeze 3 times.
That was, yeah, but that was the last time. This is a different night. This is a different day.
Oh, he took it away that day and then it came back. So his,
Yeah.
so his
Yes,
his his gift, his prayer answer was temporary.
God made me a flesh, so I will come with fleshly um situations and desires. So He take it away that time, but because I'm in the fun now and it's a different day, it came back again. So I will always have it, but He can take it away.
Twin said he was on a free trial.
Mm-mm.
his free his free trial ran out. Oh my gosh. Bless. That doesn't make any sense. It
No,
doesn't make any
God
sense.
prays. God
If the child is praying, if the
yeah.
child is praying for food and your God doesn't answer the prayer, you would just tell them to believe that food is coming one day.
Food can come the same. No, not if God doesn't answer the prayer. God answer the prayer when we go to. First and foremost, I'm going to teach them how to pray correctly by going to my God in the name of His Son to cover us our sinful way, so God will answer us. And then when they pray, and if they don't see the food immediately after they pray, have faith that God is sending someone to them with the food, or He's gonna make some money blow come from somewhere and just come where they are and they can take it up and buy some food. God is going to provide some way somehow.
But do
So
you
when you
realize
pray,
that you're teaching your child something that is false? Do you know how many children go hungry in this world on a daily? You know how many
yes,
children go
that
to
hurts me.
bed with their stomachs growling or are sleeping in the car with their parents with their stomachs growling, praying for food?
I have been through that as a child already, so I know, and that's why if I get $10 billion, $1 billion, I'm not gonna stay
No,
rich
blessed,
because I'm going
blessed,
to give
blessed
it away.
child, blessed, blessed. So when you went through it as a child, you're basically saying that you ate every day, even though you were hungry. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't eat every day when I was a child.
Okay, so then the food doesn't come the same day when you pray, then, like you said.
I didn't pray as
Okay,
much
so
as
then you are not analogous to this. Your situation is not analogous. We're talking about children who are praying and asking for food, blessed. If you didn't pray, then you're not analogous.
okay, but all right, we're talking about the children of pray. All right, don't say for the children of pray. That's why I'm telling you that when I tell the ones in that pray that um when you pray, if you don't see the food immediately, you should have faith same way that the food will come. God is going to bring somebody. God is going to send somebody with the food. So just have faith in God. The food is going to come. That is what I'm going to teach
You're
them.
literally saying the same thing that I said you said and that you
Yeah,
said you
but
didn't say. Telling a child that just believe that food is going to come one day, right?
not one day, the same day.
You don't know if it'll come the same day, blessed. You don't know. You're teaching them something false. There are
One,
millions of children in this world starving every day, going to bed hungry with their stomachs growling.
you
Children
know,
crying and being sad and scared because Thanksgiving break is coming up or Christmas holiday is coming up and they're going to be out of school for 2 whole weeks and the only place they get to eat is at school. These children are
no,
scared because they don't know how they're going to eat when school's not in, blessed.
I don't. I know that food is going to come. I
You
believe
don't
them that.
know that, blessed.
Yeah, you tell me. Well, I have a different mind and a different belief. My belief and my mind tell me that the food is going to come somewhere and somehow. The God that I serve is going to make the food come by someone, or He's going to make it come. I
The
don't know
God,
how He's going to do it, but I believe that He's going to do it.
you
I
can, but
know.
You can
That
believe
is what.
it and you can know it, but we have evidence that he has let down millions of children repeatedly. Children that believed in him and children that prayed to him. So just because you believe a thing to be true does not make it true. And when we have evidence to the contrary, then your truth claim completely falls apart.
No,
Based on what
listen.
you're saying, there
Sometimes.
should be no hungry, cold, or even mildly inconvenienced Christians in this world. Because according to you, he answers the prayers of his people. And if his people are hungry, of course he's going to want them fed. So why would feeding his people not be in his will? The litmus test for your prayer success isn't looking all that good.
The Bible says, "To him that know to do good and don't do it, it's sin." Meaning, for me to know that there's a child or children in Jamaica that is hungry and I can feed them and I don't feed them, I have sinned, and no sin goes unpunished.
Then your God
So
sins every single day. Because according to you guys, he sees
my
everything and he allows children to go to sleep hungry daily. So if he sees it and does nothing, is he sinning?
no, my God does sin.
Well, you just named something that was a sin and your God does it. So how is it
Look,
that it's not sinning?
Fee, somebody on
Because
actually this is Woodworking Gummy Bear says, so humans choose to buy new sneakers instead of helping their neighbor and God's not real? Like, it's the human's responsibility, and I agree
What?
that it is the human's responsibility to feed hungry people. I agree. But even in that, right? You have no expectations for your God, which makes him useless.
And that's the
When
part they
shit
don't
goes
get.
bad, exactly. When shit goes bad, it's free will. It's humans' fault. When there are hungry humans, when there are unhoused humans, it's humans' fault. Humans are supposed to fix it. There's no expectation for your God to do shit, which means he's useless.
no, no. God give us dominion, so I agree with you with that on that point. God give us dominion over the earth, so we for help one another. However,
Then why pray to him then? If
God
we
can help.
if no, you can't have it both ways. You're saying simultaneously that God has given us dominion over the earth, so it's our responsibility. So why are you asking him for anything?
Me I thank him for me day here. Me come through birth. Me never dead. Mother womb, nor me never dead after me come out. I
I didn't
thank
say
him that
why I didn't say why were you thanking him for anything. I said why are you asking him for anything?
oh, why am I asking it? Well, because he's the creator and he can give me any and everything that I want. So that's why I ask him. Sometimes
Apparently he can't. You just said you didn't even eat daily as a child.
no, alright. Because sometimes our sinful ways cause certain things to happen. Our mother and father sinful ways cause certain things to happen. So sometimes it's not even the children them fault.
Y'all stay
Oh my
forgiving
God.
this God. Like they are the best defense attorneys for this God I have ever seen because regardless of what it does, it's innocent. It's always somebody else's fault. If it's a
It's
if it's
not
a
a thing.
deficit in this God that is identified as the problem of humans. Yet we're
Yeah.
supposed to thank it for absolutely everything it has not done. How am I going to thank your God for the shit that I do?
Do
God
you
is
know
I'm
what's
not
not
so
a
thank.
thing.
crazy? They'll say that it's humans' fault that there are hungry humans. And then when a human goes and feed the hungry humans, they say, thank you, God. Thank you,
Exactly.
Jesus. But you want to blame the humans because humans are hungry?
That doesn't
Y'all are
make any
y'all are
sense.
weird.
No, no, don't get it wrong. Sometimes God may put me through a hungry season in my life to know that when somebody say they are hungry, I know I can relate to how they're feeling. So, and I've already go through that, so I wouldn't want somebody to go through the same bad
So
feeling that
so
I'm
you
going
have
through. Oh,
so you have to experience a thing in order to empathize with a person.
sometimes you have to all right, you have to do practical for if you're studying to be a nurse, you have to do practical to know how to be a nurse, right? So you have
I'm
to
not
go
talking
through
about
some.
studying to be a nurse. I'm
No,
talking about
no,
being a decent human being. I don't think there's a degree for that, although it seems like it should be these days.
Yeah, because sometimes someone don't know to be a decent human being.
And it
So
seems to be a large gathering of those people under the banner of Christianity.
listen, first of all, I'm not going to bash Christianity, but I'm a child of the living God. Because as we know, as you guys know, Christians, people hide behind Christianity and have done
We ain't
some
got to
wicked
get
things.
into Christianity. Yeah, we don't have to
Yeah,
do
we
that.
really don't. And this
Yeah.
isn't even about bashing Christianity. Identifying problematic features of a thing is not bashing it, it's
No, me just a tell
criticizing it.
you, no, me just a tell you, say, me not classify myself as a Christian.
Well, that's fine.
I classify myself as a child of the living God.
You're a Sadaknak. You still believe in the God of the Bible, so I mean, I
Yeah,
get it.
yeah. But me try to separate myself. However, alright, I believe this is my opinion. Going through certain things will allow me, let me understand how other persons are feeling when they're going through like hunger or single life. Like how I'm going through single
Nope, we're not
life
about
right
to
now. I
compare
need somebody
children
to
being
hug up in the
hungry to
night.
you not
When
getting to you being single. We are not about to go back to your love life.
Alright, alright, we're
Nope,
not going there, so. But I
nope,
was a child that don't eat. I go through hungry, so I can relate right now. This is a touchy topic for me because I can relate right now when you're saying that children are hungry. I know the feeling of a
nope.
child
I'm
going to
sorry.
bed. No,
Nope.
listen, I go to
I'm
bed.
sorry. Fee, am I crazy? But do I still like? Am I wrong for thinking that he's still talking about his ass being single?
I feel
No,
like it's going
no,
to
I'm not
circle
talking
back
about
around
that.
to that for sure. He's
No, I'm
saying
Tying
not
right
going.
us,
now,
No, I'm
weaving
not
its way
going.
back
No,
into
no.
that.
No, I'm not going there again. I promise I'm not going there. But I can say I have go to my bed multiple times as a child, hungry. So I know what it is for a child to go to their bed hungry. So I can relate. So that's why if I know of a child that is going to be are going to go to their bed hungry and I have my last money in my pocket, I will take it out and give them to eat because I know the feeling. And that is why I think God allows me to go through something like that. That is my opinion of my
So,
God
but
and why
how
I
many
have been.
children? How many children can you feed a day? Blessed. How many okay? So you're feeding the children that you see that are hungry because God let you be hungry as a child so that you would know what it feels like to be hungry, so that you would feed hungry children. How many hungry children has this God equipped you to feed every day?
Me never feed children every day. Every
You
now and
don't.
then. I'm saying no one day. No. Every now and then. Because
Hold
I
on.
do
Blessed. I need you to just answer the questions directly, man. I don't need a paragraph every time we ask a question because you take us somewhere else. So you don't feed children every day.
no.
Okay. And the reason that you don't feed children every day, what's that reason? Very concise, please. Why don't you?
Because sometimes I don't have the money. That is one.
Okay, so
And
all right.
and
So hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay. So this God made you be a hungry child, right? So that you would learn what it feels like to starve as a child, so that you would feed hungry children when you get older, but not
I want
equip you with the money to feed these hungry children when you get older.
because
So
maybe
you don't actually have the means to feed hungry children.
no. But suppose I'm
So
not
your
ready yet.
plan, you know what? Your God's plan sounds like your plan to find a wife. It sounds like your God just threw some
No.
shit
You
at the
see,
wall when you were a kid, and then when you do have extra money and you can like go and feed one or two kids, then your God goes plan achieved. That it sounds like you and your God think alike. Spaghetti brain. That's what it
no.
sounds like.
No, you go back to the wife thing. I didn't go back to the wife thing. I'm not going back to the wife thing. Listen to me now.
That didn't make sense
When,
to you, blessed child. That didn't make sense to you.
listen to me now.
Blessed child,
When
that didn't make sense to you.
no,
Brobert,
but
if like Brobert, how do
listen,
you go from saying I love you ladies to talking about rude? Like obviously this is why I don't when y'all say, "Oh, I love you." No, the fuck you don't. You don't fucking know me. If you did, if you knew me, you wouldn't be saying that what I just said was rude. It's the fucking truth.
A problem then. Go watch.
Ain't
Let
it
me find.
crazy, Annika? Ain't it crazy? Don't fucking tell me how to act. If you don't like it, LP, get out. Get out. If your God made you hungry as a child so that you could feed kids and didn't equip you with the money to feed children, blessed, then your God thinks like you. Your God has a fucked up plan, just like your plan to find a wife.
No, I don't. I disagree with that. Suppose when me get the money now, suppose equip me with whole heap of money now, I'm gone stray, I'm gone somewhere different. I'm gonna spend the money on foolishness, even though I will give away some, you know, because I don't get money and don't give away. I learn the principle of God. That this is my opinion. If I get $1,000, you give away $100. You give away 10%. If I get $10,000, I give away
Blessed,
$1,000.
blessed, blessed, blessed. Nobody cares about all of that. You're telling us that your God made you starve as a child so that you would know what it's like to starve as a child, so that when you got older, you would feed hungry children. Except your God hasn't given you the means to feed those hungry children. That does not make sense.
Sometimes it's us, you know. Suppose I'm me.
It's you. That's your plan, blessed child. That's what you have told
No,
yourself. Yes.
not some
Just like
mean.
just like the plan for you to find a wife. Just like you
No,
dating multiple women, just like you dating multiple women, looking for loyalty, telling them that they can date other men, looking for loyalty, waiting for something to come out of that so that you can throw some shit at the wall and say that that was God. The whole train of thought, it matches. This is your thinking. This isn't some God. This is you.
God give me the knowledge, understanding, and the wisdom to think, to
What
help people,
wisdom?
and to think the wisdom for know things, for learn things, for understand things. Before me have wisdom, I have to go through certain things. So I'm go through hungry days as a child, so now me have wisdom to know, say, yo, when I get the money, help hungry children too. Yeah. So God give me knowledge, wisdom. This is my belief. God give me knowledge, wisdom, understanding to to do even my daily chores. So everything when I think about and do is not just my thinking. It came from God. So I glorify God to make me think and in my soul,
I'm
mind
gonna
and
tell
can
you.
correspond with
I'm gonna
you.
tell you.
Right?
Last night, blessed. I'm gonna tell you. Last night when you wanted to come up, I didn't bring you up because you don't listen. Like there's no, like honestly, there's no revelation from you, from these conversations. Like you come up here, you say the same stuff, right? Like you don't listen,
I listen.
and
I,
it's just, honestly, like it just feels like entertainment at this point.
no, no, it's
Yeah, like
listening.
you don't
No,
listen. You don't
me,
listen. You don't even listen to yourself.
I listen. But you have to
Blessed, what
No,
have
you
understand
don't.
Blessed, what
my
have you
belief.
learned? Blessed, what have you learned from this conversation that you didn't know at the beginning of the conversation?
I learned that you guys just think that it's my thinking. I just me want to do it. That's what me learn. You're telling me that it is just me, my human self, want to find a good wife. My human self want to feed the children them because I go through hungry days. So I know what it is. So I want to feed them just based off of me. That is what I learned from this conversation. But
I I think
my
what you're missing is that a lot of the things that you say are contradictory. There's no parity to the thoughts that you share with us. So like Thinker was saying, like there's just this disjointed, disconnection, I should say, to the things that you say, and it's almost as if you are contradicting the first statement with the second statement you make, and it's almost like you don't even realize it.
it might seem like it's contradicting, but it's not. Because you have to understand my belief. My belief is that even my very thoughts them come from God. My entire life, it is something, it's some learning process
But
to make me
if your
stronger.
thoughts come from God, then why are you struggling against them? This is the kind of thing that we're talking about. You make these statements like everything that you ask that's in God's will absolutely come to you, and then you say it may not come the same day. And now you're saying my thoughts come from God, but you said a little while ago that you struggle with fidelity and not, and not straying in a relationship. If your thoughts come from God, then is it God telling you to go cheat? Or is it you?
Alright, I know, you see, I have to care for what I say to you guys because you guys will hold me to what I
Oh,
said.
well, yeah.
However, however, listen, not all my thoughts come from God. Let me fix it up. Not anything good that I think, it's from God. Let me fix it. And anything bad that I think, I believe it's from the enemy. That is what I believe. So all of my good thoughts are from the clean and good God. And all of my negative or bad thoughts, it is the enemy trying to tell me to do those negative stuff.
Bless. How long have you been praying and asking God to give you the money to feed hungry kids? How long?
I think about 5 years now, or
I'm
four
fucking
years
done.
now,
I'm done. I don't have nothing else. Go ahead, Fee.
or
Oh, no,
or
ma'am. I
probably
am completely done.
All right,
Yes.
why?
Bless. Thank you for. Go ahead,
What?
Lala.
No, what? Well, on
I
why?
was just
Because
saying, blessed be blessed.
Have a good night, Blessed. What the fuck?
Bye, blessed.
5 years?
My goodness. You know what?
And then we're gonna tell the
Mm-mm.
kids believe the food is coming. 5 years?
It's ridiculous.
That is wild.
I swear they don't think about the things that they say. If that man can come up here and have a conversation about a prompt without talking about wanting a relationship, being horny, or needing a wife, I may convert because that would be a miracle. It has not happened once, and I truly doubt that it ever will.
Oh my gosh. And then it's the people in the comments agreeing with him. This is why there are hungry children in the world, because people agree with that logic. They think that's logical.
It's scary. Are these women
Oh,
a bunch
yes,
of
you were.
atheists?
You were finished. We were finished with you.
Very much so.
No, Blessed. You were done. No. Oh, I don't want to get that type of logic, Rizzo. You can have that all by yourself. I don't want it. Sure, all prayers for food are not meant to be answered. We get that. Your God wants kids to starve. We understand that. We're not disagreeing with you on that, Rizzo. I almost
That
fucking
is the
called her
most
Lizzo.
heartless thing that all prayers are. Mm-mm.
The shit that they fucking cosign. I just can't. I
I'm telling
fucking
you,
cannot.
defense
I can't.
attorneys,
Yeah.
public defenders too.
Well, how old are you?
Hello, guys.
How old are you?
How old am I?
Yes.
I'm 29.
Pick a topic.
Okay. I was gonna talk about the prayer part. Okay.
No, there's no topic up here about prayer. Pick a topic.
Okay. Well, I'll pick the third topic then.
Go ahead.
All right. So when it comes to why God does not answer prayers, it's
So you should start
not
off with I would tell a child, right? What do you tell kids? So you should start off
okay.
with I would
Let me.
tell a child.
All right. I got you. I would tell a child that not everything that you ask for is good for you. That's how I would start with answering that question.
So
I
when a
would tell
child
the
is
child,
praying and asking God to stop their uncle from essaying them and God doesn't, why didn't the God stop that?
it is because we tend to blame God for for things that are not his fault.
So
Let me put
he
it
did
this
not
way.
stop the uncle from essaying the child because he didn't want to get blamed. He's mad that he's getting blamed for the essay, so he didn't stop. He didn't answer that child's prayer because he's getting blamed for them getting essayed. Am I to understand you correctly?
The thing with that question, and a lot of people, especially unbelievers, ask it: if God is real, why is there
I don't care if your
cancer?
God is real. I don't give a fuck if your God is
If
real.
God is real, why
I don't
did
care
my
if your God
child
is real,
die?
Rizzo. I don't care if your God is real. That has nothing to do with whether your God is real or not. This has everything to do with children praying and begging your God to help them, to feed them, to protect them. Everything to do with that. Children who have faith in your God and your God not showing up. And what that question asks is, what are you people telling these children when that happens?
Sorry, let me talk. Let me answer your question again. We have to understand certain things before we get to certain answers. An example of this is that we have a sin problem in the world. You know, we have a lot of people who sin, who do evil things that go unchecked. And sometimes these things are checked. A child is praying that his uncle is sexually abusing, but if you notice, if you in these circumstances or in these situations, there's always an adult that knows that this is happening. Someone who is mindfully aware of these things, but they do not do anything about it. And if you were to tell someone to handle their sin, to deal with the sin, let me give an example, right? If you were to preach to that person and to guide them and to counsel them, whoever is molesting or whoever is not, I didn't mean molest you, I think you said beating.
I
We
said
wouldn't,
essay.
okay, maybe, okay, I heard you right then. We wouldn't have that problem because you would sort of deal with the issues that people have. Because at the end of the day, God gave everyone free will, which means you have the ability to do whatever you want, right? That is free will. Because if I slap you right now and I said God made me do it, that will be a lie. Because it's my free will that made me do that. See, so we need to understand this sin problem that we have in the world, that we're dealing with, and we need to pray. We need to ask people to change, to honor the God that is there in the world, and these issues would, in a way, diminish. Not diminish or disappear because you always have people. But if we were to deal with the sin problem in the world, which God is constantly saying, believe, 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 most of these issues that we have, which people do, would sort of come down or would be lowered. Okay. So I think that's what I say when we sort of look at these, we have a person doing this, a person doing that. The answer to all of that is we need the word of God. Everyone needs the word of God because it
Okay,
is what
okay. I need
changes.
you to hurry up. Like, you've monologued pretty long, and I have a whole page of notes. So can you make it concise, please?
Yeah. No, I'll just stop it right there with that answer.
Okay. Now, the first thing I want to ask, if they are it's adults that know about the essay when the child is going through it, the adult is choosing to ignore it and not do anything. The adult that is in this human world, in this finite world, that's charged with protecting this child, they're not doing the protecting. And then that child goes to their higher power that you have taught them about and tells that higher power, the adults in my life are hurting me. I need you now. And your God does nothing. Your God says nothing. What do you say to that child?
Okay. You have a valid question. I won't deny that. It's we have to wonder if this prayer has been answered in maybe a way that you do not or we wouldn't recognize. Let me say this. If the child is facing that kind of situation, right, and he's praying, and maybe God puts it into his heart that he should go to the neighbor or a friend or a teacher, I think they'll always like not all the doors will be locked. You get what I'm saying? This kid can be praying and God can put in their heart, you need to tell this to your teacher, to your neighbor. If you see a police officer on the street, you need to tell them what is going on. Because
We've already addressed that the adults in their lives are not helping them. Now what?
no, but we can address that in terms of the parents, but let's be realistic.
No, it's not just. I am being realistic. Do you know how many children? Like just now, the Catholic Church paid $2 billion again paid billions of dollars for the second time for essaying children. And then it came out that 100 more boys were essayed in the Catholic Church even after this one.
I can.
The,
That's
the,
true.
the Jehovah's Witness organization made their leaders and their members sign contracts saying that if they found out about SA, they wouldn't take it to the police, that they would only
Think
report it to the church. The Southern Baptist Convention had thousands of SA reports that they were hiding. Kojic
think
had thousands of SA that they were hiding.
I'm gonna
So
be
so
honest
these
with you.
children did go no, these children did go to adults. Children reported it to their Sunday school teachers. They reported it to their teachers. Every child SA case, adults knew about them.
Think you're right with the Roman Catholic with the Jehovah's Witnesses, and
Don't
I
forget
would
the Southern Baptist Convention. Don't forget Kojic. Don't leave out the
yeah,
Protestants.
yeah, that's true. So wouldn't you say maybe that's not when these issues came out that the Catholic Church is doing this and doing that, wouldn't you say the word had gotten out? What if someone had prayed that
What the fuck is he getting ready to say?
Whatever it is, it's about to be disgusting. I can tell you that.
I think there is a God because it cut his fucking microphone off.
Yeah. And that timing was perfect. He got raptured.
Hallelujah.
Well,
I will never understand why believers consistently look at humans to bear the responsibility of protecting children while claiming God has the ability to perform divine intervention, but never does. This God is real practiced at retribution and punishment. He might need to put some emphasis on protection because he never shows up proactively. Never.
Never.
and then it's the messiness of their belief system that makes them willing to turn the blind eye when the abuse is reported by a child.
Yeah. See, that's the part that will make me like, I'm a pacifist, but you will see white meat and blood all over the place because why? How is it that you can feel that the reputation of your God is more important than the safety of children? Because that's what it boils down to.
I don't know who you talking to, Limit. There's nobody on this stage for you to be typing you defend the essay? Who are you talking to?
Who defends essay?
I don't know. No, they said the guy that left. Oh, I'm like, who they talking to? Ain't nobody on the stage but us. When we say that people are willing to turn a blind eye, like, why are y'all acting confused about people turning a blind eye with children being essayed? Like, there is, though, don't tell, keep it in the family bullshit that ain't even got nothing to do with church. Like, y'all know damn well. Like, why are y'all acting surprised or confused? Like, saying, I'm confused. Who's willing to turn a blind eye? Don't tell family business.
And if I can, Thinker, John 3:16, if I have the option to choose neither heaven nor hell, then I have free will. If I don't have free will. There's your proof.
Where the fuck did I attribute essay to Christianity?
Nowhere. They don't listen.
And who's so passionate?
They don't
Oh,
listen,
I
and
see.
they clearly don't read, because I do think that the ability to connect thoughts and see how one idea leads to another and those two ideas are connected, you learn that a lot through reading. And I think it's
That's
real obvious those that do not, because that you never linked it to Christianity. Not
not
once.
once.
All they care about is defending their belief. And then, like, the things that they're
That's it.
saying right now, like, there's no reason that we would believe that they would be willing to even turn in a pastor that's essaying children, right? Or a minister or a missionary, a youth leader. Like, the fact that y'all are upset and you're trying to defend your religion speaks volumes. And when these children say that they told adults and nobody did shit, this is why. I don't know why TikTok is making us like verify the live like every 30 minutes now.
No,
I
John
think because you're not on
3:16.
camera.
Yeah, and no, John 3:16. A poor representative of Christianity didn't turn me away from God. Reading that book turned me away from God. The actions of the God turned me away from God. It has nothing to do with a person.
I don't know what kind of question that is.
It's the church hurt
What are
thing.
these questions on the screen? Like, what type of fucking question is that?
They don't read. Again,
Man,
it's the
oh
problem.
God. Good. I'm glad you got time today. So do we.
Did you just say what God
Are
said?
you a Christian?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Go ahead, pick a topic.
Huh? What we got? I can't. G. Now I don't know what that. What's the first one? What's the first one?
You got time today. You can read it.
Okay.
We'll
Does
wait.
God? Okay. Oh my bad. Does God love the Gentiles as much as His chosen? Why isn't God's plan considered sadistic or immoral? What do you tell kids when God doesn't answer their prayers? Believers don't like the Old Testament. Robots versus slaves for God. What's the difference? Does Jesus' sacrifice influence your perception of Yahweh, God violates free will all the time. Choose a topic. Okay. Okay. Let's go with God violates free will all the time.
Go ahead.
Um, does nature violate your free will?
What?
Does nature does the way things supposed to go is the way things supposed to go ever violated?
I don't even know what that means.
Mm.
Well, okay. Okay.
What?
Okay. You don't know what that means.
Mm-mm-mm.
So if a seed is planted and that seed is a apple seed, does that apple seed produce anything but an apple?
No, but what does that have to do with free will?
Come on. Okay. Okay. So are we the only things on this? Okay. Okay. No. Let me not ask that question. Um. So free will implies to us, right? Human being.
You believe you have it. You're a Christian. Most Christians believe you have free will. So, but the prompt is God violates free will all the time. Perhaps
Right.
you can start by telling us what you understand free will to be.
Free will is a choice.
No, a choice is a choice. Free will is the ability to act without consequences, without the constraint of fate. That's not free will. A choice is a choice. We have a word for that already.
You said free will is the what?
Free will is the ability to act without the constraint of necessity or fate. That's the textbook definition of free will. We
The
don't
ability
have
to
that.
act without what?
Without the constraint of necessity or fate.
Okay, necessity or fate. Is that um feasible?
Feasible for whom?
I mean, is there a result to everything that you do?
I just want to say bless you, Fee. You have
I'm
you
asking.
have a
I'm asking,
you have
is there?
I'm talking right now. Hold on. I just want to say bless you. You have a skill, sis. You have a skill.
Thank you, friend. Is it feasible for who? Hi.
You.
I
Is
don't
there
know.
is there a result for every action that you do?
Yeah, that's choices and consequences, of course, but that's
Okay.
not free will. That's the thing. You're conflating two very different things. And the prompt again is God violates free will all the time. So if we're going to stick with that prompt, now that we've defined free will, maybe you can tell us if you agree with that or not. Does God violate that or not?
He does not.
So you don't think there are any instances in the Bible where God violated free will?
Are there instances?
Yeah,
Yes.
but you just said he didn't.
He doesn't.
Oh my God. So when
Because he gave you a choice.
so again, we're going to separate choice from free will,
Yeah.
right? Those are two different things. So
Okay.
this prompt is not about God violating choice. This prompt is about God violating free will, and we just defined free will, right?
Free will gives you a choice, right? You go
No,
from you don't
no, you're
you
conflating
have the
two.
ability to do whatever you want, right?
So that
Do
is a
you realize
choice.
that you're saying yeah, like you realize you're saying free will gives. Free will is doing something in the sentence you just said. Like, do you realize that?
That's what she just said.
If we okay, listen, hold on, hi. Listen. If we were to make free will an entity and choice a gift, right? You just said free will, which is the entity, gives you a choice, which would be the gift. So you can't have free will, right? if free will is the entity giving you the thing, the choice. You realize that you've separated those two things. The choice cannot be the free will that you have if free will is giving you the choice that you have. Does that make sense?
But if if there is a choice, isn't that the premise of free will? Like you
That
have to choose something to have something for free. You have to be able to pick it, right?
No. Also, the problem here is that you're conflating two terms that mean different things. Free will is not choice. Choice is the ability to make a selection between the options that are laid out in front of you. That is choice. Free will, as we defined a little while ago, is the ability to act without the constraint of necessity or fate. And I'll give you an example. If I decided I don't want to eat again, I have the free will to decide I have the choice to decide I don't want to eat again. I do not have the free will to not be negatively impacted by that, because not eating is going to deplete my body of nutrients. Not drinking is going to deplete my body of hydration. I don't have the free will to do what I want to without the constraint of necessity. It is necessary for my body to consume calories to maintain liveliness, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is the difference between free will and choice. What we're talking about in this prompt is God's violation of a human's free will in the Bible.
Oh, okay. So, okay. So, if you don't eat, you'll die.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Is it wrong for you to need to eat in order to live, or is it right for you to not eat and die?
What?
Is it wrong for you to need to eat and live, or is it wrong for you to not eat and die? Which one is it?
I don't know that this, it
That's a
depends on my
choice.
goal.
That's a
It,
choice.
why are we, I just separated choice and free will for you. Do you need me to do it again?
Okay, go ahead and do it again. Break it down again for me.
Tell me what you understand first to be the difference between choice and free will. Maybe that'll help me do it more succinctly.
Okay. You're saying that free will and choice are two different things.
Yes.
Okay. If a will is, or let me ask you this: what is a will?
Depends on how you use it. In this particular context, it's a desire, it's a want, it's a preference,
A plan?
a plan. Yeah.
Is that a choice?
No.
It's not.
No.
What is it?
We just,
We just defined it.
Preference, but all those things sound like choices.
no.
Why are we still?
You use those things to make choices. If you
Oh,
have a
you?
plan, if you are a business owner and you create a business plan, right? Is your
Mm-hmm.
business plan the choice? Or do you
Yes.
use that plan?
Hey, hi. Quick question for you. If you had to choose between heaven and hell, which one would you choose?
Heaven.
You choose heaven. Okay. If I had free will, I wouldn't choose either. We don't have free will. According to your book,
Oh,
your
okay.
God has doomed us to either heaven or hell, right?
Okay.
If I had free will, I wouldn't choose either.
Okay. Why?
Because I don't want to be around y'all in heaven, keeping it a bean, and hell isn't real.
Okay. So, do you want to be here?
I want to be wherever people who think the way the vast majority of believers think are not. Just put me there. Just put me there. I don't care if it's cool, if it's warm, it doesn't matter. Just put me wherever y'all are not. That's where I want to go. And I don't mean that to you personally because I've never met you, but I'm
Right.
just talking
I'm
about
not. I'm
the
not. I'm not
yeah.
taking. I'm not taking it personally. Okay. So you want to do what you want to do. Basically, is what you're saying.
I mean, who doesn't? But that does
Okay.
that. I mean, it's literally that's a non. That
That is a definitely a sequitur. But yeah,
Mezzo said you're describing the Discord.
that is so
mezzo.
funny. That's funny.
Oh, we're gonna rename it. We're gonna rename
Yes.
it Thinker's Heaven.
Yep.
Oh
Exactly.
my god.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, you think that's heaven? Huh? So is is that a choice to think that is heaven? To do what you want to do?
I didn't say it's heaven to do what I want to do. You said
Okay.
that.
No, I do. You asked me what I would choose.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
but
want to go to heaven. Yeah,
yeah,
you want to do
yeah,
that. Love
yeah.
that for you.
Bet. So the place where you want to be is um, what you're a human. So at eventually you're gonna. Okay. Let me ask you this: um, you going through the cycle that you're going through? Are you gonna are you gonna live forever, or
No,
is
I'm gonna die. We all are. I'm gonna die.
okay?
Yeah.
Eventually, we are going. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay. Um, what do you want that to be like?
I don't. I'm gonna hope it would be peaceful. You mean the actual act of taking my last breath?
Yeah. Well,
I,
I mean, not even that. I mean, after that, what do you want that to be like?
I don't want it to be like anything. I would assume
You
it's
just
the
want it to
same way.
be
I would assume.
done. Just
Yeah.
you didn't been here for 60, 70, 80, 90 years, however it go, and then to be
How was
done.
it? How was it before you were born? What was that like?
I don't know. I wasn't here
Exactly. Exactly. So why would I assume that after I'm no longer living, it would be any different?
because it's a promise.
A promise in a book that some men wrote. I don't know. I don't know them.
Okay. I mean, that's cool. That's cool. You can do what you want to do. That's not.
Yeah.
You can do what you want. That's your paradigm, right? That's what we just discussed, right?
We didn't discuss a paradigm, but that is my choice. Yeah.
Okay. Well, paradigm is your way of thinking. So yeah, your choice is that not free for you to have that choice?
Yeah, but we're not talking about free choice. We're talking about free will. But for some reason, you can't stay on that topic.
The topic is, does God violate your free will?
No, the topic is God violates free will all the time. We're not asking the question, we're making a statement. That question, that prompt doesn't
And
have a question mark at the end.
and my rebuttal on that is that God doesn't.
Hey, thank you. You want to pull up one of the scriptures on the
Yeah.
screen?
Yeah. We can go to Pharaoh, hardening Pharaoh's heart.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Okay. Actually, let's do Romans 9:16 because it deals with him saying he don't give a damn about free will. Let's just go to the meat. Let's see. Okay. All right. So here Paul is talking about when God made the decision to harden Pharaoh's heart and why he did it. He says, "What then are we to say? Is there injustice on God's part?" Like he's saying, like, is it wrong that God, like, just did what he wanted to do with Pharaoh and violated Pharaoh's will? By no means, for he says to Moses, "I will have mercy on whom I have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I have compassion." So it depends not on human will or exertion, but on God who shows mercy. For the scripture says to Pharaoh, "I have raised you up for this very purpose, that I may show my power in you, and that my name may be proclaimed in all the earth." So then he has mercy on whomever he chooses and he hardens the heart of whomever he chooses.
So that's him violating the free will.
You wouldn't think so? You disagree?
Well, if okay, um,
Let me ask a question. Does your God, when he says, so he has mercy on whomever he chooses, does that mean that your God had a choice? Right here, these words right here. Does that mean your God had a choice?
he's the ultimate choice maker. Yes,
No, did he have a choice?
he's the ultimate choice maker. Yes,
So that means he had a choice.
in the fact that he can only act a certain way.
No,
So
did your God make a choice here? When it says he has
him
mercy,
choosing to act in
listen,
only
listen,
that way.
listen, listen. I hope you have time to listen today
Okay.
as much as you have time to talk. When it says, right, that he has mercy on whomever he chooses, does that mean that he makes a choice? Yes or no?
Choice being an action. Yes.
Okay. So if your God has choices in front of him, right, and you have choices in front of you, whose choice matters? Whose choice takes rank?
His.
So then your choice, aka free will, is being violated or overpowered by his choice, correct?
No, because there are
So
results.
I'm going to ask again, okay? If your God's choices, right, are in front of him and your choices are in front of you, whose choice takes rank?
I already told you.
His choice takes rank.
Yes.
So then your choice does not matter because his choice overpowers your choice,
No,
correct?
you still have that choice though. He didn't take that choice away
I
from
didn't
you.
say. So whose choice matters in the situation?
Okay. So why does that matter if you're supposed to have free will?
Whose choice? Let me say it this way: whose choice gets done?
Why would it matter if you have free will?
Yours or so? If your God has choices in front of him, and he's going to make a choice, and you have choices in front of you, and you're going to make a choice, whose chess move matters? Yours or the God's?
The one that's most righteous, the one that gets the most benefit.
So you're saying that you can overpower your God's chess move.
No, I can't.
Okay, so whose chess move matters?
He's always going to know better than I do.
So then your God's chess move always matters more.
Yes, that's what I just
So
said.
then your God's choice outranks your choice, correct?
Yes.
So then your God violates your choice when his choice outranks your choice, correct?
That would go into the paradigm. What do I think I can get me, and what do I think he can get me?
No. The choice is already made. He already
No,
said.
it's choices.
Listen, listen. He
That
already
the
said.
choice isn't taken away though.
Calm down.
He already said that he will have mercy on whomever he chooses. Okay? He chooses to have mercy on whomever. You can want mercy from your God, and if he says no, it's no. You don't have the free will to force mercy from your God. Your God's choice outranks your choice. Correct?
Does right always win?
Thinker.
I'm asking the question.
Hang on high.
Does
Hang on one
I think
second.
it's
no
wait.
no no no
Is
I'm
he
asking the
saying?
question. That's
Hold
a
on,
serious
hold on, hold
question.
on.
Let's
Wait,
see.
wait, 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 wait. Is he
The
greeting us with that name or is he high?
come on, man.
Cause like I'm
That
I'm
part.
confused. I'm
Oh,
confused. Cause what the fuck
okay.
was that?
So
What was that?
So is there a right way to do something, and is there a wrong way to do something?
Oh
What the fuck
boy.
did I ask you? I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on,
Hi,
man.
hi, hang on, for real, hang on just a second. This is a perfect example of what we were just talking about. This is a perfect example of what we were just talking.
Exactly.
Hi, you know in your mind, the reason you're struggling with giving thinker a direct answer is because the logical entailment of what you know the correct answer to be shows you that you don't have free will. It shows you that, and you know it, but you can't say it, and you have to deflect with asking her something that's a little bit ancillary, but not quite off topic, but it relieves you of being required to give an answer to a question that you know.
So I don't have free will, but you got free will.
I don't have free will, Pumpkin.
You
No.
don't have free will?
No, I do not. Mm-mm.
Okay. So is that what you bitter about?
I'm not bitter about it. What makes you think I'm
Are you
bitter?
Here come.
serious?
Oh,
Here
here
we
come the
go.
ends. Here we go.
I'm asking.
Let's go.
Tell me what makes
The
you think I'm bitter.
Christian crash out.
It's okay. Tell me what makes you think I'm bitter.
Because you feel like something was taken away from you.
When have I said anything was taken away from me?
You said you don't have free will.
But to assume that I feel it was taken away from me implies that I think I've ever had it. I never told you that. I never said that to you.
So if you think you've never had it, why would it be something that could be taken away from you?
I never said it was taken away. The prompt says that God violates free will. I don't believe I have free
Is
will.
violation of taken away of?
I'm not a Christian.
Or
I'm not
taken from?
I'm not a Christian, so your God doesn't give me
Is
anything.
violating a taking from?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
I'm not a Christian, so it was not taken from me.
So
That
you
is the
have
point.
it. So you have it, right?
No, I don't have it.
So where's that?
It doesn't exist. That's the thing
Did
you're
he just
missing, Hi.
ask where it's
He
at?
did. He did. He said, "Where is that?" He said,
I'm
"Where is
done.
that?"
Y'all,
He
I'm
said, "Where
done.
is
I
that?"
can't do it. I can't do it.
And
I mean, y'all have a good
Today,
night, man.
not today.
I love y'all in Jesus'
oh,
name.
No,
shut
you
up! No, you
don't.
Oh,
You
don't.
don't.
yeah. What?
I knew he wasn't going to stay, but I thought he had time
Whatever.
tonight.
Yep.
It's funny how he does not have
Oh my
time now.
gosh.
Where it at? We need that on a t-shirt.
He didn't say where it at. He said, "Where is that?
Man.
Where is that?" Oh my god. Oh man, that was crazy. But man, kudos to you, Fee. Cause I couldn't even like respond to him. I was in shock from the moment he opened his mouth. I was like, what?
I felt like he was struggling
Oh
for a
my
minute. For real, I really did. I thought we were going to have like, oh, okay, I see what you're saying. And then have that lead into an actual conversation. But nah.
Jasmine. Okay, they're not there. If you're in the guest request box on purpose, help us out and comment so that we can bring the next person up, please. Thank you.
Waved out talking about who's selling some of that free will.
Somebody was singing "I'm Going Up to Yonder" when they was talking about Discord being heaven for not believers.
We are so unserious.
We are, and I love it.
Oh my goodness. I saw somebody say, "Can I join?" But the comments went by really fast. Can you comment again?
It's Furriest News. Furriest.
They're not in the guest request.
Let's see.
Are they on y'all side?
I don't see him either.
Nope.
Rizzo, we're not bringing you back up. Uh, 50 ice?
Oh my god, you actually brought me up.
Why would we not?
Oh, because I listened to you guys. I've been listening to you since for the past week, I want to say. Whatever it's been.
We talked to you a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, a week ago. Yeah. First time I
Why
met you
wouldn't we
live.
bring you up?
No, no.
Was it a
Because
bad interaction?
no, because you start in the middle of the night, and I go to sleep listening, and then my phone dies, and then I wake up, and I'm like, "Oh, you're still doing this? So that's awesome." So every now and then, I catch really amazing interactions you have with your guests, and I'm always thinking maybe I should ask to come in. I'm afraid I might pass out because some conversations I don't want to end.
Okay.
So I'm like,
Are you a Christian?
oh God, no, no, no.
Okay.
No, I had my moment with the God idea when I was a kid.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
yeah, yeah. It's
Okay.
where it's one of the most traumatic for me as a child, right? Where I specified this a
I'm
couple of
sorry. I
weeks
have
ago.
to. I'm sorry. I don't. I have to cut you off because I'm not sure if you know the rules of the live. So if you come up and you're not a member of the community, you have to be talking about one of the topics on the board.
Gotcha. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Can you pick a topic? Like, so if you're not a Christian, are you like spiritual or are you an atheist?
I'm agnostic.
Or are you you're agnostic? Okay. I'm sorry. I don't remember. I know you said
No,
we
you
talked to you
you
like a
talk
week
to a lot
ago.
of people. Yeah.
Okay. So you're agnostic. Okay. And which topic did you want to discuss?
Ah, let's see. Let me look. Why isn't God's plan considered sadistic or immoral?
All
Nah,
right. Go ahead.
yeah, I would actually question what his plan is. First and foremost, why would a being with all the knowledge and who is, as the word itself is to define perfect, it's supposed to be a perfect existence. Why he would need an imperfect existence, living on an imperfect world, to praise him. I'm not quite sure what the actual plan would be. Why create things that are not necessarily in his image as a perfect existence that is ever and knows everything? If that is truly his, what people say God is. Why he would need humans to praise him. I don't understand what the plan is of a being such as that. I don't think an individual or a being that is all knowing, all good and perfect and everywhere all at once would need anything at all to affirm its own existence. You know what I mean? But that's just
Yeah.
me.
I no. I agree. It doesn't make sense. I can't think, for the life of me, what he would want from mortals. And like, they always talk about, the third of the angels that left with Satan out of heaven. Like, it just makes me wonder, like, are they like on trial to see who's going to replace those angels that left? Is that why he's doing all of this? Like, did he create them so he can refill heaven back up with the angels that left with Satan? And then if that is the case, then what are they going to be doing? Like, what does he need them to do in heaven? Like, none of it makes sense. It
Yeah,
just sounds like a big ass fairy tale to me.
I I think it's asinine to want to create something for the sole purpose of loving you, praising you, and then upon your unalivement, your next life, you're supposed to spend an eternity praising that creator. I mean, for what? It's not like you asked to be created. You didn't ask to come into existence. And so, why am I supposed to work towards spending an eternity praising something? Um, you know, the
And then the only way that you can satisfy him is that if you believe he exists, although he's decided not to prove to you or show to you that he exists. Like, to me, it is very sadistic. It's like, that's the only way to please him is to believe he exists. You know?
it's yeah. No, it doesn't make any sense. I would like to know what his plan is. I if somebody can actually truly explain to me, the believers of God can explain to me what God's plan is. If God's plan is love, A perfect existence does not need love. Why he would create intellectual, beings such as us with the ability to question, to take apart, and find, look for answers, basically, right? Why he would create existences like our own, that can look at nature and be able to be able to figure out how things work, and yet through all of our questioning and our finding and our science and so forth, we cannot find where this creator is. I couldn't tell you why people want to believe in such a fairy tale. I just don't understand.
You
I've
know
been
what's
trying.
even more sadistic? Go ahead, Fee. I'm gonna go get some coffee. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I think it's fascinating when I hear believers talk about how everything that happens is in God's plan, like everything that goes on. Well, to believe that would have to include the negative things. Like when I hear believers say, I think somebody came up here on a live before talking about their husband was moved up the donor list and got a kidney because they prayed so hard, blah blah blah. But the kidney came from a teenager who lost their life in a car accident. So, in order for this blessing to happen, something tragic had to happen to a family. And this was a family of believers that believed in the same God that the kidney recipient believed in and prayed to for the kidney. This other family was praying to the same God that their child survives. And they didn't, right? So, how do you square that? And I think when we ask those questions, then they go to the, well, who hurt you? You know, it has to be some non sequitur that has nothing to do with the actual topic. But when we
Right.
talk about the plan of the God, and we look for something to be even remotely logical, something to follow any sort of rationale or reasoning, then we're being problematic. And the issue is that we're not looking at it through spiritual eyes or a spiritual understanding or sniffing it with a spiritual nose. I don't know I mean, everything has to be spiritual. Whenever there's an issue with there being a problem with logic, like that doesn't happen in the real world. Oh, well, they meant it spiritually. Like it's the scapegoat. It's the get out of jail free card for all the problematic stuff in the Bible.
That's so true. The, they would actually make the excuse for why evil exists, or defining evil, why tragedy is a thing. There always has to be this idea that we, as a species that can actually feel, pain, empathy, sadness, we have to accept that there's a thing out there that decides to put us in this harsh experience, in these difficult situations, when it's meant to have the power to actually make a perfect existence. We just have to accept that we're going to experience hardship. We're going to be in pain. We're going to be crying. We're going to starve. We're going to, unalive and stuff. For some unknown plan, right? And this has to balance out some good that's occurring somewhere that we don't know of, right? My
And
pain means somebody else is having a good life. That makes no sense. But a perfect being creates every one of these things. I think what people actually don't want to admit is that without, if they don't spread this fallacy of a God existing, which is what it is, it first of all, it doesn't affect anybody's life. If everybody suddenly didn't know that a God actually exists, or agreed that there's no such thing, it doesn't mean anything to anyone. It doesn't affect people's lives in any ways. But what they're afraid of, or is the idea that if this God is actually real, and all the horrible things that they said would occur to to souls, they will spend an eternity burning in hell or whatever. So they have to force everybody to acknowledge their imaginary friend to be an actual real thing.
which is also so very short sighted, because the reality is all of us are going to hell in somebody's religion. You only fear the hell of the religion that you were indoctrinated in. I don't hear Christians worry about Muslim hell. I don't hear Muslims worry about Christian hell. I don't see, Christians worry about Hindu hell. Like, they don't worry about the hell of the other gods that they don't believe in. They only worry about the one that they've been indoctrinated to believe in. Yet that one is real, but all the other ones are fake. That can't be true, but every single one of them can be false, like statistically speaking.
We're all atheists in some ways, but ultimately it comes off as if it's their God that is in need of us to affirm its own existence. Like, it doesn't know that it exists if it were actually a real thing, right? So it's childish. It's very, very asinine. It's the ego, the level of ego that has to come up, that has to be there for a God to create a thing that says, you have to worship me because it makes me feel good. And I'm jealous of other gods, so you cannot worship other
And
gods.
that's crazy, right? That would be like Jeff Bezos getting mad at my Christmas bonus. Bro, why would you care about these couple $1,000s? Why would you even concern yourself? What practical reason or logical reason could the most powerful thing in the universe have to be jealous of? Jealous of what? Like, as a mortal human being, there's not a person on this earth I'm jealous of, not one. And if I'm able to manage that, I'm able to think through my thoughts and process those thoughts and manage those thoughts as an infallible human. Why can't your God do that?
Exactly. Exactly. It's got the whole universe in the palm of its hand. As far as we know, that's an infinite set of galaxies and to an infinite set of stars to an infinite set of planets. Possibly, whether it's this planet with life alone or an infinite number of planets with life. Why concern yourself over Earth and its 8 point something billion people who are just going about their lives? I'm always curious, do people who believe in God think that, because not everywhere in the world people actually believe in whatever God exists. Do they think that those people who are ignorant of these religions will go to hell? Like, that's what
I don't
that's
think
what
they
I'm wondering.
I don't think they do. And give me just a second, 50. I wanted to respond to one of the comments. Truth is what matters. How does the fact that I think when I die, I'm just going to be dead, impact the way I live my life now? It impacts it in a wonderful way because it makes me cherish every single moment that I have with the people that I love. It makes me behave in a way that ensures that when I'm gone, when people remember me, they remember something positive. It makes me do all that I can to help people in the same way that I would want them to help me. That's what it does. I don't need a promise of an afterlife to behave well in this one. I'm sorry, 50. I just wanted to respond to that.
No, you're
Also, for
good.
Shay Logic saying that atheists are never consistent in their arguments, like we're not a monolith. We don't all have groupthink, and most of us use our own minds, our own experiences to discuss these things. So you're going to get a plethora of arguments from people who don't believe in your God. So, like the one thing that you will see in the consistency in a non-believer's argument is logic and the need for logic, the need for data and facts over dogma. So that's the consistency that you'll probably see in an atheist argument.
And also atheism, just to put this out here, it is a position on one claim and one claim alone. And that's a belief in the God that's being discussed at that time. Right? So me, Thinker, Lala, and 50, I don't know 50, but I'm pretty sure all of us have very different belief systems as a whole. But atheism is not a claim that there is no God. Atheism is not a claim about this God or that God. It's simply saying this God that we're talking about right now, the Christian God, I'm not convinced that it's real. That is all atheism is.
Yeah, the evidence is not even the evidence presented in scripture for your gods is poor at best. It is garbage, I have to say. And the claim is too extraordinary for it to have so many plot holes in it. It doesn't make any sense to me at all, and why people would actually think. And by the way, I did want to say that God, what were you talking about? Responding to a commenter. It
50,
escaped
when you're
me.
on stage, don't respond to the comments.
Oh, okay. No, never mind then.
And then I want to say thank you to whoever sent out the subs. Thank you so much. I didn't get to catch your name. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Oh, here's a funny thing. So if you can imagine from the moment you became aware of yourself, whatever age that was, whatever, in that instant you became aware or conscious of yourself. Just a second or so prior to that, an entire history occurred, an eternity occurred. So basically, I would believe that death would be the exact same thing. So the second prior to your awareness of your own existence, an eternity of time had passed. It's just so people are aware. So I think upon after living that very second, once you don't realize that you are conscious, an entire eternity will go to. So there wouldn't be a difference. I would want to rest in peace. I guess that would be my claim. I don't need to spend times in a burning hotel or whatever it is, a pool of fire, or in some songs with people for eternity. That's too much. But that's all I had. I think whatever plan that God has, it is completely immoral. It is childish. I don't even believe that gods and scriptures actually have plans. They're just trying to, based on scripture alone, they're just trying to flex power. Every single scenario is just them trying to affirm that they have some form of power over humanity. And I think it's just people who wish they had the ability to rearrange nature, with just a thought that they want to, assert that they have this divinity, that they believe in. So everybody else has to just allow them to, assume a position higher than the rest of us, even though we're all equal.
And I also feel like it's problematic because the belief systems are not scrutinized. Neither are the people that hold the belief systems. Like Thinker was saying earlier about all of the essay that goes on inside religious institutions. People constantly say you have to look at the people that are doing it. And I agree with that 100%. But if God is a franchise owner, he's the worst one ever because he's allowing so much terrible shit to happen in his establishments and not doing anything about it. And if you claim that the church or the facility or the religion that you belong to is actually representative of an all-powerful being, there should be none of that happening inside those walls. But that's not what we see. We also don't see a disproportionate number of believers doing atrocious things. So apparently, belief does not stop you from behaving badly. There's no correlation there at all. The data doesn't show us that.
Yeah.
Yet they love to claim the moral high ground. That doesn't make any sense.
No,
That's
no
what,
perf.
like when the other guy was on stage and he was talking about, we were talking about the essay, and he made a statement that if we just taught them what's in the Bible, if we just preached to them, and if we just prayed, right, then people, he said, do what God wants you to do, which is believe, 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 and then all of it would just go away. People would be better. Like for me, that's the equivalent of putting the onus on the human, right? Like to do the thing that the God wants you to do.
Yeah.
Therefore, essay goes away. Like it just like when he said that, like I don't know, it did something to my brain. Like it pissed me off.
There's no need to believe if God is real. Like I'm sorry to say, if God is real, he's as powerful as people claim to be. he obviously has the ability to exist within our own dimension because he created the dimension. Then he would show himself instead of leave us to argue amongst each other about which, whether God is real or not. I think this is a stupid test. If this is some form of test on humanity, and we're born without knowledge of its existence at all until somebody says, right, that God exists. And when you ask for the evidence, it is somebody else who said God exists. It just, yeah, no. I don't. I think it's. I think it's a. I think it's just people trying to find ways to manipulate more, a number of people, trying to be in a position to be able to, have people just follow you and grant you whatever powers you want to. You just flex upon everybody else. That's all it is. It's just a small group of people who just want to claim that they have some form of position that is divine that allows them to do all of these things, including horrible things to children. And all they have to do is just ask for forgiveness, and their perfect God will forgive them or whatever it is. It's
which is
just
which is disgusting. You
yeah,
know how they say people with money don't talk about money.
exactly.
Like they never have to tell you that they're like, you know how in Thinker, I know we've talked about this before, like a confident man doesn't have to tell you he's confident. You never have to, even a confident woman, like you don't have to say these things. I find it fascinating that no one ever refutes the power of a tornado. They never refute the power or, try to debunk the power of a hurricane, the power of a gorilla, the power of anything that is demonstrably powerful. Yet there's so much struggle whenever there's a request for a demonstration of the power of this God. It's never in the moment. It's always, drawing the bullseye around the arrow after it's been fired. It's always something retroactive. It's never something that's truly demonstrable. Yet we're
Hmm.
supposed to close our eyes to all of that evidence, all of that data, and like, what's his name? What was the Jamaican guy's name? I can't think of his name now. Whatever his name is.
Blessed,
Yeah, like
blessed.
yeah, Blessed Child was saying, just believe. You just have to really, really believe. It's giving Peter Pan. And I don't think they realize that. But at this
Which
big
is
age,
odd,
it is odd, right?
very odd. And then, like, the Greek god Pan is based off of Peter Pan, and the concept of believing in this god, like the more I see the other gods intertwined into this belief system, like the ideologies, the practices
Mm-hmm.
intertwined into this god, all they did was just take the shit. Like they wanted to stay polytheists, and they just took it and wrapped it into this henotheistic god and gave it to everybody. So it would be easier to convert people because you see in some aspect of your current belief system in this new thing that they're telling you to adopt.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
It's
it's
wild.
crazy. And I think one of the most sadistic plans that this god has is the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel, like to just see people working together, right?
And that's problematic.
Problem. Like he's like, oh, they're
Yeah.
gonna be
I
one.
never understood that one.
It's crazy. We gotta like divide them up, change the way they talk, let them not understand each other because they're gonna be one group of people. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, it's the it, again, I don't understand it. If you created everything and you want people to compete with one another, right? I think the worst thing for me is um, when when a pastor said, I said this last week, but when a pastor said that we don't know uh, love, you don't know how to love your neighbor, your family, your mother, you don't know real love unless you have God in your life. And I'm I'm a kid. I can't. To me, that doesn't make any sense, right? I'm not gonna, live my entire life questioning my own how I feel about the people that are close to me, that have raised me, that are a part of my existence, just because I can't find an imaginary figure. I can't convince myself that God exists, so then I have to question whether I actually truly love people. I think if that's the plan, it's too cruel. Um, it makes no sense.
50 Eyes, let me ask you, do you think that the aspect of the plan of telling you that the God is within you, right, makes the plan even more sadistic? Because for me, to say that, they have this teaching, oh, that the God lives in heaven, he's the sky daddy, right? But then the way that you communicate with the God is to believe that the God is in you and you're communicating with the God through your heart, through your intuition, through your thoughts, right? And I think that that makes it even more sadistic because it causes you to depend on yourself as a human and to depend on other humans as the God, while at the same time believing that there is a God somewhere else, um, in another world. And I think that makes it even more sadistic because it allows humans to have control over you. Um, you know,
No,
that's even more sadistic.
yeah, no, I fully agree with that view. It makes no sense. Again, it is a way for people to have some form of control over the things you do, right? Because you have to willfully, you have to be willing to just kind of allow them to do these things. They tell you where to look, what to wear, what to say, what to pray for, right? So it is hard to just have people, well, not necessarily too hard, but it is hard to have people to force people to do something that you want them to do if they truly think and question you. But if you say to them, well, within you and within me, we both believe in this higher power. So, and because you know I am a pastor of some form or whatever it is, I'm a
I'm
messenger.
I'm sorry.
uh,
Hang on 1 second, 50. Thinker, I just muted a bot.
I see
Did you
it.
see
You see
that?
what? Yes, they're trying to hide themselves from the chat.
I saw that. I caught it and I muted it and blocked it, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention so you could keep your eye. I'm sorry to interrupt you, 50. I just wanted to
no,
let Thinker know about that.
you're good.
Thank
It
you.
is it is a way to just manipulate people. Ultimately, that's what it is, right? It's just people using whatever they can to manipulate other individuals, and it doesn't make any sense for a god to even allow such a thing to exist. If he created people in his image, why would he allow them to then sully his name or yeah, I don't.
I mean, there is a very we talk about it all the time, an upside down feel to Christianity for sure. Because you have to believe that to love this God, you have to hate your family. To to be a good person, you have to be a good human. You have to deny almost every aspect of what makes you human. You cannot show emotion. You cannot have sexual desire. You cannot, be curious. Like you can't ask questions. You have to deny every single aspect of your humanity in order to be acceptable to this God. So when you hijack the definition of what love is, and you tell the person you have to deny everything there is about you that makes you you in order to be pleasing to this God. That's how you get in people's head. And like Thinker was saying, and then to tell you that that is inside of you is ultimately like this parasite that takes over who and what you are, and you're walking around like a robot reciting things and platitudes about in response to challenges to your belief system, much like I was up here doing, and they are not related. They don't address the questions, and we see this over and over and over again. And it's honestly concerning to me on just a societal level, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. That's I don't know why people have these thoughts, honestly. Oh, I mean, I do know why they haven't, but I don't understand why people actually really believe a God exists. And it's illogical for something to be everywhere all at one time, for anything. In that, I don't care if it's a God of whatever it is. It just doesn't make any sense.
And the number of
It's
people
their
that
willingness to defend the belief and say you have to believe like me, right? It's how far they're willing to go, right? Because someone doesn't hope and wish like them. Like I don't think that they realize that this is simply a hope and a wish. And they're saying unless you hope and wish the same way I do, right? Then I'm going to harm you, whether that is physically, emotionally, um, mentally, right? That's the thing that is to me also sadistic about this whole plan is that they have people ready to destroy families, ready to uh, harm other humans over a hope and a wish.
But
and that's heartbreaking.
that is, but peep this, right? If a God actually exists within you and within everybody, and you get to talk to him, or whatever uh, spiritually or whatever it is, and this God knows every decision, everything it has created, every decision we're all going to make. It knows our life from pre-existence to after. Then it's just itself talking to itself through us all the time, and it is watching people just being cruel to one another every single time, saying harsh words to each other every single time. It just how do you not think that? Why would you not think that it's insane? For a being to be within you, see everything about you, know what decisions you're going to make, and still, for whatever reason, bring you to existence for the sole purpose of suffering while talking to itself through another individual who is causing you harm.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. And I think that the one of the most heartbreaking aspects of the religion is in the chat someone put, do you believe in evil, or is evil real, or something like that. And what this belief system does, and we talk about this often here, is it externalizes the duality of being a human. It's telling you evil is personified, good is personified in the devil and God, respectively. Yet it doesn't allow for me as a human being to own accountability for the things that I do that are harmful to other people or to myself, as well as the things that I do that are good. It forces me to blame the devil for it. The devil is active. It's evil. It's that spirit. It's always something that's causing it. And then if it's good, it's a blessing from the God, not the work that I did, not the effort that I put in to accomplish a goal that I set for myself. I've got to externalize that and give credit to the God, because if not, oh, that's not being humble. So in a way, it's telling you that this God is in you, but you have to detach from it and worship a representation of it that's found in a building somewhere, or that somebody tells you about from a book. None of it makes sense. And then when you question it, using the brain that quote unquote God gave me to function in the way he wanted it to function, then I'm a heathen.
Yeah,
Like, that doesn't make any sense.
exactly. Yeah, square that circle for me. Like, there's no way. To me, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Again, I will say, if it knows what your life is going to turn out to be, and all hardships that you will face, all tragedies that you will face, and it's still knowing that if you had a choice, you would have, if you had a choice, you would choose to not experience this, and yet it brings you into existence still. Yeah, no, that's not love to me. That is not a perfect being. That is not an all-powerful being. That to me says that this God was compelled to create, knowing that you would go through hardship. Because if it actually loved, it would create as perfect of an existence.
I mean, if you can create a man with a fully functioning body as complex as ours is, but you can't make a boat, you got to make that make sense. You can make a man out of mud, right? But you can't make a boat before you drown the whole world. You need men to do that for you. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a circle that cannot be squared.
you made a whole planet.
Exactly.
Plumbing is a problem, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
You can pull a rib out of a man and fashion a woman, but you need your men to blow some horns to knock down a wall. It doesn't. That physics is not physicsing. It's
not working.
something's not working. Yeah.
Yep. You make complex life. I hear you. But a wheel is problematic. You can't. Yeah,
Not
that's
the
a
wheel.
problem.
And not free will. Do not get it confused. Not the free one.
Not the
The
free
roly
one.
one.
Yeah, not your capacity to be able to make decisions, right? Independent of influences from nature. Not that. That's an or instinct. That no. It can make highly complex things, from the planet to gravity to people to life itself. But yeah, making a cart, that's too complicated, right? But no, it's been a pleasure talking to you guys. I would like to hear you guys listen to, discuss with people who are on the opposite end of where I'm at, and do the debate thing, because it is honestly great to listen to you guys. And
You
you
can go
know,
ahead and say it's hilarious because that's what it's been. Like,
it is.
honestly, like I love it when believers come up here and they're serious about the conversations. But the last couple of this week, it's just been hilarious.
The last two guys, I guess the last guy, I don't know what his name was, but when I came in, the last guy, I couldn't. You were talking about free will. And he was talking about choices, and I'm just like, wait a second, are we talking about the same thing? Not choice, free will. Those are two completely different things. And you try to explain it to, I think, Fee, you tried to explain it to him, and it just went sideways. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, 50 Ice, for coming up. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
It
of
was a great
course.
conversation. I hope you have a beautiful night.
Yeah, you too. Don't stay up. Well, I say that, but I'm pretty sure you do 12 hours.
Yeah, I'll be here till 10 a.m. No,
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
you're welcome. Lala, y'all be taking them down mid sentence. Hi, you're not coming back up. Like you literally ended the conversation, and why are you back?
You might need to require a term paper from High highlighting the differences between choice and free will before he can get back on panel again, because
Right?
that was ridiculous.
Yes.
Oh my
He was
god,
still trying to do it in the comments. Hell no.
that don't make no sense. And then to say I'm back, pure goddess, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. I just wanted to say I really love these conversations. I've been listening, like for the past week. So, like, I like that we are, deconstructing this whole religion thing and stuff like that. I wanted to talk about why isn't God's plan considered sadistic or immoral? Because it was like a
Okay,
fun
one
topic.
one second. One second. Are you
Um,
a 1 second? Are you a Christian?
yes.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm not a Christian,
Are you a believer in
but
the
I
God of the
believe in
Christian Bible?
every and all God. I don't worship no God, like, but I believe in all gods. I believe in spirituality. I believe in, I don't know what I am, if there's some a definition or a word for what I am, but I play with demons, so they be teaching me a lot, try to make sense of the world and stuff like that.
You said demons be
I've learned more
teaching you a
from them
lot.
than I
Back up.
yeah, I've
Back
learned
up.
more from them.
Hold on. I
I
can't.
think
I can barely hear
have
you.
less
Hold on.
work.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. What's up,
Okay.
Lala?
Okay.
What you
No,
say,
I
Lala?
was saying, I was just saying back up to make sure I
Oh, I
heard
thought
what
you
I
was calling my
heard.
name. Yeah. Did she say that? Did she say demons be teaching her a
Yes,
lot?
Yes, she did.
yes. Is there pure goddess? Is there any way that you could, like, you sound muffled a little bit and you're
Yeah.
unclear, and as the host is speaking, remember to mute or wait for her to finish asking her question. Thank you.
Are you able to
Okay.
get closer to the
Um,
microphone? Because it's really hard to hear you.
can you hear me now? Should I put on earphones or something?
Yeah. Try that right quick.
Okay.
Twin. Lala, take twin's phone.
Yes.
Take twin's
What are you
phone.
Um,
saying?
am I
Put it
audible
in a
now?
box and don't give it back to him
Oh
tonight.
my God.
Don't give him his phone back for the rest of the night.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
So muffled.
Let's see. So, talk again.
Okay. So this is me talking again.
Okay, yeah, that's a little better. Okay, can you explain
Okay.
what you meant when you said demons be teaching you a lot?
So, I was a Christian, as most of us were, but it came to a point where I was getting tired of religion because I was being attacked. Like, how can I say? I had restless nights. When you watch horror movies and it's paranormal, like, I had like a paranormal experience and I was just done. And then I met a demon. I call him Leona. Anyways, and I didn't know he was a
Wait,
demon
wait,
at then.
where did you, hold on, where did you meet the demon?
in my dream, but I thought it was an
Oh, okay.
angel because we think they're angels and stuff like that. And then when I woke up from the dream, I could feel this presence in the room. It was thick. Yes, I'm Capetonian. It was thick, and I was like, okay, cool. This is not angel, but he said he's not an angel. He was after making himself known to me. He visited me frequently in my dream, and yeah, he openly speaks about what he is, what they do, and stuff like that. Introduced
So,
me to his other
so he
demon
comes to
friends.
you in your dreams only?
No, he's like when I say his name, he pops up. Like I just said his name, so he's now standing here with me. But yeah, I even because I was
Hold on,
so in
the
denial.
demon is
I am
standing next to you?
uh-huh. I
Can you
can't
put him
see
on
him,
the
but I
phone?
can feel him.
Oh, he can't get on the
Well,
phone?
he's around, yeah, but I had a friend who
Wait, did you
claimed to
hear
see
Fee's
them.
question? Did you hear Fee's question?
Can,
What did
can,
he ask?
can you put him on the phone?
I'm not. I don't even know. I had a friend who communicates with these spirits because she's a witch, but I don't even know how to reach out to him. Like I don't know what they do, Ouija boards
You
or
said he was right
But you
tarot
there.
said he was
cards or
standing there.
whatever.
You said he was standing
No,
there
I
with
can
you.
feel him, but I'm not like I don't worship demons. I can feel
But do
him,
you see?
but
You can't
I
see
don't
him?
know. No, not at all. I only see him like when I wake up in the middle of the night, then my eyes snap open, then it's
So
like
how do
I'm
you
between
talk to
dreaming
him?
and awake.
How do you
Most of the
talk to
times
him?
before I am, before you drift into a sleep or in my sleep, I can hear him audibly or I can see him. Yeah,
So kind of like sleep paralysis.
basically. And when I wake up in the middle of the night and it's quiet, I can actually see him, but only not for too long. Seeing him sit on my bed and stuff like that. Um,
Is
But
so
he
the
when
called?
you
first book I
have,
want is
I don't. But
yeah,
when you have conversations with him, it's always when you are sleeping, and he tells you what they do.
no. Do you know how Christians say God speaks to them and then they hear His voice in their head or whatever?
Uh huh.
Like the Holy Spirit is speaking to me. It's something like that. It's like this thought is not your own. It comes from somewhere else. It's like that.
I don't understand that. How do you know a thought in
Okay,
your head that's not emanating from your head? How do you tell the difference?
Well, how I tell the difference is sometimes I can hear my own thoughts, I can speak to my own mind, and then sometimes there's this strong thought that's louder than my own voice that is trying to control the way I am thinking. So, for instance, I'm like, I crave coffee, for example, and then I would hear coffee's bad or whatever, but it's so strong. I know this is not my own thought. I don't know how to explain it. It's weird. It's very, very weird. And it's still new to me too, you know. I'm still learning still.
Have you had an MRI?
But it's a thought that doesn't come from my own thought.
Have you had
No.
no? Okay. And I'm not being funny when I ask that. I'm serious because just the thought of
I know. It's okay. No, it's cool because I'm also still like, nah, this can't be real. You know what I mean? It's I'm also trying to find answers for what I'm experiencing, like, because I'm also like you. Like, I don't believe, but it's like the things that I'm experiencing also, you know. It's
It
weird to
could
me.
definitely be a part of like sleep paralysis, right? I know that when people have sleep paralysis, they see these same types of figures that they call sleep paralysis demons, right? I mean, I had sleep paralysis when I was a believer, and actually, I don't even think it's just tied to being a believer, but there are a lot of things that I did believe at the time, and so it could definitely be tied to something like that. Because what I hear you saying is that you can feel like the energy shift when you say his name, right? And the
Yeah.
fact that you have to like say his name and think of him, right? You have to think of him.
is that
Is that
him?
your phone?
Right? That's what I was about to say.
Look, is that your phone?
Are you playing with us?
Who's doing that? You guys are so unserious.
No, seriously though, but it could be sleep paralysis. Damn, hold on now. My CTO just messaged me. I'll be
Yeah.
right back.
I've had sleep paralysis before, but it's never been. It's just my sleep paralysis dream was actually very pleasant. And I'm only joking with you
Really?
about yeah,
I've
like
never had a good one.
yeah, mine was very pleasant. Oddly enough, but yeah, like I've never had, but I also don't have bad dreams. Like I don't have nightmares. What's your demon's name? Pure goddess.
Vibrate.
Is he? Yeah,
I
is he
call.
battery powered? By
Um,
any? Huh?
excuse me, is he?
No, we were trying to figure out what that vibration noise was. I didn't.
Is that your phone? Like, are
Oh,
you
what
getting a phone
vibration is?
call?
Thinker, get
I
your
called him
twin.
Leona, but
What did he do?
He talk about that's Rose.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness.
Who didn't take his phone?
I already told him to
I
go to
already
the corner.
did. I already did.
Oh my
I'm gonna
gosh!
have to take it again.
Twin, behave, behave. We trying to
he
figure
tried
some
to tell
stuff
me his
out,
name before.
huh? Oh, you got a second phone?
He tried to tell me his name before because he.
Go ahead.
Okay, he tried to tell me his name before because he says he's kind of well known. But I can't pick up his name because I can't really hear him like someone's supposed to. I had a friend I had a friend who's an actual demonologist. She says I can't remember what his name was, but he says like he's pretty well known. If I actually wanted to search him out, I would find him. He's like a popular. No, it was not Lucifer, but
Is his name Donald Trump?
he did like introduce Lucifer. No,
I mean, he showed up in a sleep
no,
paralysis
but
dream for
like
me one time.
Donald Trump visits me a lot. Do I hate that?
Yeah, I thought he was
But
gonna
yeah,
grape me.
like
I was paralyzed and I couldn't move.
ooh, yo, no, I don't get that kind of bad dreams, but something. So I dreamt he kidnapped me and he didn't want to let me go, yo. But anyways, this demon says he's a popular demon, and so his friends are kind of popular too. So, like, he does bring his friends along sometimes with us, because my sister and I, and yeah, he's one of the people that he brought once, and Satan as well, because apparently they are two different people. There's a difference between the two.
Wait, so
So
he told you that there's one
why
Satan?
isn't God's plan?
The demon
There
said
is,
Satan
they have
as
a,
if there's one.
yes, no, there are many uh, demons, right? But there is one main Satan, and then there's
Why
a
would the demon say
main
that if
Satan,
that's not
and then
true? Why would the demon say that
no,
if that
like,
isn't
how can
true?
I explain?
No, like
No, oh, you see why I believe in different religions? I'm gonna tell you now why. You know why I believe in different religions is because they approach life as if, you know
yeah,
how,
but they're
like, for
using
example,
words
Muslims
that we
have
would
their
use.
spirits.
But if you think about it, pure goddess, right? Saying Satan, right, is something that we would say, right? It's not something that someone in a spiritual realm would say.
They would
Like
say, I hear you. Yeah, no.
or
They
and
say
they
they don't,
wouldn't
he doesn't
say
say, remember when I said
they
he's,
wouldn't say that there's one entity named Satan, because that's a job title, right? It's not a name. That's a title of a deity,
yes,
of
can
an
I
entity,
explain to
of a
you?
fourth level entity. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me explain. So he says they are in a huge kingdom, and like you said, there are different sections of this kingdom, and then they have these different roles that they play. He does approach it as if it's a character, a role that is played, and he also says that the names that they have out there, and they're basically like their real identities are two different things. It's kind of like these are roles that they play, and each one has, for example, let me use the religions again. For example, you get Islam, and then you get Christianity and whatever. Each religion has their own, I don't want to say demons, but they have their own enemies, let me call it like that. And they all play a different role within that territory. In this territory, this is what happens here. In the Christian territory, this is what happens here. Because
Can I
they are
ask you a
like,
question?
uh,
Have you read
yeah,
Solomon? Have you read the 72 Demons of Solomon? Have you studied the
they make me
Solomon's
read
demons?
that.
So
Yeah,
you
they
have
make me
read
read
that.
that.
And
Uh
it
huh.
kind of sounds like you're recounting what you've read in that book, right? Because that's basically what it says in the book.
Um, how can I say this? Religion is obviously a man made system, right?
No, right. I'm
And
talking
who
about
made
how
those
the
systems?
demon world works, like the
Yeah,
the demons that
they
are.
created they created this system, and they are all in control of the system. I do believe in God, but I don't think God is who we would think he is.
Yeah,
Like, I feel like it's a
but
different
what I'm saying is
system.
what how everything
So
that you're explaining right now, it's in the book.
uh-huh.
Like it sounds like you're just reciting what you've read from the book. Is what I'm saying. You're
I
saying,
would
oh, this demon
I,
told me this, but then you start quoting from the 72 demons of Solomon. So did
well,
the
I would not
demon
even
say
know.
that to you, or is that what you read in the book that the demon told you to read?
I don't know, because I do know this book you're talking about. I only read like the few first chapters, because I don't want to read the book. I know the book, I know the system and stuff like that that they say they have it, but I never really read it. I don't even really know the demons, because I don't want to read something that I don't really understand yet.
So
You
you
get what I mean?
didn't read
So
it.
I don't really know, just the beginning, and then I paused because I don't feel like it's on my
How is
level
it
of
that you can
understanding.
talk to a demon on a daily basis? A demon can stand by you on a
Mm-hmm.
daily basis. You can laugh about it, but you can't read about demons. How is that? And then in the 72 demons of
I'm
Solomon,
scared
like
of
let me
being.
ask you a question. Let me ask you a
I'm scared
question
of.
right quick, pure goddess.
Uh huh.
Did he tell you what
Uh huh.
demons actually were in antiquity? Did he tell you what they actually were and what they became? Did he tell you that?
What
The
do you mean?
history of
What they
that?
were? What do you
Like the
mean?
history of demons. Like did he
What do you
tell you
mean?
that? The history of the demon.
Yeah.
Like did he
What
explain
it
that to
seems
you?
to me, what he says, what it seems to me like there is like a demon. What I think is not how he to me says that it's like he is not what he is how he was created. He's created as how I was created. He's just a person. So their origin story starts with creation. They were created. They
I,
like they are the
what
demons that fell and stuff like that, but they are like, I don't know how to explain or understand your question.
like
But
the
yeah,
history of demon, right? Like, did they explain that to you? Like how they got to be
no,
seen the way they're seen today by humans? Like, did he explain that to you?
no, he
You
didn't. But he
didn't
just
read
said he
that.
doesn't
You
like the
didn't
term
read
demon.
that.
That's why I
You,
don't.
you didn't read that in
I
the
don't
72
want to
Demons of
read
Solomon?
things. No, no, I don't want to. I don't want to find things out from the book. I want him to say things and hopefully confirm it in a different way. Because
That's what
I'm
I'm
scared
doing.
of
That's
being
why I'm
lied to.
asking you questions, right? That's why I'm
Oh,
asking you
okay,
questions to
yeah,
see, like, if you are indeed talking to another entity, or if this is like just
yeah.
what you know. Like, if you're able to just recount what you know already. Does that make sense?
Okay, I
Like,
see. Yeah,
if you've
yeah.
only read the first 3 chapters of the 72 Demons of Solomon, then you would be able
Uh
to
huh.
recount what you've read. But if this
Yeah.
demon is telling you things that you have not read, right? Then that I would be like, oh, okay, maybe she is, right? And so the question that I'm asking you is, did this
Yeah.
demon explain to you
Yeah.
how the concept of demons came about? Not how they were created, like what the concept of demons, how did that come about? Did the demon explain that to you?
No, I never even asked that.
But he explained to you how they were created, how their system works.
He created. He told me about their own system, not like there's two systems: the system they created and an actual system that I don't know, we can't see or something, or that we don't
So
really know, or
there's
maybe
this
people know of it, but I just don't know.
yeah, there is this one thing, right, that would seem to be important for, like, if a demon existed, right? There's a part of the history of demonology that you would think that a demon would say, "Hey, this is what it was," right? But this is what it is. If a demon actually existed and you were actually talking to a demon, that's the thing that I'm asking if that because I like if a demon existed, I can't see that a demon wouldn't tell you this part.
Yeah.
That's what
I get what
I'm
you're
asking.
saying.
Yeah.
Actually,
But
you're making me awake to start asking these questions because I don't really care, but I need to do more research to
I mean,
see
like, if
what's
you were to
actually
come
happening.
back, like if you were to come back and say, "Hey, the one thing that's in their history that you're probably asking me about is XYZ," then I'd be like, "Oh shit, she probably is talking to a demon." Right? Demons probably do exist, right? But for right like what I think is happening, one, the way that our brains work, is coupled with like imagination and our belief systems. It's the information that we know, right? Like, we read these books, we read these Bibles, and if we have a belief in something, then we are willing to create that thing in our mind, right? And then it
Fill in the
becomes
blanks,
reality,
yeah.
but it can only become as much as we know. Does that make sense? So, like, I hear
Yes,
you
no, exactly, it
recounting
makes
things that you've
sense.
read. I'm sorry.
No, no, no. What you're saying is exactly right. Hence why I'm so scared of. I don't want to build another in my mind, another chain of like binding, because I know that if you believe something, you're gonna go out of your way to try and make the thing that you believe make sense. That's why I'm also trying to distance myself from things and things that I'm encountering. Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Like, have you ever watched those shows where people claim to be channeling like somebody on another planet? Have you ever watched those shows?
No.
Oh, okay. So, like, it's on Gaia, the Gaia app. Bashar is one, yeah. And a lot of times they're claiming to be talking to another person on another planet. Sometimes it's stuff that you cannot verify if what they're saying is true. But then when they start talking about things that are happening here in our world, it's stuff that's already readily known, right?
Okay, well,
Some things that people could have already, read or got an understanding about, and then they end up expanding on that using their own logical thought, right? And so that could be what's happening with you. Bashar, to me, he seems really, really. I don't know. He has a. I don't know.
Performative to me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah.
I can't wait to see that because I also would like to know, obviously, what I'm dealing with, what is happening. Is it a mental health problem or is it real? Because I don't know where to stand. Because I just came out of religion, so I don't even know where to move to next. So yeah.
And that might be the thing, right? Like you're just coming out of religion, and when you are deconstructing from one thing, hopping into another thing, it can take you down a whole different rabbit hole of experiences and right into psychosis. And so that could be what's happening right now. But it
Yeah,
might be
I'm aware.
good to, yeah, it might be good to reach out to a therapist, right? And just share with the therapist the thoughts that you're having, the experience that you're having, because I'm not invalidating them at all, right? But
Yeah, I
I think
know.
that it's
Yeah.
important. Yeah, I think that it's important to talk to a professional so that they can better help and guide you with the experiences that you're having. Because I had experiences like with sleep paralysis. Um, when I was a believer, I believed that they were demons, right? Like they felt real. They were smothering me in my sleep. They would stick their hand in my side. I would wake up in pain. They felt real. And so I would
How
say
did
reach
it
out to a
stop?
therapist. I told it to stop. I literally just said, "Don't come
Oh,
back."
just like that? Oh,
Yep,
okay.
just like that. And that's how I know that we have control over it. Like seriously.
Okay, so why isn't God's plan considered sadistic or immoral? I think we should understand that the Bible was written for and about one group of people only. If we can understand that, then we can understand get rid of the confusion. For example, I think He created humans, but He didn't necessarily create them to worship Him. He never asked Adam or Eve to worship him. In fact, I think somewhere in Genesis, I don't know verses like Christians do and stuff like that, but somewhere it
Hold on,
does
Pure guys. Let me
say
address something
something
right
like
quick.
when humans started.
Hello, hold on 1 second. God Songbird. You know the crazy thing about it is when I did that, Christians told me that I was taking power away from God, and because I didn't say Jesus, Jesus, Jesus any longer to stop it, they told me that I was sinful and I was demonic because I depended on myself and not God. So now to see a Christian say, yeah, that's why it stopped because God gave us power when no, we were told to call on the name of Jesus, not ourselves. And when I did, I was demonized for it. They would rather that I continue having the sleep paralysis dreams and continue calling on that Jesus's name and suffer than be healed from it and get restful peace, restful sleep. So no, I'm not allowing you
Hmm.
to give what I did to your God. Go ahead, pure goddess.
Okay, so somewhere after he created Adam and the Eves, he said something like the Bible says something like then humans decided to worship God. So it wasn't in the design for them to worship him because he doesn't need our worship, of course, because there are angels who worship him all the time. But when they decided that they want to worship him, that's when he started being like, okay, if you're gonna worship me, let's do this thing right. I'm gonna set up rules and I'm gonna set up, an order. This is how we're gonna do things. We are not gonna do things like the other nations do. We're gonna do things the way I do. Soma, it goes back to that free will topic. Do we have free will? I think Israel doesn't have free will. They will do the will of their God, but the other nations are free to do what they want because that's how they live life. and his kids are gonna do it the way he wants them to do it. And then I don't believe in heaven, nor do I believe in hell. That is why somewhere in the New Testament it says something like, everyone will be judged by the way they live. So if you do good for yourself and you consider this thing to be good, you're straight, you're good. But if you do something that you think is bad, but you did it anyway, going against your own consciousness, yeah, that's how you're gonna get judged. So that's just what I wanted to say, because that's what I picked up from these, like your conversations helped me understand that parts a bit more. So yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming up. I hope that you have a great night and the demons leave you alone.
Thanks, and I'll do what you said. Thank you.
Awesome. You're so welcome. Have a good night.
Thinker, you know how you say you are with like science and the cosmos and stuff like that. You just zone out. That's how I am with demons. I'm like, I got nothing.
I'm still
Yeah.
at a loss. I'm at a loss.
What, that he popped out like a genie in a bottle? She should have put him on the live.
But it's like the Holy Spirit. Like when the Christians come out here and they say that the Holy Spirit is with them. It's the same concept.
Yep.
What is Chicago doing in the Chicago? What's up, Chicago?
He's probably got one of them dudes like stomach.
Are you asleep?
He gonna get y'all. Oh, he gonna get y'all.
I'm
Let me
videoing
take her
this.
down. Let me take her down.
I'm gonna
Oh my
play it.
gosh. He gonna be mad. He had a soft snore. Let's see. If you're in the guest request box and you want to come up on purpose, please comment and let us know so that we can move on with the show. Thank you. I ought to do that. Joshua ought to put his snore on the soundboard. Oh my God. Guess who's back on YouTube?
Who?
The Pick Me.
Oh my goodness.
The Pick Me's back.
Again.
Huh? And maybe I can ask her the question that I wanted to ask her yesterday that she wasn't around to answer. Pick Me Know It All. I would like to know if you know it all and you don't allow yourself to teach and that you must learn from your man, what is it that your man can teach you if you know everything? And then are you willingly making yourself ignorant and dumb so that your man can feel like he's teaching you something? I would like to know the answer to that if possible. If you're allowed to answer. If not, I understand. Who's in the guest request box? So concerning the word, men are the teachers. Yes, I get that. I get that you understand. I get that that's what you believe. Yet your name is Miss Know It All, and all is in capital letters. So if you have all this wealth of knowledge, are you willingly making yourself ignorant so that your man can feel like he's teaching you something? That's what I need to know. Thank you. Did anybody comment and say they were in the guest request box on purpose? Oh, Victorious?
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing good.
That's
Are you a
good.
Christian? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
Okay, give me just a second. You said your name derives from being correct very often. Don't be offended. I'm not offended. I mean, if you are correct very often, then that means that you have a lot of knowledge. I just would like to know, what can your man teach you if you know it all? And what I would like to know is, are you willingly belittling yourself, belittling your intellect so that your man can feel like he's teaching you something? That's what I would like to know. Victorious, thank you for joining the stage. Can you pick a topic, please?
Um, I would go with the what do you tell your child when God doesn't answer their prayers?
Okay, go ahead.
um, I've always been told when you pray to God, it's no, yes, or wait, because God has forehand what is best for you. And and I have to apologize because I just got over strep throat. And he will not give you anything that will harm you if you're not ready for what you're asking for. And if it's something as simple like as a child praying for a special toy, um, it all depends on the age of the child and what their prayer is. And that's what I believe. And the answer to your question that you were asking, will I
No, no, no,
diminish?
no, no,
My,
no, 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 no. I wasn't talking to you. That wasn't for
oh,
you. Um,
okay.
so is there a age limit on suffering? Is there like an age criteria on suffering? Like, do you not
Um,
suffer until you reach a certain age in life?
I think we suffer all the time
So from
just
birth, from birth,
from
a person can suffer.
yes. I mean,
Okay.
it all
So
depends on what kind of suffering.
when we talk, what do you mean? Suffering is suffering, right?
Well, you can suffer in
Well,
sadness.
I'm not,
You
I'm
can
just
suffer.
asking about suffering. Is there an age criteria for a person to suffer? Just any type of suffering. Is there a criteria on that?
I will have to say, I don't know.
You don't know. You don't think a 1-year-old can suffer.
Yes, I know they can suffer, but
You
I
can
don't
can
think.
an infant suffer?
Yes.
So then there's no criteria then, right? There's no age limit on suffering.
No, there's no age limit on suffering.
So why is it that when we talk about children's prayers, most believers come up here and talk about a child praying for a bike or a toy or some superficial want? Why is it that the majority of believers that have come up here have not taken a child's prayer seriously? And to me, it seems like the believer feels like their life or the things that they go through are more important than the things that a child could go through, or they haven't like really thought about the child as a little human, right? That who can experience some of the same things that a believer who is an adult can experience, and that
That's
their
why I said
prayers matter just as much as an adult's prayers.
that's why I said it depends on what they're praying for. If a child is suffering from sickness, that's different from praying about a bike.
But I didn't say anything about a bike. The question is, what do you tell kids when God doesn't answer their prayers?
How much control does God have in answering a prayer? It all depends on what they're praying for. How much
Much
control
control
does
does
God
God
have
have?
in
I'm sorry, 1 second. What do you mean? how much control does God have in answering prayers? Like, what do you mean
Again,
by
it
that?
all depends on what they're praying for. If
Does it really depend
if a
on what they're
child
praying for? I'm sorry, 1 second. Does it really depend on what they're praying for, whether your God has control over the prayer or not?
Yeah, it does.
So
It does
if you pray
because
for a bike, then your God has no control over answering that prayer?
well, if a child is praying for a bike, the parent has more control over the child getting that bike
How
because
so?
God is not going to just drop a bike down
Does he
from
just
heaven.
drop cures down from heaven?
He has he has a touch of healing.
Your God's
He
hand
can
comes out of
heal.
heaven and heals.
You don't have to come out of heaven.
So what's being used for the healing?
His
Is it
word, him
just like a
speaking it.
supernatural healing? No human is involved, no medicine is involved.
Yes,
It is or no?
it is. He has the
So then
power.
there's a human involved. There's a human involved in the healing. There's a human involved in buying the bike. What's the difference?
The healing involves God and the patient.
Is there any medical intervention whatsoever in the healing?
It could be if they're
Okay, so
taking.
a human is involved in the healing. A human is involved in buying the bike. What's the difference?
There is a difference.
What is the
There's a
difference?
difference
So when I say
because
what's the difference, the answer shouldn't be there is a difference. I literally
there.
asked what
Well,
is
I
the
was I
difference?
wasn't finished. There is a difference because, as I said, material things, um, and not getting them is not a suffering. Material
No. Hold
things.
on. Let me restate the question, okay? What is the difference versus your God's control, right? Whether a human is involved in the healing and a human is involved in delivering the bike. What's the difference in your God's control in answering those prayers? That's my question.
Everything. I don't know how to explain to you what you're asking. All I can tell you is faith is the substance of things hoped for, evidence of things not seen. If I have been through a sickness and I believed and I claimed it and I received it.
So if a child believes that they're going to get a bike for their birthday and they pray and they have faith and they get the bike for their birthday, do you then give your God credit for that? Do you then tell the child that God answered their prayer? Or do you say, no, God didn't have anything to do with that? That was all mommy. God doesn't
I
answer
would I
prayers
would
about
I,
bikes. Do you tell the child that?
I would not. I don't know because see the thing of it is
Let me
my
make sure I
child
understand what you're
knows.
saying. Hold on. Let me make sure I understand what you're saying. Your answer to that was no, that you would not tell the child that it was you who bought the bike and that God had nothing to do with answering his
No.
prayer.
No, that my child would know that I bought the bike.
No, I'm saying, would you tell him that God didn't have anything to do with answering his prayer? If you knew he prayed to God and had faith that he would get the bike, would you tell him, nope, that wasn't God, that was me. God didn't answer that prayer.
As a
Would you say that to
parent,
him?
not as a parent, I would
Why?
not. I
Okay,
mean,
hold
because
on.
I would not
Why
want to.
not? Why not? If you said that it depends on what they pray for, right? It whether your God has control. So you would lie to the child, although you know, and you just told us that your God has no control over things like praying for a bike. You would let your child believe that God answered his prayer, although you bought the bike.
I would want my child to be led in the right direction.
That's how is lying
Yeah.
to him leading him in the right direction.
You're not lying to him. You're
You literally
taking
just
you're
told
taking.
us. You just told us out of your
No,
own
let me
mouth.
finish,
No,
please.
wait a minute. Hold on. You just told us out of your own mouth that your God has no control over answering prayers about a bike. And now in this situation, if your child prayed for a bike and you bought him a bike, you would let your child believe that God answered that prayer. How
First
are
of
you
all,
saying that's not lying?
First of all, I would not teach my child that praying for a bite would get answered.
I didn't say
I
you
don't
taught him
teach
that.
my child. Let me finish. I don't teach my child that Santa comes to the house and
I
drop
didn't say
off
shit
gifts.
about Santa. I didn't say anything about Santa Claus. I
I
said you. But what you said that your God doesn't answer prayers about bikes for kids. But then you would
I didn't
let your
say he
child
didn't.
believe you
I
did.
didn't say he
Then
didn't.
you would let your child believe that a God answered his prayer about a bike.
I did
Why?
not say he did not answer. I said it depends on the prayer to God. It depends if a child is requesting a bike from God, praying to God for a bike, the parent has more control. That is what I said of that child getting that bike.
And so when the God doesn't answer the prayer, right? The
How
child
did he not
prays.
answer the prayer? He
How
might use you. He
Victorious. If the
might.
child prays, Victorious, you don't get to interrupt me. If the child prays, right, and asks God for a bike, the parent doesn't buy the bike, then what?
Then he don't get the bike.
And then he comes to you and he says, I prayed and I asked God for a bike. Then what do you tell him?
You tell him, this is how it goes, son. Mom could not afford the bike, could not get the bike, but God still hears you. God
And how
still
can you
knows you.
verify to him that God still hears him? Because the next question is, why didn't God bless you with the money to get the bike? Doesn't God have more power than you?
God is not
Doesn't
just
God
gonna.
doesn't God own everything on the earth? Didn't he
God is
say
not
that he
gonna
would
bless
bless us
us like
according to
that.
his riches and glory? Didn't he say
According
that
to
he would
your
bless
riches
us
and glory.
according to his riches and glory?
According to your riches and glory. He will bless
Says
us according to
his,
your riches and glory.
says his riches and glory.
God will bless us. Wait a minute.
So what do you say when they say, isn't the world the Lord's? Doesn't the earth belong to God? Isn't God all powerful?
And God gives us all free
Didn't
will.
God rain down manna for the children of Israel when they were hungry? Didn't God help David kill Goliath? Didn't God deliver Jonah out of the belly of a whale?
God has done all of
Didn't
that.
God raise Jesus from the dead? God couldn't help you. God couldn't give you $59.99 to buy me a bike. Now
I
what?
don't even think I would pimp my God out like that.
That's what you would say to your child.
No, I'm telling you, I would not pimp my
I don't
God
care
out
what
like
you would
that
do. I'm asking,
because
what would you say to your child
what
who
I just
throws back
said.
to you all the things that y'all taught him in Sunday school, who has exercised his faith and prayed to this God for a bike, and because mommy couldn't afford the bike, now the child wants to know why this God didn't help mommy with $59.99 for a bike.
Okay, then that's when you explain that God answers answers, not no, yes, wait. No, yes, wait.
So then,
What scripture
when
is that
he
found in?
is not, it's
Hold on
not.
for a minute. I give it to you. I give it to you. Hold on.
She added the wait part. It literally says, actually, it says, let your answers be yay and nay.
I also wonder if the answer would be different if the child was praying to, maybe not let their parent pass away. Say they've got a sick parent and they're praying for the health of their parent. When that parent succumbs to the sickness, is the answer still going to be the same?
She doesn't.
Hold on. I'm looking up
From
something.
what I gather, it depend. From what I gather, she's willing to let her child believe that a God is hearing their prayers, regardless if he answers it or not. It's not gonna. It doesn't change anything. There's no expectation. So, if what the person is praying for happens, then the God answered it. The God has something to do with it. If it doesn't happen, it depends on what they prayed for.
I mean, that they could write Dear Abby for that. Like, why do you need to pray to a God if ultimately you're not going to have any expectation of a result?
It all depends on what you believe in. That's all what it boils down to. You either
We
believe in
know
God
that's
or you
why
don't.
the belief is shaky. We know that it depends on belief. But the fact that it depends on belief, right, means that you can tell your child anything you want to tell them, just like Santa Claus. Santa Claus depends on belief too, until you no longer
I
believe.
don't I
And when
don't
you
know
no
my
longer believe,
child.
then it no longer exists. But for me, it's the fact that you said that you were willing to lie to your child after you said that the God doesn't have control over material prayers.
I would never lie to my child, and I did not
You did
say
say
that.
that you would tell your child that God answered that prayer, even though it was you who bought the bike. When you
I didn't
originally
say
said
no.
that it's the
That's not what I
parent's
said.
responsibility to buy the bike, God's not gonna drop a bike down. You don't remember saying that? If your God doesn't have
I said
control
that,
to
but that did
drop a bike down, then you should not be telling your child that a God answered that prayer for a bike.
no. I did not say that. You're
You did say
changing the
that.
contents of
I
that.
mean, I can replay
I
it.
said
Like you're
that
being streamed to YouTube. I can replay exactly what you said. You said he drops
what I
Heelys
said
down.
was
You said he's not going to
I
drop
what I
down a
said
bike.
was the parent has more control over that child getting a bite. That's what I said.
But why would they
I didn't
though?
say I would tell the child. No, you changed. You totally changed
You
all that.
literally said that you would let your child believe that God answered their prayer. Yes, you did say that.
No, I did not. No, I did not. No, I did not. I said
Okay, hold
that
on.
is not so.
Okay, hold on. That it was you who bought the bike and that God had nothing to do with answering his prayer.
No, my child would know that I bought the bike.
No, I'm saying, would you tell him that God didn't have anything to do with answering his prayer? If you knew he prayed to God and had faith that he would get the bike, would you tell him, nope, that wasn't God, that was me. God didn't answer that prayer. Would you say that to him?
Not as a parent, I would not.
Why? Okay, hold on. Why not? Why not? If you said that it depends on what they pray for, right? Whether your God has control. So you would lie to the child, although you know, and you just told us that your God has no control over things like praying for a bike. You would let your child believe that God answered his prayer, although you bought the bike.
I would want my child to be led in the right direction.
That's how is lying to him leading him in the right direction.
You're not lying to him.
You literally just told us. You just told us out of your own mouth. No, wait a minute. Hold on.
Again, like I said, I did not say that. It's right there.
What did you just hear?
The same thing what I've been saying. I did not say that I would tell my child that God didn't buy the bike. I said I would want my child to be led in the right direction. And I'm not going to go against God for
No.
nothing.
You said that you would let your child believe that God answered that prayer.
No, I
Although
did not. No,
you
I
did
did
say
not.
that.
We
No, I
just
did not.
She just played it back.
That did not say. I did not say that. It's right there. I those words did not come out of my mouth. I don't know how you interpret it, but those words did not come out of my mouth. I said I would not lead my child in that direction. That's what I said. Into thinking that God will use you to get the bite. So his prayers was answered. Use his mother. Now, if the mother can't afford it, then that should be spoke to the child. I mean, God is not no pimp. I mean, well, no, we can't pimp God. We can't use God when we want him to get
Hold
us
on, because
something or
I
do
just don't.
something.
Hold on. I just give me just a second. I didn't hear anything you said. Give me just a second. Not tell the child that it was you who bought the bike and that God had nothing to do with answering his prayer.
That's what I said.
No, I'm saying, would you tell him that God didn't have anything to do with answering his prayer? If you knew he prayed to God and had faith that he would get the bike, would you tell him, nope, that wasn't God, that was me. God didn't answer that prayer. Would you say that to him?
Not as a parent, I would not.
Why? Okay, hold on. Why not? Why not? If you said that. Now, I'm
Right
going to
there.
ask you again. Do you realize what I asked you? Would you tell your child that God did not answer that prayer?
And I'm going
That
to say
was
it
me who
again.
bought the bike, and you said, no, I would not tell him that.
No.
And then
I said
yes, you did.
no to.
Oh my God.
Can I finish? You won't let me
You
finish so you
literally
can hear
said you
me.
wouldn't tell him that as a parent. You
No,
said,
I'm saying no
that
because I'm stating no to what you're saying.
what I
No to
said
what you're
was,
saying.
would you tell your child that God didn't answer that prayer? I bought the bike. And you said, no, not as a parent. And then I clarified. I said, hold on, hold on. Are you saying that you would let your child believe that God answered that prayer, although you bought the bike? And your next statement was, I would want my child to be guided in the right direction. And then I followed up and said, lying to him is not leading him in the right direction. That is, we
Again, I
played it
did not say
twice.
no to what you. I said no to what you're saying altogether. No to. I would not tell my child that God did not do something. I would explain to him when we pray to make a request. Prayer is a request. It's not a wish list. And every prayer is not answered.
A
And
wish
because
is
you
a
don't get
request,
your
though.
prayer answer, that does not mean that he does not exist.
What's the difference between a wish and a request?
It's like you are picking and choosing words.
No, I mean, I just want to ensure that we're talking about the same thing. So I'm just curious to know how you're making that distinction.
A request is something that you're asking for. A wish is something that you're hoping for.
So you don't.
Do you see the comment by
No.
Xandros? The
Let's see.
big man is scared of the weedy beady thinker.
Who
And
said that?
says, does thinker have a man? If so, save him.
Here we go.
Save him from knowledge. Save the man from intellect. Save the man from boundaries, from truth. The big man.
They are so weird.
I actually thought that this was a positive lie.
Victorious, I think the issue about this particular question with regards to prayer is that a lot of believers grow up and they teach their children that prayer works. Prayer is powerful. And the Bible even tells you anything you ask in God's name, He's going to give it to you. It even sets false expectations. So either you have to be honest with your children as an adult and say, yeah, I pray. Sometimes we get it. Sometimes we don't. Don't know the formula, percentage. Just statistically speaking, prayer is about as effective as a coin toss. It's literal chance. Multiple tests have been done to run, and all of them have been conclusive that prayer is absolutely ineffective. As a matter of fact, people who know they've been prayed for do worse than those who don't know they've been prayed for. That's statistically proven. So when we're talking to children and we're setting expectations for children on what to expect when they beseech this God,
And
how
the
can
Bible tells us that God hear the prayers of a righteous, of the righteous.
and he ignores those as well, whether they're righteous or not, because they also don't get everything they ask for.
So does that mean there's no God?
I don't know that there's not a God. That's not my claim, and that's not even a prompt. The prompt is about the answering of prayers when it comes to children. Because
Well,
the
as a
reality is
parent,
we're talking about you guys are talking about a bike, which is fine, but that's not as grave as a lot of things that children pray for. You have children with sick parents that pray for their parent to be healed, and that doesn't happen. Yet they've been told that whatever you pray for is going to come to you. We were talking about this earlier. A video circulating on TikTok. A kid lost a hamster, and he was in there praying and screaming and speaking in tongues and carrying on because that's what he had been told, that God could bring it back to life like it did Jesus. And that's simply
the
not true, and we know that.
Bible says, this is what it says.
Give me
Jesus
just a
teach,
second.
Jesus
God Songbird,
teach
1 second, please.
as
God Songbird, don't pray for anybody in here without their consent. Okay? So I issued a warning to you to let you know the boundaries of this room. If you so choose to disregard that boundary, I'm just going to block you. Go ahead.
ask and it shall be given to you. Seek and you shall find. When you sincerely strive to obey God's commandment, He will give to you your answer
So
in prayer,
have all your prayers been
and you
answered?
will be ready to receive them.
Have all your prayers been answered?
No, all my prayers have not been answered, but I do know that the God that I serve, He heard them
How do you know that?
My
because
ancestors did not create this book. Go ahead.
Yeah, how do you know that?
I know because I know who I pray to. I
But
know who I serve.
knowing who you pray to can't confirm that his auditory functions have received what you've said. So how do you know that
My
the God?
faith, my faith.
So faith isn't knowing. Faith is believing, and oftentimes
Faith is
believing.
the substance.
Right, your faith is your proof. Right, but there's no evidence of it because faith is your evidence. You can believe anything on faith. I could believe that I could go in my backyard and pray to a head of lettuce named Chauncey every night to ensure that my mortgage rate stays the same. That doesn't mean that it makes it true. I could believe it on faith. You can
He
believe
gives
anything
us
on
free
faith.
will. He gives us free will.
That
And
doesn't
free
have anything to
will.
do with free will. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, there was nothing about what I just said that had anything to do with free will. But it's
He
almost
gives us
like y'all picked from the same drop down
no.
menu of Christian responses.
Yes, it does. He gives us free will to believe what we want, to choose what we want. And my will of free will is to believe that the God that I serve.
Does your prayer have to match your God's will in order for him to give you the prayer? In order for him to answer it, does it have to be
No,
according to his will?
because
Hold on.
I
It doesn't
know
have to be according to his will.
we don't always pray according to what His will. Sometimes we pray selfishly.
No, no, no.
And
I
I
asked. That's
know
not what I asked you. That is not what I asked. And I'm going to ask that you stay on topic, okay? And then respond to the questions that we. The question that I asked you was, does your prayer, in order for it to be answered, have to be according to your God's will?
God has not said what His will is to the prayer. So
That is
where are you
not
coming with
what
that?
I asked. What I asked you was,
What you
does your
asked me doesn't
prayer
have to be to
have
His
to
will.
be according to his will?
And He has not said what His will is. So how can I know what it is according to what His will is? He said to pray
So therefore, when Jesus said to pray according to his will, Jesus lied.
according to His will. That's having a relationship with Christ. You will know what His will is for you.
So
I
when
don't know
Jesus
what
told you to pray according to his will, that means Jesus lied then.
And you also just said a second ago that we don't know his will, but then you just said you do know his will.
I said, that God knows what He has will for us. I don't always know what I may need or what I may want. He knows better than I do. I trust that enough. I trust
So when you pray,
me not receiving.
Victorious, do you pray that his will be done.
Yes.
Okay. So according to his will and not yours, correct?
According to his will.
Mm-hmm. So then that means you have no free will, right? If you're praying and the desires of your heart, the things that you want, the things that you need, you only get if it's according to his will, then either you have no free will or he doesn't give a fuck about it.
No, that is incorrect.
How can you have free will and your God's will take trump over your free will and it matters?
Because we have to know and have enough common sense to know that he knows what's best for us.
So then you don't have free will.
That depends on what your will is.
Nope,
My
it
will
doesn't
is to be
depend on what your
obedient to
will is.
him.
It
My
depends.
will is
What we're questioning
to
is whether
abide
your
by
will
what
is
he
free.
wants for me.
What we're questioning is whether your will is free or not what
Well, my
your
will is
will
free.
is.
My will
If
is
your
free
will
because
is free,
my
then what
will
your
is to
God
be according
wants.
to him.
If your will is free, then what your God wants shouldn't matter.
My will is free because I want to be up under what he wants for me.
So then your will is not free.
Mine, I got peace on that.
So
My
hey,
will is
hey, hey,
free. So
victorious,
if
victorious,
I request
victorious,
something and he says no,
victorious. Have you surrendered your will to your God?
yes,
So when you surrender something to someone, that means that it is in possession of the other person, correct?
I trust him enough to surrender it.
Okay, that's fine. But you have surrendered it to God.
Yes,
So that means that God is in possession of your will, correct?
yes, he is.
So
He
then
has
when
my.
someone is in possession, and they have control over your will, is it free?
I have released it to him.
I
So
don't care
yes,
if you
I've took
released it.
my
Is
free
it
will and
free?
gave it to him.
Is it free?
I took my free will and
I
gave it
don't
to
care.
him.
We already established that.
So
You've
it was
surrendered
free,
it
so
to
I
your
gave it
God.
to him.
You've surrendered it to your God, right? So now your God has possession of your will. Is it
And it's
free?
still free. Yes,
So your
it's
how
still
can it
free
be in
because
his
he gave me an
how
option
can
to
it be in
surrender it.
surrenderance? How can it be in surrenderance and yet still be free?
He gave me an option and I surrender it
So you
to
take it
him.
back. You take it back.
Why would I take it back? I surrender
So
it to
then,
him.
so if
I'm
it's his
releasing my
will,
whole
when
life
you gave
to
it to
him.
him, when you gave your will to him, it became his, correct?
Say that again?
When you gave your will to this God, it became his, correct? It is now his will.
His will.
It's
Yes.
no longer yours, correct?
However he chooses, whatever direction he
Can
gives
you
to
can you
me,
answer the
the
questions? It's no
discernment of the
longer
spirit,
yours. It is no
it's still
longer
mine. It's
yours.
still mine. Yes, it is.
Fee, are you seeing what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Like they claim that they want this God. They claim that they want to surrender to the God, but they fucking fight.
Every time you say it.
I'm not
Like
fighting.
I
I'm
don't
not
think I don't
cussing.
think you really
I'm actually
want.
carrying myself as a
I
lady.
don't think you really want your will to be this God's will.
Oh, baby, no, you're wrong.
No, I'm
Well,
not.
well, if that's the case,
I
then
have
why
enough.
ask for
I have
anything?
enough in me that I don't have to cuss at you. I can respond
Well,
to
that's
whatever
good.
you
I'm
say,
happy for you. That's good.
and I don't have to
Why are
yell
you
at
telling
you
me that? Why are you telling me that?
because it's Christ that lives within me that
Okay,
has
so cool. Why
changed
are you telling me that?
whole.
Why are
Because
you are you convincing yourself? Are you keeping
it's
yourself
His
from
will.
cursing?
It's His
Right,
will for me
victorious,
to be
victorious,
decent
victorious,
and in order.
victorious. Are you like trying to convince yourself right now not
Mm-mm.
to curse at me?
No,
Then why
no,
the fuck are you telling me that?
because it's
Victor-
His will for me to be decent and in order.
Okay,
Victorious, is
cool.
it not in your will for you to be decent and in order?
I'm operating up under his will.
Right, I understand that, but I'm asking if you, hypothetically speaking, if you were not operating up under his will,
I don't
would
do
it be?
hypothetically. I don't do hypothetically. I do what he has led me, what he has taught me. I do his will according to how he relates to me and what he tells me
So when
through
thinker,
discernment of the spirit.
so when thinker aptly and correctly highlighted, then that means that you have surrendered your will completely to this God, and yours is completely gone. Why did you refute that?
I didn't refute that. I said I've given him I have given him my free will to serve him, to listen to him, to obey him.
Watch this.
Whatever he chooses
So
for
you
my
no
life,
longer have. So your will is no longer free.
it is free because I made the choice to give it to him. And see,
I'm
the
going
thing
to the
of it is,
bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay.
it's funny how y'all pick and choose words.
Well, it's
And
not. It's
the
Miss Victorious. It's not picking and choosing words for the purpose of being pedantic. That's not the point. Oftentimes, when I'm making that type of clarification, I just want to ensure we're talking about the same thing. And the reason for that is a lot of believers change the meaning of words just to fit the narrative to make sure that their God is painted in a different light. I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but that's one of the reasons that we're very particular about ensuring that we're talking about the same thing. You mentioned that you have surrendered your will to this God, and whatever it is that He wants you to do is what you do, correct?
I strive to do that. Yes.
Okay. So ultimately, there's an entailment that accompanies that, and that means that what you want or what you would want, absent, aside from the God, is irrelevant at this point. So it's not your free will that you're exercising. You're
Yes,
operating
it
ultimately.
is. Yes, it is. Because if my will and my desire is to be more like him, I'm operating on my will to do what he wants me to do.
Well, if you're operating on His will, how have you even identified what yours was? Like, what would your will be before you surrender it to Him?
Before I gave my heart to Christ, my will was doing whatever I wanted to do that led me in the world of sin. So therefore, I said, I don't know what's best for me. My Heavenly Father sits high and looks low. He knows, he cares for me. He told me this. He loves me. If
Well,
I allow him to guide my life, it's going to be better than me out there in the wilderness by myself. That's what I know.
I mean, ultimately, I think you're still missing the point that if you are following the will of another person, you are not functioning
He's not.
under your own will.
God is the Holy Spirit. He's not just a person.
Well, I know you believe
I
that to be
wouldn't
true.
follow a person. I don't follow people.
Yeah, I know you believe that to be true. I'll use the word deity. That's fine. If you've surrendered your will to this deity, then you are not operating under your own free will. Like
Yes, I am.
you're not making the.
I am. I am making the. How am I not making? If if I woke up, if I wake up tomorrow morning and I say, I think I want to go to the park, and in my prayer, and God leads me to saying, and God leads me to saying, no, I don't want you to go to the park. I'm not going to the park because my will is to obey Him. My desire is to be obedient.
No,
I don't know what is for to come.
your desire is to go to the park. Your choice is to be obedient.
No, it's my desire. I
Well,
desire every
you just said
day.
you wanted to go to the park.
And if he gives me discernment and says no to me, if God speaks to me and say no, I'm not going.
Free fee.
It's the thing of
Somebody
no.
in the comments was like, God gave you the free choice to reject him, and they named you not that free.
I
I'm
can't understand us.
side. Oh my
All I
God.
can
Oh
tell you, there's
Oh
going to
my
be
goodness.
one thing for sure. Anyone that rejects God will is committing themselves to hell.
Well, I mean, I'm not. I mean, ultimately, Miss Victoria, is everybody is committing themselves to hell in somebody's religion. Like, I'm not afraid of your hell, just like you're not afraid of Hindu hell. You're not afraid of Muslim hell. You're not afraid of any other hell. So I don't fear hell. Like, that's not a deterrent for me. That's not even
So
remotely close.
what do you believe
What do I believe about what?
of all this that you've are you Hindu?
No, no, I'm
Are
not
you
religious.
Christian?
No, I'm not religious at all.
You're
I don't.
atheist?
Yes, I am an atheist. I've not been
Okay, so
convinced
yeah,
of any God that's
rejecting
been
God can
presented.
put you straight in hell.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about that. I heard you the first time. I'm not worried about it. And I mean, the reality is, it's not a choice to reject God. I'm just not convinced. Like it's almost like if a court case, and the crime is God is guilty of existing. I look at the evidence. I'm not convinced. It doesn't make sense to my brain. There are too many gaps and too many holes, and snakes don't talk. Let's start with that. Like there's a lot of things that just don't make sense to me. It's not a rejection. I'm not choosing to not believe. I'm not convinced that it's true. In the same way that
Well,
you're not convinced that Allah is true or Vishnu is true. You're
I
not
never
convinced
said
of those.
I never said that.
Are you a Muslim?
No, I'm not. I've never said that. You made this assumption that
Are
I
you, are you polytheistic?
I'm I'm not even going to answer that. But I'm just saying
Well, you said you were
that
Christian. You literally just said you were Christian. Most Christians
I
believe
don't know
that.
anything about Allah, so I can't reject something I don't know.
Well, it's not
I don't
about
know anything
rejecting, but
about
you don't.
Allah.
Do you believe it?
I don't
Do,
know nothing about it.
okay, but even if
If
you
I
don't know any,
study it, if I study it and I read up on it, then I can tell you what I believe or what I don't believe. I read and I study this Bible.
yeah, I did the same thing, which is why I don't believe it.
Well, I came across the wrong live because
Oh, you thought we were
um
Christians?
um I thought it was going to be something better than what we're but
Well, I'm
you
sorry.
all have a
It
wonderful
was.
night.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was a bad experience for you. I mean, we
I mean
we have
it's
these
not it's
conversations
not
every
it's
night.
not
Like,
it's
what did
not
you
it's
think it
not
was gonna be? Like, can you share that with us? We
a
like feedback.
conversation a
Yeah, I
conversation
mean, this was a conversation. Like, I mean,
what
I
I
will
wasn't finished.
admit that the conversation that you had with Fee was more of a conversation. I don't have as much patience as Fee, but I think that this was a
Yes, you
conversation.
do, thinker.
Not Fee.
I wasn't
You get the
finished.
gold medal on patience, sis.
I don't know
You got
about
the gold
that.
medal. Like, and you can think. Like, you can think when the the shit is loud. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to
Mhm.
use nice words. Like, when the noise is loud,
Hmm.
you can still think through it. I haven't gotten there yet. You got the gold medal on that, sis.
So
Thank
all
you
of
for
you
that.
all up here, which I'm asking, all of you all up here are atheists.
No, no, I think I'm the only atheist on the panel. Thinker doesn't discuss her beliefs, and I'm not sure Lala does either.
No, I don't.
I don't believe in a God. I don't believe in your God or any God. But I also don't give a fuck if a God exists.
Yeah, ditto.
Mm. Y'all have a blessed night.
You too.
Bye. I don't know what she thought that. I think what she thought was that she was going to come up and convince us, maybe.
I'm not sure. I mean, there's a part of me that does feel sorry for the believers when they get to that fork in the road where they realize that they're holding on to a belief system
Oh
that's
gosh. Can you
illogical.
go on mute, please?
They're holding on to a
Sorry.
belief system, and they're fighting for and defending a belief system that's illogical, but they can't let go of it. And it's almost like they see it, but they can't say it. And it's like if I say it this way, they're going to go there. It's almost like this defensive response responding that they do that. I get it because I've been there. Like I told you, I've had those conversations growing up in the religion I grew up in. People told us all the time. We knocked on doors. Like we got this all the time, right? So I get it, but it's just it's so frustrating at the same time.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm working on my empathy because but the thing is that I was never the type that would try to convince people of what was illogical. And
Right.
so I'm having a hard time empathizing with that aspect of it because I feel like I I and this is probably where I go wrong, right? I feel like they should be able to admit when they lie or when something is not true. But even when it's played back to them, they're not able to admit it.
Right.
And we've seen that 3 times. Like we just started doing the playback thing, and every time they were unable to say, "Okay, I did say that."
Yeah.
Right? And I don't have the patience for that shit.
Right. Yeah.
Like I don't know, real talky or real tacky, real what is it? Real talk tay, real what is it? What does that say?
I don't have my glasses on, so I can't tell you.
I'll talk to you.
Real talk tay.
It's real talk Tay, not real tacky.
Okay, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good.
Good to hear.
Yeah. So everybody in the comments was asking us to bring you up.
Yes, I'm happy. They
Okay.
think that's the thing. So I'm not a Bible basher. So for the people in the comments that are thinking that, sorry, I might disappoint y'all. I just believe in God. I'm agnostic. I am not a Christian. I am not a Buddhist. I am not Muslim. I'm none of the above. However,
Okay.
I
So
do
one
believe in
one
the Word
second.
of God.
Okay. So do you believe in Jesus?
In Jesus, I do believe that Jesus was real. I do believe that
Okay.
it was a real person. Yes.
Okay. And do you go by the Bible or are you just more so when you say that you are agnostic,
Yes,
um, you do believe in the teachings of the Bible?
I do. For certain people, yes.
So you're not really agnostic. Are you a Hebrew Israelite? Like, do you believe that the
I'm not
people in the
Hebrew,
Bible,
not absolutely not Hebrew
do,
Israelite,
do you
but
believe that the people in the Bible are black?
I do.
Okay.
Only because
So
of
why
the
are you calling
DNA.
yourself agnostic?
I call myself
That's okay. I don't
agnostic.
want to hear about that.
You
Yeah.
don't want
Why
to
are
hear
you
about
calling
me
yourself
calling myself
agnostic?
agnostic or?
No. I don't want to hear about the why you think the people in the Bible are black. Because I'm
Oh,
gonna tell you
okay.
one of the boundaries that I have in here. I don't platform Black Hebrew Israelites. I don't platform the Black Hebrew uh, Israelite doctrine either, even if you're not a part of the sect. Okay, so I'd rather not go into why you believe that. I don't want to spend any time on discussing that with you.
I didn't plan
But
to.
what I am good. What I am interested in is why do you call yourself agnostic if you believe that you are the people in this book? Don't the people in this book have a God?
Everyone has a God, and that's what I
So why
believe.
why are you calling yourself agnostic then? And do you have multiple gods?
So, agnostic isn't the meaning of. I went to school for theology, meaning that I went to school to study religion. Agnostic is not the same thing as atheist. Atheists, you
Mm-hmm.
don't believe that there's a God at all. However,
Uh-huh.
agnostic people believe that there's a way to nirvana, meaning heaven or whatever else people call it in their religion. However, they don't have a specific religion that they practice.
Right,
Does
which
that
is
make
why I'm
sense?
asking you, right?
Hmm.
So why do you believe that you are the people in this book, yet you are calling yourself agnostic? Like you don't believe that a person that people can even know or experience or engage with a God, even if there was one. So
I never
why are
said
you
that.
like?
I
No.
never said
That's what
that.
that's what agnostics believe. Like if there is a God, right? That they don't believe that humans can engage with the God. They like right. So if you're calling
Are you
yourself
looking up a
agnostic,
direct? Are you looking up
no,
a
I no.
direct?
That's what it.
Are you looking up
No,
a
no,
direct definition, or are you
no.
looking up or
Excuse
definition?
me. Excuse
Exactly.
me.
Like
I keep getting cut
Excuse
off.
me.
So at the end of the
because
No,
day,
this is
it's
this
my
is her
life. This is
live.
my life, not yours. If you
I
want to
understand.
be
But
on
at
stage,
the end
if
of the
you
day,
want
I'm
to be
being
on
very
stage, if you,
respectful
I
of
don't
you.
give a fuck. I'm gonna tell you now. I gives less than 2 fucks. Okay. If you want to be on stage, then you will behave. If not, then I'll take you to fuck down and move on to the next person.
It's not that big of a deal. It's TikTok.
All right, then. Peace out, sis.
What in the world?
I don't know. But
And
ain't no way in hell I would go in somebody
Not
else's
much
space and behave
bad
like that.
energy like that.
not
Yeah.
at
Yeah.
all. And I mean, the reality is Gnosticism. You can be agnostic on claims other than God claims. Like, to be agnostic is to just say, I don't know. Gnosticism is about knowledge. Theism is about belief. So I'm not sure where that esoteric definition of agnostic came from, but that's not what most humans use.
It's also weird to call yourself an agnostic and then say you're the people in this book. But because the people in this book definitely engaged with a God and definitely claimed to know that there was a God. Like that's just crazy to me. Like I don't
Well,
know if she was a black Hebrew Israelite trying to pretend,
I
right,
don't
that she
know.
wasn't a black Hebrew Israelite.
Well, if she doesn't believe in a God, she was damn sure talking loud enough for him to hear.
Yeah. She must have been loud in the comments too for everybody to be like, bring her up. I don't know. But if you're in the comments and if you're in the request box and you are in there on purpose and you want to be on stage, please comment so that we can bring you up. Thank you. Trust in what matters. Let's see.
Oh, I've been chatting with him in the comments.
Oh, has it been
It,
pleasant or?
it's been decent. Hey, Trust, how are you?
Good,
Real
thanks.
quick,
How
can
are you?
y'all get these likes up to 200,000? Thank you.
Yeah,
Hi,
he's
Trust.
asking
How are
some
you?
good questions.
Cool. Hopefully, we'll get a good conversation.
I hope so. Trust. Is it truth or is it
It's
trust?
truth. Truth is what
Okay.
Oh,
matters.
truth
Yeah.
is what matters. God damn it.
Yeah.
Truth is what matters. Sorry.
Yeah, truth. Give us a good conversation, please, friend.
Yeah, for sure. I'm hoping to. Do you want me to pick a topic now?
Well, are you a Christian or
Yeah,
deconstructing?
I'm a Christian.
Yeah, please pick a topic.
So, we'll go with does Jesus' sacrifice influence your perception of Yahweh?
Okay.
I would say, yeah, it does influence my perception of Yahweh. I would say it expresses the love of God. You know, through Jesus' sacrifice, we see a lot of denial of self for the greater good. And so, if he's the express image of the Father, that sacrifice is really showing what the Father is like.
What two things can you say? Like, where did Yahweh deny himself in the Old Testament?
Where did Yahweh deny himself in the Old Testament?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I've never been asked that question before. I'd have to really look into that.
So when you say that they are a reflection of each other, right? Uh, and you say that Jesus like denies himself. Jesus offered himself up as a sacrifice. Like I'm just wondering where you see that in Yahweh in the Old Testament,
Um,
in his nature or his character.
yeah, so in the Old Testament, I see the long suffering of God towards mankind. Like for all the evil that we've done as people, you
So
would
keep in mind that we're talking about the Old Testament, right? So you can't bring in 2024 and use the
yeah.
words we. We're not in that book, and we were not in the late Bronze Age.
Okay, yeah. So just for me to clarify, when I was saying we, I just meant mankind as a whole,
Right,
humanity.
but the Old Testament doesn't have anything to do with mankind as a whole. Like his long suffering was with the Israelites. He wasn't long suffering with Gentiles.
I think that the long suffering with Gentiles is like us. That's
Yeah,
so
but
sort of
we're not in that book. And he did not like Gentiles in the Old Testament. His long suffering was not about Gentiles. His long suffering was about the Israelites. He was willing to kill all the Gentiles. That's not long suffering. He told the Israelites to annihilate them. That's not long suffering with Gentiles. That long suffering was with the Israelites.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, those examples. I was listening yesterday too. Those examples that were given, I was thinking about that, and I had some responses, but obviously, just in the comments section, I couldn't really address it too much. But like when it comes to those things specifically mentioned yesterday, in
But can we talk
Deuteronomy,
about what we're talking about today?
absolutely,
What
absolutely,
I'm asking you today, right, is as far as their natures matching, right?
yes,
You say
yeah.
that Jesus was a denier of self, right? Jesus sacrificed himself. What I'm asking is those characteristics, where are they in the Old Testament and in Yahweh?
Where they exist, I think. Well, like you brought up, towards his people. Because so many times they messed up, and when they cried out to God for help, like God gave them clear warnings, like, if you don't obey these commands I've given you, it's going to be a curse to you. And that they continually would not obey, become in a position where they're cursed, and where they're in a situation where they're losing bad. And when they would cry out to God, he would supply another chance for them.
Who
You
cursed
know,
them?
what's that?
Who cursed them?
They were given the option. The two paths were set before them, one of blessing and one of cursing. That if they were to follow the commands of God, they would be blessed. But if they were to disobey him, that they would be cursed.
Right. I
So,
said, who cursed them?
I would say they cursed themselves as a result of disobedience.
I kind of like I can't beat myself up. If I got beat up, or I got jumped, I'm not doing that to myself. So if they got cursed, who cursed them?
Well, I get where you're going with it. You could say God from your perspective.
I think you can say God from every perspective because he's the one who told them that he would do that if they didn't do what he said.
Well, I'm willing to agree with you on that because I believe God did set those parameters. He made them quite clear, and he was the one that enabled the curse to be upon them. So when another nation came and started to slay them, that was God allowing that to happen. So for sure, God was in full control of them being cursed as a result of the disobedience. But the fact that he didn't completely wipe them out and continued to give them chances to turn back to him, that shows a long suffering, because a lot of times I don't know, do we show this type of patience like within the limitations that we have within our current society today? Are we willing to show the same level of patience for people that, disrespect us?
But so with your perception of this God, like through Jesus would be your deity, right? Not the Israelites' deity. This is your God. And so you see their God, which has now become your God through the eyes of Jesus, your God, right? And that God didn't like Gentiles.
Why do you
And
say that he didn't like Gentiles? Okay, because you're saying because God commanded the Israelites to slay Gentile people?
what did he say about them?
Like based off the examples yesterday, he commanded them in the book of First Samuel to go and wipe them all out, leave nothing behind.
Were
And
the Gentiles under a ban?
under a ban.
Mm-hmm.
Can you elaborate on that one, possibly?
Were they allowed to intermarry? Did he want them intermarrying Gentiles?
No, at the time there was none of that. Yeah,
Were
there
they
was.
considered clean and holy?
No, they weren't considered clean, not from the perspective of one of the chosen people at the time, even or God, because according to
Were they considered a people?
they were considered a people, but like as explained
Are you
in
sure they were considered a people?
what might you be able to enlighten me on this, like from your perspective? If they weren't a people, like what do you say that they were?
He just said they weren't a people.
When did God say that they weren't a people?
Yeah, in Deuteronomy.
Okay, can you just help jog my memory on this? Like, I'm glad to go into it.
It's Deuteronomy 23:31. Give me just a second. It's 32:21. He said, they made me jealous with what is no God, provoked me with their idols, so I will make them jealous with what is no people, and provoke them with the foolish nation. So it sounds like he didn't think that they were people. He basically are calling them nothing. And then he called the Gentiles foolish nations.
Yeah, because okay, the way that I understand that when I'm reading that is, I would consider, if I was alive during that time and I wasn't of the people of God who have given the privilege to know God personally and that level, man, I wouldn't consider myself a person in comparison to what they have, So that, I think, is what's being explained there, that compared to the knowledge and the blessing that they received to know God in the way they did, they are a people that God has chosen, versus the other people who I won't use the word we, but I'm saying like Gentiles, they were worshiping idols, and those idols, as revealed in the New Testament by Paul the Apostle, were actual demons.
But here's the thing: like if you don't have, if you see people as savages, right? You see them as not human. Like you can't empathize with their humanness or sympathize with their humanness. Would you care about what you do to them or how you treat them?
Wait, can you ask me that one more time? I want to make sure I've understood your question.
If you don't see another human as a human, right? You think they're savages, or you can't empathize with their humanness or relate to their humanity, because to you they're not human. Would you care about how you treat that person or what happens to that person based off your actions? Like take for example, in slavery days here in America, and in during the Jim Crow era, the belief was that African Americans were savages, right? We were not human, and because some people couldn't see us as human, they didn't care how their actions affected our ancestors, right? Would you agree that that is because they could not relate to them as another human? They didn't see them as a people, but as like savages.
Yeah, well, the way that you've explained it, I can relate with you. If that's the way, if that's the way that they were viewing it, that would be wrong.
If that's the way who was viewing it, I'm not asking whether it's right or wrong right now.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, like, when you can't see the humanity in another human, right? And you see them as savages or heathens,
Yeah. Yes.
right? Then you don't care about how your actions affect that group of people, because they're not a people to you, right? You're human, they're not, right? You're
Yeah.
chosen,
Yeah.
they're not.
So is
right?
your understanding? Just correct me if I'm wrong, but your understanding is that God considered them less than humans, the way that he treated
Can
his
you
own
say that again?
people.
You cut out on me.
You
Can
are you?
somebody get the bot, that porn bot? I don't know if y'all can see it. They put a code in the comments. I don't. If y'all can't see it, let me know because I can see it and I'll block it.
I just muted and blocked it.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. What did you say?
Oh, sorry, I got sidetracked there too.
So we were talking about the not being able to relate if you see somebody as a savage. Like if you're like, oh,
Yeah,
they're
yeah, okay,
savages,
yeah. I
right?
wanted to make sure that I understand. So you believe that that God sees these other people, Gentiles, as savages and less
I don't
worthy.
believe that's what he
No, I'm just.
said. He
Yeah,
said they're not a people and they are a foolish nation. And
yeah.
he called them heathens, right? He said that they deserved to be annihilated. They were wicked. They didn't deserve to live,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
right?
mm-hmm.
So it's not something that I believe. That's what it says in this book.
Yeah.
He called
So
them dogs.
yeah. So okay, I'm with you on all of that. Do I think that it was? I can see how there's a contrast being made here between righteousness and unrighteousness, and do the unrighteous deserve to live?
No,
Would
no,
you?
no. That's not what I'm asking you. My question was, would you care about how your actions affect that human or that person who you don't see as a human? You see them as a savage, right? A heathen. They're not human. Would you care about how your actions affect that person? The
Oh,
things that you do?
see, my personal actions under that, my answer would be no, it wouldn't matter. But the thing is I don't think that assumption applies to me personally. I think that me
So I
personally,
asked you about you. Would you
yeah,
care about if somebody in your eyes was non-human, not a
yeah,
people,
yeah. If
right?
they were
They were
non-human,
savages, heathens. Would you care about how your actions affect them?
I would care. I would care. Like, but the premise is that they're not human or like they're less than human. But I think I'd still care.
What do you want to say about the premise of them not being less than human? Because I feel like you're saying that you would care because you would still see them as human. Am I correct?
Yeah, I think I would still care. Yeah,
But you would care
yeah.
because you would still see them as
Yeah.
human.
So if somebody
You
had
you're
said to
you're
me,
incapable of seeing another human as a savage like your God did.
yeah. So that's what I'm saying is your understanding of that particular scripture sounds to me like you're saying that that's the way God viewed it, as that they were less than human, therefore He had the right to annihilate them. Or is
What
that?
did you think? What did you think that he thought about them when he called them dogs? Are dogs
Uh,
human?
well, no, no. Dog's not human, but
So when he dehumanizes them, when he talks about them, does he think they're human, or does he care about their humanness? Let me say it that way.
well, I think that you're onto something here. It reveals the just how you could say disgusting unrighteousness is, and those who walk in sin. Like,
I don't care about that. What I'm asking you is, regardless if you think that they were unrighteous and sinful, right? Did he dehumanize them? That's the question.
no, I think he revealed
So
who they were.
when he refers to them as dogs, he's not
Yeah.
dehumanizing
No,
them.
no, I think he's just being blunt.
Is referring to another human as an animal dehumanization?
Today's standards, you could say, yeah.
And why not in antiquity? Why would it not be considered dehumanization?
Well, I think that it's the language that they used of the day. And I think that sometimes when we're blunt about things and when we use descriptive language like that, you know, it didn't mean the same as today with all the words that we have today. like with discrimination and all these things. Like we think differently now as a result of these things that we understand, the words that we use on a regular basis. It changes the way that we're able to see those scriptures. Whereas I think that if we're putting ourselves in the shoes of them back day, that's as good descriptive language to reveal a deeper truth. If that makes sense. That's kind of the way I see it.
So could dogs bound the hands and feet? I know y'all
Oh,
believe that
this is
Psalms 22.
beautiful.
I'm sorry.
This
I
is
don't want to get in. No, I'm not trying to get into your prophecy. This
okay.
I'm bringing this up because this is where the term dogs is used to refer to Gentiles. But what I would like to know is, when you read this, do you think dogs can bound the hands and feet of the person who is speaking here?
Literal dogs, no.
Right. So the dogs here, right, would be the company of evildoers that are encircling this person and bounding their hands and feet.
Yeah,
But
so
the
specifically the Gentiles that did that. Yes.
evildoers are referred to as dogs. Is that dehumanization? Are
I
the evildoers human?
from the way
Huh?
that you're describing it, you could say yes.
So it's dehumanization there, but it's not dehumanization when your God says it to refer to Gentiles.
No, it's dehumanization on both aspects from that perspective you're presenting. From the perspective that I gave of descriptive language to reveal a deeper truth, becomes irrelevant.
Yeah, because at first you said it wasn't dehumanization. You said it was dehumanization in today's time, but not in antiquity. So are you saying something now? You're saying
I'm
it
just saying
is
that.
dehumanization?
I'm just saying that there's really two perspectives, like, or multiple perspectives, the ways that we can view it.
I mean, I understand that you have your interpretations. We're not talking about interpretations right now. What I'm asking you is, was it dehumanization when your God called Gentiles dogs?
I don't think so. I don't.
So it's dehumanization here, but it's not dehumanization when your God does it. Am I to understand that correctly?
No. I think that we are kind of at a little bit of a standstill here.
Well,
Like,
I'm asking very direct questions. I think I'm like, Fee. Am I being direct, y'all?
It's very clear. I mean, it's just it.
Yeah,
I
you are
think,
being clear.
yeah, and I mean, to make a distinction at this point is just special pleading. Either the word is dehumanizing when it's used to refer to a human, or it's not. The gravity of it shouldn't change depending on who's saying the words.
okay. Let's get past this. I can agree it's dehumanizing based off of, but like I say, the way that I understand it is it's warranted.
So it's warranted to call somebody a dog. And here's the crazy part. You just said that you would care about how your actions would affect another human, even if you saw those people as not a people. And so you kind of just contradicted yourself, or uh, put a highlight on hypocrisy,
I can
right?
explain why I didn't, though.
Go ahead.
Because although that's the questioning that you're giving me, based off the gospel, it changes everything.
No. I understand that you think that the Gentiles were wicked because they were serving other gods. I understand that you've put a reason on it. I just don't care about the reason. The point is that you've put a justification on dehumanization of other humans. That's the point. Why you want to justify it? That's up to you, right? I don't care. But you originally said that your actions would not change towards humans, right? That someone else was saying were not humans, were savages. You said you couldn't do it, but now you want to justify the dehumanization in this instance and say that it's warranted. So you would, right? You would not care about how your actions or the things that come out of your mouth affect other humans if you thought that they deserved it.
I'll explain why I think it's a little bit
I,
unfair. I'll explain why I think.
No, like it's not you. It being unfair. It doesn't matter. You literally just said they deserved it or that it was warranted. Did you not?
Yes, from God's perspective, yes. At
Yeah,
the
because they
time,
were unrighteous, right?
yes,
Okay, you've put a justification on it. That doesn't change anything.
it's
You
justified. It
said
is.
it right. That to you is justified. But do you realize that earlier you said that you would not be able to do that?
Yes,
You
because
said
for me, it's
that you would
different than
care.
that.
You said earlier that you would care about how your actions affected other people, regardless if other people saw them as savages or not human.
True, because we're living post gospel, and now I'm
It,
under a new covenant.
you still think that because you justified it. Even today, you still think that it is okay to dehumanize other people as long as it's for your God.
No,
As long
I
as
think that I
you
think there's a
literally just
misunderstanding.
justified it. I live in 2024 with you too, and I still don't think it's okay to call people dogs. I still don't think it's okay as a justification to say that these people were better than these people.
Like I said, that's why I brought up the descriptive language compared to today's modern day language and how we understand things. That's
It
very
didn't
important.
change. It did not change. What changed about it? Your God called them dogs in antiquity. It was a slur. It was
Yeah,
meant
yeah,
to
yeah.
dehumanize. Today, when they use it, it's still seen as a slur. I
So
know you
what?
saw that viral video a couple of months ago where the nurse from East Africa called the African American man who was a patient of hers a dog. She kept calling him a dog, and then she would change back to the N word. You dog, you nigger, you this, you that. Like it's still used as a slur today. It's
Yeah.
still used to dehumanize today. So
Okay.
how is it different?
Yeah, and it's different in terms of the heart of God. But the thing is the way that the example that you gave there, I would be in 100% agreement with you that that'd be wrong. And I think that
That's exactly how it was used in
actually,
antiquity.
I also believe that God, I would be guilty before God if I did the actions of the what you just described there. Like if I was
Yeah, I
calling
didn't
people,
ask if you would be guilty before God. Your
yeah,
God used the language. Your God called a Canaanite woman a dog. And actually, your God was calling all Gentiles dogs when the Canaanite woman and the Greek Phoenician woman came to him and asked him to heal their daughter, whichever one it was. Your God referred to their status as dogs.
what's the other one you said? Like the one where she was asking for help and he said, "Shall I give the bread to the dogs?" Is that you talking about that one?
Yeah, it's told twice in this book. And in both instances, he referred to the Gentile woman as a dog, whether she was a Greek Phoenician woman or whether she was just a Canaanite
You know what's
woman.
amazing about
He
that
referred
though?
to them both as dogs.
You know what's really amazing about that? The emphasis is actually on the bread, and the bread is Jesus, and he was the one that was thrown to the Gentiles. So actually, that was actually a blessing. Um, Jesus being the
Can you
bread. Does
yeah, like here's the
that
crazy
make
thing, right?
sense?
You wanna preach so much that you cannot stay on topic. You're like, oh, Jesus was the bread, so it's okay that he dehumanized her and called her a dog.
I'm saying he loves the dogs. I'm a dog. Like we make
No, he
songs about
didn't.
being
He
a dog.
literally told y'all that he did not. He literally told his disciples that he did not come for her. In that same story, I didn't come for her. I came for the lost sheep of Israel. And then he tells her, it's not right for me to give the children's food to the dogs. You eat second, you eat crumbs. When she said, I understand that. That's true. I'm a dog. I'm a Gentile, not an Israelite. But don't we eat y'all crumbs? Can I just get a crumb? And
Yeah,
he said, yep. He said, because of what came out of your mouth, your daughter is healed. And he turned and left.
that's awesome.
He
I think,
didn't tell her, I love you, although you are a Gentile.
but like that saying, actions speak louder than words.
No, you know what you sound like? You sound like an abused person that's in an abusive relationship, and then the person just like calls them a bitch and refuses to give them money for food, and then you go and tell your friends, that means he loves me. He's mad. He really loves me.
I
At
think
least he called me a bitch. At least he got mad enough to call me a bitch. If he hadn't done that, then if he didn't care, he wouldn't get mad. That's what you sound like.
thinker. I would say that the way that you sound like to me is that you've got it completely figured out, that you fully understand the scriptures here. Like
Okay.
that's my understanding, but I'm saying that is it possible that you may be not understanding the scriptures the way that they could be understood?
I'm not interpreting anything. You want to go into interpretation. I'm talking to you about dehumanization. I'm talking to you about whether your God dehumanized Gentiles. You want to justify the dehumanization. You're trying to pull me into that Stockholm syndrome that you got. And I'm saying, no, I don't give a fuck about that.
I just say that like I was saying before, the descriptive language I think is great because it shows that we're sinners. It's like if
No,
someone is
you're a sinner.
so
You,
okay. Okay, yeah, like if we just go based off the definition of what a sinner is, like a transgressor of the law, would it
what
be
law? A transgression of what law?
of God's law? Would
And
we?
when were you bound by that law?
Well, I wasn't. And that's a good point. As a
Exactly. So,
Gentile,
but you're willing to call yourself a sinner when you were never in a blood covenant with this God. The Israelites don't even walk around calling themselves sinners. I heard
well,
Rabbi Hannah say the other day on a live, they don't even believe in sin. Like they carry the name of chosen one, not you. Yet you're carrying the debt. You're going around saying we couldn't do this, we couldn't do that, and that covenant wasn't with you.
well, you know what Paul the apostle said about the Gentiles are a law unto themselves. That's the law.
That means you create your own sins. You create your own
Yeah,
laws and you sin against yourself. Your own consciousness
yeah,
convicts you or
exactly.
excuses you. Right.
Yeah, yeah, it's right. Yeah, it's right. So that shows that our consciences bear witness of our own sin. If we can identify,
Exactly. But you stated that a sin is to transgress against God's law, not
yeah.
your own.
So
And
in
yet
my
you're calling yourself a sinner.
yeah, so the rest of the scripture says showing God's law written on our hearts.
It says the
So
requirement, it shows that what was required of the law that your God gave to the Israelites was already written on your heart, which is just simply respecting other humans, not causing harm to other
yeah,
humans or to
it's
yourself. He said the requirement of the law was already written on the hearts of the Gentiles without having received this
yeah,
law of Moses.
yeah, yeah,
It was the Israelites in this book who continued to sin against the law or disrespect the law.
yeah. So I'm just saying, if someone was to call someone a sinner and say that they're a sinner, is that dehumanization as well, from your point of view?
You cut out. I didn't hear you.
I'm saying if somebody was to call somebody a sinner, would that be considered dehumanizing? Or like, yeah,
I think y'all are crazy for going around calling yourself a sinner.
am I being dehumanizing to myself if I refer to myself as a sinner?
I don't think it's dehumanizing. I think it's demeaning, though.
I'm just saying,
I think it's crazy.
That too.
is it equal with like calling someone a dog or like I don't really go around calling people sinners. I would rather talk it through and see if someone can come to that conclusion on their
Do
own.
you know? Do you know the definition of dehumanization? Do you know
Uh,
what it means to dehumanize someone?
well, yeah. I would say that in order to dehumanize somebody, we have to view humans as as basically deserving of divine respect, you could say. And so to give anything less than that divine respect would be dehumanizing them. Would that make sense?
No, no. Is it a human quality to be sinful? Like, is it a characteristic of a human to be sinful, or is that a characteristic of a table?
Well, that's a characteristic of a human.
So if it's already a characteristic of a human and you call a human a sinner, then are you dehumanizing that human?
Well, and the way you've explained it, no.
Right. And like Fee said, it's demeaning. I think it's insane. But no, it's not dehumanization.
Yeah, but if I okay, you know, like the way Snoop Dogg is Snoop Dogg and he calls his buddies his dogs, like that's also not dehumanizing. It's so we can use the word
It's
dog
also it's
and not
also
be dehuman.
colloquial. It's also a colloquial usage, and it's not even remotely applicable. I
Yeah,
mean, just like I call my sister, me and my sisters call each other bitches all the time, but
I
nobody else can.
I
Like
know.
that's not even the same category.
I know it's not applicable, but the reason I brought up sin is because sin is applicable to this description of the Gentiles. And sin is okay. Listen, the Gentiles didn't have the law, so they didn't have the option of righteousness according to the law.
Do you notice how now he's saying he's using they instead of we?
I noticed. Shift of
I'm
pronoun, my friend. Why?
no, I'm using they because I'm talking about Israel, and I'm making a distinction
Yeah, I'm
between
sorry.
us.
You said the
Gentiles.
Gentiles, they did not have the law. You're not talking about Israel. You're talking about the Gentiles.
Okay, I am talking about the Gentiles, but we're making distinctions. I could say the words we. I'm still a Gentile, but I'm making distinction between Gentile and Israel. Israel had the law of God, so they had the understanding of what righteousness is according to the law. They had that, whereas those that didn't have that are without, and they were just basically living in sin. They, at the time, Israel was the light of the world in that way, in that they had the established law of God, and that they
So
just
how are they the light of the world? What did they change in the world in the Levant area when they had this God with them? What did they change? What did they teach the ancient Near East that they didn't already know? What did Israel teach them?
um. Are you able to enlighten me on what you know about that?
No, I'm asking you. You said that they were the light of the world, right? What did they teach them? They were the chosen. They were to be the example. What did they teach the ancient Near East and the late Bronze Age and the Greco-Roman period that nobody knew? What revelation did the Israelites give to humans?
Well, we're on the topic of the law, and I mean, even our
So are you saying that nobody in the ancient Near East knew not to kill, not to commit murder until the Israelites' law came around? Is that what you're saying?
no, they would have known in some way. I mean, depending on the groups, but I mean, there was a lot of fighting and war.
Did they not know not to steal?
Well, I mean, like sometimes you could say that they would have stole because for them, if it's
That's not what I'm asking you. Did they not have laws themselves? Right? Did they not have knowledge themselves that murder is wrong? Or did they not have laws about committing murder
I
before
can
the Israelites came along?
Okay, according to the Bible, like what we discussed, like a law unto themselves, then yes, they would have had those things. But being that I was not there, I can't really speculate to the extent that
Do you
they.
know you don't have to speculate? You don't have to speculate. You could research that to see what legal codes existed in the ancient Near East prior to the Mosaic Law.
So you understand then that there was some laws. I get where you're going with it. Yeah, that there was some laws that they abided by, but
The
there was
nations had
also
their own laws, they had
yeah
their own legal codes.
yeah. But so I don't want to get too off topic here,
No, you said that they were the light of the world, right? Like you're making a justification for why your God called them dogs, right?
Call the Gentiles dogs. Well, yeah,
Yeah, because
because I
the
think it's a
Israelites
great
were the light of
description.
the world, right? Huh?
I think that calling them dogs is a good description for the fact that they were without the benefits of having God and having the stories of God, and God being a pillar of fire and a cloud, a cloud by, I think it was by night, or I forget the two. I'm getting them mixed up, but you get what I'm saying. Those people experienced the miracles of God. They saw the seas parted. You know, they saw things that they were without
But
excuse.
what did they teach humans for them to be the light of the world? For them to not be considered dogs and everybody else be considered dogs and it be warranted, like you said, what did they teach humans?
Well, it's a good question. I can't say that I have an immediate answer for you, but I can, but what I'm getting at with that is that they were blessed, and blessed to the point that they were without excuse. So some of the things that you desire, like if God appeared right before you, you would believe in him right away. They had that.
Oh, so all they had was stories saying that they could see this God. And actually they didn't. Moses did.
I would
Moses
say,
claims to have seen the God.
yeah, I would say that they didn't make the most of the blessing that they had, and like even what we understand from the Bible is that the natural branch was cut off, and the unnatural branches, the Gentiles, were grafted in. So, like,
But
if
except
you
like
look,
he was the God was willing to show himself to the Israelites to make sure that they knew he was there, that he existed. They didn't have to he didn't require them to depend on their faith.
my biggest point here in this is when we isolate scripture to one thing, right? It paints a certain
Who's
picture.
talking about scripture? I'm talking about what
Yeah.
you just said. No, you just said, right, that they were blessed because they could like say God's name and he would pop up, right? He
Yeah.
didn't hide himself from them like he hides himself from the Gentiles.
Well, I mean, he's not hidden from me, but I
So you
know
can just say his name and he pops up the way he did for the Israelites.
not in the exact same way, no, but through the promise of what he said he would do, he has.
And so you have to depend on and lean on faith and your belief that you are engaging with this God.
Yeah,
And
according
the Israelites
according
didn't
to
have to.
well, even some of them did, like you said. You mentioned Moses. He had the direct conversations with God the Father, but even some of the people of Israel, they didn't, but they did still get to witness some of those
So
amazing
now
miracles.
were they blessed? Like I'm trying to figure out this thing that you're saying that the Israelites were the light of the world. Yet we know that they didn't like come up with laws that didn't already exist in the ancient Near East, right? Like other nations that y'all believe are wicked and dogs and savages and were warranted to be seen as such had the laws that the Israelites had way before the Israelites did.
Okay,
So, I
so
mean, they had a legal code. They had their own legal codes, right? So,
let's
what
just
I'm trying to figure out is what is the thing that you are saying that they taught them? They had their own gods. Both gods accepted human sacrifice. What
okay.
what did they teach them?
So like I was saying before, that is a good question, and you reach me at a place where this part of my knowledge is at a standstill, but I am able to address the comment of dogs in another way by showing the grander picture instead of just isolating the one verse. If we look,
But
if
do you
we
realize that the topic that you chose was does the sacrifice of Jesus influence your perception of Yahweh and your consistent need to explain away the dehumanization of the word dog, right? Your consistent need to get into interpretation instead of just dealing with the fact that your God saw the Gentiles as heathens, as savages, as dogs, as evildoers, yet they were doing all of the same things that the Israelites were doing, right? It
Okay.
is, you need to do that because of your loyalty to Jesus Christ.
Well, okay, listen to this savage speaking to you right now, because this savage is blessed more than those of in Israel right now, because this savage you're speaking with right now
1 8 to 10.
has received the goodness of God.
All you're doing is proving my point. Like, you calling yourself a savage doesn't change the point. You're
I,
just proving it.
I'm saying this savage that's talking with you is loved by God. And so it shows that
And that's not the topic.
but
All you're doing is proving my point.
it ties back to the point though of the dogs. Referring to them as dogs was
It
a one
doesn't it
was
doesn't
a
it doesn't
descriptor.
change it doesn't change the fact that it was dehumanizing.
Well, I'm not offended by it. I
I
think
didn't
that
ask you if you were. I didn't ask you if you were offended by it.
well, okay, you got me there. You got me there. I'm just saying, I think it's a great descriptor because it shows that they were without the knowledge, that they weren't as blessed. They were in a position of, you could say, they were in a lesser position, similar to how third world countries are in a
It
lesser
doesn't
position
matter.
to America.
Whatever justification you need to put on it, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the topic, right? And the topic is, does Jesus' sacrifice influence your perception of Yahweh? And the answer is yes. Because you are infatuated with needing to explain away why your God called Gentiles dogs. Like, and you need to do that because of your debt that you feel to Jesus, or your loyalty that you feel to Jesus, because Jesus died for your wretched soul. So you can't see and accept just the reality of what Yahweh did and said in the Old Testament, because you're looking at it
I
through
think I'm
Jesus' sacrifice.
I think I'm yeah, I think that you're right that Jesus' sacrifice does shape my worldview. And I think that you're 100% correct about that. But now that, like, looking at it, I would view myself as a dog, being a sinner, and less than what a human was supposed to be. 100%.
And this is exactly why this belief system is so dangerous. And this is exactly why we have these conversations, because earlier in the comments, you asked me a question. You said, what do I think about the directive to love your neighbor as yourself? If you see yourself as subhuman, you see yourself as a dog, you see yourself as worthy of nothing, that's how you're going to treat your neighbor. You even mentioned third world countries when talking about the U.S. You see people as lesser when they don't have the privileges I'm assuming that you have. And let's keep it a being. Depending on your melanin content and your socioeconomic status, you are living in a third world country, as my friend Christina says, with a lace front. America is not much better than a lot of these countries that you refer to as third world countries for a lot of people that live in America. But I think the overarching issue here is the fact that you are okay with a God having a chosen people, with God setting aside a group of people to be special and fuck all the rest of them. Except a few, we may graft them in, but we're going to call them dogs. And they will never be the same, never on the same level. I will never, absolutely ever demean myself to the level of worshiping anything that required that type of dehumanization of myself. For it, absolutely not.
I think it's kind of a rash conclusion of me based off of what you're believing. I wouldn't say that I
Wait,
think.
you think that her description of you and what you just said was rash, and you just called yourself a dog?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
The
I think.
soft-spoken words that Fee just said to you was rash,
Yeah.
and you just called yourself a dog.
Yep.
Wow.
The reason it's a rash conclusion is because, like I said, I once was lost, but now I'm found. I once was in that descriptive of being a dog, but now I'm a son of God. I'm forgiven of all my sins. So that's the way I view every single person. I see the potential of them as a child of God and living in the kingdom of heaven with me, living forever and ever. And that's what I hope for every single person.
Don't hope that for
Eternity.
me, Pumpkin. I don't want to be there.
I hope eternity for every person, love for every person,
I'll take the
kindness.
love.
If
I don't
the
want eternity.
Babylonians if the Babylonians already knew not to kill, not to steal, not to covet, not to bear false witness, like they already had these laws, right? Without your God, well, why do they need your God?
Because the law can never save. The law just reveals.
But this law they already had it, right? They already had it. They already knew in their nation that if somebody killed somebody, you would kill them. If somebody accidentally killed somebody, you would bring charges on them, make them pay a fine, pay the doctor's bills. That's something your God didn't tell the Israelites to do, by the way. If they already had their civilization set up, they already had these laws, their moral consciousness was already their checks and balances, right? As Paul said, what's the purpose of your God?
Well, God is Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. And
That's
so,
a claim,
in order to
but I asked for the
understand,
purpose.
yeah, so to get to the purpose of it, to understand the beginning, you got to see the end result. The end result is the salvation of the world. So the
But
intention,
if they're already following their own law, which matches your God's law that came about 2,000 years later, right? Why do they need your God's salvation? They were already saving themselves.
because the law that they were following would never save them. Only the
It
sacrifice of Jesus would.
what's saving them? How is Jesus' sacrifice saving them? Saving them from what?
Saving them from the punishment for sin. Sin, the punishment for sin, the wages of sin is death and separation from God.
So the only purpose of your God is this idea of hell.
Was to save us. Like sin destroys us. Sin,
No. Listen, they already had their own laws, right? So the sin that you're talking about, murder, right,
Mhm.
stealing, right, committing adultery, all of that, they already had their own legal system set up. They had the laws already set up against these things that y'all call sin,
Which is
right?
good. Yeah.
Why do they need your God's salvation? Is my question.
Okay. The answer to that is he is sinned at one point is guilty of all. So a person has done any sin at all, they're guilty. So it doesn't matter how
They
many.
already were.
There's
They already
laws.
were dealing with that. What changed? They already had their own laws. What changed? That's my question. What changes?
If they already had their own laws.
Mm-hmm.
Well, ultimately, even if they have their own laws, they need God still.
Why? Your God's laws weren't different.
Well, even though the God's laws were not different, it's not the law that saves. That what they need is they need the forgiveness of sin.
Why? Why?
Because
Why?
without the forgiveness of sins, they remain separated from God for eternity.
So again, the only purpose of your God is to not go to hell. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, it's a lot more than that, but that's definitely
Okay, then
a
what
big.
is the purpose?
No, that's a big one. That's a part of the purpose. So you're right.
I don't. We don't care about that. What's the purpose of your God if it's not just to not go to hell?
The purpose of God and the purpose of our lives is to be loved and have fellowship and
Did not
relationship.
ask you what the purpose of your life was.
Well, that's the
What is
purpose
the
of God.
purpose of your God?
Yeah, that's the purpose of God, to give life, to give love, to give
So
kindness.
they didn't get life before your God.
They had some life because God is the giver of life, God. But the thing is, they have fleeting life, like we all do, perishing life, life that
Every
lasts.
so when your God all of a sudden takes over, right? Now they don't have fleeting life.
Now they have the promise of everlasting life,
So again, after death, the purpose of your God comes after death.
all throughout life and after death.
What's the purpose of your God
I told you.
after death? That's all I'm hearing.
No,
Is
no,
that your God becomes purposeful after death?
all throughout life.
Well, I
What's the
mean,
purpose then?
Yeah, because
Because
the only thing you mentioned was
oh,
love and caring for each other. I do that without your God on a daily
The
basis.
Babylonians were already doing that with their law.
Yeah.
so everlasting life is definitely the purpose, but experiencing God, having a relationship with God through this life, and definitely doing His will. But
Experiencing the God to do what?
he's just amazing. You want to experience Him because He's awesome. He
To
gave
do
us
what? What is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing in this physical world?
Because you
li-
talk about him like he's a ride at Six Flags,
like
but
li-
thinkers trying to identify like what's the tangible benefit? How does it help us?
Well, I've already explained that in the fact that okay, we got the after death, and then the fact that we're very much living right now. It's all because of Him. So this very moment is held together by Him. The fact that we're able to communicate is held together by Him.
So if that is true, the Babylonians were living, right? He gave them life before that, right? They already had laws that regulated how they cared for one another in their society,
Mhm.
right? Why did they need your God?
You know, I think that even the fact that the way that they operated their society, in some way or another, was God's doing in some way or another.
Then if that's the case, then why didn't your God just leave them alone? Why did they need your God?
It's the same reason we all need Him.
Why? There's a why there, and you haven't given it.
Because the other option without God is separation.
So
Separation.
after death. So
Yeah.
after death.
Yes.
So the only purpose for your God is after death.
No. No, life in general, living life in general, living with the Holy Spirit, doing His will, loving people, giving them the good news.
Again, we've demonstrated
That's
that a lot
purpose.
of those things are possible without your God.
You can't actually give the gospel to
I
people
don't
without God.
Right, that's why I said a lot of them. I don't want to give the gospel. I don't want it. I don't. No, I'm good on that.
So
But
here's what
And the
you can
gospel is just you repeating what you're saying with no purpose. Like you can't even give a
do.
purpose.
So
You're
the
literally saying that the
purpose.
purpose of your God is to gaslight people because you can't give a purpose.
I thought I
If the
gave it.
Babylonians were already living well organized with a law that they had written in stone, right? And then also Paul says, oh, they had a law unto themselves written on their hearts without them knowing your God. They already had life that you attribute to your God without them knowing your God. What change? What changes now that your God gets credit for all of this? What changes now?
Well, they had life, like I said, that was fleeting, perishing, and now they
Do you
have.
not have life fleeting now? Do you not have perishing life now?
Yes, my outward body perishes, but my inward
Okay,
man
so
is
nothing
renewed.
changed.
No, my inward man is renewed day by day. I have everlasting life that waits.
So again, after death.
Yeah, but life is so short.
So
That's
the
so
purpose of
soon.
your God comes after death.
No, the purpose of God is the whole life. It's even this moment.
if
Because
God
I
wants you
fucking
here,
want to hindsight. Because I'm a grown ass person and I can do what the fuck I want. I'm sorry, Fee. Go ahead.
oh no, you're good. Was that somebody on YouTube?
On YouTube, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're not giving us any utility, right? Like you talk about these ideas in your head about how God benefits your life. Okay, cool. But what is a tangible benefit? What is it like? I think it was Ria's live or Christina's. What is it that you can do with God that I can't do without? And I can tell you now, don't say afterlife. I don't want to live forever. I don't want to go to heaven. I don't want any parts of that. So that's not a currency for me. What is it that I can't do now without your God? How could your God help me? Because I'm here not because of your God. I'm here because my parents decided to have sex, and a specific egg cell and a specific sperm cell joined and made me. right? I wouldn't be here without that. You claim that it's all because of God. You have no way to prove that. So what can you demonstrate that creates this wonderful experience that having this God brings?
You could say that.
Hold on, Sherry's crochet cats. You think he's giving answers to our questions, and you think we're not willing to listen to the answer. You think he's actually giving answers?
let let's say the answer. Oh wait, are you waiting for the reply?
No, go. You can answer. She's gonna reply in the comments.
I'm I'm
The one
saying.
thing that like irritates me, right? Like they say, why do you raise your voice? Why do you yell? Because I have to ask you the same question 5, 6, 7 times.
Okay,
Right?
okay,
You
okay.
get the same answer 5, 6, 7
Okay.
times, and then
I like.
and then when I clarify, you say nope, nope, that's not it,
Okay,
and then you
I
say the same thing over and over and over again.
okay, I got something. I got something. Okay, this is a good question you're asking. I believe that when you hear the word love, like what the other friend was saying the other day, Pink Beard, he was talking about love as a feeling. But what I believe that God gives you is a depth, a deep, deep depth of love, an understanding of love that goes beyond feeling.
Truth, what matters? Your definition of love doesn't match everybody else's. For example, as a Christian, I tell you, don't fucking pray for me. I don't want it. But as a Christian, the majority of you don't fucking listen. You tell me you're going to do it any damn way. That's not love to me. You love yourself and you love your God. And Sherry, Shelley, whatever your name is, of course I came with an agenda. I don't do shit without a purpose.
Yeah, you know what? I respect you. I hear what you're saying. That makes sense. You don't want to be prayed for. I wouldn't pray for you because if that's even when I go out and do ministry, I ask if I can pray. If they say no, I don't pray for them. You know? The thing is though, I can understand why people will still pray regardless because it says to pray for those who persecute you. Right? Pray for those who are doing wrong to you, who are someone, the sayings of Jesus, right? Bless those that curse you. So in those regards, that might not be known to you. Like in that instance, it's not like someone coming up to you and asking you. But say if you were the one doing persecuting to someone else and they were following God's commands, their response would be to pray for you, to bless you, to pray blessings into your life. If that makes sense. But like to
Y'all
answer
trip
the
me out saying that y'all can pray for someone else, but then when we ask y'all what happens when your God doesn't answer your prayers, it's you don't have control over that, right? Like y'all think that y'all can pray for somebody else and change somebody else's will to match what you think their will should be or how their life should be. But then when we ask y'all why the God doesn't answer the prayers for your own damn life, you have an excuse. How does that work? How does it work that you are able to pray for somebody else's life and somebody else's will to be changed, but you don't believe that the God will actually give you what you desire for yourself?
when it comes to prayer, I believe there's a depth to that too. Because I know that in my walk with God, not all my prayers were answered. And even still, I'm understanding prayer more and more each day. And I've had lots of prayers answered. I've had a lot of my prayers answered. But some of that prayers I recognize have been in accordance with what James spoke about, that I ask amiss that I might receive it upon my own lust. So that's the times that I've allowed my fleshly carnal mind to do the thinking for me rather than the mind of Christ in the Spirit. And that's led to prayers that I ask amiss to receive upon my own lust. And James says, let not that man think that he'll receive anything from God. A double-minded person is unstable in all their ways. So I can't expect to receive from God
except
as a
your God
devil.
says that, except your God says that if you seek him, he'll give you the desires of your heart. Like y'all will go and quote a whole ass human, right? And contradict your own God. Like that's some crazy shit to me. And
Well,
it's still in it, and you said all of that and still didn't answer my question.
mhm.
How do you think that if you pray for yourself, right, with your carnal mind, how do you think that you can go and pray for another human and to have their will changed?
To have their will changed, like if they are set in a certain way and that's their mind made up, and I don't know that that's a good thing to do, to pray for someone's will to change, because like to the extent I think maybe you could relate is if it's beneficial to you. Would you want, like, if you were walking a certain way and it was, say, darkness ahead of you, you didn't really know where you were going, but it was going to be bad, would you appreciate the prayers of someone that changed the course,
No.
so that you wouldn't end up in that bad place, but that
No,
you
because guess what? I wouldn't believe that their prayer had any effect any damn way. Me telling y'all not to pray for me is not because I believe that you have access
but yeah,
to
but
some
my
God that actually fucking listens to you.
yeah, I can respect that. I'm just saying, suppose if it worked the way I explained it, you be
And I would,
appreciative?
and again, I would say no.
Yeah. Okay. So you would prefer to experience the demise of that
I would know that you have no control over that and no influence on it. You have no control or any influence on what happens in my life.
Yeah, like
And you even thinking that you can pray, right? That something happens in my life is to me it's narcissistic as fuck. And it would be you looking for credit. Like for you to be saying, would you be appreciative? That would be you wanting me to come back and say, thank you so much for changing my life. Thank you so much for going to your God for me. Like, what the fuck for?
to be
No.
honest, me personally, I wouldn't get satisfaction from that, from you coming to me to say that. If I was praying for you, my prayer for you
So
would
why did
be,
you ask that?
well, because I want to help explain the prayer from the Christian perspective, as we don't want to impede on your will.
Oh, that's not true.
Well,
That's
I
absolutely
suppose
inaccurate.
everyone can answer for themselves, I suppose.
Well,
But
then why are you using the word we?
because I believe that in accordance with
Y'all need
Christianity,
to learn how to use the word narcissistic correct.
yes,
The
okay,
like, hold on, Shanizzle, whatever your name is, you need to understand the word narcissist or narcissistic and use it correctly. Narcissistic doesn't mean speaking with authority. Narcissistic does not mean, oh, she's rude. Narcissistic doesn't mean disagreeing. Learn the definition correctly.
yeah. So I could say that I'm still on my journey in my faith, as a Christian. Okay, so if we're talking about, when I say we, it was a bad way to say we. I should have not said it in that regard. But when I'm saying, like, the perfect example of a son of God who's manifested and who is living the life in the spirit to the fullest, that person's prayer for you should be to your benefit, to the extent that you agree with it, to the extent that you also desire what is being prayed for, because even it talks about in the Bible, if two agree on something, you see. So for you, for it to be against your will would not be something that really would fit those parameters. It wouldn't really truly be love to disregard your choice.
Truth, do you believe that everything that happens is in accordance with God's will?
No, because I don't believe it like that, the way you've asked, because the law of God shows that it's not in accordance with His will.
The
The
what?
very the law of God pointing to the fact that people shouldn't do certain things, like even the way Jesus spoke, if you look at a woman to lust after, you've already committed adultery. The fact that God has laid the law out shows that it's not everything, like everything that we do is not like God's plan.
So when you pray and you ask for things that you want to happen, if they don't happen, do you not assume that they don't happen because they weren't in God's will?
Yeah, see, the way I would look at that is when they don't happen, I have such a confidence in God and his and what he has for me that I look at it as a blessing. I
That
look at it as a
didn't.
blessing.
So that didn't. So you look at it as a blessing that you
Yeah.
did not get what you asked for,
Yes, exactly.
and you don't see that as gaslighting.
No, I don't see that as gaslighting because God has the sight. He sees the whole entire picture. So, like, this is where the other part of my answer plays in, which I was about to explain, is that God has the foreknowledge of every decision we will make, but we still have the choice. It just shows the power of God. Like
Can
God,
can God be wrong?
no.
Then we don't have the choice. If he cannot be wrong, we do not have the choice.
Okay, how about if can you explain your position on that? Help enlighten me. I understand what you mean.
Sure, I'll use Bash's analogy. If God knows that tomorrow morning I'm going to drink some orange juice out of a green Solo cup, and he knows that that's going to happen, do I have a choice to pick a red one?
Well, in that explanation, you don't have a choice because you already also know that you're going to drink the orange juice.
I don't know anything until I get up the next morning and do it. God is the one with foreknowledge. So I'm fine if you're saying he has foreknowledge. He knows exactly what's going to happen. Okay, cool. But then if that's the case, we do not have choice.
But I'm saying if the way the way that you explained it is that God foreknows you're going to have the orange juice, so do you have a choice? Well, you still do have a choice, but you are going to choose the orange juice.
Well, I don't have a choice if I can't make God wrong. And you also said I can't make God wrong.
You can't make God wrong, but you described the foreknowledge of God would be that you're drinking the orange juice. So
No, like
therefore, I agree.
whatever it is, it doesn't have to be the orange juice. Whatever it is that God knows will happen, can I make him wrong?
Let me do something right quick because this schnizzle person. Let me kind of discuss narcissism because when we're talking about the God, right? That when y'all say that y'all are made in the image of this God, right? It would be y'all that would be more narcissistic than anything, right? So the definition of narcissism, right, is a person who exhibits traits typically characterized by an inflated sense of self-importance, right? You guys feel that you have this relationship with this God, right? And you can talk to you are going back and forth with Fee. I don't know. Did I cut out?
You did.
Okay. You are going back and forth with Fee about how your will, right, can trump God's, but you still have free will, right? Like y'all believe that your God is all powerful, right? That your God is guiding you, but y'all will argue back and forth about how you can actually detour away from your God's plan, right? How you have, as a human, more power than your God. And you don't even realize that that's what you're doing. Like you make yourselves the main character in everything. Everything is about you. And you don't even realize that you're doing it. Right? That is narcissism. Right? You have a constant need for admiration. I prayed and I healed this person. God heard my prayer. I'm sanctified and saved by the blood of Jesus Christ. Right? I. Y'all do it all the time. right? And you show a lack of empathy for others. You rather defend your God, defend your belief, defend yourself the whole time while somebody is telling a story about how they were essayed and God didn't answer their prayer. You lack empathy. So does your God. Your God has a constant need for needing to be worshipped, and we can't figure out why an all-knowing deity needs to be worshipped by mortals to the point to where he's willing to cause suffering on those mortals to force them to worship him, to force them to follow him. That's pretty narcissistic. Everything has to be your God's will, your God's way. Your God is the only God. I'm the one and only God. Kill all the other gods. Wipe out all the other gods. It's me, 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 me. Even though you had all of these laws, all of these civilizations set up way before I came on the scene, give me credit for it. Me, 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 me. That's your God. That's you. You are made in the image of that God. And if you don't love me, I'm going to punish you. I'm going to call it disobedience. That's what a narcissistic ass partner would do. I do all of this for you. I sacrificed for you. You owe me.
You
I
that's
gave up this
exactly
for you.
that's exactly what I was gonna say. You owe me. You are in debt to me. Everything you are is because of me. You're nothing without me. And that is exactly how they sound talking about this God.
And they're typically jealous, right? The reason why they be in the comments saying the shit that they're saying, and they need to say, "Oh, she's narcissistic," that you're dealing with some jealousy, sis. For some odd fucking reason. Just like your God.
And the crazy part about it is I didn't even say anything about myself. So I'm not sure how I was being narcissistic. I'm simply asking questions.
Oh,
And I
it's just because we're on the stage. It's just because we're talking and we don't agree with them. Look, triggered much? Yeah. Yep. And I have no problem admitting that. I don't know. Did you think I was going to deny it?
Might I comment on some of the things that you were saying?
Sure.
Because some of the things that you mentioned in terms of narcissism, to in regards to believers that would be boasting about those things, like different things they've done, like healings and stuff like that. Surely that would be uncharacteristic of someone who is being obedient to God.
I mean, like, literally, her response was, that's why I called you narcissistic, because I said, yeah, I'm triggered. I'm narcissistic because I did not deny that, yeah, that triggered me. And then her friend came behind her and said, definitely triggered, but for no reason, right? A lack of empathy, a lack of being able to admit and see why a person would be triggered or upset by that,
Yeah.
right?
I think
But
sometimes
I'm
we
but
can be
I'm the one that's
narcissistic.
narcissistic.
I think we
Like
can all do it sometimes.
the thing is that a lot of times believers don't see their own actions, but they quick to want to pray for everybody else. I know that I am a sinner. We all sin, but let me pray for you so that you can hope and wish like me. All that matter. It doesn't matter if you actually really change, because we're all fall short of the glory of God. We're all gonna sin, but you're worse because you don't have a false belief.
And
Um,
it's interesting. She just commented, you want everything good in life without having to be a good person. And I find that very
You don't know
rich.
shit about me to even say whether
Right?
I'm a good person or not.
Exactly. I find that very rich that there's an assumption being made that because we're not Christian, we're not good people, when she doesn't know either one of us from a can of paint. Um, Yet the reality is we have a Christian on the stage who is okay, and trust, I'm just using you because you're the only one up here. This is not against you. But we have a believer on the stage who is completely fine with seeing one set of people as inferior to another set of people. That's not being would it not be a better person to see everybody as equal? Would it not be being a good person and living a good life by being kind to folks regardless of who they pray to and accepting people even if their beliefs don't match ours? That to
And
me
then what
seems like,
sense does it make? Go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought
no, I
you.
was just going to say that to me seems like a better life than the opposite.
What sense does it make for to say I do fall short, but I pick up my crown, but yet you still need to pray for other people that fall short? Like if your prayers don't stop you from falling short, what the fuck are you praying for other people who fall short for?
Yeah, and I just don't understand it. I don't understand the vilification of people who ask questions. Because if a thing is true, again, it's going to be true after I ask the question, if it was true before I asked the question. And if dissecting your belief system is uncomfortable for you, instead of getting mad at us, maybe pick up a mirror and look and ask yourself, why is this uncomfortable for me? You're mad at us for reading a book that we don't believe in, but you're believing a book you haven't read. And that to me is bananas.
She said you won't let God in. The
I,
fuck?
Yeah,
I was,
can I
see,
bring
that's,
clarity to something you said there?
sure.
Just, I have to say, I don't believe that anyone should be treated inferior. Like, I don't think I should treat
You
anybody.
do. You said that you do. Like,
No,
don't go back there. You already said
I
that it was
have to.
warranted that
I
the
have to bring
Gentiles be called dogs. You already said that you
because
agree with that.
I was explaining sin, and I was explaining that
So
sin
then you do
isn't.
believe that people should be treated inferior. You literally justified the Israelites being called dogs and being annihilated.
Let's not go back to that. Let me just give the
Well, then
clarity.
don't say that you don't agree with it when you do.
Let me just give the clarity, because I'm saying that sin is inferior to being free from sin.
Who's
Okay,
who's
so
free from sin?
anyone who believes in Jesus Christ
You
becomes
don't,
free from sin.
so you don't sin truth?
I definitely fail, but I'm not actively
This shit don't
pursuing.
make no
I'm
sense.
not
It
It
doesn't
actively
make
makes
any
pursuing self-will.
sense.
no sense.
I'm
None.
The fuck?
And you have to know, you have to hear what you're saying in our responses and understand why it makes no sense. You're saying you're free from sin, but I do sin. Then you're not free from sin, friend. You may feel like you're covered and excused for it, but you're not free from it.
No, I'm actually free from it too. The thing is we have to come into agreement with God.
His free
I
from sin is just like free will. They don't mean free when they
no.
fucking say
There's
free.
a difference. There's a difference between being shackled.
This is what I'm learning. Like this is another one of those words don't mean words things. Free doesn't mean free. Chicago, you came on stage snoring, friend.
Where's Chicago? Is Chicago in the
In the
chat?
comments? Yeah.
In
Look, he
Chicago.
said what?
Chicago, word on the street is somebody whose song you put out on blast a couple months back might have recorded it. I'm just saying. I don't know if that's true or not. I can neither confirm nor deny. I'm just saying.
We're gonna make a mixtape out of it.
Not the mixtape.
Go ahead, Truth.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that I believe there's a difference between being shackled to sin, being a slave to sin, and being free from it and stumbling back into the old life, only to realize what have I done and then continue to pursue God.
So ultimately, you still sin. You said all that to say you still sin.
You could say I sin much less.
So you feel as
What the
though,
fuck?
yeah. And this is why we get to this point in the conversation so frequently, because y'all just literally don't make any sense. And I know you're not trying to not make sense. I know somehow in your brain this makes sense. I would love for y'all to walk me through step by step how this makes sense to you. You don't have to do it today because you've been up for a long time and I'm pretty sure Think is ready to move on. But I would love for a believer to literally walk me through step by step how this makes sense to you. Specifically the sin piece. because I don't get it.
Sure. Yeah, I would be fine to do it, and if another day works, it works for me too. I could do it today. I could do it another day. Whenever you want.
Not today, because I can't deal with the fact that free doesn't mean free with you.
Yeah, and Chantizo, I have read the Bible, which is the very reason I'm not a believer. That's usually what happens when someone reads the book, actually.
So I might just say one last thing to it then, because I know that there are Christians who hold to the belief that like free from sin means no sinning at all. There are people of faith that do believe that. And then there are all people that fall into the category I'm in, where we believe that it's still possible to fall short. And then we continue to confess and forsake.
Not possible, inevitable. Other than that, you're saying that you reach perfection in this life and there is no need for this second resurrection or this transformation. Like the fact that you are willing, right, to confuse people's minds, I don't like that. The definition of free has a definition, and you are making your own definition and willing to mind fuck people, and I don't like that.
No, that's not my intention. I'd rather bring clarity. I'd rather make it very clear.
Then you
Yeah.
would use the definition of the word free.
Yeah, and you're going to be hard pressed to make your position clear when it's so very contradictory on your position on how prayer works, whether it works, when it works, depending on who says it. I am not a sinner, but I am a sin, but I'm free from sin, but it doesn't mean I'm free because sometimes I do sin.
Let me give you an illustration then. Just imagine this, okay? Imagine yourself with chains and shackles on your hands, and those chains are to the earth, and you can't move. You're bound. Now, when Jesus sets you free, those shackles are removed. That's the way to look at it. You're no longer a slave to sin.
I'm not a slave to sin now, Truth. You think I am. I don't know why. You assume I am without knowing anything about me. Only because I don't believe in this God. Not about what I do, not about my actions, but it's about my belief. Whether or not I can take a book that was written over 2,000 years ago that has a talking snake and magic fruit in it. And because I don't believe that, my brain cannot compute that in a way that makes it make sense, then that makes me a bad person. But you have yet to tell me how I sin. How am I shackled to sin?
Also, I would like to know if being a good person equals success in life. Like when Shanizzle said, you think that you can get things in life without being a good person. Does that mean that Christians should have, like, they should be the ones with the wealth? They should be the ones that can write a check and feed people, right? Or help people pay rent or electric bills or buy clothes for kids in the wintertime because they're such a good person because they have Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is that what you mean when you say you think that you can get things in life without being a good person?
Now she says
Does
morality.
being good, does morality equal having things in life? Does a good
Thinker, you're cutting out.
does that mean that Truth? That if you're a good person, you'll have things in life?
You can be good and have things, but you can be good and not have things. I mean, I believe.
So then being good doesn't mean that you will have things in life. Like, do you have to be a good person to get things in life?
No. You can be a terrible person and get things in life.
So what the fuck was Shizzle Nizzle talking about? Like, you think that you can you think that you can get things in life without being a good person. What does that mean?
Now she's talking about salvation. I'm not really sure.
A lot of times we are really quick to judge people. You know, I think that it's a human trait that we all want to, judge people. But I think that we all need to really take our time with one another to understand one another. I wouldn't want to say that you guys are like sinners in the sense that, you're just such bad people. I don't look at it like that. I look at it like we're all flawed at one point or another. We've all made some mistakes.
I am not a sinner. You can only say that about yourself. That's your belief system. Somebody paid to drop you,
Okay, let
so I
me.
have to drop you. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
I
no,
do
yeah,
have to drop
no,
you.
no
I
problem, no
don't get.
problem, no problem.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming up. You were very respectful. You're
Yes.
very respectful. I will say that. And it was a good conversation. Thank you for that because we haven't had a good conversation all night. So I appreciate you for that. Unfortunately, the chat does control the stage. So I do have to
Absolutely.
drop you. Okay.
Absolutely, yeah. Have a great night.
Nice
Thanks.
Thank
chatting
you.
with you,
You
Truth.
too.
Thank you. Bye bye.
I think another thing, Thinker, that's really telling is that, like, right before Truth dropped down, he was saying that because he has Jesus, he's not shackled by sin. There are logical entailments to the things that we say. So if because you have Jesus, you're not shackled by sin, then a logical entailment of that would be those that don't have Jesus are shackled by sin. That's how logic
Mm-hmm.
and reason work.
Yep.
But they'll say that and then in the same breath say, "Oh no, that doesn't mean I think you're a sinner." Well, it has to. It has to. It's like saying I want to go swimming without getting wet. You can't do that. That's just not how things work. And that's the part that they push against all the time.
And they'll tell us that we just don't understand.
Hmm.
Yeah, I only dropped in Shanizzle because I just wanted to talk. So yeah, you're right about narcissist, you silly person. But I can't believe I rolled into here and I was snoring because I ended up in somebody else's live and they had to call me up there and I had to do customer service stuff and help them with their TikTok. Well, all I did wake up and the lady was like, Chicago John, I need you to help me with my TikTok. And I'm like, what the hell? And then I ended up on her live. So now I'm over there, like I just left her live. I'm over there for a good 30 minutes walking her through her laptop, trying to do God knows whatever on TikTok studio and live. It's ridiculous. I mean, I enjoy helping people, but I didn't know how I got to her room because all of a
So wait,
sudden,
when we took you down, it put you on another live when we disconnected you?
yeah. Yeah, like that's like I said, I woke up on somebody else's live. She's like, Chicago John, please, I know you help me. And then she brought me up there. She's like, eh. And then she's trying to help me introduce myself and get other people to sign up and all this other stuff. And I'm like, how did I get here? You know. So now I'm coming back here just to know that you got a Christmas album with my snores and everything. So that's it.
You have a really soft snore. It's like it almost sounds like a purr, like
I don't better. My
no.
surgery, I had surgery,
That's
so
hilarious.
I'm glad it's better. Used to be bad, but I
No, I'm joking. I'm
thank you
joking.
for you pushing me to making me do some work. So I in the
You're
morning.
welcome. You're
Think it
welcome.
got you.
If you,
Think it got your
huh?
snore sounding like the pigeon in Debo Pigeon Coop. You remember?
No lies. I do think of like a pigeon when I heard him snore though, because it was real soft. It was real soft, like
That's
cute. It
good.
was
Let me
cute.
the surgery work. So that's fine. Oh my goodness. This commercial break was brought to you by Chicago John Snore. If you need more good snores and laughter, follow Chicago John and get those Think Her shirt. I reread your one last thing too. I reread that Think Her shirt, and I see exactly what you were talking about and what you were trying to do. I just didn't think anybody on here had like you said. You said you knew about relationships, so like, everybody had relationships in it. So okay, you complicated it with love, and so that's what threw me off. Well,
Love threw you off. Oh my
yeah.
gosh, Chicago.
If we would just think him, and then to think them for the non-binary, then it would have been normal. But no, but you had to throw love in the mix, so
I
that's
was
that's what
throwing thought in the mix. Like
he
it's
just said
important
to
to be
get that.
thoughtful. Like it's important to be thoughtful. But, like I was watching a show today where a couple they were in couples therapy, right? And the therapist told them to go out on a date. The goal was for them to be intimate with each other. So they went out on a date. They had fun. They laughed. They drank wine, right? When they got home, they were ready to like do the deed, but they fell asleep. Both of them were tired and drunk and fell asleep, but they had a good time on the date. When they went back to see the the wife was like, "Oh, it was so amazing. We connected." And she was laughing at how, when they were younger, they could drink wine and go home and get it in. But now that they're older, the wine kind of knocked both of them out. And she thought it was cute. But the husband was more so focused on the fact that they didn't fuck. But the goal was to be intimate with each other, like to connect with each other, right? And so like relationships, or like just being in just in having a relationship, even whether it's your significant other or whether it's another person, it's to be intimate, is to connect, right? It's to be thoughtful, to be present. And that's why I put on the shirt, one thought at a time, right? And you will get her, or you will get him, or them. It's one thought at a time. It ain't all about sex. Like, just be present and listen to each other and comprehend each other. And that's where I think love grows and love comes from.
See, that's why Christians don't like you, because that's too much thought, math up in there. That's too much reading.
What?
And I think it's beautiful. I mean, it's put the relating back in relationships. Like it's become so
Yes.
external. Like, connect to each other if that's what you want.
Of course, you think that for you able to translate all these big words that she does into like something
I
simple.
didn't
So,
use no big words.
ma'am, miss, everybody, just good night.
Oh my God. Go buy another thing shirt.
You're so
Get.
ridiculous.
Oh my God. Did you see him in the midriff when he put it
Yes,
on?
I
Oh my
laughed.
God.
His face when he had that hoodie on. I think this is the first night
Oh
I've
my
stayed up
God.
all night.
I know it is.
Hmm.
I, I'm glad you're on vacation. This is fun.
It has been fun.
Let me see who's in here. If you're in the guest request box on purpose, please come in and let us know. I was looking for some of the shit talkers, but they're not in here. That don't be fun. If you're in the guest request box, okay. Sure, Shantizzle.
Yo,
Yeah. What's your name?
my name is Dominic.
Dominic, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Okay. And all hail Dragon Sage. What year were you born?
2002.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss?
Oh, nothing. I mean, I don't know. Whatever you want to discuss and got questions about. I personally, well, I personally had kids.
Dominic. Were you watching the show
No,
before
yeah, I
you
have been.
came
I
up?
have been. There's a couple things I
Okay,
just feel like, yeah.
Dominic.
Okay, okay.
So there's rules to this live. Okay,
Yes, yes,
it's when you come up, you either have to be a Christian
yes. I
or
am.
deconstructing from Christianity or an atheist, and then you have to pick a topic from the board, right, from the post, and discuss that topic.
Okay, let me read the board real quick. One. Sorry, hold on. What do you tell kids when God doesn't answer their
Okay,
prayer?
so that one we're retiring. That one we've been stuck on that one all night. I'm sorry, that one is not available.
All right. Well, I had a spiritual encounter with the Lord Jesus Christ,
Okay,
and I
no,
detected the one and
no,
true living God.
Dominic. I don't know if you thought that you were going to be able to come up here and disrespect my stage, but the answer is no. Okay, all right. If you are if you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose, uh, go ahead and let us know. I didn't tell him what question to pick. Don't fucking lie on me.
Shantiza, why don't you come up here and chat with us?
She's not. She just wants to complain in the fucking comments. She wants to sit here and watch us because she's infatuated and complain about what she doesn't like. This is how she spends her time.
I'm not jealous of God, but I am slightly jealous of Storm because she can create like weather
Yeah,
phenomenon with
she's
her eyes. She's badass.
yes.
Her, I'm jealous of.
And she
I always
fine.
love her
She fine too,
hairstyles
right?
too.
I know it. Like
Yeah.
it gets better with
Yeah.
every X-Men episode. Love it.
If you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose, and you're not scared to come up, please comment. K9. I don't see. Do you see a K9 on y'all's end? There he is. Never mind.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys going?
I'm doing good. Can I
It's
get an
good.
age check, please?
I'm 18.
Unfortunately, I can't let you stay up. Do you see the top?
Why?
It says
I'm an adult.
host note 21 and up, friend.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Have a beautiful rest of your day.
Thank you. You too, K9.
That was surprisingly pleasant.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure if he was
Yes.
21, it probably would have been a great conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's over there complaining about my aggressiveness. Like, are y'all scared of curse words or some shit? Like, I'm pretty sure y'all will go and watch a movie where somebody is shooting up a whole motherfucking, like, it be all kind of shooting and bombs and motherfuckers cursing. Like, but y'all are scared of women on stage saying fuck. Yeah, you are. You really are. But like, I just want to know, like, do I scare you? Is that why y'all complain about it so much? Why you always uh pointing out, I guess, my aggressiveness? Does it scare you?
Shizzle, if you have questions for us, why don't you hop in the box? We can answer those.
Yeah, you it's open to you.
Yeah, it's open.
Nope, it doesn't scare me. It doesn't scare me at all.
I think the issue is the
It's
your
not bad
direct.
for me. It's great for me. Like it helps my blood pressure.
And I think too, people have an issue with boundaries being upheld. Like even when you were when you told the last guy that we're gonna not answer the question about kids because we've been on it all night. What's her name's first thought was, oh, look at her controlling what he can answer, or what controlling what question he can pick. But the reality is, when we've been on the same topic all night, saying the same thing over and over again, repeating the same scriptures, that gets bored for the audience. So we like to vary it up some. But she jumped to a conclusion about who and what you are based on her lenses. Happens all the time.
Yeah, like that. She says that she's not about to go back and forth with someone who is don't own a mirror to self reflect. Yet she goes back and forth in the comments. But unfortunately, you didn't hold that mirror up to yourself, did you? You also wasn't here when the audience asked me to retire that question. Yeah, you can point out what I don't see about myself. That's fine. But you're doing that while you also don't see what you're doing. You're saying that you wouldn't go back and forth, except you are. You just are scared to do it on stage.
And the odd thing about what she just said, I'm just pointing out what y'all don't see about yourselves. I just said, I think of the past 3 days, the reason I engage in these conversations is to identify my blind spots. Show me what I'm missing. That's the very reason I engage in these conversations. So no, I actually want to know what I don't see about myself because I will never see myself from anybody else's vantage point. I will never see me how Thinker sees me. So I need to get her feedback. I need to be able to identify my blind spots.
The very fact that the criteria is to be Christian, right, or deconstructing, or atheist is me taking feedback from whiny ass Christians of them feeling like they were being left out, they were being discriminated against, because I originally didn't want y'all asses in my space. I originally did not want y'all on my stage. But because y'all cried, I put up with it. And y'all still fucking complain.
He's not lying, because it was just us, people deconstructing, and then y'all wouldn't leave us alone.
I also don't give you power over, like, you can think about me whatever you want. The reality is that you don't have any influence on my life. Like, I'm still going to eat. I'm still going to be able to pay my bills. I'm still going to have my children, my grandchildren. I'm still going to experience life whether you like me or not. You're the only one that makes the decision to be here. And if you don't like my personality, if you don't like Fee's personality or Law's personality, you're choosing to endure it. I don't fucking need your validation. I don't fucking know you. And if I cared about your fucking validation, I would change based on what the fuck you say about me. I don't like your whining and your complaining. It irritates me. It fucking takes my mind. It irritates my mind because I can't understand for the life of me why anyone would sit in some comments and just to complain. No, I don't want you here.
Yeah,
I'm
and
not gonna block you, but I don't want you here.
right, and the irony of voluntarily coming to a place to complain about the way of what's happening in that place. Voluntarily coming to a place to complain about what's happening there. You don't have to stay. Like, I'm fully aware that I'm not everybody's cup of tea. Fully aware of that. And I'm comfortable with it. And it's okay. That doesn't make me right and you wrong or the other way around. It just means that we're just not compatible. And that's okay.
And I'm pleasant to whoever the fuck I want to be pleasant to. I don't owe you that. The only thing I owe you is to respect your humanness, to
No,
not harm you.
and
I
we'll
don't
keep
owe you
God out of,
pleasantry.
yeah, we'll keep God out of our mouths when you keep him out of our politics and out of our schools and
And
stop
out of my
trying.
text messages.
Yeah, and out of our medical procedures. You keep him out of that, we won't have a reason to talk about him. And if you actually read the book, you would have a better understanding of the God you're defending.
The problem is, Shizzle, is that I am focused on my godless life. And that's deconstructing from your God. That's studying what I was indoctrinated into and understanding why I don't believe. That's my godless ass business, and you're in it. You're in my godless ass comments complaining about my godless ass. You do realize that you made that decision, right? Nobody asked you to walk into my comments. Nobody asked you to be up at 4 o'clock or 5 a.m. or 3 a.m., wherever the fuck you at, and be in my comments complaining. It was my religion too. And I have every fucking right to talk about it.
Yep.
I
You
don't give
want
a fuck what Christians are doing.
you want to share your
Again, y'all beg
testimony?
to be in here. The fact that you still haven't even left, you want to be here. You want to be here. Yeah. Like you haven't even left. I don't even think you can leave. Exactly. You can't. You like it here. It's probably the most excitement you've had in your life in a long time.
Attention to.
Yep. And you're welcome for that.
Why don't you get off live? I don't know if you noticed Shantizzle, it's one over 1,000 people in here. So apparently what Thinker is sharing is interesting. And if it's not interesting to you, you don't have to stay. I don't understand that.
That's
She
the
doesn't
thing
want to come up
that.
here and engage in a conversation or talk about her God or defend her God or just tell us where we're wrong. Show us where we're wrong.
Crystal
And then,
wanted to
like
come
Beth
up.
says, huh? What you
Crystal Ray
say?
wanted to come up, I guess, to ask a question.
Who needs how do we need her validation?
I don't even fucking know her. What is she going to validate?
My parking ticket? Like, I'm trying to
Why was
understand.
I
I
finna
don't
say the same thing?
like that's about the
Okay.
only thing you can ever validate for me.
They don't even need humans to validate that shit no more. Fucking QR code do that shit. Oh shit! I was trying to click on Crystal. Me mommy Bantu. Can you take him down? Let me bring Crystal up. I don't think they're there anyway. TikTok with the shuffling, man. Damn, it done shuffled again. Hold on.
Did you get it, Thinker? Because I can bring her up.
It just stopped. It shuffled the fucking again. Yeah, can you bring her up? Can we please do earlier or tomorrow, please? I just got a message from her at the end.
Good morning, Saints and Eights.
Good
Hey,
morning. How are
Crystal.
you?
I am perfect per usual. Um, it was that last one was really painful. And Shantizzle, it's like I've been responding to her all morning, and yet she ignores the God that's literally responding to her. So I think that's hilarious. Um, and it's like if you can't see God literally talking to you, clearly you have no, cognition of what's actually happening to you. I can mention you all I want. You can't do anything about it. Or you can come up here and you can say something to us, but you won't because you're a pussy ass bitch. Anyway, I said I was going to be nice today. Um, I am a Christian again. I baptized myself this morning. I took a shower and everything. Use soap. You should use it. Try it out for yourselves. Because, in Christianity, we do get baptized every day, contrary to popular belief. Um, and you should use soap and hot water and hopefully, a washcloth. There's other options out there, but that's what free will is for. You can use your hands. A lot of people do. Um, but yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought. I did have a point when I came up here. But Shan Sizzle has just been losing her ever living mind down there. And I just really want to help her. I really want to help her see the light, but she's refusing profusely. Cleanliness is next to godliness. It sure is. You don't have a point, which is the point. Like you're lost. You are one of the lost sheep of whatever tribe you want to be from. Um, and I'm just going to leave you out there at this point because you don't want to come home. You don't want to come home. And that's okay. That's perfectly fine. Your choices are okay. Um, I just personally feel like when it comes to, oh, I remember now, when it comes to the topic of sin, right? A lot of people are questioning, like, why are they born into sin? And, you can thank your fuck ass daddies for that, right? Um, Secondly, like, sin is not really a big deal. Not to me, anyway. It's a big deal to y'all. Not to me. You can literally do whatever the fuck you want and be perfectly fine. But a lot of you are scared to even try or make the attempt, which is kind of weird to me, being that you asked for the free will in the first place. The least you could do is test out the theory. Um, where did I lose you, Renzo? Please enlighten me. Sin is not a big deal, God, Mister. But when it comes to sin, literally, what does Bakanga say? Sin, repent, repeat. Like you could do that for all of eternity if you like. How do I define my sin? Sin does not exist. It is
So,
a figment of your imagination.
Crystal, I'm a. Did you want to talk about one of the topics?
let me rewrite. Does God love the Gentiles as much as his chosen? Absolutely. He actually loves them more. And when I say him, I mean me. He actually loves them more. And you're talking about the concept of like with God loving the sinners. And it goes along with the concept of like nice guys finishing last, right? It's not that the good people won't get everything in the end. It's that, divine timing, everything is a buildup. So it's a thing of where it's like, okay, like the nice guy truly does finish last because they're taking the path less traveled. And when you take the path less traveled, it is a longer road with a lot of bends and a lot of turns, but it's the easiest one. It's the one that has no obstacles. It's the path of least resistance. And for some reason, people like to fight themselves. Um, it's an internal mental battle. And it's definitely a thing where the only time you really do need to turn up is when a point needs to be proven. So, Thinker, you're doing amazing. Um, because I'm very
Thank
much
you.
peace with a hint of violence. Um, I only pop off when needed or when a point needs to be proven. And clearly, a lot of points need to be made tonight. Um, the thing that I tell kids when God doesn't answer their prayers, I literally just show up and the kids see me. I have popped up at random ass houses of people that I don't even know. And I'm talking about in physical real life in the middle of a manic episode and be like, hey, knock on people's doors, like, hey, can I talk to your dad? And the kids and the mom will look at me like, bitch, why the fuck do you want to talk to my husband? And the kids will be like, oh no, she's cool. I know her. And then as soon as the kids say that, I leave. Like, it's that simple. Like, all right, the kids is cool. This house is straight. I can move the fuck on. And the other point is you only go to houses where the light is on because I'm always going to leave the light on for you. Um, it's
Oh, that
it's really
that's
simple.
Motel 6. Is that
Absolutely,
Motel 6?
it is. It really is. But it's just like I don't know. I feel like everyone's making it a lot more complicated than it needs to be. I feel like believers don't like the Old Testament because what do you need me to show up for, Shantizzle? I already know, but I would like to hear what you think. Um, Believers don't like the Old Testament
So,
because
so
it's
Chris,
the
I can't
first.
let you go through all of
Okay,
them. Right? We can only do one.
okay, that's
But
cool.
yeah, but I agree with you. As far as like the nice guys finish last thing, and yeah. Thank you for coming up.
You're welcome. Y'all have a great day. Make good choices
Thank,
or not.
thank you. You too. All right. If you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose, please comment and let us know. Wait, who proved that they're a coward? Jack Reality? Who's proven that? Stop purposefully insulting my father. I don't know your father. Well, are you on TikTok? Are you over here on TikTok? What's your TikTok name? So you're the one that's in the comments begging to come up?
Is that Christ
Uh-huh. Yeah.
apologetics?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, who's proven that
Well,
they're a coward?
you.
And how
I
did I
think
prove
you
to
are
you?
trying to
How
prove
did
that
I?
you're a
How did
coward
I?
by not
How did I?
letting me
Like,
up.
listen. I'm gonna tell you right now, okay? Like, don't get yourself kicked off stage, especially if you want to prove to the world that I'm a coward. All right. If you want to prove to the world that I'm a coward and that I'm lying on your dad, right? Don't get kicked off stage. All right. Now, how did I prove to
I
you?
look
How did I prove to you that I'm a coward?
for 1 hour. Okay, for 1 hour, or about 2 hours. I'm not sure how long I've been here, but I've been asking you for the past amount of time. I've been asking you to let me up,
Was I talking to
even
someone
in the
else?
YouTube channel
Was
on
I
your
talk?
live.
I didn't see you on the YouTube channel. I just saw it now. But was I talking to someone else?
You were talking to someone else, but as soon as they got off, you did not even accept me into the live.
Okay, did somebody
Even
else
I did
comment
type
before
in
you?
your live, and you did not let me
I'm
up.
sorry, Christ
Okay,
apologetics.
look.
Like, no, no, no. Listen, the world is not about you, no matter how much you think it is. Okay, I'm gonna
Oh,
choose who I
yes, it is
want to choose.
about me, by the way.
No, it's
It is
not.
about
No,
me.
it's not.
It's
No,
about
it's not.
you. It's
Okay,
about.
okay. Listen, as I said, don't get yourself kicked off stage. I'm gonna pick whoever I want to pick to come on stage. If somebody else commented before you, that's who the fuck I'm gonna bring up. All right. Now you're up here. What
Calm down,
topic do
calm
you
down.
want to
Okay.
discuss? What topic do
Now,
you want to discuss?
how about we talk about the Gentiles? Okay. The
Hey,
question
Christ
is, does
apologetics.
God?
You've been watching the show for 2 hours. You said right,
I have not been
right.
watching. I've been trying to get up for 2 hours.
Okay, so
About
then
so.
listen. Let me tell you how this works. There are 7 topics on a post in front of you on the screen. Do you see those 7 topics?
Yes.
All right, pick one of those.
Okay,
And
I'll choose the
real
first one,
real
and then I can
quickly,
go to the other
Christ,
ones.
Christ
You're
apology.
only doing one topic. That's how it
Okay.
works. One. Okay,
All right.
and you
I'm
don't
taking
talk when we are talking. When we are talking, you mute. Okay, go ahead, Fee.
All right. So my
Yeah,
my rules
Christ,
are
I'm
okay.
sorry.
My
Did you
my
hear? Did you
rules.
hear? I don't
You
give a
have to.
fuck about your rules. I don't give a fuck about your rules. I'm not in your space. You're going to abide
Okay.
by my
Okay,
rules, my stage.
but
If you're going to
look.
be on it, listen to me because you're about to get yourself kicked. If you're going to be on my stage, you're going to follow my rules. And that is do not talk while the hosts are talking. Go ahead, Fee.
I
and
accept your rule. I do accept it, but you
Christ,
also have to let
I
me
don't give
speak,
a fuck about your rules. I don't care about your rules.
bro.
and Christ,
Look, if
Don't
you
get
could
yourself
Christ.
speak again.
kicked. Don't get yourself kicked. Like I want you to show the world how cowardly I am. Okay? Go ahead, Fee.
Yeah, I'm just trying to chime in to kind of give you a little bit of assistance before you get started. Maybe you need to take about 3 or 4 deep breaths because we can engage in a civil conversation. You can make your points. You can point out where you think Thinker was wrong, and you can do that without being at level 10. Like
Okay.
it's, yeah. So
So
just
look.
hold on, hold on, hold on. And it's going to go a whole lot easier if you don't start talking until either of us have
Very well.
stopped doing so.
I agree. I agree. But you also have to listen to me when I speak. Okay. You have to let me finish my
We don't have
explanations.
a
You cannot.
problem with that. We don't have a problem with that, but you're not going to go off topic. You're going to if we ask a question and you don't answer it, we're going to reiterate it.
Yes,
Like we
of
don't have a
course, of
problem
course,
listening to you speak.
of course. Yeah. But that is my rule.
What
So you have
topic? I
to
don't give
let
a
me
fuck
speak.
about your rule. I don't care about your rule. It does not matter here. The only thing that matters here are my boundaries. If you can't abide by my boundaries, then leave.
So I don't have rights.
Yeah,
No,
you
not
can
here.
leave.
Are you
You
I don't
don't.
have the right to
serious?
No,
explain.
no,
If
I don't
you
have the right to
don't.
explain.
No,
You're
yeah,
on a TikTok
nope.
panel and you're talking about rights?
yeah, if you want to set
Listen, if
rules,
you want
Human
to
state
be
rights.
here, if you want to be here, I'm one of the mods. So please don't piss me off because I'm close to blocking you. If you want to be here, pick a question and start the discussion.
Okay. The first one on top.
Go ahead.
Does God love the Gentiles as much as the chosen? Yes, he does. And I'm going to prove how. Okay, so if you go to the Old Testament, I can okay. So I can prove this in the 2 ways, okay? In 2 ways I can prove it to you. Both the Old Testament and the First Testament. And I do agree completely with them too, okay? The both I do agree with. All right. So if you go to the Old Testament and if you go to all right, if you go to hold on, I'll find the verse for you. Okay. If you go to Isaiah 49, okay, chapter 49 and verse 6. Okay, if you go to Isaiah 49:6, the verse explicitly says, "It is too small a thing for you to be my servant, to restore the tribes of Jacob and bring back those of Israel I have kept. I will also make you a light for the Gentiles. I will also make you a light for the Gentiles, that my salvation may reach to the ends of the earth." Now, do you understand that?
Do you think the question is, does God love the Gentiles also?
Yes, yes.
No,
He
no, no. Listen,
declares
listen
that
to
his
what I said.
salvation
Listen
should
to
reach
what
the
I
ends of the earth.
said. Stop talking. Do you think the question says, does God love the Gentiles also?
Yes, yes, he
That's
does.
not the question. Listen, that's not the question. The question isn't, does God also love the Gentiles? The question is, does God love the Gentiles as much as the chosen? That's the question.
Of course he does.
Okay, now prove that.
All right, so there are many verses in the Bible. So the verse I stated explicitly does state his love for them. But if you go to the New Testament in Galatians 3:26-28, especially the other verses too, but right now I'm going to explain that one to you. Galatians 3:26-28. So in Christ Jesus, you are all children of God through faith. For all of you who were baptized into Christ have clothed yourself with Christ. There is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor nor free. My apologies. Nor is there male and female. For you are all one in Christ Jesus. Okay, so that one is from Paul.
Yeah,
You
that's
get it?
Paul.
Yeah,
I asked about your
it's
God.
the
I
Bible.
asked about your
Okay, it's from the
God, not
Bible.
not Paul. Yep, that's Paul telling you that. I asked your God.
Yes, exactly.
What does your God?
But
What did your God say about his love for the Israelites versus the Gentiles
right, so
versus
you do
everybody
know
else?
that.
What does your what? I'm talking. Did I talk while you were talking?
You asked me a question.
But no, I didn't. I'm still talking. Did I talk while you were talking?
Sure. Okay. I mean, speak.
What does your God say about his relationship or his love with the Israelites versus everybody else? Your God, not Paul, not another human, your God.
Okay. So, all right. So you have to understand. For so God loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, so that whoever believes in Him shall not perish but have eternal life. So, for someone to be saved, they have to believe in Him. Okay. They need to believe in Christ Jesus. All right, so that they can have eternal life. As soon as they believe, it does not matter who they are. It does not matter if they're a Jew or a Gentile uh, uh, or a slave, okay? There's basically equality for all. And Christ himself has emphasized, okay, in his own expression and his own actions, he literally gave his own son for the whole world, okay? That means for everyone. It includes the Gentiles, which means the people who are not Jewish, and also the Jews themselves, including the slaves, the women, okay? The women, the men, all right? All of them. Doesn't matter who you are. Even if you've
Do you
committed
remember
so
the
many
question
sins,
that I
he will forgive you.
do you remember the question that I
I
asked
remember
you?
the question and I
Can
answered
you
your
answer that
question.
question? Can you
I just
answer that
did.
question? No, you
I
didn't.
just did.
I know I asked you, what did your God say? That's what I asked you.
Bro, he did. Like, look. So okay, so you're arguing your basis is based on something that a Muslim would actually say. Like you're
No,
asking
I
me, for
asked you, what
example.
did your God say? That's what I asked you.
I
What
know, but
does your
look,
God say? Are you saying
it's like saying
A Muslim would ask you what the God said versus what a human
it's like saying,
told
hold
you
on,
that a God said?
please.
No, 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 please, no, please. I
I'm being
asked
nice,
you very
please.
specific. I don't give a damn. I asked you very specifically, what does your God say about his relationship, his love with the
You have to
Israelites
be
versus everybody else? That's the question that I asked. Hey, Dr. Bowen.
Good morning. This
Hey,
sounds
Dr.
fun.
B.
Dr. B.
All right. I need a minute, please. Hold on.
And Christ apologist, I was telling you earlier, you don't have to rush through this. You can take your time. We're not being antagonistic towards you. If you have a civil conversation with us, we will have a civil conversation with you. You don't have to put that
Sorry,
much pressure on yourself.
I'm basically trying to get interrupted by others. Okay, I could not speak, so my
That's a
apologies.
lie. You're lying.
That's not a lie. I do not lie.
Yes,
Okay,
you are. You're literally lying. We sat
please do
here.
not
I
accuse me
did it
of lying.
on purposely. Sat here and listened to everything that you said. You have interrupted me twice.
It's not a
So
lie.
stop
Because
lying.
stop accusing me of lying, please.
Well, I can play it back.
It's not nice. Okay. All right.
Well, I don't
So
care. Don't lie on me.
look, John 17:22. Okay, for whoever believes in him,
I'm
back to
gonna
the
ask
page.
you again. I'm gonna ask you again.
You're basically
I'm going
refusing
to
my
ask you
explanations.
again. What did the God say about his relationship with the Israelites versus the Gentiles? That is my question. I even warned you and told you that I would let you speak. But if you don't answer the questions that I ask, I'm going to interrupt and I'm going to reiterate. This is the third time I've reiterated that question.
Okay, I just told you. I just explained it to you. Okay, you're basically refusing my explanations. It's what you're doing.
So you don't know what the God said. Is that what you're saying?
No, I do understand what he said.
Then what did he say?
If he said, so that my salvation will be go will be reaching the ends of the earth. Do you know what
What
that
did your
means?
God
Okay,
say about his relationship?
that includes the
What
Gentiles. The Lord
did your
Himself said that.
God say? Christ apologetics. I'm asking you very directly. Okay? When I ask what did God say, right? I'm not asking you what John said. I'm not asking you what Paul said. What did the God say about the Israelites versus everybody else?
Bro, he said, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit.
For you are a
You're
people
refusing.
holy. Stop.
You're basically.
I'm talking now. I
Sorry,
gave
sorry.
you multiple opportunities. For you are a people holy to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you out of all the peoples on earth to be his people, his treasured possessions. It was not because you were more numerous than any other people that the Lord set his heart on you and chose you, for you were the fewest of all peoples. It was because the Lord loved you and kept the oath that he swore to your ancestors, that the Lord has brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you from the house of slavery, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Yet the Lord set his heart in love on your ancestors alone and chose you, their descendants after them, out of all the people, as it is today. I never asked you if God loves Gentiles too. That was not the question.
So, all right. So the thing you've said right now, whatever you've read, it was all done out of love. Okay. So he so loved them, including everyone else in the world. Why?
I'm sorry,
Because
Dr.
if he
Bowen. What does this say right here? This part right here.
yes, okay.
Hold
So
on. No,
so he set his
not
heart
you.
on.
Your name isn't Dr. Bowen. Your name is not Dr. Bowen.
Okay, where is he
What
then?
is this part? What not your name is not Dr. Bowen. Please mute. This right here where it says out of all peoples on earth. What does that mean? Does that mean including everybody else?
Yeah, I think that is. Yeah, it means that God chose all the nations. Oh no, wait, sorry, that's not right. He chose Israel as a special nation. That's right. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Dr. B. I just want to make sure I wasn't crazy.
How do you deal with that, Christ apologist? Like, because you keep wanting to go to the New Testament, which fair enough. But how do you
Oh
engage
no,
with
I went
passages like,
from both. Like basically, I walked from both the Old Testament and the New Testament. But the problem here is that the thinker is refusing to accept my explanations, and she's
yeah,
basing it on
yeah?
her
So
own
how do
ideology
you?
instead.
But you're clearly not walking through the Old Testament portion because I mean,
I just did.
first you said wherever that's from, which doesn't bode well for you. Wherever that's from.
Listen, if you're trying to say, look, if
I'm
these
not
people are
trying to
trying,
say anything. I'm saying things
okay,
very
okay, I
clearly.
understand. Look,
So how do
I'm
you
making
engage
a.
with Deuteronomy 32 or Psalm
You
82? Like, what do you think about those passages?
wait, hold on. I need you to state
Not
it
ask you tough
for
questions?
me.
Okay, I will. I'll mute up and stop asking you hard questions.
Okay, good.
I think that's the problem here is you're asking him hard questions. He doesn't like
I
that.
think so. I think so.
No, the
I mean,
problem
he
here is
chose
that
the
you're
topic.
not
He chose the
accepting my
topic.
explanations,
He
bro.
chose the topic. Does God love the
You're
Gentiles
being
as
so close.
much? He chose the topic. Does God love the Gentiles as much as the chosen? But he's answering a question that I didn't ask, which is, does God also love the Gentiles? I didn't ask that
Yes, he
question, and he's
does.
mad. He's mad because he wants me to accept
Do I sound
his
mad?
answer to a question that I didn't ask. That's his whole problem. I didn't ask that question.
Yeah, Christ apologist did in the Old Testament. Did God say, "Here's a regulation for how you're to treat the Israelites, and then here's a different regulation for how you can treat foreigners"? Did he do that sort of thing?
Listen, you're.
Did you not understand my question?
I understand, yes, but you're not understanding mine. No one did here.
So
You're either
are you
not
not going to answer
understanding.
it? Hey,
Hold on,
Christ
you're
apologist,
either not.
are you not going to answer my question?
You have to give me the right to
Hello.
speak, bro.
Yeah, but are you going to answer my question?
All right,
Is that a yes?
repeat
You're
it
going to
again.
answer it, or a no? You're going to talk about something
Yes, I
else.
am. I am. But
Okay, I'm going to be quiet and let you answer
okay.
it. But if you don't answer it, I'm going to be a
No,
little
hold on.
miffed.
I said, repeat it so that I
Oh
can
my God.
hear it again.
Jesus. Okay.
I did not
Are
hear
there
it
laws? All right, yeah, if you
first
want me to
time.
do it, like I'm not your recorder here, right? To be played back
Okay,
at your
go.
leisure. So just be quiet. I'll ask it again. So, in the Hebrew Bible, in the laws of the Old Testament, are there laws where God says, "Okay, look, here's what you can do when it comes to Israelites, fellow Israelites, but here's what you can do, and it's different when it comes to foreigners"? Does that happen? And if so, why?
Okay, so I'm not sure on that. I have not read that part completely, but from what I can answer is that clearly from the Old Testament, everything is clear. Okay, so the verse I
Okay,
stated about Isaiah,
hold on. Just let me just stop you. You just said, "I'm
you're not
not
even
sure
allowing
about
me to
that
explain.
in the old." Hey! I'm not sure about that in the Old Testament. But what I know is everything in the Old Testament is clear. Well, if you don't know about something that I just told you, is that part of the everything in the Old Testament?
What I am
And the
about to
fact to the
explain,
people in the
yes,
comments saying that
yes, it
Dr.
is.
B is going after
What I'm
his
about to explain.
ethnicity because Dr. B asked about foreigners. Gentiles were foreigners.
That's the
Yes,
weirdest accusation I think I've had to date
I was about to
on
explain it to
social
you.
media.
While I was about to
They
explain,
don't. They think they don't know that
it
Gentile
relates.
equals
Yes, it does
foreigner.
relate. But if you do refuse it, then that is not my problem.
Foreign to what?
It's not my
Foreign to
problem if you
what?
refuse it.
Stop, stop, stop. Foreign to what? You don't know what who the foreigners were in this Bible? You would have been the foreigner, Shanizzle. It's
Listen,
you,
yes, I'm
the
bro.
Gentile. You would be the foreigner. You.
I understand it. Yes, I understand, but you don't have to clarify it. I'm clarifying it to you, although you either don't
Well,
understand me
I feel
or you're
like
basically
you do need
denying
it clarified
my
though, because
explanation.
we asked you a question about a pretty pertinent aspect of this, right? Different laws for
And
Israelites
I'm showing
and
you a
hey,
prominent
hey,
verse from
hey,
it. A
hey,
prominent
hey.
verse. Do you understand that?
Okay, I'm gonna let you show me a prominent verse from the Hebrew Bible that speaks to that particular point. Go ahead, I'll mute up.
Why are you, bro? All right.
That's not a citation. Why are
Isaiah
you? That's
42
not a.
6.
Go
Isaiah
ahead.
49 6. Okay. Isaiah 42 6 clarifies that they will make them a light for the Gentiles, that his salvation may reach the end may reach to the ends of the earth. So by this, he clarified that this religion, okay, is not only for the Jewish people, okay? It's not only for them, but it's also for the others too, including the Gentiles.
Let
So,
me ask you a question.
and
If
in
I
the
said
other
to
verse,
you,
please
"Hey,
let me
hey,
finish.
hey," no, we're not gonna let you go a wrong
You're not gonna
direction
let me
here.
finish because I'm speaking the
Uh,
truth, right?
no, yeah, that's
Yeah,
definitely what it
exactly.
is
Yeah.
because
Oh,
you're
okay.
speaking the truth.
All right,
You
so,
nailed me. You
all right.
got me.
Awesome.
So
Okay.
let me
There you
ask
go.
you a
Got you.
question. Let me ask you a question. Let's say a new religion forms in the world, right?
Who
And it's
cares
called
about a new one?
and it's called Joshism, right? And I take over the continent of Asia, right? And I say, you know what?
Okay.
I love everybody. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow everybody in the world to join my religion. Right
Okay.
now, if they don't,
All right.
that's
Good.
going to be bad news for them.
Nice one. Okay.
Right. But
So
they
look.
get to convert to my religion. Are you championing that? Are you going to be like, yes, it's
No,
a
I'm
great thing?
saying what I would say, okay, is that you're refusing the word of God itself. You're trying to
Yeah. I don't know
basically
how that's
deny.
an
You're
answer to my
denying
question. Do you
Isaiah.
think that's
You're
a
denying
moral
Joshua.
thing for people to say, uh, I, I, I love everybody equally, so they get to convert to my religion.
No, I told you, free will
No,
exists. Free
weird.
will exists.
It was so weird. So God would be totally cool,
No,
right? When what you read there from Isaiah 42, God's going to be totally cool in the end when people are like, "Yeah, I don't really want to worship you." He's going to be like, "That's cool. I love you." So like, go do your thing.
God loves you. Yes, he's basically
Yeah, that's not an
given you
answer to my
free will.
question.
You can
Answer
do
my
whatever
question.
you want.
Answer my question.
I am.
Yeah,
I
free will
did.
doesn't answer the question.
It
No,
does.
you
How?
totally didn't. Do you need me to
Bro,
ask the
He's
question?
not into answering questions at
I
Bro,
am.
all.
I just
bro.
did.
You're not.
Yeah, you
Bro, look.
totally didn't. Bro,
Previously, you
bro,
questioned me about God's love for the
bro,
Gentiles,
bro,
and I
I
answered
did
it
not. I
bro. Are you going
asked
to
you
answer
if
my question?
I did not. I
Okay.
asked you if the God loves the Gentiles as much as the chosen. You came up here to say, yeah,
And I
God loves
answered that.
Gentiles
And I
too.
answered that
No,
with,
you didn't. No, the fuck you didn't.
it was incomplete back then. Do you know that, right? Christ fulfilled the laws and the prophecy
Okay,
itself.
so
And he
wait.
made
Let's
So
y'all
go with that.
Christianity
savages.
was complete.
Is that your answer then to the question about different laws for foreigners and different laws for Israelites? Is that your answer?
They're kind of one,
That the law
okay?
was imperfect?
They're one. They're
What's
one.
one?
You're trying to
Okay, so let me
bring
just give you a
partialism
specific
between the
example.
law made for the
Since you don't
Gentiles
know,
and for the.
let me give you a specific example, okay? In Leviticus 25, 39
Okay.
to 43, right? It says, if a fellow Israelite becomes so destitute that he sells himself to you, you cannot treat him as a slave. You have to instead treat him as a hired worker and keep him with you and support him and pay him wages, right? Then in verse 44, it says, as for your male and female slaves whom you may have, you may get them from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also purchase residents that are living in the land among you, and their children who have been born in your land, and you may keep them as inherited property and pass them on to your children after you. And you may make them serve as slaves forever, but you must not do this to your fellow Israelites. Now, can you explain that?
All right. So there is a difference in authority between the fellow Israelites as well as the people he spoke of. So
What does that mean, a difference of authority?
a difference of authority. So
so saying the
God
word
chose,
again doesn't help me understand it. So what do you
all right.
mean by difference of authority
So
besides
God,
saying difference of authority?
all right. I'm about to explain. It's basically what God did. He chose the Israelites. Okay.
It's
He chose
basically
them
what God did.
for
Authority means
authority.
what God did, and then you say authority again. Can you use another word besides authority?
Authority. Okay. So I would rather use leadership instead. Sure.
Okay, how does that explain anything?
Well,
There's a difference in
did
leadership.
not the Israelites lead? I think
So
they did, right?
that explains why Israelites were not allowed to own other Israelites as slaves, but they were allowed to own foreigners as slaves because of leadership.
In somewhat cases, it's about the leadership that was given based on the laws that they have. So, kind of
I don't know
yes.
what that means. So
It
okay,
means their laws. Okay.
here's Frank the foreigner, right, living inside of Israel. He's farming his land that he's renting out, and he goes into debt, and he
Okay.
sells himself as a slave, right? He sees his other neighbor, who's an Israelite, go have the same bad crop year, can't pay his rent. I mean, can't pay his debt back, and so he goes into debt. They both come up to the Israelite that loaned them the money, right? And the foreigner
Yeah.
hears the Israelite say to the other Israelite that's in debt, "Hey, come on in, man. No, I'm not going to treat you like a slave. Here, I'm going to pay you. Here, here's what you're going to do, and here's the money that I'm going to pay you. Okay, cool. Oh, and foreigner, yeah, you're my slave. Come on, let's go. What's the how does leadership help you
Okay.
here?
So, it's just how they worked back then. It's part of the laws. So,
Okay,
how
so
can I
that's a
explain it to you?
non-answer, right? It's how it worked back then as a non-answer.
It's kind of not a non-answer. It's an answer I've just given you. It's based on their laws.
Thinker
So,
asked. It's not a non-answer. It's an answer you've given me. That was pretty deep.
from
So,
the
so
Old
Thinker
Testament,
asked you
yes.
the question, right? Why is it that in the Hebrew Bible, it sure as shit seems like God loves one group of people more than he loves another group of people?
It's
And the
not. That is
question
not
that I
true.
posed to you based on
I
that
just explained it
is,
to you.
yeah, you didn't. You said authority
Authority.
and
So
leadership,
the
and then you
authority,
said it's the answer that I've given you.
yes.
I
Is
don't
that
know.
funny?
Hey, yeah, it's really funny because
Okay.
you're
So
not answering.
how would you know?
How would I know what?
So the people that were basically in authority, they had experience. That is the
What
point of authority.
experience? What experience?
They basically they were assigned to have a position. Okay, because
What
of their
do you
experience
know what
based
the
on the
word
laws.
experience means? What does the word experience mean?
Basically, information gathered over the practices that one has bestowed upon,
Okay,
or rather
so are you
achieved.
saying that the Israelites had more experience in owning
The
people
ones
as
who had
property than foreign?
authority. I'm
Hey,
saying the ones who
listen
had
to my
authority.
question.
I just did.
No, you didn't. What was the rest of my question?
You were questioning the Israelites, but I'm speaking of the ones
No,
who are
what
in
was my
authority.
question? What was
Regardless,
my question? Hey,
I said
Christ apologist, you're not a very good apologist. What was the rest of my question?
completely. You haven't formed it. Although
Of
you
course
give
I
it to me.
haven't, you dumbass. Because,
Why?
but you
Hold
heard
on.
me,
No,
right? You heard
don't
me
call
even
me a
though I
dumbass,
didn't
bro.
finish my sentence.
That is so
Yes, you're a
disrespectful.
dumbass. So yes, it definitely is.
Sazu.
Me, and I
Okay,
give as I get,
who are
my
you?
friend.
Who are
So,
you?
who am I?
Who are
I'm
you to
Joshua
judge me?
Bowen.
Who are you to judge me?
I'm the guy sitting here calling you a dumbass.
Oh, you're a guy. Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
so what does James 4:12 say?
Fewer fucks I could not give.
No, actually, it's who are you to judge your neighbor?
Yeah. Fewer fucks
Exactly.
I could not give.
There is only one lawgiver and judge, which
Do
is
you
the
understand what
one
my
who's
sentence means?
able to
Fewer
save
fucks I
and
could
to
not give.
destroy. Do you understand what mine means?
Fewer fucks I could
It
not
means
give.
not
Do
to
you know
judge
what
your
that means?
neighbor.
Do you know
Do
what
you know
that
what
means?
that means? And you speak to me of
Fewer
morality, right?
fucks.
You
Fewer
speak to me of
fucks.
what is right
Help me out
and
here. Help me
what
what
is
this
wrong.
means. Fewer fucks I could not give.
It means ignorance.
It means ignorance.
Yes.
You know what I
Fewer
don't see
fucks.
in the comments right now, Dr. B and Fia? You know what I don't see? I don't see Christians in the comments saying, "Why so aggressive?"
No,
Oh
it's
You know,
called
yeah.
and then
morality. It's called
I don't see Christians in the comments asking Christ apologetics, "Why so aggressive? Why are you yelling?" Right?
I'm
Like
not.
I don't see
Listen,
that.
I'm being nice. I'm being
I don't
nice.
see Christians in the comments saying, "What? Stop interrupting. Let her speak." Not one time. Not
No,
once.
I'm being nice. Look, if
Yeah,
I'm being
you
rude,
definitely are.
then you
You're being
just point it
thick.
out.
You're being thick. You're
Thick.
being
Okay.
obtuse.
So if I'm being thick, then what are you doing by calling me a dumbass?
Do you know what
Judging.
thick means?
It's called judging.
Do you know what thick means?
What's the
Obtuse. Do you know what obtuse
morality
means?
morality difference
Do you know
between
what
judging and being
obfuscating
thick?
is? Dodging?
Yes, I do. I do.
Okay, I mean, I'm sure that you do.
Do you know? Do you know
You're
what
quite good at it.
judging means? Because
Let's go back to the question that you
you're quite
continue to
enslaved to
dodge.
it.
Yeah,
You are quite enslaved to
that's
basically
excellent wordplay
judging
there.
people and
So
being immoral.
let's
I'm
do it
not
And
again.
upset.
judge,
I just know
Yeah,
how hypocritical y'all asses are. Y'all are very hypocritical and you're whiny.
so you're
All
calling
that
me
does is prove
hypocritical
how
and
whiny y'all are.
Joshua or who?
Christians.
Ah,
so the
okay.
question again, Mr.
That
Apologist.
sounds quite righteous to you. Is it
The
Okay.
right?
question, Mr. Apologist,
Yeah.
is why is it that God said to the Israelites, you may own foreigners as chattel slaves, but fellow Israelites, you can't keep them as slaves. You have to treat them as hired workers. Your answer to that was Israelites had more experience. What does that mean?
Okay, I just explained it to you. So, all right. So the
Explain it to me
Israelites.
again in small words so that I can understand.
All right. So the Israelites. Okay. So in the Bible, it did clarify how the Israelites who were chosen and how they were taught the laws. Right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if they were taught the laws, then that would therefore make them known more to the laws, which means that they know the law more than the Gentiles that never knew it itself. Right?
Right.
So would that not
Therefore,
make them?
what?
Would that therefore not make them more experienced, specifically those in authority, to
So your
have
argument is
their
your
own
argument
persons?
is, hold on. Your argument is that because they knew that the law told them they could keep foreigners as permanent chattel slaves and pass them on as inheritance to their children, and that they couldn't do that to fellow Israelites, that gave them the right to do it because they knew that?
No, it's because they were taught that they were given by God. Okay, God has given them the law. So in order for the law to be known, they have to give it to a specific people. And who are those specific people? The chosen that God has chose.
How
Okay,
does that make it okay that you can own foreigners as chattel slaves,
so
but treat Israelites as hired workers?
if you're talking, okay, so which one are you talking about, the treatment or the basis?
The
Which
treatment
one?
or the
Like the one
basis?
having slaves, or the treatment, like the basis of slavery, or the basis of treatment?
I'm concerned that you're not following the dialectic
I
here.
am following you, but you have to differentiate between the two because there are people who don't agree with, slavery itself.
The
Which
dialectic here is that Thinker is saying that one group of people, this chosen group, you seem to be agreeing with,
yes,
is loved more
no,
than
not
the
love more.
rest.
The
And
Bible
so
does
we're
clarify
bringing
that.
up a counterexample to you,
It was not because
saying
of
here's a,
love alone. It was not because of love alone, but because they
Hold on,
also
hold
had
on.
this
Let's see.
authority because of
Isaiah
their own
43.
experience.
Hold on. Let's read
Because they were
Isaiah
taught.
40. Let's read
Go
Isaiah
ahead.
43 right quick. Let's Isaiah
Okay.
43,
All
1 through
right. Go
4.
on.
He says,
By the way,
but now, thus says the Lord, He who created you, O Jacob, He who formed you, O Israel, do not fear, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. You are
yes,
mine.
he
When you
chooses the
pass,
call.
shut up!
Damn.
Damn, I did not interrupt you the
So
whole
rude.
time you were talking. Stop.
Sorry.
Damn. I have called you by name. You are mine. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers, they shall not overwhelm you. When you walk through the fire, you shall not be burned, and the flame shall not consume you. For I am the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, your Savior. I give Egypt as your ransom, Cush and Seba in exchange for you, because you are precious in my sight and honored, and I love you. I give people in return for you, nations in exchange for your life. In this love letter, your God is telling the Israelites that he gives up Gentiles to save the lives of his precious Israelites. The question that you chose was, does God love the Gentiles as much as his chosen?
So
Please answer that
back then,
question.
okay. So back then, he was speaking of the Egyptians. All right, as you can see, right? I give Egypt as your ransom, Cuba and Seba. So these three engage in adultery, specifically, worshiping false pagan gods, or doing bad stuff itself, immorality at that time. And if they did, in this case, the justification, okay, it's based on the laws. And what he did in that time, it was based on the justification between what they have done and what Israel has done itself, especially basically their authority itself. And as I said, their authority is based on their own teachings. Okay, it's based on their own teachings.
I've never heard that type of word salad
It's
before.
not word salad.
So you're suggesting that Israel was called up out of Egypt because they obeyed the law better than the Egyptians that neither of them had.
You're confused. You're confusing it. No, to have.
Yes, I'm confusing it. No
No,
question.
he
So go
was
ahead and
chosen because
clarify.
of God's plans. Okay.
Right.
All right. So they were chosen because of God's plans, but
Okay,
the
not because
authority
they
that they
obeyed
have,
the law better. Is that
the
right?
author the authority that they have is because
So that they were
it was based
chosen
on
because of the
their
authority
teachings.
that they
Okay.
have. Because, and you said that the reason they had that authority was that they had that experience. When I said, "What is that experience?" You said it's that they know the law. So
It's
they
based on
were
the teachings.
chosen
Yeah.
because they had and knew the law, but they were chosen before the law was given. So you want to make that make sense for me?
Okay. So they were chosen out of love. Okay. That is part of the plan that he has. Okay. God has his own
So
plans. Is
not
that right?
because they obeyed the law better.
It's not just one reason. It's many.
Can you show me where it says, because you obeyed the law better, I chose you?
No, no. It's not because of that. I did not make that statement.
You 100% did.
No, look, differentiate. Look, basically the authority that they have authority because their authority is based on the teachings. Okay, it's based on the law and the prophecy.
That has
They
nothing
have
to do with why
authority.
they were chosen.
It does. It does
Tell
actually.
me how.
Out of love, since they also were chosen, and since they were part of God's plans, and since they were basically allowed to have leadership and to make Gentiles of other nations, including their, the Gentiles as well. So basically, yes, it's.
You should go back and listen to yourself. And
I
then at
did
the end of it, think to
because of
yourself,
God's.
I
I
wonder
told
if
you
that
many,
made
many, many
sense.
reasons. God's
I wonder if that,
plans,
you
love,
said,
authority
when
based
we
on
asked you, why were
teachings.
the Israelites chosen? You said, because they had authority. We said,
Many
well,
reasons.
why
It's
they,
many reasons.
so they were chosen because they had authority. And you said,
There are
yes, because they had
authority
experience,
based
because they
on
were given the
teachings.
law. Yeah, right. So they had this authority based on teachings, and that's why they were chosen, right?
Do you know what the
Hey,
teachings
answer
are?
my question.
I
Stay with
am.
me.
I am.
Yeah. It's a yes or no question.
Yes, it's based on the teachings as
Okay,
well.
so if that's it, so if they're chosen because they had authority, because they were given the teachings, but they were chosen before the teachings were given to them,
Again,
how does
many
that make
reasons, and
sense?
yes, it does make sense. Look, it was done out of love. Look,
Thinker,
listen.
it does make sense. Like it does.
Teachings.
He
Do you know
says
what
so.
that is? Do you know what that is?
Yes, I
God's
do.
laws. God's laws.
I'm concerned that you
God's
don't.
teachings. God's
So they
message.
were chosen because they understood the teachings and had the teachings, but they didn't get the teachings until after they were chosen.
It all began from love. The whole
Oh
reason
my,
began from love.
He's
Okay.
not that. This is the apologetics that, like,
yeah.
I don't know. This shit doesn't make sense. But
How does
anyway,
it not
the
make
question
sense?
that you chose. So I'm just gonna. All I do is just read the book. Like I. So I ask, have they
I have
stumbled
no
so
space to
as
read.
to fall? Stop interrupting me. I haven't interrupted you. I'm getting sick of you.
All right, calm down. Go ahead.
I'm getting sick of you. So I ask, have they stumbled so as to fall? By no means. But through their stumbling, salvation has come to the Gentiles, so to make Israel jealous. Why did salvation come to the Gentiles? Christ apologetics.
All right. So from that point, you can say that it was also to make Israel jealous, which
No, no,
means
no.
he
There's no
basically
also
had pity
here.
for them.
There's no also here. Why has salvation come to the Gentiles?
No, you have to say also. Why?
Yeah,
Because of the
there
Old
is there an
Testament and
also
its
in the
teachings.
text? Is there an also in the text? Does it say
You're
also in the book? Does
all right. Hold on.
you believe this
Let
is
me
your word
explain.
of
Let me
God?
explain.
This is you believe that this is your God's word.
I believe. I believe.
Does
Look. Hold on.
okay? So does
Allow
your
me to
God
explain.
say also? Does your God say also here?
Not here. Look. Hold on. Hold
Okay,
on.
so why did
What you're reading
salvation
is part of the
come?
story.
Why did salvation come to the Gentiles?
You're only reading part of the story.
Why
You're not reading all of it.
why did salvation come to the Gentiles?
It did. He explained it
Why?
in Isaiah 49.
Why? Why?
Bro, in here,
Why? Why? Why?
he
In Isaiah
clarifies it.
43,
The Old Testament clarifies it.
In Isaiah 43, he says, I will give nations, right? He says, I love you, right? I will give
Yes,
people in return for you.
but he
I
loves the people.
nations, stop talking while I'm talking. You don't answer questions. I'm literally getting sick of you.
Okay.
I will give people in return for you. I will give nations in exchange for your life. The Gentiles are a sacrifice. They're a ransom or
Sacrifice.
some jealous, some side chick to get Israel back, to make
Okay,
Israel jealous.
show me where it says sacrifice.
I said a sacrifice or some ransom
Okay.
or some side chick.
I want to know where I can find the word sacrifice in that verse you
Well,
have shown
Jesus
me.
told y'all to make yourselves a living sacrifice. So there's that.
So no, Jesus is the Lamb of God. Okay, he's
Who
he's
told
God in
you
human flesh.
to present yourselves as a living sacrifice?
He's God. What do you
It doesn't
mean?
matter. You asked for a sacrifice. Like, there it
How?
is.
Explain how it does not matter.
I don't got to explain shit. You asked for where does it say that you should be a sacrifice? Like, you're told to present yourself as a living sacrifice. So there you go.
Okay, I have a question, please. Do you think that the God Yahweh does not love us equally, or do you just stumble upon a verse
Of
which
course
is
I
only
don't. Why the
part
fuck
of
do
the
you
whole
think I
thing?
asked that question? No, I don't.
Oh, so you don't think that he loves us equally?
No.
All right, so you reject the whole testament and the whole law and the whole prophecy that Yahweh
You're
was
just
trying
gonna
to
keep
give
asking the same question. I've already answered that.
because of part of a story.
Are you
I
going to?
literally
Are
already
you?
answered that.
You haven't even seen the whole story yet.
Well, actually, she's seen it probably far
Okay, if
more in
she's seen
depth
it,
than
then
you
why is she
have.
closing it on one point that was not even
She's
clarified?
taken you to about 6 different passages.
Yes,
You just keep skipping over them.
but you're ignoring the others. It's what you're doing right here.
Yes,
If-
yes,
Okay.
but yes, I do
Yeah,
keep
and
skipping over them.
no, I'm
But
not.
why did you hone in on a
I'm
specific
using
passage in
Christianity.
Isaiah 42?
I'm
And
using the
you
Bible
were
to
just ignoring
prove it
all
to
the
you.
other 6 that she brought up.
And
Man, that's so
you're
weird.
ignoring all of the other teachings that was found in the Bible.
Take us
What are
to
you
them.
doing?
We've taken you to 6. You've gone to 1.
I just did.
Take us to them.
I did like so many
You
times.
see no problem.
What are you doing?
You see no problem skipping over slavery, right?
And
By
just yeah,
saying
and you
things
have no
like
problem
authority and
skipping over
experience.
the fact that he loves us, all of us, equally, and
Yes,
that it
I
does
love you
not
all
matter if
equally.
we're a
Hey,
slave.
listen,
I'm listening.
slave fellow Israelites, but I love you all equally. But if you want chattel slaves, you can get them from foreigners, people that are not Israelites. But I love you all equally.
Yes, he loves us all equally. I just told you, in Christ, in Jesus Christ. I mean Christ, okay? There is no slave nor free, okay? Do you know what that means? It
And
means
there's
equality
neither
between
male or
all slaves
female.
and
So are you woke? Are you woke?
Are you
There's
woke?
neither male nor female either.
Yeah, exactly. So
What does that mean? So that there's neither slave nor free, male nor female.
that was during the treatment. That was how it was done back then. The treatment, okay? I'm not saying the
What
basis.
is the treatment? What is the
You're,
treatment
you're, you're,
of male and female?
so if you're trying to imply treatment and male and female itself, that's two different things. Okay?
You're the one. You're the one that said treatment.
Yes, I did, and I told you
So
the
you say
treatment that
treatment,
occurred
and then you say, so if you're trying to imply treatment,
specifically the treatment that happened back then. Okay, and that during
you
that time,
said,
I
hey,
explained it to you.
slow
I
down.
explained it to you. Okay,
You said, Christ apologist.
it
Look,
was all
Galatians
done.
3:28. Hey. You said Galatians 3:28 tells us that there's neither slave nor free, right? And I said, yeah, but it also says there's neither male nor female. So, and you said, yeah, but if you're trying to say treatment, so you want to finish up on that, or what's the symmetry breaker?
All right, so I just told you, and I explained it to you many times. The prophecy and the laws back then were done in accordance with the people of Israelites. Okay,
What does that have
I
to do
told
with
you
Galatians
authority is
3:28
based
and the
on their
question that I
teachings.
just asked you?
Now you have a choice. Okay, you have a choice. You
Hey,
have free will.
hey, what does that have to do with
You can
Galatians
refuse.
3:28 and the question that I just asked you?
What does it have to do with each other?
Do you even know what Galatians 3:28 is?
It's the Bible. It does have everything to do with each other.
It's the Bible. I mean, you got that part right, right?
Yeah, and
It's the verse you just cited.
yeah,
Did you know that? That
but
comes from Galatians 3:28. Did you know that?
yes,
So
hold
why
on.
did I
Yes,
say there's neither male or female? Why do you think I said that?
listen, I get what you mean, and I told you
No. Why do
the
you think
treatment
that I
back then.
said that? Don't tell me that you get it. Tell me why. Why did I
Okay,
say it?
so why did God punish the people? The
Thinker,
basically the dilemma.
he's just incapable of answering
Yeah.
No, hold
questions.
on. Stop saying
Yep.
incapable.
I'm eating a
The
Pop Tart.
Ashkenites. Do you know the Ashkenites? Why does God call people, people who are impure dogs? Okay, He's trying to make up for the justification between what people have done. Okay, so
I'm just going to
basically,
go back to the question that I asked you that you moved away from.
those who are impure,
So so
they're judged upon. Okay,
when you said, hey, guys, there is neither slave nor free, right? So that like
yes,
we're all free.
but you're
And
just
then I
refusing.
said,
You're refusing it.
hey, and then I said, so what does that mean in relation to there's neither male or female?
Okay, I
Why
just
do you think
explained
I
it to
said
you.
that? Why do you think I asked you that question?
I explained it to you, man. I explained it to you.
I'm waiting.
All right, I'm going to explain it again. I told you back then, under those laws, under those
What are
justification
you
systems,
talking about? Stay with Galatians 3:28.
and you have to understand me to understand what I'm
Can
trying
you
to
just
emphasize.
cite can you just quote Galatians 3:28 for me?
All right, one moment.
So no, you can't quote it.
Specifically, I mean, I could, but
Yeah,
from here,
just Google it because you don't know your Bible. Go ahead.
Galatians 3:28.
Yep.
There is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, nor is there male and female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus.
Okay, so if you're going to lean into that verse
Okay,
to say, well,
did
slavery's
Jesus
not a thing
exist?
because look at
Did Jesus exist back then?
hey. So if you're going to lean into that verse as some sort of a guiding principle to prove to us that slavery's
It's what it
not a
means that.
thing,
Hold on, please. It's
what
what it
does
means to be a
neither male
Christian.
or
I follow
female
Jesus
mean?
Christ. I follow
Hey,
Jesus Christ.
you've
Listen,
got
I'm explaining.
you've got to listen to my question. And the next thing out of your mouth needs to
If it
be
clarifies it,
the reason that says
I'm going on
neither
mute.
male or hey, the
Dr.
reason
B,
that
just
that's
say the word.
yeah.
I'm
Oh
letting you go.
yeah. I
Just
mean,
say
if
the
you're
word
just waiting for
whenever
me
you're
to be
ready.
done, I feel like a cat
Yeah, I'm
playing
just
with a
waiting on
mouse
you.
here.
Okay. All right. Bye. Bye. Apologetics.
You're giving up.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. That was
Yeah,
frustrating. Am I clenching?
he definitely won that one. There's no question. He takes the W.
The scariest part of that conversation is that he really thought that he was making sense.
Yeah.
That's the scariest part. He really thought that he was making a valid point and actually answering Dr. B's questions, which he didn't. This is on YouTube, by the way, Christ Apologist. You might want to rewatch it.
Yeah, I mean,
He came from YouTube. That's the crazy part.
like,
Oh,
what does
damn.
authority mean? Oh, authority means authority. Oh,
What did he say about the Bible? Oh my gosh. That was crazy. I'm sorry, y'all. This Pop Tart good. Somebody said the cherry frosted. That's what I'm eating. The cherry frosted one good. I'm sorry. If you're in the guest request box on purpose and you want to come up on stage, please comment. We'll bring you up.
yeah. Were you saying I can't look at the chat at the moment. Were you saying that there are a lot of Christians down there talking a big game?
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully they'll come
Yeah,
up
a
here. You
lot.
know,
Yeah.
show us the error of our ways.
It's 40 of them in the guest request. Are you all going to comment? Let me know if you're in the guest request box, please, so that we know who's here on purpose. Yeah, like if you sent a request to be on stage, can you comment and say, hey, I'm here, so that we know that you're in the guest request box on purpose? Okay, thank you, Maverick Music. Maverick, hi, how are you?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am an atheist.
Okay. Now, if you come on stage as an atheist, we do ask that you are talking about one of the topics um, that we are discussing.
Okay. Um, I would like to choose believers don't like the Old Testament.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
So we all heard the story about, Moses and stuff like that and what he's done, but have we heard the story of when God wanted to kill Moses?
Mm-hmm.
It's in Exodus 4:24 through 26.
Yeah, because he had not circumcised his son that he had
Yeah,
married.
so his wife cuts off their son's foreskin to save Moses. Like that's
Mm-hmm.
one of the stories that you would never hear in church because they'll skip right over that. I was born and raised in church. I was a church musician for a while, and I never heard that story until I read it myself.
Yeah, they don't.
Or
They don't read that one. They also don't read the
yeah,
ones where it talks about how they would make agreements by grabbing each other's balls, and that's how they shook hands. They don't read that either.
hmm
Oh, you didn't know
the
about
one
that?
crazy one that I found. No, I didn't know about that one.
Oh, when they say that they reach under
The
the
one
thigh,
crazy.
like when they reach under the thigh to make a covenant, to make an agreement, they're grabbing each other's balls, and that's how they would make agreements.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, you gotta wonder, you gotta wonder, like, what is it with the foreskins? Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is it with the foreskins, and why? Why the balls? Like, what does that signify? How does that say? Yep, I trust you.
Listen,
You're
think,
gonna make
don't
good on
knock
your
it
word.
till you
Like,
try it.
why?
You know what I mean?
This shit is
Yeah.
wild, man. That's crazy. Cause that reminds me of the story about Lot. I think it's Genesis 19:30 through 38 when his daughters feel like they weren't gonna have husbands or something, so they get him drunk and have sex with him.
Lot's daughters.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why would God allow something like this? Like, y'all couldn't pray that he would send some other men your way or something? Like, you just decided we gonna take it up, you know, upon ourselves to just sleep with dad.
I think that that story actually just serves as a way to demonize the Ammonites and the Moabites. Um,
Yeah.
I don't think it actually happened, but I think that's their way of saying, oh, this is why these nations are abhorred by the God, because that's still their family, right? Like that would Lot was Abraham's nephew, right? So that would still be their family, their blood.
Anchor, the answer
And
here is that it has to do with the authority of experience. So,
I thought you were being serious for a second. I'm gonna say how. But yeah, I think that's what it means. But when you think about it, like from a Christian perspective, if you were taking that story seriously, it's like, okay, Lot's daughters did that and committed incest, but Abraham and Sarah were brother and sister, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so how is it that the promise comes through incest, like an incestuous relationship through Abraham and Sarah, but then when you look at Lot and his daughters, that's seen as deplorable nations, right? Demonic nations because of how they were consumed. I mean, conceived, right?
Right.
Moses came
Mm-hmm.
from an incestuous relationship. Moses's father married his auntie, right? And so it's like
Right.
all the blessings, came from that. But then when you look at that nation, that it's abominable, right? It doesn't make sense to me. But I think I heard Dr. Bowen say this one time, and I may be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. B. But I do think that the story serves just as an introduction, right, to the Ammonites and the Moabites, but to present them as they are this devilish nation, or their gods were devils or something like that, or false gods or something. Is that right?
Yeah, a lot of the stories, and obviously, I mean, sorry, you know this. A lot of the stories in Genesis are etiological in nature, so they're trying to like, why is it? Why is it that this is the way it is right now? And here's the story behind it. Yeah,
Yeah, but the fact that they would use like incest, one incestuous is blessed and one is not. Like it's just I don't know. It's very that's an interesting point to me. And then like they'll say that God winked at the incest between Sarah and Abraham, and they'll completely demonize Lot's daughters and what they did while justifying Sarah and Abraham's incest and say that it had to happen because those group of people had to be of a specific bloodline. Like the justification that they'll do uh to just defend the God. Like it's just interesting to me. But no, they don't like the Old Testament because of all of that.
Yeah, they especially don't like it because he was talking about slavery with apologetics, I think his name was, and they definitely skip over Exodus 21. I've never
Yeah.
heard anybody preach about that at all. I mean, 'cause that walks you through being able to beat slaves, and as long as they don't die within 3 days, you good. But
Give me
you
just a
know, if
second.
they
I'm sorry. I have a stalker. To the mods, if you see an account that says Shay Rosem, he's on his probably seventh account. Can we block him? And this is getting fucking ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous. Stay blocked and don't come back. Go ahead.
but yeah, it's just crazy how that's in there. I think it's in Leviticus. I think there's some of it in Deuteronomy that talks about this and how people just try to say, well, it's indentured servitude or that's what it meant back then. And I'm like, okay, well, how about you be my slave with the rules that are put down in the Bible then? And of course, they won't agree to that because who wants to be any type of slave? Like, who wants
I
to be
tell you,
beat?
Maverick, I did a debate one time with a guy named Godless Engineer. I don't know if you know John, but he and I debated a guy named G-Man and his colleague Veckel. And so you have two white guys and two black men debating this topic of slavery. So, I mean, like, automatically, it was the most surreal thing that we were the two saying, look, slavery's bad. God, like, I can't believe I have to say this. And the guy that was my debate partner, he's from Georgia. Um, so, like, it was super awkward. And at one point, they asked a question in the comments. Well, would the Christians, you know, the G-Man and Veckel, would they ask the question just what you did just now? Like, would you be willing to be godless engineer's slave? And and you know, John was like, "This is way too close to home. Can we please move past this?" And G-Man said, "Yeah, I definitely would. I would agree to be his slave." And it was I don't know how to describe it. I mean, like I felt like I was in some other dimension because, like you're saying, it's just the the the, the knots that people will tie themselves in to say, no, 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 you know, it's not the bad kind of slavery. It's just yeah, it was a terrible, terrible moment, honestly.
Yeah, and it's crazy because Thinker, I think she asked this question a couple lives ago, where she was asking, well, does your God forbid it, or does he say anything about not having sleeves? And it's not in there. I mean, he could have easily added another, you know, another commandment saying, "Thou shalt not own other people." Jesus said nothing about it. I think the only thing in the New Testament about it is, to obey your masters and like even the cruel ones. So there's nothing there that says, "Hey, this is bad." He clearly sits there and outlines it for you on how you can do it, what you can do, what you can't do. This is how you get them. This is where you get them from. This is who you can have. These people you gotta let go within 7 years. These people you have to let go within 50 years or the year of Jubilee. And people find all ways to try to justify it. And it's just crazy to me.
These crybabies on YouTube are irritating. Like how is reading from the Bible being disingenuous? Like y'all like are ridiculous. Did you have anything else that you wanted to share, Maverick?
Yeah. They saying stuff is disingenuous. Okay, so let's see if Second Kings, 2, chapter 2, verse 23 to 25. I'm pretty sure that's the story of Elisha or Elijah, where he's being taunted and teased by kids in the street. And remind you, he's supposed to be one of God's prophets. He curses the kids, and then two bears come out the woods and just maul them. Like, why would he have this type of power from God where people are just talking about him? I think it was about him being bald, if I'm correct.
Yeah, they were just calling him a bald head, but what they were saying was they were telling him to die. Basically, like they were telling him to follow Elijah. When they say "go up thy bald head" or "go forth thy bald head," they were basically telling him to die, and that's why he cursed them. Not that it was justified, but that's what
Right.
that meant. Yeah.
Right. The thing gets me about these believers is that they'll say, well, you need to read the Bible. And then when you read it and you pull out stuff that's in their book, they say, oh, you're not interpreting it correctly. Oh, you need to go to church and have somebody tell you what's the right way to read it. Like, this shit is crazy.
Yeah. Dr. B, help me find the option D in this, okay? He says, thinker, is it irritating because you can't think, or is it irritating because you are empty and lost? I think it's D, all the above. Where was D? Where was option C and option D? Like,
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah, they got you thinking.
damn. I'm empty and I'm lost because I fucking don't have C and D in that motherfucker.
Well, you don't understand the authority of experience that makes you chosen. So that's the issue, I think.
Yeah, that's why I'm missing it. Damn authority.
Dr. B, I think that's going to be my excuse for every report I'm ever late on. Well, it's the authority of my experience that allows me to turn this in a couple of days late. I'm just going to see how it works.
That's right. And when they question you on it, just say, I've already explained this to you many times. So
Have you read, Maverick, the story where the Israelites chopped up the concubine, where the Levite chopped up the concubine and sent her body out through Israel by messengers as a rallying call to call a meeting at Mizpah?
Yes. I actually brought that up to my mother, who's she's a Hebrew Israelite, and she's been trying to, she's been trying to convert me. And I brought that up to her, and, she just straight ignored it and just moved on to something else. And I'm like, Mom, how can you believe this craziness? Like, you can't see the debauchery, like, in your book. And what's even crazier is that she's like she's already a part of a fringe sectors in Christianity. But for whatever reason, these Hebrew Israelites also read from the Mormon Bible for some reason.
What?
And they use the Mormon Bible and the regular Bible, and they say that they're getting scriptures from the Mormon Bible to back up the original Bible. And yeah, I don't know.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's one heck of a combination. Oh my gosh.
Bean pies and magic panties? That's a combination I never knew I needed.
Oh my god. Purple shirts, magic draws, and bean pies. That's crazy. Well, Maverick, I definitely thank you for coming up and sharing your thoughts on that. I hope you are able to convince your mom how insane this stuff is in the book. And, not that you're trying to take, her idea of God away from her, but some of these beliefs are very dangerous to hold. But thank you so much for coming up.
Yep. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Hope you have a good day.
You too.
What could the Israelites possibly want from the Mormon Bible?
That's what I was thinking, Scott. Scott said, how does the Mormon pre 1979 racism sit with the Black Hebrew Israelites? I would love to see how they square that circle.
Right. That's why I don't understand. Like, the what? Like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, it just gets crazier and crazier. They ignored it. Faith, have you ever asked yourself, why can't I be this delusional? Like, have you ever, like, seriously, have you ever said, like, to yourself, like, why can't I be this delusional?
Yes, I have. I have truly wondered if there was something like abnormal about my brain that I can't just read what the vast majority of believers read and be like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm gonna take that. Let's run with that. I have.
They think that we don't want to have this level of delusion or something. Like, we just it's not a choice. It literally is not a choice.
Because if it was a choice, honestly, I think it would be easier to choose it because
Yeah.
it is the path of least resistance. It's easy. It's where everybody else is going. You don't have to think about it. You got instant friends. You have community. You have all these things. I wish I could. I really, truly do. I mean, I don't, but you know what I'm saying?
No, I've literally like asked myself, like, to be honest, like, why can't I just believe? Who's in the guest request box? Right, Alan, because it's lies. And, like, I don't know. Because think about it. You know how many people would not want to lose family? Like, how many people wish that they could do the thing that their family needs them to do in order to still, be with your family or be close with your family?
Mm-hmm.
Thinker, this is like way off topic, but I thought you would be interested in this. If you don't know about it, you may know about it already. Are you familiar with that the contradiction that gets harmonized about how you're supposed to cook the Passover meal with the boiling and the roasting? So,
What scriptures is that?
so if you go to Exodus 12, verse 9, it says, do not eat any of it raw or boiled at all with water, but rather roasted with fire. So it says Passover, don't boil it in water, right? But
Mm-hmm.
roast it with fire. But in Deuteronomy 16, talking about the same meal, it says, and you shall cook, which is that same word, bashal, to like boil, cook it and eat it in the place that the Lord chooses. So in Second Chronicles 35, which of course is later, and this is one of the things that the chronicler does, is he takes disparate parts of the Pentateuch and conflicting things and like tries to tie them together. He says, so they roasted the Passover meal in fire.
Oh
I mean,
wow.
sorry, they boiled, like they cooked the Passover meal with fire, so that, and then it specifically is according to the custom, according to the mishpat, which is, the thing that characterizes so many of the laws. So it's like he's looking at both of these passages and trying to wed them together. And Joel Baden asks the question. It's really funny. He said, "So it's always interesting to me, like how do you boil something in fire?" But it's when you see the translations into English, how they do it, because they recognize the issue. They try to minimize it. But yeah, it's the chronicler taking these two conflicting laws about how to cook the Passover meal, and and essentially just doing both, putting them both in there so that and then saying it's definitely according to the law. So it's a pretty interesting, but it's Exodus 12:9, Deuteronomy 16:7, and then Second Chronicles 35:13. Those are
That's why I was trying to ask you for the third one, Second Chronicles.
Second Chronicles 35:13. Yeah,
And then
take a look.
so when a apologist addresses this, do they try to do they say, "Oh, the chronicler made a mistake," or do they try to apologize it away with some interpretation?
I've actually I've never confronted one with this one, primarily because I think as we just saw, it's hard enough to get them to focus long enough to say, "Hey, slavery bad, here slavery," right? That's
Yeah.
a big jump. So getting them to go to three different verses, I admire your patience when you try to to get them to follow you over multiple passages, because it's a very optimistic, very optimistic.
I think that might be the crazy part of me is that I still have not realized yet that that's not working with them. Like they don't necessarily care what the book says. They care about what they believe and what they've been told. So yeah, I think that's the crazy part of me is even attempting to do that. Dr. B, uh, YouTube wants to know if you Google the shit you know.
Is that a is that a real question from like Google it?
Mhm.
Meaning, what does
I
that
thought you was
mean?
telling them to Google the answer. They want to know if you Google what you know.
I Google what I know. Are they asking like, do I see if people have come up with answers to these types of objections that I'm raising by going to
I,
Google?
I think what he's asking, if you go to Google University.
No, I went to Johns Hopkins. Yeah,
There you go.
university.
There you go. Okay. Virgil, hi, how are you? Virgil? All right, we'll move on. He said, "Can you understand any book fully without speaking to the author? So why do unbelievers think it's different for the Holy Bible? Because they ride the small bus." Well, Dr. B,
Yes.
would you say that when you and I met that I had a good understanding of your books? before we
Yeah,
move?
I definitely think so.
So the answer would be yes. You can understand any book without fully speaking to the author. I looked up and was able to become friends with the author of the books that I was reading and understanding, but the answer is yes.
Well, I'd like to pose the question back: which book and which author? Right?
Which
Because
book
if
and which author?
That's what I was
yeah,
wondering, Josh.
because I
I
mean, like,
think
are we?
I think he's trying to say the Bible because he's trying to say. He says, "Can you understand any book without? Can you understand any book fully without speaking to the author?" So why do unbelievers think it's different for the Holy Bible? Because they ride the small bus.
Oh, well, I'd love for that person to come up here because I'd like to ask them if they believe in the univocality of the text. How would they engage with contradictory ideas in that univocal text? Right? Is the author, who is omniscient, making intentional mistakes? I'd be very
They
interested.
they say, "What makes you think you understand it?"
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna say maybe I don't. If they'll come up here and educate me on it.
Do you want to come over? Bold, brazen, brave, a politician brand. What the fuck kind of name is that? Listen to these names: bold, brazen, brave, a political brand. And then YouTube keeps banning me for nothing. That's their names, both of theirs. But y'all are more than welcome to come on the stage. Of course, you need TikTok. That's typically how it works.
But we were on the small bus. Can't with
Yep,
these
you
people.
need to download TikTok and come on over. We'll entertain somebody else until you get here. Rail? Is it Rye? What is it? What's your name?
Rare one.
Rye one?
No, rare one. So
Oh,
R-A-1. So rare one.
rare one. Was there a reason that you didn't spell it? Never mind. Are you a
Yeah,
Christian?
just a creative. That's all.
Okay. Okay. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss?
Uh, the part that says, what do you tell kids when God doesn't answer their prayers?
Unfortunately, I'm sorry, but that one is off the board for tonight. And again, Dr. B, he said, so you were a contradiction. He's speaking on the Holy Bible, but then he just said that he doesn't understand it and would like for someone to explain it to him. Shaking my damn head, idiots.
Yeah, I'm worried about people's command of language. So I'm sure that everybody else picked this up. I know I have sort of a deadpan sense of humor, but I didn't think I hid that one very well. I was being quite sardonic.
I don't think that he
Yeah,
understood univocality. I don't think he understands sardonic.
I was about to say the same thing, Dr. B. You're gonna have to, consider this your
I was
audience.
being Mr. Brazen, bold, obviously has a large penis. There's obviously that's going to be the case, right? Nobody would come out like that otherwise. The ladies love him. I'm sure that these are all true things. Definitely not an incel. Come on up here. Don't worry about me.
So what is
Yeah,
the question?
Rare,
Again.
rare,
So yeah.
rare. Did you hear me when I said, hold on for a second?
Oh,
Did you hear me
okay.
Yeah, because
Sure.
we weren't talking to you, but we can now. Go ahead. Please pick a topic that's not the third topic, please.
Since the one that I picked is off, I don't know which are the ones. So everyone, I suppose, that has their asterisks is off the discussion tonight, correct?
No, just the third one because that's the one that everybody chose all night, and we are tired of talking about it, so it's off limits.
Okay, so the number one that says, "Does God love the Gentiles as much as His chosen?"
That's going to be the next one to be taken off. How many? Is this the third time we've talked about this one? We can do it. This after this one, it's going to be taken off. Go ahead.
Okay, or maybe I can do another one. God violates free will all the time. Is that one okay?
I'd rather that you go ahead and stick with the first one. Go ahead.
Okay, so God's love is very much misinterpreted sometimes, because sometimes human beings are often translate God's interpretation of things, or the way that the Bible refers to God's love, as how we human beings literally through the lenses that we interpret life, how we do things with our human biases and all of that.
Hold on just a second. The chat is asking for the free will question. Do you mind changing for the chat?
Not a problem.
Okay. I just want to note right quick that that question that he just asked would have been a good opportunity to actually learn a little bit more, right? But free will. Go ahead,
No
Rare.
problem. So about the free will, right? I personally do not think that God violates our free will. Otherwise, we wouldn't have today, the case in point, every human being. There's no two persons you ask the same question you're asking me that can hold the same view. And then those views have been informed by a certain lifestyle, certain background, foundation, and from all walks of life. And that's right there. It's one proof, if anybody's actually doubting, without making it complex. If God violated our free will, then He would impose what He considers good upon our hearts, so that we act a certain way, follow a certain trend of life, certain dictates and behavioral, conduct and all that stuff, and then we would all have the same outcomes. But that isn't the case. To each, He's given the will to choose between what was stated as right and wrong. But whichever you choose, there's going to be an outcome. And as we see today, there are no two persons. Some people are succeeding, some are failing. That's our free will right there, leading us down the chambers that we have actually chosen by ourselves. When we chose right, we educate ourselves, we make the correct decisions by those things, we get the outcomes that comes with it. And that's as simple as that, really, without making it any more complex. I think it's a very straight thing. So I don't think that God violates human free will at all.
Should we pull one of the audience members up on stage and have them respond? The ones that were saying free will, free will.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Do
think
one
that would
of
be.
y'all want to come up here and respond to him?
And while we're waiting for that rare one, do you believe that there's nowhere in the Bible that God violated free will of a human?
God has not none. I don't.
So
I
you
don't.
you
If you have
don't
a
think
place,
there's an example of God violating free will in the Bible?
no.
Okay.
If you have an example of where you think God violated human free will, then you can tell me, and I'll respond to it.
Before you do, do you believe in like libertarian free will? Are you a compatibilist?
I'm just a Christian, I believe in one God, Jesus Christ. That's it. None of the factionism things.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. So libertarian free will means that you could have chosen to do otherwise.
That's what I'm
Compatibilistic
saying.
free. So
Sorry, my response basically
you
was
didn't.
saying,
Yeah, I'm not sure you understand what I'm saying. So let me say the other one. Compatibilistic free will is it is in your nature to do X. You still freely choose to do X, but it's in your nature. You couldn't have done otherwise.
my response is this. I believe in simplicity, just like some things in life are, but we choose to make them more complex than they should be.
Yeah, I don't.
Free will
I'm not
means
sure.
one thing.
I'm not sure
Wait,
you
just bear
understood.
with me. Hold on. I'll let you
Yeah,
speak.
No,
yeah.
no,
Do
no.
that.
Rare. The way this works, he's a host, right? So if he's speaking, right, then you should mute. And then if he has to reiterate his question because you're not answering it, respectfully allow him to do that. Okay. And then after you talk to Dr. B, Phase TT is someone from the chat. They're going to respond to you as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean it's okay. I just it doesn't sound like maybe you've thought about it from in those terms, and that's okay. So sorry, Fee, go ahead.
Okay, can I respond now? So the thing is this, right? Part of the reason I gave you my first response is this. When we start creating these factions of what something means, we take away, right, from the core value of it.
Yeah, I
Free
don't know what
will
that
is free
means. So
will.
can you tell me? No, because you don't understand what I'm
If you
saying.
keep cutting me, how can I say a thing? I
I
know
Yeah,
just
you're
because
gave you.
you're
I just
going
gave you
down a
the
rabbit
rules,
trail.
right? He can do that
Yeah,
if
but
you're
if I
not
keep
answering.
talking and he's not gonna let me finish this
Rare. You're
sentence.
not answering the question he asked. Okay, as a host, he's going to stop you if you start going off the trail. Okay.
We can definitely move past it, but like don't straw man what I'm saying to you, right? So if you don't know the difference between a compatibilistic view and libertarian free will, that's fine. Like I'm not an expert in it at all. I was just curious, but like don't try to downplay people making nuanced approaches, bringing nuanced approaches to subject to free will, right? It sounds like you hold to libertarian free will. That doesn't make you a bad person or something. It just somebody who's more of a Calvinist would say that God can ordain all things to be, yet people still freely choose to do X, right? Even though it is what they would do no matter what, because they don't have an alternative possibility. They're always going to do X because God has ordained it that way, but yet they're still freely choosing to do it. Right? That's a way to understand what free will is. But I don't think it's fair to say that those people are just not being simplistic and something. But I don't know that it matters for this discussion. Sophie, please go ahead. I'm sorry. I feel like I derailed that.
Oh no,
Okay,
you're
so
good. I think he
what I
was
was
bringing up
sorry.
Faye's TT to have a conversation with Rare One.
Hey, thank you so much. Thinker, I haven't talked to you in a very long time.
How are
It's
you?
I'm I'm doing well. My girlfriend is 3 months and we have our baby, so
Oh, congratulations!
thank you so much. I appreciate that. But
Congrats.
I do have a question for Rare. So I ask three questions to every Christian or any religious person I ever meet. If you could enlighten me on what your religious beliefs are, I can ask that question afterwards. I know we're talking about free will, and my question has to do with free will.
Christian. Wait, I believe in Jesus Christ, and that's it.
So you believe, or actually, let me rephrase this. My question is, if God is all-knowing, all-powerful, doesn't need anything, why did he create us to exist? And then we're going to go on to the second part because I know what you're going to answer because I've asked it 200 times. Free will is brought up in the conversation. So then we're going to talk about why did he allow us to have free will if it means that we're going to have pain and suffering? He created Satan. He created the fallen angels. He knew what was going to happen and what has happened. Why did he allow the pain and suffering to exist?
So the first question you asked was, why did God create us?
Yes, sir.
The only way we know that is if we choose to play God, right? But the thing is, so I'm basically saying to you in simple terms, that is where I understand that I have a limit. I am not God, and I don't know why God chose to bring humanity to existence. But from the creation point, you said God created Satan. Well, from the biblical references, everywhere the so-called Satan, who was Lucifer, right, according to the Bible, had a responsibility among the hosts of heavens, among the angels, as actually was a leader in the what's it called, the musical, if you like, just for the sake of simplicity, just
Yeah,
that term,
yeah,
right?
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
For whatever Lucifer was doing then, Lucifer was not created to come and impose evil on earth. Lucifer was just like you and I, serving a purpose until Lucifer turned the other way. Again, that's
If
that
I
the
may
ability to.
interject really quick, you have been making a lot of good points. What I would like to say is my original point is God is all knowing, all powerful. He knows what will happen, what has happened. He created every single one of us from the hair follicles on our head. I don't
Yes.
understand why we differentiate between that and us talking about him falling off when we all were created by him. He created the falling off of his angels. He created pain and suffering. He
No,
created Adam and
respectfully.
Eve to go ahead and eat the apple on the tree. And
No,
he
respectfully.
created every single aspect of our universe.
Okay, so God created the earth and human beings to dominate, right? To have dominion over all of his creation. But again, the free will question that I was addressing earlier kicks in where God does not dictate to you. Otherwise, God would have dictated and stopped. There would have been things in place, measures in place to either strike or remove I wouldn't say for the sake of correctness, right? The particular being who touched the apple and then Adam and Eve probably would have been struck off. Do you
You know
understand
what
what I'm
I
saying?
would consider this is a
Can I
cul-de-sac
finish, please?
conversation.
Can I land a little bit? I'm
Yes,
gonna hear
sir.
you.
Go ahead.
Okay. So at that point, if you were writing a piece of book, you had every power in your hands, you control the ink. When you make a mistake, you wipe off the mistake and continue onwards. It's that easy. But there's the free will right there. The fact that God creates does not mean that God gets to dictate how each of his creation goes on to make choices. The instruction there, that's why Bible comes into the quick picture, right?
May
All
I
things
interject?
written. Yeah.
So he created every single thing in our entire universe. Why doesn't he create the rules? I think
God
we're,
made
as I
the
stated,
rules.
we are in a cul-de-sac conversation where we're going to loop around and loop around. If any other co-hosts want to go ahead and interject, I will stop speaking for a while. I
I
will
just want
interject
to
when I feel like I am prominent to do so.
I just want to say that the answer to your question is actually right in that question. God created all things, right? Humans, the same, everything you're talking about. God didn't make Satan. God didn't make all the evil. No, God didn't create that. Those are things that came from the choices, the free will, humans exercising their free will. If you have two kids right here and you gave them instruction on how to live, you don't get to live their lives for them. But the best you can do is you say, I have brought you out here. Here are things I would advise that you do. If you go this path, you're most likely going to get in danger. If you go the other way, you're most likely going to get it right. However, I'm giving you the template of how to live. You understand? A guide. But you don't get to impose where they go to. They have to exercise that. And that's where free will comes in. So the reason we're seeing most of the things we're seeing now is as a result of human beings exercising our free will. And that is why you're seeing those things. God didn't make evil. God didn't permit.
Hey,
God's
Rare, Rare, can you read the screen for me right quick?
I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. The Lord, do all these things. Yes, I have read that, and very easy that misinterprets, and kind of goes against what I'm.
How is it misinterpreted? Wait, give me just a
Well,
second.
because,
So
because
The Bible that you preach from, right? Is it the King James Bible?
yes, I read any
Do you
Bible
believe?
really. It's not necessarily.
Do you believe that the King James Bible was translated correctly? And
That's a
that
different question.
they did it. No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's
Do
not
you
a.
believe
The thing is, you're asking the questions.
rare? Do you believe the
What do you
King
want me
James
to say?
Bible?
Yes or no
Do
to
you
questions
believe?
that
Yes,
don't have
say
yes
yes
or
or
no
no.
answers?
Yeah, stop fucking crashing
I can't.
out. Do you
Shut up,
believe the
man.
King
Shut
James
up. Shut
Bible?
up.
Oh,
Shut
shut
up.
up. Shut up.
I'm a
Shut up, you
Christian. I
beggar.
don't get to
Do
sit
you
around and act
believe that
cowardly.
the oh my fucking God.
Yeah,
Do you believe the King James Bible was translated correctly? It's easy, yes or no. Yes or no.
Cul-de-sac conversation.
An invitation to unmute.
It's a cul-de-sac conversation, what I was stating beforehand. This man is gonna go in loops.
I responded to you. You just want me to tell you that
What
God
did you
created
say?
evil, and
What
that
did
would
you
make
say?
maybe that
What
man.
what did
Say
you
that
say?
again.
You said it's misinterpreted. We're going to get to the bottom of it. Was the King James Bible translated correctly?
I do not want to answer that question because you want me to
Oh,
give you a
why
yes or
are you
no. That's not the
disingenuous?
response.
To the YouTube audience, this is what disingenuous looks like.
No, that's not what it looks like. You're
Yeah,
not
then
gonna
answer
let
the
me allow
question.
me to respond because you have the
Answer.
host
Do you
button
believe
to
the King
mute me
James
when you
Bible?
please.
Do you believe the King James Bible was translated correctly? Yes or no?
I will not give you a yes or
And
no response.
rare, just in this verse, do you think it was translated correctly?
Okay. The answer is this. There's pretext to this verse, and there's actually other
That's not
verses
what we
behind
asked.
it. So if you look at
That's
it,
not
that's
what we
why.
asked. Was it
But wait,
translated correctly?
Joshua,
I don't
already
give a
asked me a
fuck.
question.
I asked you, was
Yeah,
it
don't give. I'm
translated
not asking
correctly?
for it. Please keep it.
So
You
so so you're going
understand?
to be disingenuous.
I'm not
No,
being
there's
disingenuous. I
nothing else
just
that I
gave you
want
the
to hear you
response.
say.
There's a
There's
difference.
absolutely nothing else that I want to hear come out of your mouth if you cannot answer this simple question.
No, you're not going to box me to give you a
All right,
yes or
then get
no
off
to
my
something
stage.
you
All
barely
right, have a good
understand.
one then. Bye.
You're the
Bye.
disingenuous, silly person. You
Okay, all
understand?
right. Bye.
So funny to me. That's interpreted wrong. Okay. So did they translate it incorrectly? I'm not going to answer that.
That was a hilarious ending to my conversation. I'm glad you guys did it.
He
I
just
did.
came out of nowhere to myself. Oh, shut up.
I didn't want to freak out on him, but like as I was stating, he was making no sense. I don't know.
That was crazy.
That dude is crazy. Let's bring up. Actually, host, you do it. Bring up
Well, I
another.
got to take you down now, faced. Like, I brought you
Oh,
up for
come
him, so I'm going to
on!
move you back to the
No!
comments. Thank you for
No!
coming up, though.
No!
Congratulations. Look,
No!
tonight, phased, tonight it's going down.
All right.
I wish Bash was here. Freeform Friday. Be here or be square.
How do I get on this panel, dude? I've been in this
You gotta
live for
be
like a
here.
year, dude.
You gotta be here at 11 o'clock Central. That's when we go live. Be
I
here
work.
at 11 o'clock
I work
and put
every
your request
time.
in immediately.
I work every
Oh, what time? What
time.
time do you get? What time do you get off phase?
I get off at like 10:30, and I'm on the West Coast.
Okay, so that's 12:30 our time. What time do you
Yeah,
usually come into the live?
I come in probably 1 o'clock or 2 on my standard times.
Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do for you this time because I know you've been trying to get on Freeform Friday for a while.
Just look out for him.
I had one day
Yeah, we'll just
off.
look out
We
for
had a
you.
deep conversation, and I never talked to you since.
I know. So this is what we'll do. I'll look out for you, okay? And when you come in the live, I'll take the TikTok Thinker account down, and I'll let you take the place of TikTok Thinker for a while, but I have to put her back up for the YouTube, okay?
What you mean by that?
That you see the TikTok Thinker account at the bottom?
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, I'll
be
save that
following.
box for you. I'll save that box for you. When you come in, I'll disconnect it and let you hop in that box
Oh,
so that you
heck
can
yeah.
participate, okay? And then when
Hey.
you're done, I'll put it back.
I appreciate that. Everyone follow Thinker, bro. They're literally the best person, by the way. All right, you guys have a great night.
Thank you.
It was
Have
very
a good
nice
one.
talking to you. I miss you. Bye.
Same here. I miss you too. Bye. Man, that last guy, like not being able to say whether he think it was translated wrong. Like I wanted to get into why he was saying it was a misinterpretation too. They always say, "Oh, it's calamity." It's not evil, it's calamity, but literally calamity is evil, like it's a form of evil. They all are fall under the Hebrew word ra, like literally.
Y'all, let's beat these likes up. Let's get them to 350. We could do it within the next hour, I would say. No, no. Actually, you know what? I want more than 350. I want 400 within the next hour because there's over 800 people here. We can do it.
And y'all don't forget tonight, Freeform Friday starts at 11 p.m. where it's 3-on-3. Also, if you're from YouTube, you can come over and hop in the box. It will be the same topics tonight. This is also the night that you can ask off-topic questions. They are not about our lives. They're not for you to pick our brains, but it's still focused on the Bible, Christianity, and deconstruction. And that starts at 11 p.m. Normal time. If you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose, please comment so that we can bring you up. Well, I did start my Lemon 8 account. It's in my bio. Go ahead and follow that. If TikTok gets banned, make sure you're following us on YouTube at Arc Thinker. Make sure that you're following Versus Advised with Thinker and Bash. Give Dr. B a follow, Fee and Lala. Don't forget to follow Sebastian Cole too. Did anybody comment and say that they're in the guest request box?
I don't see anyone.
Yeah,
And
where's
don't
Somebody
forget,
named Barris26.
you guys,
our great? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
don't forget to follow her YouTube page, Arc Thinker, ARCH Thinker, as well as Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash on YouTube.
Where
Go ahead,
where
Dr.
did this
Stone.
voice come from, Lala?
What?
Your voice.
What do you mean?
Your voice sound different. Alan with the super chat said he couldn't even use his free will to answer. Wait, this is super chat
That
number
sound
5?
fair though?
Have I missed all the super chats? Huh? You sound different. You sound like a little kid.
Oh,
Bears26, how are you?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I would say Christian.
All right. And which one of these topics, besides topic number 2,
Right.
topic 3, do you want to discuss?
Right. Before we get into that, can I ask one quick question?
No, I'm joking.
No?
What is it? I can't promise you I'm going to answer it.
You
It depends
guys
on what it is.
ethnic. You're ethnic. Where you
What?
from originally? Where you guys from originally?
Why?
If that is okay to
Why?
ask. I'm just curious
Why?
because it seems it seems as if this platform is actually against the Bible. I hope I got it right. It sounds
What
as
the
if
hell
you
does
guys.
ethnicity have to do with that? Why? What
I'm
does
just
ethnicity have to do with that?
I'm gonna tell you.
What does ethnicity have to do
I'm
with
going
that?
listen. If you're gonna be quiet and let me tell you, that's fine. Yeah.
Oh,
oh no,
nope.
no. Oh
Bye.
no, no. You don't do that.
Y'all are entitled as fuck.
Yeah, I just, you know, I don't understand why people start off explaining something with something that has nothing to do with the question that was asked. And then when people get frustrated and say, well, what does that have to do with it? Well, I was going to get there eventually. It's like, yeah, start off with that relevant bit. then people won't get frustrated with you.
And then people say, that's rude. You're rude for not letting him talk to you like that. Like, that's crazy. Who's in the guest request box on purpose, please?
Yeah, I was going to ask, where's our, large member, brazen, bold, guy that drives a big truck, I'm sure. Yeah.
Why try it when you've been here for hours? You know how this platform works. Right. Exactly. Uh Fluff Skiddo. Let's see. Where are ya? I don't see you in here. Do y'all see Fluff Skiddo on your end? Fluff Skiddo? I don't see you in my request. Are
Let me
they in
check.
yours? You're not in the
Nope.
box. There you go.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you guys doing?
Doing good.
I'm great. I love listening. I listen every morning. So, can I just answer one question? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. So, does Jesus' sacrifice influence your perception of Yahweh? This one I kind of want to get to, because I don't really see a lot of people answering this question. And it comes down to, I wanted to answer it from the non-believer perspective, if that's okay with you.
Okay.
When you're looking at Jesus's sacrifice influencing your perception of Yahweh, I would like for people to take a look at how Jesus's sacrifice comes about. When you look at the prophecy of Daniel, he fulfills none of it. When you look at who he comes to speak to, he only comes to speak to the chosen. When it comes to how he treated those that were not, like the Canaanite woman, she was likened to a dog begging at the master's table for scraps. Well, I'm assuming we would also be begging at the master's table for scraps. When Jesus comes down, he also says he doesn't come to change any of the law, none of the law. Not an iota of it will change until all is done. So there is no adaptation of a new covenant from the old covenant because Jesus comes down in his sacrifice. If they believe in his sacrifice, they have to accept that he came down to enforce the old laws. And if he's not coming down to enforce the old laws, again, he's not the right dude. So a lot of times people talk about Jesus' sacrifice, and my favorite part is, one, we're talking about the wrong dude. Two, we're talking about the enforcer of God's laws. So technically, I always have a hard time finding out how somebody can see Jesus' sacrifice as anything new. All the old laws are the exact same. None of us are considered saved. Baptizing and the blood of Christ does not save us. None of that saves us. And when you say perception of Yahweh, Yahweh is two different gods. The Yahweh of the Bible is not the Yahweh of history. Like when you even talk about the book of Job. The book of Job was written a couple of hundred BCE, but the story it comes from, the eloquent peasant, is an Egyptian story written 1850 BCE. So look at the sacrifice, look at your perception of Yahweh. Your perception of Yahweh should be that of the Old Testament or any scripture of him before. And your understanding of Jesus should be along the lines of what Tacitus said, which is there were many prophets on the street, all claiming to be the Son of God. Out of all of those men, we picked just one, and this one doesn't fulfill any of the prophecy. And I've never seen an actual Christian hit this particular topic, because when you break it down, we're always talking about the wrong dude.
Let me ask you a question. I agree with the majority of what you said, but you mentioned the eloquent peasant being the influence for the Book of Job. Now, in my studies, I've always seen that servant, or the suffering servant, which is a Mesopotamian folklore, was the influence for Job, and you can see the similarities there, where in the righteous servant, or the suffering servant, I forget which one it is. You can see where the gods, he's saying the gods, the sorcerers, the witches, like everything, are attacking him and taking away like all his stuff, but yet he's still faithful. He's polytheist, and he feels like he's being tested by the gods. And so you can kind of, you see that same influence there with Job, with the eloquent, with the, what did you call it, the eloquent
It's if I'm correct, it's the exact same story. I think it's just how they're naming it. Because I was given that reference by another deconstructionist, and it was given to me as the suffering peasant. But the story that I read has it as the eloquent peasant.
And you've read the eloquent peasant and saw the similarities in it.
Yeah, it's okay. So how it was explained to me is that the Book of Job is all of the people involved. It's only one person in that story. If you compare it to the older version of it, that 1850 BCE version.
Like I mean, like as far as the being tested by the gods and losing all their things. I'm gonna have to check that out, because I've not heard of that. Dr. B, have you heard of that? I know that this is where your studies are. Have you heard of the eloquent peasant?
No, I mean, Egyptian literature is certainly not in my range. That, generally speaking, the text that you're referring to, the Be'al-Namaki, the poem of the righteous sufferer, is the one that's generally connected. But I'm interested to read this.
Yeah, me
The
too.
eloquent
That's
peasant.
I think it might be the exact same story.
Huh. Let me see if I can find out. Y'all want me to read it? Let's see if we can find the similarities.
But I can drop down. Did I answer the question for you?
Yeah, you did. You don't want to stay up while we read this and see?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, let's see. Here's one at the British Museum. Let's see if I can. Me just a second. I like learning new stuff, and then like when stuff is like shared out, sharing it with other people so they can do their own research too. So y'all, this is the eloquent peasant in Egyptian folklore, and this is the British Museum, BritishMuseum.org. Let's see. All right. Once there was a man called Canoop. He was a peasant of the Salt Valley whose wife was called Meret. And this peasant said to this wife of his, "Look, I'm going down to Egypt and buy provisions there for my children. Go and measure for me the grain which is left in the storehouse from yesterday." And he measured out 6 gallons of grain. And this peasant said to this wife of his, "Look, 20 gallons of grain are given to you and your children for provisions, but you shall make these 6 gallons of grain into bread and beer for every day for me to live on." This peasant then went down to Egypt, having loaded his asses with reeds and fan palms, natron and salt, sticks from Tiu, and staffs from Farafra, leopard skins and wolf hides, pebbles and serpentine, wild mint plants and inibi fruits, tibu and Uben plants, with all the fair produce of the Salt Valley. Then this peasant then went south of Heracleopolis. Then he arrived in the area of Fifi's estate north of Medent. There he met a man called standing on the riverbank. He was the son of a gentleman called Isri. They were liegemen of the high steward Miru's son Renzi. And this Nimtikot, when he saw this peasant's asses, which tempted his heart, said, "If only I had some effective charm, which was to steal the peasant's belongings." Now the house of this Nimtikot was on the water edge, which was a which was a path. It was narrow, it was not broad, but only as wide as a kilt. One of its sides was under water and the other under grain. And this Nimtikot said to his follower, "Go bring me a sheet from my house." It was brought immediately. Then he spread the sheet on the water edge pathway, and its fringe rested on the water, with its hem on the barley. And this peasant came on the public path. And this Nimtikot said, "Take care, peasant, when you tread on my clothes." And this peasant said, "I'll do as you wish. My way is good." He then went upwards. And then Nimtikot said, "Will my barley be your path?" And this peasant said, "My way is good, for the bank is high and the way under barley, and you block our path with clothes. Won't you even let us go past the path?" This one of the asses took a mouthful from a clump of barley. And this Nimtikot said, "Look, peasant, I will take your ass for eating my barley, and it will tread grain for its offense." And this peasant said, "My way is good. One clump is destroyed, one destroying 10. For 10 units I bought my ass, and you seize it for a mouthful of a clump of grain. Now I know the lord of this estate. It belongs to the high steward Meru's son Renzi. Now he punishes every robber in his entire land. Am I robbed in his estate?" And this Nimtikot said, Isn't this?" I'm not seeing any correlation just yet. Let me see how long this is.
Very
Look like
long
it's pretty
story.
long.
Check my text message.
Okay.
It's a lot.
Okay. Who is Ports?
Me ports.
Oh, what did you mean?
Lords.
Huh? Who is that?
Lords.
Oh,
Lords.
Lords. Oh. Oh, yeah. I'm not seeing the. Okay, Lords reads this. Yeah, I don't see the correlation between the Job story. Have you heard of the righteous sufferer?
Yeah. Well,
That.
how he
Go
gave
ahead.
it to me was the suffering peasant. That's the one that that's how I ended up with the eloquent peasant.
The suffering pet? No, he might. Maybe he's talking about
That's
the.
why
Is
I'm
it
like, I think they're the same story. Because one led
that
me to.
one? Um. This one. Hold on. Let me. Yeah, this is what it's called right here. Now this one is what Job is influenced by, the story of Job, and it's
And
called
it's called
the righteous sufferer.
The Righteous
Maybe,
Sufferer.
yeah, maybe that's what they
Okay.
were saying to you.
I think that might be it.
Okay,
I'll
yeah,
double check with him because I have like a book full of notes from this guy. So yeah.
okay, okay, yeah. So
Thank
then
you.
it would be this. You're welcome. But I am gonna read. I'm gonna finish not today, but I'll finish. I'm gonna bookmark this and read
Okay.
this later. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
And thank you for
So
clearing it
yeah,
up.
you're very welcome. We like to learn new things in here, so I appreciate that.
All right. Well, I got 2 stories to read. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a great day.
Same with you guys. I'll be right back down listening.
Okay. Exactly. Shy. Learning is really fun. I get giddy when I get new information that I can learn. If you are in the guest request box on purpose and you're coming up, you're in the guest request box, please comment and let us know so we can bring you up. Oh Lord, look who's in the box. Ah, TikTok almost got me. I was trying to bring up Oso, and it did a switch at the last minute.
Who was it?
I was trying to bring up Oso in it, but I right when it did the switch, I still had the button pressed down, so I didn't let it go and I moved it off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What's up, Oso? Oso? You trying to pull a Chicago? Maybe he's not there for real. We'll take him down.
It's a damn
I
shame that
think he's trying
everything
to pull a
also
Chicago.
do, we silent.
He trying to pull a Chicago. Lord said, I'm back. Where you been, Lord? Let's see. Who's in the guest request box on purpose? Thank you, Lord, for all you done for me. Oh, she changed. Oh, you changed her name to Portissa?
Yeah, because I said port.
Should I change her name to
Oh
Portissa?
my
Because I'm like, when I read the text, I'm like, who is Ports? Okay, who's in the guest request box on purpose? You see, I got 40 people on my end. One real sci-tech guru. Alrighty. Let's see if I can find you the list here. Do y'all see somebody named One Real Sci-Tech Guru? Oh, never mind, I found him. Okay, don't move, TikTok. All right. Hi, how are you?
Grand Rising, everybody. I'm doing great. And
That's
you?
good. I'm doing good, thank you. Are you a Christian deconstructing or an atheist?
I am a full out atheist. I was deconstructed when I realized that the Bible didn't make any sense. I just came up to tell you that I actually just appreciate your lives, and it's very refreshing and educational, especially for people here in the Caribbean. I'm from Jamaica. And I just want to let you know that what you're doing here is actually great. This is well needed, especially where I'm from here in Jamaica, because people here was introduced to the Bible from a very tender age, and we were all indoctrinated into Christianity. And for those of us that is actually standing up for what is actually right and deconstructing the Bible, we have been demonized left, right, and center. I remember being called Antichrist, a demon, a devil, and the list goes on and on. So there are a few of us here that is actually doing the deconstruction, but the reach that you have, it's greater than our life that we actually conduct here in the daily as well, in which Fluff Skidoo is a part of from time to time. But to see that
Wait, did you just
someone
say you do a live now too? There's a
Yes, we have. There's a group of us who is actually doing lives deconstructing the Bible. We do it daily, So to actually get more insight, more knowledge, and more information from your platform, I just want to let you know that the appreciation is actually overwhelming. So I
Oh,
appreciate you
thank
for that.
you. Thank you. I'm so happy to hear that. Thank you for sharing that with me. That means
Yeah,
a
yeah,
lot.
awesome. I just love that. I love us.
yeah.
Yes, yes,
So
yes,
I just
yes.
want to say thank you, guys, Dr. Josh. uh, I was listening to you the other morning with with Laufey, and I was just here dying with laughter. I appreciate the perspective that you take in actually trying to break things down to him. But what I've always noticed is that for these Christians and the ones that still believe in this Abrahamic God, or for any God, for that matter, when it touches the basis where you remove the Bible as their foundation, they realize that it's all nonsense. And the only thing that is actually keeping them there, it's just guilt and fear, nothing else. And because they still want something to actually hold on to, in fear of this non-existent hell that they're going to be in eternal torment in. That's the reason you realize that many of them will pivot. They will not answer a direct question. Some of these questions they themselves have but don't have any answer to it. And rather than to say that they don't know, they prefer to fill the gap with a God that they cannot prove, that they give all these attributes and quality that reflects in our objective reality that they cannot provide any proof or evidence to substantiate, which literally left me baffled at times, But based on what I've seen, though, on the lives that we actually do here, you have quite a few of them that, even though they can't answer, they will still come because they are interested in learning. However, because they've been indoctrinated for so long, we have to be patient and understand that it's actually a process, So many of the times when they get upset, they pivot, they get ignorant, it's because they're cornered and they simply don't know how to say, I don't know. And just keep their mind open, close their mouths, and open their ears. So I just want to say I really appreciate you guys. Keep doing what you're doing. And that's what I came up to say. Thank you so very much for the opportunity.
You're so welcome. Thank you. And I hope that your live grows and that you're able to continue to help more people too. I'm following you right now. If ever I could come over and, participate, just let me know. Shoot me a message and just let me know.
Already, will do. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a great morning.
You as well. Bye, guys. I'll be in the comments.
I just muted three people. I told them to
What?
take a lap
What
because
happened?
as soon as he said he's helping people from Jamaica deconstruct from this religion, they
Tell me they didn't
said
think about blessed.
no, they said they hope basically he's helping them to deconstruct the poverty too. And a couple of them start laughing.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, so I mean, there's a time and a place. Number one. Number
Yeah.
two, that's not funny. Number three, starting to deconstruct from this religion will also help them deconstruct. I mean, as far as poverty is concerned, because all of their money, 9 times out of 10, is going where? To the churches.
To the church. Yeah. That's not cool, guys. I thought that you was gonna say they brought up blessed.
Oh no. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Just want to let you
That
guys know I'm trying to get your buddy Bold to come up here over in the YouTube comments.
Oh, really?
Trying, you know,
But who are you? Who are you over there?
doing
What's
this
your
for the
username?
people.
Oh, I see you. I see you now.
I'm Dejan. Yeah.
Yeah, I see you now.
Come on, Bold. Don't be scared.
Don't be scared. Don't do that. Don't be scared. He in the comments talking about they only let their friends up. They don't want opposition, but we've literally invited you. Like, that's the thing that drives my mind crazy. I be I be more so just wondering why y'all think the way y'all think and why y'all do the things y'all do and why y'all say what you say and why it don't usually match up. That's what I be wondering. Like, but yeah, if you are in the guest request box, please comment and we'll bring you up. Oh my God. He done went straight childish. Do you see his response?
Yeah, well, I mean, when you're too scared to come up on the stage, you can write things like Dodo Bowen, which I think is
I think he was trying to say doo
incredibly
doo.
clever.
I think he was trying to spell doo doo though, to be honest.
It's okay. I, you know,
He
I
he misspelled doo
I'm
doo.
greatly offended by it, so it hurts my feelings, and I'm gonna go on mute and weep.
Oh my God. Not that you trying to insult somebody and you
I
fucking
swear.
misspell it. Like, that's
Dr.
crazy.
Bowen's dry sense of humor has me cracking up every night.
Oh my gosh. Okay, who's look what
Not
La put in
Joshua
there.
wept. Joshua wept. Oh my God.
That's another t-shirt. I swear.
Yes. Let me screenshot.
Yeah, Joshua Webb is going to be in the merch store.
What is? I must have
He
missed
said
it.
Joshua Webb. When you
Oh,
like, I'm so
brilliant. Josh 1135.
oh my gosh. Okay, if you're in the guest request box, come on over. Especially if your name is bold, brazen, brave,
Oh,
political
look at
brave.
him. Look at him. I invited you to my live.
What?
Oh,
How are you inviting somebody to your live and you sitting in the comments on this one? Like what?
I mean, tell me you're scared. Is that telling me you're scared?
Yeah, he's scared. No, why are you sitting there lying? No one has been blocked from this stage. Y'all just be making up shit. Did anybody comment and say that they were in the guest request box? Exactly, lady. Like it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. Just be saying stuff.
So I'm going to stop looking at the YouTube comments now, but I just have one question. What is a true gem voice? Can
Use your
anybody
true
translate
gem.
that for me?
Don't use your true. Nope.
Oh,
That
true
don't know it.
feminine. Yeah. So another estrogen comment.
Oh.
I love how people don't realize how openly misogynistic they are.
Mm. And then they'll say that it has nothing to do with the. It's just a coincidence that you are ripping hard for him, though, isn't it?
I mean, what I think is funny is that your boy's too scared to come engage with someone that he considers, to be so, I guess, so weak. I'm not sure what he's trying to imply there. I don't know.
You didn't ask. Do you know the difference between making a statement and asking a question?
Hey,
Gosh, I,
Thinker.
I, I huh,
Lexington
huh,
wanted to know, is there supposed to be a t-shirt with Big Lee in the merch store?
There's not
Like
one in there like
B
that.
and then slash Leave.
No, it's not in there yet. I did tell somebody
Okay.
the other day. I saw that, and I'm gonna add that to the store. It's not in there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't made any more new merch just yet.
Have you revamped everything yet, or are you still working on it?
Still working on it. Got to figure out how to
Okay.
change the prices and stuff like the right way. And then some of the material, like I need to like pick a new shirt because some of them are like really expensive. Some I have to pick a different quality shirt. The taxes are I mean, not the taxes. The shipping pushes the price up like really really high, and so like one sweatshirt almost costs like $75 with shipping, and that's ridiculous. Just for you know what I'm saying, like so I'm gonna choose a
Yeah,
different quality sweatshirt, huh?
I know someone that just started merch. I can ask them. They're
Yeah,
one of my
VP.
mutuals. Okay.
Okay, thank you. What's up, Rocksteady? Yep, in the U.S., the shipping has gone up. It's ridiculous. If did anybody comment and say that they're in the guest request? There's 40 of y'all in the guest request. I just need to know who actually is here. No, we brought you up, so you were playing games. I told y'all he was trying to pull he was trying to pull a Chicago. TGR, thank you for letting us know that. We're gonna bless you today and do something for you and just go ahead and block you out of the low vibrational live. There you go, Bo. Now you can say that we block people. Um if you're in the guest request box, please let us know. Yeah, right. You were trying to pull a Chicago also. Casper. Let's see. Casper. Where is Casper, the friendly ghost? Ah,
You know
there
what?
you go. Huh?
My cousins used to call me that
Call you Casper, the
because I
friendly
was
ghost?
the palest out of all of them.
Cause what?
I was so pale.
Oh. Casper, how are you?
I'm not bad. How are you guys?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm an atheist.
Okay. And which
I know
topic
it
did you
doesn't
want?
look like we have a lot of opposition up here, huh?
No, I
Are
only
there
do
any
one
Christians
person.
in here?
I only do one person
Oh,
at a
okay.
time. Yeah, I don't unless you want to come back tonight if you're looking to go back and forth with Christians. Tonight we'll have all 8 boxes filled, but right now it's just one-on-one conversations with myself and the other co-host.
Okay. Yeah, I'm totally fine with that.
Okay, which topic did you want to
Um,
discuss?
I mean, I kind of agree with most of the prompts that are up here. God's plan. Sorry, let me get a minute to pick them. There's a bunch of them here. Believers don't like the Old Testament. I mean, that's a good one to start with, I guess, but I could dig into all of these, honestly. I've
So you
debated
only have
religion a
time
lot,
to
so.
do one. You only have time to
Okay.
do one topic, and
All right.
yeah, go ahead.
I'm still reading these for you, sorry. There isn't one for it. Do you guys ever get the argument about how morality doesn't exist without God?
Yeah, I don't do philosophical arguments. Give me just a second. Bold, brazen, brave, a political brand. Is it unfair when it's an atheist that's on stage by themselves, or is it just unfair when it's a Christian? Can you let me know that? Like, is it like the Christians who have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost with them on stage? Is it just unfair when they're on stage by themselves, or you want to cry too when there's an atheist on stage by himself with us?
I don't think I'm understanding the question. I'm sorry. I'm trying to follow along. I'm not
I'm
being
sorry, I'm
rude.
talking to somebody on YouTube.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, no. They're
My
crying.
bad.
They're crying about it being one person at a time when it's me and Dr. B, Lala and Fee. Lala is a mod and she's a host, but she barely interjects. Fee is a co-host and Dr. Bowen is a co-host, but most of the time we don't like all question one guest at the same time. Most of the time, if one person takes the lead, then they are the lead on that conversation. But you like, are you mad? Also, do you want to cry now that an atheist is on stage by themselves, or you just want to bitch and cry when it's a Christian? Yeah, like are you scared that we're about to attack the atheists? It doesn't matter when it's an atheist, does it? Yeah, I didn't think so. I'm sorry. Which topic did you want to do?
I guess I can go with believers don't like the Old Testament.
Okay, go ahead.
Um, I mean, I agree with that, and because okay, let's say it depends on believers. We're talking about Christians here, I suppose, right? Specifically,
Mm-hmm.
because I
Yeah.
mean, the Old Testament is a big part of the Old Testament is also the Jewish belief. So, but yes, most Christians. The New Testament is kind of where everything gets completely fluky for me. I am an atheist, but I can see some kind of logic in the fictional and literary value of the Old Testament. But I just think everything gets completely confusing and really bad once it turns into the New Testament. Once they decided to revise and change everything that God was about and make it something completely new. So I do believe that a lot of believers may have problems with the Old Testament because they're all about the Trinity and Jesus and the whole thing, the resurrection, and none of that was involved before the New Testament.
There are other reasons to dislike the Old Testament too, as well. I mean, this God in this Old Testament is very narcissistic, right? He has he creates a culture of exceptionalism and superiority. He endorses sex slavery, patriarchy. He condones chattel slavery, indentured servitude, genocide. Um, he condones children being mauled by bears for the purposes of just, them teasing a grown ass man, gives them power to do these egregious things, right? He kills children because of something that their parents do, and calls it a punishment for the parent while letting the parent get off. Like, there's a lot of reasons to not like he also condones human sacrifice while telling the Israelites to like go into other lands and completely annihilate a group of people because of human sacrifice. But really, what he's mad about is that they're sacrificing to another god, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it's all about me, 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 me. Like, do my will, do my will. And then, like, when it gets to the New Testament, they use the first part of the book, like the story of Adam and Eve, to kind of create that guilt for Christians and tie them back to this God with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I definitely think there's more reasons that the Christians don't like the Old Testament, because it just don't fit the Jesus that for Jesus to be that God, the shit this God does in the Old Testament, it does not fit what they believe their Jesus to be at all, but they're stuck with him.
No, absolutely, I agree, and I mean, I think just in general, the how old, like how long the earth has existed is a big part of why I'm an atheist. And I think a lot of that's in the Old Testament as well. It's like basically everyone says it's around 6,000 years is basically what the Bible says have how long earth is here. No one has an exact date, of course, but all theories lead to around 6,000 years. And I think that the overwhelming proof of evolution and overwhelming proof of the earth being here for way longer than that is such a big contradiction that they absolutely can't stand that as well.
Yep, I agree 100%.
Yep. So I agree, and I just like when I started, and I studied all different religions and looked into them deeply and read all the different holy books just to try to make sure I wasn't ignorant when I spoke on these things. And it's like once I got when you get to the New Testament, it's just like everything just seems to like make no sense, and it contradicts everything from the First Testament, which I think throws a big wrench in the gears when I come to think about it. So I don't understand how they completely accept the New Testament so easily. You know what I mean?
Well, I think because they start with the New Testament, and most of them don't read the Old Testament. When they come up here, a lot of times we are showing them what's in their Bible, because they've been told that the old dispensation was done away with. They say, "Oh, the old covenant was done away with, so we're not under that." So they don't see any reason or value in even reading it or knowing what's in it, right?
Right,
But
without taking into consideration that they changed everything.
well, they don't see that because the blood that's covering their eyes won't let them see that, because they changed words, right? Words don't mean words anymore. Like they'll read it, right? and you can show how it's changed. For example, in the Old Testament, the God says, "Don't drink blood." Right? Don't eat anything that still has blood in it. But then
Yes.
this God, as Jesus comes and says, "Drink my blood, eat my body." Right? And even though it's symbolic, he's still symbolically changing it. You know what I'm saying? And so
Well,
they'll disagree
right.
with that. Yeah.
I think
So
that has to do with a lot of the thought that, to them, Jesus is like above human or above being. You know what I'm saying? So it's okay to eat the blood of animals, but I mean, they don't want to eat the blood of animals like the Old Testament says, but for some reason the blood of Jesus seems just above human, so that I don't have a problem with it. You know
yeah,
what I'm
they because they
saying?
believe, yeah, because they think he's God, right? But the thing is that they deny what they're reading, right? So they don't like it so much when they're faced with it, when it is put in front of their face, they deny, or they change words to make it fit their narrative of Jesus.
Yeah, I agree. I think the whole entire concept of the New Testament and Jesus being God literally breaks is the most blasphemous thing you can ever do if you look at the Old Testament in general, because it's like they're falsifying a false God. You know what I'm saying? And if he would have to existed in the Old Testament, then he would have kind of got the same thing you got anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, claiming to be God is something that was not tolerated in the Old Testament, I guess would be my point.
Exactly. But they use that to say that that's why this Jesus was killed, right? Um like
Right, but that doesn't
that.
make sense to me how that applies to the resurrection. You know what I mean?
Well, because they're saying that the Jewish people like turned him over to the Romans because he was claiming to be God. But here's the crazy thing. Like if they would have even allowed themselves to study outside of that book, they would know that Rome had a law that no one could even allude to themselves as a god. Anybody that alluded to themselves as a god, Rome would behead them. And so they
Yes.
try to say that, oh, the Jewish leaders, the Jewish elders were mad that Jesus was calling himself God, and they turned him over to Rome. And then the story tries to make Rome look innocent, right? With Pontius Pilate, like, my hands are clean, I have nothing to do with this. Like, it's just they just use some of the historical culture of the ancient Israelites to kind of make and shape the story of their Jesus. And literally, this Jesus is literally a different God. Like they think it's the same God as
Right.
the Old Testament God, but
Right.
Jesus is a whole nother deity.
Yeah, they act like Jesus is Yahweh, and that's just not logical in any way, shape, or form. And you are correct, because any Christian will basically tell you, when you read the Bible, start with the Gospels first. They don't say start at the beginning. They say start with the Gospels. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, so I agree. And yeah, you make very, very good points. And I just wish more people would put a little bit more thought into it instead of, but I guess the indoctrination of going to church from a child, and a lot of them, like, it's hard to get out of that, I guess. But I think people should have more free thought.
Yeah, I think so too. And I saw a comment just a minute ago that was like, if you were really atheist, you wouldn't concern yourself with things that you don't believe in. And it literally gets on my nerves because, like, what are they really saying, right? That their belief system is so harmless. Like, they think it's harmless. And it tells me that, like, how blind they are or how delusional they are to think that even just because we don't believe in their God, it does not affect our life. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't affect our life in such that much that we shouldn't care about this religion or the what's being taught from the religion, because it's in every aspect of our life, whether we believe in the God or not.
Right, and I think a big part of that is because they believe so wholeheartedly, and an atheist doesn't. That they don't want us looking into what they believe, because then that gives us ammunition to poke holes in what they believe, and they just don't want to hear any of that.
Yeah, and
Because,
if
like,
we were
I'm
to
an
create
atheist
laws
because
based
I
off,
studied religion. You know what I mean? Because I
thank
studied
you.
religion so deeply is why I'm an atheist. Like, I was open-minded at first, and I took it all in, and I read everything from Scientology to Hinduism to you name it. Like, I've studied all religions, and honestly, they're all kind of basically the same concept, just to point that out. But yeah, all the studying I did on it is what led me to be an atheist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. That's what happened to me. I used to be a missionary, right? My father was a pastor, and I was a missionary, and I was studying, trying to get closer to the God. And my mission was to learn His name. And the more I studied, like I just started deconstructing, like because I started learning stuff, and I was like, holy shit.
Right, because then
Yeah,
common sense comes into play. You know what I mean? Like once your common
yeah.
sense actually kind of comes into play and the cloud and the fog lifts over your eyes, you're kind of like, none of this makes any freaking sense.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They think that most of us that are, don't believe or are atheists now, that we've just never had any experience, with believing in the God or with the religion itself. They think that we're like green to it. But like if we, whenever non believers attempt to create laws, right, based off of what we feel would make our quality of life enjoyable or better, then they start crying about God said, right? That's
Yes.
not God. That's not a nation that what God said, the Bible said. And it's like, motherfucker, like you don't, like you don't want us, talking about your religion. Stop trying to create laws based off of your God. Like, stop getting mad when people try to exist in the world within their own uh confines. Like, let people live. Stop trying to force everybody to live according to your belief and what you believe your God's rules are. Then we will leave you the fuck alone.
Right, but they have to do that because the Bible is the only source of information they can possibly point to. Because if they go outside of the Bible as any kind of a reference for any kind of their beliefs, they're going to realize that it's flawed. You know what I mean? So they have to
Yeah.
revert to the Bible. It's the only source they have that makes sense to them because if they go outside of it, they realize, oh, wait, I better not do this. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
they call
And
atheists evil, which is horrible. That's ridiculous because if you look at the Christian faith, they're some of the most evil people throughout history you can ever imagine. So I just think that's also pretty hypocritical.
yeah, they'll come in here and they'll defend evil and call it love, and then they will call us demonic or evil just for not believing in their God. Like, and then like I've asked several times, like, what's the difference between you and me, right? Like, what's different about you versus me? And they'll say, I can't answer that. There really is no difference other than the fact that I have a belief. I'm going to heaven when I die, and you're going to hell, and that within itself is still a belief, right? So like they can't even present a ready difference. You know what I'm saying? Like a
No, they can't because it's
yeah.
always circular. It always comes back on them, and like every argument they try to make always comes back to, oh, well, you just have to believe with absolutely no evidence or proof or any kind of source for that. They just, oh, well, you just have to believe, which is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like
Yep.
they will literally say, like, if you look at, for instance, like the book of Job, okay, and if you ask them, like, a lot of them will say yes to this. Like, would you let an invisible angel come down and grape your child for the sake of an invisible God? And a lot of them will actually say yes, which is insane to me. And then they call us evil.
Listen, they said that they would sacrifice their God. A lot, so many of them came up here and said they would sacrifice their child for their God.
Yeah, it's just like the definition of evil, in my opinion.
One of them got mad because in the Bible, the God tells Ezekiel to cook bread over human shit.
Yeah.
And then Ezekiel's like, I'm not doing that. And he's like, okay, I'll let you cook it over cow shit. And the Christian on the stage was like, who says shit is bad for you? Who says eating shit is bad for you? And I was like, are you seriously up here defending eating shit?
Yeah, they'd rather eat shit over swine. That's kind of bad, right?
It's crazy. It's
No, yeah,
crazy.
I
It's
have to agree.
delusional, and it's a lie. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not gonna eat shit. They wouldn't eat it if their God told them to. They're lying. They're lying.
Yeah,
They
and
just
it's
defend
harmful.
shit that they don't even believe. Like, it's crazy, but yeah.
Yeah, it's absolutely harmful in my opinion as well. Like the mass belief in this religion to me is actually a harmful thing, not a good thing, just in my personal opinion. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if my time's up, I've had a great conversation. I very much appreciate it because I like to have these discussions with somebody that helps who has an open mind. Because trying, as you just said, trying to have these discussions with a true believer is like slamming your head into a concrete pillar for hours and hours on end. You know what I mean?
Yeah, trust me, I do it 11 hours a day for 5 days a week. I do the third shift, so I'm on from 11 p.m. till 10 a.m. Sunday through Thursday. Thursdays I get to take off because I let the community have the conversations unless I have to like jump in if it gets slow or something.
Right.
So tonight I get to sit back, I get to chill, I get to fuck with people on YouTube who talk shit and just like be a keyboard warrior tonight. But if you wanna come back tonight, the stage it'll be 3 on 3, three non-believers versus three believers, discussing these topics. We start at 11 p.m. Central.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to do that because just basic questions seem to get to them. How come there's no mention of dinosaurs or like how come you or like Scientology, for example? I just gave one person just a basic, quick breakdown, kind of what the theory of Scientology was, and I said, well, basically, we are all implanted and evolved into humans, and now one day an alien's going to come back to take us to our home planet, which is kind of the basic breakdown of it. And dude looked at me and said, that's freaking insane. And I went, more insane than a magical man who floats in the sky and created this in 7 days? Like that seems crazy to me that you think that's any more crazy.
Man, yesterday we had a whole ass conversation with a flat earther. Now they were like, oh, you believe in gravity, you can't prove this, like was saying that it was insane for people to believe that space exists, right? For people to believe that uh Google satellites exist for Google Earth, right? They were saying how insane that was, while at the same time saying that they believed in a God that told them the Earth was flat.
Yeah, the flat earth thing is a whole different subject. That's just as insane. I'm like, okay, if you don't think gravity is real, hold a really big rock up over your head, please, and let go. You know what I mean? Like please. Like, I don't want to condone
Like, what
violence,
the
but like, if you seriously believe that, have somebody hold a really big rock above your head and then just have them let it go and tell me gravity doesn't exist.
Michelle, are you serious? Oh my god. Whose live was that? You see this insane shit?
I'm missing it, but it sounds interesting.
What the hell? Oh, oh my God. No.
Whose live was it? It was a political debater. Oh my gosh.
What am
She
I
said
missing
that
here?
she said yesterday they had to call the police. They had to call CPS on a Christian because he was trying to prove that he could unalive his child and that he had power to unalive his child and bring him back to life.
A Christian?
A Christian was trying to prove that he could unalive his child and bring him back to life, and they had to call the police on him yesterday.
That's insane because they spent centuries fighting against the belief in magic and witches because they thought magic is so horrible. Yet they believe in a magical man who floats in the sky. It's so crazy to me.
That is insane. Like,
Unaliving your own child is
They'll say that's
crazy.
different.
How?
You tell me, I have no
Yeah,
idea. Because
I was
I
assuming
think
you'd ask the
it's
same question.
exactly the same.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm on. What time tonight? You said
11. We start at 11 p.m. Central, and we're on to 10 a.m. Central.
11 a.m.
So
Central.
we're
So I'm in the
third
East. So
shift.
okay,
So
gotcha.
it'll be midnight your time
Yeah.
until 11 a.m. your time.
Yep, sounds good to me. I'd love to come back. And the whole flat earth thing, I can't even get into. That's the most tinfoil hat thing I've ever heard in my entire. Like, the number of people that have to be in on this massive conspiracy is so outlandish, but somehow they happen to believe it. It's crazy to me. It's almost as bad as the believers. You're right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got so mad yesterday. They kind of raided the live yesterday and started coming up back to back. But they kind of remind me of I don't know. I love the Beverly Hillbillies, so I won't say them. But these motherfuckers was dumb. I don't even like using the word dumb. I don't like calling people dumb. But these motherfuckers was dumb
Ignorance is
yesterday.
bliss.
Yeah. Yeah.
ignorance. You can say simple things like, well, how come you can be in any city on the planet and go directly east in a straight line and come back to that same exact place on the planet if it's flat? You know what I mean? Like simple things that they just somehow try to poke holes in. It's insane.
Yeah. I
All
agree.
right.
But
Well,
no, yeah, I enjoyed the conversation. Hope to see you back tonight.
yeah, absolutely. Midnight. I will most definitely try to be here.
All right, sounds good. Have a great day. Get some rest because
You
we
too.
be up all night. We be
No,
up all night.
absolutely.
No. All
No,
right.
I was up. I was up most of the night last night debating, so I'm already tired. But I will definitely try to make sure I'm there. Thank you so much, hon. I've enjoyed the conversation greatly.
You're welcome.
Have a good one.
You too. All right. There's somebody named MacMahon or Mahan. Terry something. Lala, are you able to bring him up right quick? I gotta do something right quick.
Oh, who is it?
I think his name was Terry Mahan, MacMahon, or
Okay, let me
and
see.
then there's an Oso in the there's an Oso in there too.
Good morning, everybody.
And Elsa.
What's I was 100% knocked out with pressure in my face, so I wasn't joking. I don't even know what Chicago John thinks she's talking about. What did he do?
Hold on, I'm trying to find this person.
Oh, you good.
Can you comment so I know exactly who it is? Yeah, I don't see them on this side.
What happened? Why is it quiet?
I don't see, I was looking for the person. I don't see them on the side.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know y'all was sitting in here in silence.
That's cool. That's cool. Good morning, Tinker. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I am awake now, so there's that.
You was awake when I brought you on
I
stage.
promise you, I was not. When I woke up with my phone on my chest, I don't even know how I got there because it was definitely not on my chest when I went to sleep. And I saw you had been disconnected by the live host. I was like, oh shit. Ain't no telling what was being said or done.
You didn't do anything. It was quiet. We thought you was trying to pull Chicago. It's my fault, Lala. I said a MacMahon, and I said his first name was Terry. His name was John McLaren.
I had a feeling, but I ain't want
Really?
I knew it was a Mac.
to.
I knew it was a Mac. I remember that. I don't
I
know where the
said,
fuck I got
listen, I
MacMahon.
was so confused. I'm looking, I was like, hold on, that's oh, so I have to look through this. I needed to be quiet because I'm, I'm here
That's
confused
my
as
fault.
hell.
I knew the Mac was there.
Hello, guys.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. I've been wanting to come up and participate with you, but because of my work schedule and where I'm at, you drew me up into your live a few months ago by accident. TikTok brought me in, and after that day, I've been just following you. I didn't know there were other people out there that were deconstructing from Christianity, and it's cool. But before I start, hey Lala, your voice does sound different. Are you okay? You're not catching a cold or anything, are you?
Oh, not.
You recognize it too?
I do. I mean, I've been
Yeah.
trying to
No, I
interject. I don't know
changed
what's
it.
going on. Are you using a filter or something, or is the Holy Spirit getting into you? What's going on, girl?
Oh, no, not over here.
You do sound different. I hope you're not catching a cold.
But I do change my voice often.
Gotcha. Because
Yeah.
I even had to check my Bluetooth. I thought it was on my end. I'm going, what's going on with Lala's voice? But anyway,
Um,
I it, like I said, I've been, I guess, deconstructing my entire life. I never fully believed a lot of the stories that was taught to me in the Bible. And as someone who was trying to indoctrinate my children into Christianity, I realized that it was just stupidity on my part for not being fully versed in actually the stories. And listening to your live, I I've learned a lot. I didn't realize how much of a dick God is, uh, and it really pisses
Yeah.
me off when people try to defend his dickness. It's like, what the hell? It makes my butt pucker something tight, dude. I get cramps in my back puckering so tight. It makes me mad. Uh,
Yeah, it's irritating because like it just makes me wonder more so behind the behavior, like the intention to like willfully lie. Like, you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
It
I mean,
like what makes a person willing to go that far and just lie intentionally to people and not care about the harm that they're causing them in the future. You know what I'm saying? Like I just don't get it.
I've listened in on. I mean, I've been listening in since that day where I accidentally got drawn into you. To you guys and what you talk about and the free will thing, bullshit. The flat Earth thing, bullshit. It's all crap, and I just it drives me crazy when people will step up and say things like slavery, for example, or how they treat women in the Bible. I mean, that's something to realize in listening to you guys. There aren't any real stories about women saying anything positive about the ethical things about God. They're all bad things. Only the men are saying good things, ethical things about God. It really burns my ass. It makes me mad because women are the bringers of life, man. You guys, and actually, I think you made a comment last night talking to one of your people that let's put a muzzle on these women because they're actually speaking sense. Here's this entity telling us to do something, and a woman say, hold on a minute. That doesn't sound like a good idea." And then all the men get together and say, "Hey, shut her the hell up. She's talking too much sense." I
Yeah,
don't.
you know, in the Jewish and the Talmud and the Midrash, the God went to Sarah first and asked Sarah to offer up Isaac, and Sarah told him no, and so he went to Abraham. Did you know that that tradition existed?
I did not. And what sucks is, as a parent raising my kids, trying to get them into the faith, if you will, I overlooked all of those things. Actually, I was never even directed to them in terms of whoever was teaching me about the word. I was never directed to those things. And me being a lazy human being, hey, go figure. All of us are lazy. At least I am. I
Me
wasn't
too.
willing to go out
Sometimes.
and I wasn't willing to go out and look for those things within the Bible, within one thing that I was supposed to be teaching my children about. And it sucks. And right now I'm dealing with the same thing with my own children because they've got their children and they're asking me and I'm telling them, you know what, forget about all of that. That's all a bunch of horse crap. Don't even teach them that. You know what you teach them? You teach them not to hurt anybody. You teach them to respect people. You teach them to expect respect, and you go from there. You build from there.
That
It's as
part.
simple as that. It's as
Hmm.
simple as that. From my perspective, now I ain't telling anybody out there in the whole world to do it my way because my way is not the only way. You know what I'm saying? It's just be respectful. Be cognizant of somebody else's belief and where they're coming from because I'm telling you, somebody in India who's my age has probably the same circumstances as I have, does not have the same outlook on the world and God and the perspective that I do. But the one basic thing is if that person respects their neighbor, respects their wife and their children, and respects life in general, then we're on the same page and we can go from there.
Yeah, you would think that if, like, they talk about like objective truth all the time and say that God is the objective morality. I think that thing right there, if everybody just believed that the one thing that they needed to do while they were here on this earth, like, and when I say need, I mean need to do. Everything else can be like a want where you are enjoying life. But if you just respect your life, respect the lives of others, right? And don't cause harm, then everything else will fall into place, I think. And I think, honestly, that's what Paul, or as Marcion, not Paul being Marcion, but I think that's what Paul was trying to say when he said that the law was summed up in one command. And he said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. And then when he goes on to say how the Gentiles didn't need this law, but they had it on their heart. And what was required of the law, which was just love your neighbor as you love yourself, which just sums up to respect life, right? Just respect life. And then everything else just falls into place. But then you got, early church fathers who got in there and interpolated stuff so they could connect it back to this God. And so now it's all confused. But I agree. Just, I think that would be the one objective uh, truth, or one objective morality that I would agree with if it actually existed that way.
Yeah, and unfortunately it doesn't. And you pointed out something last night, and I think you said it a few lives ago as well, that there are too many Christians or believers out there that look through blood, the blood of Christ. And if you read the Old Testament or any allusions to blood in the Old Testament, that's a caca thing. God doesn't like that. He doesn't like blood. And so people are looking through blood and saying that should be acceptable. Wait a minute, how's that acceptable? What? If I wake up in the morning and make my coffee, I'm not going to sprinkle cow blood into my coffee as a creamer. I'm just not going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And why would I accept a philosophy or a belief or an idea based on blood, which I know is a bad thing? I sure as hell am never going to harm any of my children. If a voice jumped into my head and told me kill, unalive your children because I say so, and you're going to get to go to the good place instead of the bad place, I'm going to go talk to a doctor, bro. I'm not going to grab a weapon and hurt my kids because some stupid voice told me that. I'm not going to do that. That's just not happening.
I think
You know,
it
I
makes them seem more moral because they're saying, yes, I would do it for God. Like, there was a lady on our live who had just had a baby. Her baby was like, I can't remember, 2 weeks or 2 months, one of those, like, brand new baby. She had the baby sitting on her lap, and she said that she had difficulty having kids, right? And she believes that Yahweh, who she called the Most High, blessed her with that baby. And she said because he blessed her with the baby, she would unalive the baby because the baby belonged to him, not her.
Hi. That's right. I just don't understand where that idea comes in the head. And you've also been harping on for the months now. They're just so damn scared of going to the pit of fire or the lake of fire or whatever the hell they call it, which didn't exist what, less than 1,000 years ago. That idea didn't even exist. I think it was 1,000 years ago where they were selling spots to heaven. I mean, you give us money, you get to go to the good place instead of the pit of fire. But that didn't exist in antiquity. That idea did not exist. In
Yep.
antiquity, when you stopped breathing, you were gone. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was no good place or bad place. You just went away. And I don't get where this idea comes from. I truly don't. And today, when people focus on that, it drives me crazy. I mean, you got people that say they love and respect and all this stuff, but then they vote for an asshole like someone like Trump or people like him that want to take the rights away of their mothers, their sisters. I believe you mentioned the other day that there are states out there going back to the old way where a woman has to actually ask permission to have a bank account. That's now that is some biblical shit right there. That is.
Yeah.
That idea is
Exactly.
biblical. That is biblical shit. But that has nothing to do with divinity. So what? A woman is now less equal as a soul or a spirit to God as a man? And that's another thing that hurts my ass is a man is supposed to be accountable according to this God. But when the accountability comes up, oh, wait a minute, we can blame the woman. It's her fault because she didn't step up. But she can't step up because the man's in control. Oh, hold on a second. He fucked up. She's responsible because he didn't step up. It's a complete oxymoron to me.
And
It just
they're
blows
still
my
blaming
mind.
women. They're still
They
blaming, like
still
they've been
are.
in control. Yeah, like they've been in control for thousands of years. The world is fucked up, but they're still blaming women for that shit.
And if you look back in antiquity where women actually did step up and do the job of being a leader or a moral standard. Now, I'm not talking about Christianity. I'm talking about just history in general. Those civilizations during the time of that, where women were running the show, they were very prosperous. No wars. It was
Mm-hmm.
all cool. Everybody got along. Laws were fair. They weren't barbaric, even though they were barbaric times. But hey, they all failed because women were running them. No, they all failed because there were other asshole men out the outside that wanted to take that away from women. And that's not right. It really isn't right. Because I'm telling you, this world does need a good dose of estrogen, man. It does. It needs a great
I was
dose of
hoping that
estrogen.
they figured that out this last time, but I don't know. They'll be begging. They'll be begging for it soon. They said that the Google search uh is high on the how do I change my vote?
Yeah, no,
How do
wait a
I
minute.
change my vote?
Yeah, but Google search doesn't work because we live on a flat world. Come on, you guys have got to come out at a different approach. Tell them. If it's not, we live on a flat world, so Google search obviously cannot exist. It's fake news. Yeah, but all I said, because of my work schedule and where I work and the time frame, I rarely have an opportunity to come up and speak with y'all. Uh, you've got great topics. I mean, I did want to talk about the difference about Jesus and how Yahweh expects it, but you've covered it. Through the blood of Christ, it's an oxymoron to me. Actually, all of these topics, I would love to take a whack at any of them, but I just wanted to come up and say hey. And since you guys are going away on TikTok, I'm not technologically advanced here. I have no idea what this link that you got down the bottom for YouTube and how to even access it. And if there was a way one of y'all could hook up with me and guide me, I would love to continue listening in and learning from you guys and experiencing some of the bullshit that some of these people are coming up and throwing out there. And just, that way I can guide my children when they come up with these questions to me. Because
Yeah,
I
it
don't
like if you
approach
click
them.
the link in my I was supposed to say if you click the link in my bio. If you click the link in my bio, like if you just go to my main page, and then you'll see a link. Just click that link. I think it's the third link in my bio. Just click that. It'll take you right to my YouTube page. And all you have to do is
Okay.
hit subscribe. If you haven't downloaded, make sure you download YouTube first from the App Store. But as soon as you do that, just click that link. It'll take you right to my page and just hit subscribe.
And I forgot whose twin you were talking about last night, but was it the same person or was it two
I
different men?
I still think they're two different men, but I think it might be Mezzo's brother.
Man, I tell you,
Because
that was some wild shit
yeah,
right there. You had me stop. I
yeah.
was at work. I actually had to go to a quiet place just to listen in and find out how y'all were going to resolve it. I was like, what the heck? That was
No,
pretty.
they're two
That might be
different
why. You know what?
people.
That might be why Lala's voice is changing. I think that freaked Lala up. I think that took all her chemistry off. That's why her voice changed. Oh. But anyway, I really appreciate you having me up here. I mean, it's not something I would prefer to do. I don't like being in any kind of spotlight. I just enjoy listening to you guys. Uh, and I love the knowledge you pass out there. And you said you've got a lot of book links because there's some of these books and poems that I've read that you guys have referenced. You guys and the doctor and everybody else. It's just cool for me to see that there's actual logic that existed before this illogical book was written. You know, and it's interesting to see that a lot of the stories that are taken from the ancient texts and incorporated into the modern Bible, and then people want to look at it and say that's a lie, or they want to interpret it. That guy you had earlier that wanted an interpretation, and hold on a second, he didn't even have the balls to step up and say, "Wait a minute, yeah, it was written that way. I trust that it was written that way, but I'm taking it from a different interpretation." Well, asshole,
Mhm.
it's not up for interpretation. It's right there in front of you. This is what it is. It's written there. It says, "My word is the word." So if you want to interpret the word, how the hell do you know what's in God's mind? And why should I believe you if you say you know what's in God's mind? Prove it to me, please.
Because they, to them, they're actually the God.
That's correct.
Yeah, it's their word
Doesn't it say something like
thing.
that in Genesis that we are gods? I think God
In
alluded to us as God.
Psalms
Yeah,
82. But he
yeah.
that's the thing too. Like when Jesus quotes that, he's misquoting it. Like he's quoting it out of context, because if you read Psalms 82, Yahweh is actually at a council of other gods, not humans. And he tells them that because they're not treating humans right, that they would die the death like a mortal. So like if he was already talking to mortals, there would be no reason for him to punish them to die like mortals. And then so when Jesus uses it, of course, it's misinterpreted, reinterpreted to me that it was referring to humans as gods, but it's not. It was taken out of
Well,
context.
just to let all the believers out there, my reinterpretation of the Bible, y'all, it's all horseshit. That's my interpretation. Take it or leave it. It is what it is.
That's a quote.
But that's my interpretation. That's a quote, all right? And here, if you guys want to document it so 1,000 years from now they can say, hey, John McLaren said that was all horseshit. You know what? He was right or he was wrong. But I don't care either way. Either I'll take a bath in fire or I'll fly around with a bunch of angels or help build a city in heaven. Who knows? Who knows where I'll go? And I really don't care either way. Once I'm dead, I'm dead.
Exactly. Yep. I agree.
So
Well, John, it
anyway,
was
I
so much
really
fun
appreciate
talking to you.
it was great talking to you, and I really appreciate the opportunity. And I will check out those links because if TikTok goes away, and oh my God, TikTok is my life. Ugh. I don't know what to do if TikTok goes away. But if it goes away,
I honestly
I'll
don't
definitely
think it
continue
will.
listening.
I don't think it will, but they've surprised us. I didn't think Roe v. Wade was going to be overturned. So
Well, yeah, me
just in
too. Oh my
case.
God. Oh, don't get me started on Roe v. Wade. You know, I've got sisters that experienced crap pre Roe v. Wade that today would put them in prison, or they would have unalived themselves in the processes because they had nowhere to turn, no one to help them. You know what I'm saying? And it really hurts my
Mm-hmm.
back. It does that they placed women back in that sort of situation. It's terrible. It really is terrible. And there's a freaking recipe for it in the Bible, for God's sake. I don't get that either.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They ignore it. They ignore all of it.
Anyway, I really do appreciate it, and I'm sorry if I took up any of your time. I just wanted to come up because I don't have opportunities because of the time frame to come up and express myself. And thank all of you guys for helping, for realizing I'm not the only person out there that thinks this way and believes in it. And the references you guys provide for me they're abundant. I mean, they're good things for me. Again, Christians, that is my perspective. All right, y'all can kiss my ass.
Thank you, John.
All right.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Who was that in the comments talking about Jesus was quoting Psalms 82? I could have sworn I said that.
You did say that. You said that. Yeah, you said that.
Goodness, they don't listen.
Speaking of listening, thinker, some dude brought out Proverbs 11 yesterday on my live and said that it meant that God needs a balance of sin and righteousness. Now, I don't believe him, but I was too far gone to like read it out and try to figure it out. But have you ever read Proverbs 11?
Let me see. Let me refresh my memory. A false balance is an abomination to the Lord, but an accurate weight is his delight. When pride comes, then comes disgrace, but wisdom is with the humble. The integrity of the upright guides them, but the crookedness of the treacherous destroys them. Riches do not profit in the day of wrath, but righteousness delivers from death. The righteousness of the blameless keeps their ways straight, but the wicked fall by their own wickedness. The righteousness of the upright saves them, but the treacherous are taken captive by their schemes. When the wicked die, hope perishes, and the expectation of strength comes to nothing. The righteous are delivered from trouble, and the wicked come into its instead. With their mouths, the godless will destroy their neighbors, but by knowledge, the righteous are delivered. When it goes well with the righteous, the city rejoices, and when the wicked perish, there is jubilation. By the blessing of the upright, a city is exalted, but it is overthrown by the mouth of the wicked. Whoever belittles another lacks sense, but an intelligent person remains silent. A gossip goes, oh, yeah, YouTube. A gossip goes about telling secrets, but one who is trustworthy in spirit keeps a confidence. Where there is no guidance, a nation falls, but in abundance of counselors there is safety. To guarantee loans for a stranger brings trouble, but there is safety in refusing to do so. Now that's interesting. A gracious woman gets honor, but she hates virtue. But she who hates virtue is covered with shame. The timid become destitute, but the aggressive gain riches. A. Those who are kind reward themselves, but the cruel do themselves harm. The wicked earn no real gain, but those who sow righteousness get a true reward. Whoever is steadfast in righteousness will live, but whoever pursues evil will die. Crooked minds are an abomination to the Lord, but those of blameless ways are his delight. Be assured the wicked will not go unpunished, but those who are righteous will escape. That right there is why we see essayers escaping, because the definition of righteous to your God doesn't mean um, do no harm. Like a gold ring in a pig's snout is a beautiful woman without a good sense. Like a gold ring in a pig's snout is a beautiful woman without good sense.
That's going to be added to the lexicon. That's crazy work. Why does God hate women? Good night.
The desire of the righteous ends only in good, the expectation of the wicked in wrath. Some give freely yet grow all the richer. Others withhold what is due and only suffer want. A generous person will be enriched, and one who gives water will get water. That's a lie. The people curse those who hold back grain, but a blessing is on the head of those who sell it. Whoever diligently seeks good seeks favor, but evil comes to the one who searches for it. Those who trust in their riches will wither, but the righteous will flourish like green leaves. Those who trouble their households will inherit wind. Those who trouble their households will inherit wind, and the fool will be servant to the wise. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and the wise capture souls. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and the wise capture souls. If the righteous are repaid on earth, how much more the wicked and the sinner? Are the righteous repaid on earth? There's a doozy. What do they say after death?
That's weird.
This says that they're going to be paid on earth.
It's righteous or fine. But I mean, I guess it also says if you're aggressive, then that's good, and also if you're
Yeah,
righteous,
but
you're
you know,
fine.
yeah, but you know how they always talk about their reward is in heaven when they die.
Yeah.
This is basically saying their reward is on earth, not in heaven when they die,
Oh.
not in the afterlife. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is the first prosperity sermon.
Yeah. Be aggressive. Aggressive.
Right.
Yeah. But that's interesting. But no, this isn't saying that he needs both.
That's what I
Like
was
where
saying.
are
I
they
was like,
getting
this
that
sounds
from?
like it contrasts what's good and what's bad. Yeah, I mean, all the way up until it starts talking about the pig with the gold ring, and it's like, well, that has nothing to do with the entire rest of the chapter. But
Yeah, I don't know where they got that from.
he was a Hebrew Israelite, so you know how they got like a special way to read shit. But he was just like,
They
this is what
make
that
they
means.
make up
Like,
shit.
yeah, I was like, that's not what this means. And like, I don't know, maybe I was like, well, maybe I'm just wrong. I'll ask Thinker if she knows anything about it. But I'm not reading anything into this where it says, where I feel like it would like justify that belief.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
The reward
They
is
just
peace. What?
No, they just be making. They probably ain't never in their life read that fucking
I
chapter,
mean,
and now they want to tell you what the reward is. Like they just be full of shit, man. And like, why do they? And the fact that they think it's okay for them to just make up shit on the fly and be like, "This is what it is."
yeah,
That gets on my nerves.
I get
And
it.
and then they'll question somebody who went to school for it
Oh well,
and
they
say,
lie. They get that education, and all they want to do is lie to you.
If you're in the guest request box, let us know so we can bring you on stage, please." I thought Fee was asleep, but she on teacup now.
Oh,
The reward is ramen, food of the gods.
oh my goodness. Ramon was on my panel yesterday, and they paid to drop him before he could say a word.
Really?
Yeah,
Ramon is cool. He just
I
he
like
just need
Ramon,
love
but
advice all the time.
yeah, that was just like we can't do it today.
How the fuck did I misread that? How did I misread that? Explain to me, Brandon, how one would misread. That's the shit that don't be making sense to me. How do you misread something?
I mean, the words are on the screen. We read along with her. She did not misread anything.
Pull it back up for what? Explain to me how I misread it. What did I misread? Typing in all caps ain't gonna make me do shit. Now you done got your ass deleted, and I ain't even ask for that to happen. Is anybody in the guest? I mean, who's in the guest request box on purpose?
Somebody said nine ether, or somebody named nine ether.
And when people co-sign ignorance, like that's the shit that I just don't get. It just makes me like I already don't like humans, and I told y'all that like I don't like humans. I love people. I love people who I've met. Right, I know you, but I genuinely don't like humans because their behavior is too unpredictable and it's illogical. And like I don't understand how somebody can co-sign willingly co-sign ignorance, and they do it regardless of the implications. Like they don't care how the shit that they co-sign may harm other people. They disregard their actions and the impact that it has on other people, and that just genuinely makes me not like human beings. I
Yeah,
love people. I don't like humans, and I like, and that includes myself. Like humans are just unpredictable. Like we're just unpredictable, and we do stupid shit. We do stupid shit.
I
Some of
do.
us learn. Some of us learn. Like we learn from the shit that we do, and some of us just don't. We don't care enough to. Right, and we smell weird. We smell weird. Like they be like, "Oh, you should thank God for giving you life. God created life." It's like, dude, have you seen us as humans? Like, do you know the shit that we go through? Like, goddamn.
But rejoice, this is the day the Lord has made. Come on now. No, I think it's funny how, especially when you're having these conversations with people, how they rush to give the right answer, but they never actually think about what they say. You know what I mean? Like, there's too many times where you ask them a question and they already have an answer loaded. They say it, and then you ask the question again, and they're like, "Oh, and then they have to actually think about it. It blows my top every time.
Like, do you ever, when you're having? I don't like when people come on stage and go on teacup. Like, they get removed. really fast. Because, like, why ask to come on stage and then go on teacup? Like, that I don't like. But have you ever asked, have you, like, in the conversations when you are talking to believers, are you wondering about their behavior? Like, do you ever say, now, why did they answer that way? Or, now, why did they do that? Like, do you ever find yourself, like, questioning that?
Yes. I think that's why I can be a pretend Christian so well, because I like try to get to the why, or try to figure out the process that they use to come to the conclusion. That being said, a lot of the times, I don't know, for me, it just feels like it just boils down to, I pick the belief, and then I'm just going to say and or do whatever it is I think that supports that belief. They are purposely inflexible, and don't want to think about it too often or too hard, because what they don't want to do is make it not make sense anymore. You know what I mean? Like those little weird justifications that they
Mm-hmm.
make, eh, they kind of fall apart the more you think about it. You know what I mean? It just, so they try to avoid that part, which is why I think I try to ask questions that at least make you think about it for a second. So even if it is like categorically false, like at least you put some like mental energy into it, and maybe it'll be a habit at some point. You start thinking about things more often. But yeah, watching them, or trying to decipher how they get to where they get to while having these conversations is probably the only part I do it for, to be honest. Because I'm just like, how do you contort your mind in such a way? How do you, like, you know what I mean? How do you contort logic in such a way that you're just like, oh, this is the truth. I know it. I know it. Egypt is in America because there's a pyramid on the back of the $1 bill. Like, how do you get there? What led you to
And
that?
see, those conversations I can't entertain. Like the ones that say Egypt is America. Like, I can't entertain those conversations logically. I just can't, because I feel like there's no value. Like, there's nothing to nowhere to go from there, and they're not willing and open to logic, right? They now, if I were like doing some type of like behavioral study or something, I probably would, but I check the fuck out every time. Like, I can't.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I don't know. I think it's interesting because you learn a whole lot of stuff. Like we learned that the true Hebrew Israelites have statues in the ancient Near East of black people, Israelites with Kangol hats on. You know what I mean?
What?
Yeah, that's why you got to have those conversations with them, because then you get to find out like the real lore. We're not from Africa. We from Israel, and we used to wear Kangol hats as statues of us.
But see, you need to know that shit. I don't. Mm-mm. My neurodivergent mind won't let me. I can't. Mm-mm. I will shut down in a minute.
I mean,
That's
it's
one.
just, if a guy came on stage and told you that, I don't know. I
Shut
feel like
down.
you'd be like,
I would shut down. I would literally be like, "You got to go. Like, there's nothing else to be said here." But
Instant black.
what you say, Lala?
No, I said instant black.
Yeah. Yep. Like, that is not my target audience, and that ain't my human to deal with.
I hear you. I hear you. I be trying to just like, sprinkle knowledge, because the dude that said that, I was like, hold on. So they had the brand Kangol. No, it's those style of hats. And Mac was like, okay, what style is it called? He was like, like the Kangol. So it was like, oh, okay. So,
What?
but it's like, as soon as you ask like three questions, it automatically just becomes undone. And they're like, like you
You
haven't
do.
gotten
You be
three
having
times.
more weird people in your life than I do.
You know what? I appreciate it, because I like a lot of these people be monotone and mono thought as fuck. Like they just say the same thing over and over again. I like the weird ones. I like the Barbellos of the world, where it's just like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? How
Well,
would you
and I
read the
think I
Bible
think we
clean?
have different agendas, right? Like,
Probably so.
I think that's why you can deal with that, because your goal is to laugh. right? Like my goal is to laugh sometimes too, but also like I'm trying to figure out like I like I don't know like what haven't we thought about when it comes to this religion? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Um, and then like also share information that other people may want, or discuss questions that we all have from this indoctrination. Like I love having fun, but like for the purpose of it, for me to just be to talk to people who don't make sense all day, I can't fucking do it. One or two I can do, but for back to back, I can't. I know in hell I could do a 11-hour live
Now
with
that's
that.
fair. I was crying because I was live for 6 hours yesterday. I was like, okay, I got to go, man. I can't do this shit. I've been up here
Yeah.
too long. I get tired of my own voice.
No, I mean it. Like you do really good. When it comes to your lives, that's why I say everybody has talents and skills, and everybody brings value to the deconstruction community. We all have our different strengths. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
Like Justin does really good with the Phil Bros and uh, the does God exist um,
right.
questions. Right? I don't have the skill for that. Bash does really, really good dealing with the Hebrew Israelites, dealing with the more so behavioral questions like, why do you think this thing?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And he does really good with tying that back to the Bible. And my whole thing is just knowledge. Like here's what it says and here's where you find it. Right.
Yeah.
And here's like, now how is this affecting us in society? That's more so where I am. G does really good. She kind of ties it all together, but her goal is to get people to think better about themselves.
Right.
And so when she, like, her lives are all focused on how can you change your mindset, on how can you start telling yourself a different story.
Right.
Right. And so like I everybody I love the fact, I think we're the best team, right? Not saying that we're a team, but the best team knows where each player knows where their strengths are and where their weaknesses are, and they lean on each other for the areas that they're not strong in. And I think that's why the deconstruction movement has taken off as fast as it did on TikTok, because we all just have our own style and our own thing, and we're not trying to outdo each other. And that's another thing. Like, we're not competing with each other. And
Right.
yeah, so like we just talking about what the fuck we know and what we think and what we feel, and that's just it. But yeah, I can't do the Hebrew Israelite shit. I can't do it.
Look, as long as you tell me, oh yeah, I converted because Deuteronomy 28. Okay, cool. We can have this conversation. That's fine.
I'm gonna send them all over to you. If they join my stage, I'm gonna say, listen, what I think you should do, right, is follow my friend Oso, and you can have this conversation with Oso.
I spent like 45 minutes because this dude that was there was another Hebrew Israelite. He was talking about how if you look at the manifest of the slave ships, all those people's names, most of them had the word Yah in it, and like we were all from like Israel, and we just got where we got, and they put us in the laws. And I said, hold on, I went to, I think it's slaveancestry.org or something. I forget what it was. I'll pull it up and can get it to you. But
I know what you're talking about.
okay, yeah, cool. But I was sitting there going, I scrolled through, I think it was like close to 1,000 names. And I was like, just so you know, I had it on screen and everything, just going down the list of names. Not one y'all showed up. He was like, we'll just control F and try to search it. I'm like, bro, I think you're missing the point. Like, we've gone through 1,000 names, and this y'all name that you said was all over the manifestos. Nowhere yet. Like, you don't think when they start getting to those people, because this was arranged by height, you would have thought at least somebody above 62 inches would have been. You know what I mean? Like, I don't
And
know.
they probably saw one or two, and they're like, see, everybody named y'all. Everybody was named y'all.
Yeah, there was one person named Jawway. is Jahwey, and I was like, "Oh, that's close. Ain't what you was talking about, but it's close."
Oh my goodness. I don't know. And then like I got a message yesterday from someone in the Discord, and this is how their message went. Hold on. I put it in the chat, and it just broke my heart because it just makes me think about what this religion has done to the minds of people. This is what his message said. Hold on, let's see if I can make this big. Let's see if I can read it bigger. Hold on, let's see. Open in browser. There we go. It says, God no effects of movies. I could float on air, just be fat man floating. See, Jesus was my good son idol. Worship. Give some good pride and some bad pride, but his was good. I used to think died with our sins and curses dust to dust. And that's the message that I got. And when I went to this person's page, all of his videos are like basically saying the same thing, like God something Yahweh, God something Yahweh. And it's like, I fucking hate when motherfuckers say shit ain't true. Like, why the fuck also would somebody be in my fucking comments saying that this ain't true? Do you see what I mean when I say I don't understand the actions of humans?
I get it.
Like what? Why would they be fucking saying that this isn't true?
What does that mean? Like, Yahweh. Okay, thanks. We get it now.
What the heck?
Thinker, you were wrong. It's Yahweh. Sorry.
What
LOL,
the
be mad.
fuck? What?
Aside from the fact that that literally means nothing, why was that something that you had to say at all? Like,
Sorry, are you guys only talking about like Hebrew Israelites or what?
Give me just a second. I forgot that you was even on stage, but I was in the middle of a conversation with somebody.
No problem.
Okay. Look. Hold on.
oh wow.
Right.
I was wondering why you was reading like that. It called for all the pauses.
Exactly. That's how he. That's what it says.
That's crazy.
But the Christian in the comment, they just want to argue, right? They just want to argue and say, oh, that's not true. Like what? For fucking what?
Yeah, that'd be a weird thing to make up, especially the grammar in it. Like, that would be a really weird thing to make up.
God damn. And like if y'all want somebody to take y'all serious, stop doing that shit. Stop just disagreeing just to fucking disagree. And then like you literally didn't even take time to think that I'm talking about a DM that I got. And you have no way, right, of proving that it's not true. You have no possession of the DM whatsoever. And you just gonna say, not that's not true. Not true. What the fuck? That
Mezzo.
shit I don't get. D hits.
Yeah, it did. Hello?
Yes. Are you a Christian?
Oh
Deconstructing? Or are you
yeah.
an atheist?
I'm a Christian. I took interest in the conversation. I was just scrolling through TikTok and I was like, interesting.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss on the board? Don't use
Ah,
caps in my comments. Like what you have to say is not that damn important that you need to type in caps.
oh yeah. So well, I just wanted to because I got in like in the middle of the conversation. I wanted to know
Yeah,
like
that's okay.
what are your positions?
Uh,
Like what are your
I don't believe in
positions?
this God. I don't believe in this God. There are 7 topics on the board. If you want to pick one of those topics, please.
Okay, okay. You don't believe in this particular God or like God in general,
We're talking about the Christian God. I don't believe in the
or the
in the Christian God.
in the Christian God. Okay. Could I ask like what's your like your major objection? Like your major
There are
thing, like
7 topics on the board. Okay, can you pick
mhm.
one of those, please?
Okay, it says believers don't like the Old Testament. That one is an interesting one. Okay, from a Christian's perspective, this is how I would tackle that. I don't think it's an issue of that people don't really like the Old Testament because I get why, because it's full of there's some horrific stuff there in the Old Testament, especially like massacres, God ordering, people to be killed and all that. I'm pretty sure you're aware of that, right? Hello?
Oh, that what you wanted me to answer that?
Yeah. I'm just like, I just want to know like if you're aware of the things that I'm saying.
What that? But you don't think that believers dislike the Old Testament?
I would say a lot of people have an attitude of like distancing themselves from it. I don't know if I would use the word like, but like a lot of people can't see things in the Old Testament, so they would rather like distance themselves from it. If you ask a lot of people, they'll tell you,
Why do you think
um,
they do that?
well, because of the like the things I was talking about, like God ordering massacres, or people just getting killed, children and all that,
No, why do you
conquering.
think they distance themselves, and why do you think they cannot defend it?
I think it's because a lot of Christians, let me put it this way, a lot of Christians in quotes, I think people are Christian by association. Most people call themselves Christians. So they're not well versed on like how to defend the book, for example. So if
Wait,
someone were to say,
hold on for a second. So
mhm,
because they don't, the reason why they don't know how to defend it is because they're not true Christians. Am I understanding that? That's basically what you're saying.
yeah, for
They're
lack of a
not true
better word,
Christian.
that's yeah, for lack of a better word, that's how I put it. If I'm being
What
honest,
makes a
over
true
the
Christian?
what makes a true Christian? Okay, the word in itself, like Christian. You're supposed to be Christ-like. Like Christians are followers of,
Let's see what the definition of Christian is. Hold on.
yeah, like a followers of Jesus Christ. That's what a Christian is.
Yeah, but you said it's Christ-like. So,
Yeah. Like you have to be Christ-like. You have to follow
what
the
I'm
example
asking
of
is,
Christ.
but what makes a true Christian? Because let's
Okay, so
see the
what makes it?
definition of Christian. Give me just a second. Let's see. The definition of Christian is relating to or professing Christianity or its teachings. Oh God,
That's close.
what just happened? Oh well, wait. Let's go back. Maybe that may be better. One who professes belief in the teachings of Jesus Christ,
hmm
a member of one of the churches of Christ, separating from the disciples of Christ in 1906. Let's see, a member of the Christian denomination having part in the Union of the United Church of Christ concluded in 1961. So, how do you be a true
True Christian.
professor? No. How do you
Uh-huh.
be a true professor of the belief and the teachings of Christ?
Okay, so this is how I would answer that. So we believe in the books of the New Testament, the four Gospels. When you read those books, if you can read all of them, right? And you see how Jesus lived, how he preached, and what he preached, you're supposed to follow that. Then, if you really
Wait,
want to
no,
know
it says
exactly,
professing. It didn't say acting out, right?
or professing,
It
okay,
says to
that's
profess
very
it,
easy.
right? A
Yeah.
Christian is one who professes belief in the
hmm
teachings of Christ. So that's what a Christian is. Someone who
Yeah,
says,
yeah.
I believe in the
hmm
teachings of Christ. Like while I'm
Yes.
talking, like there's no need for you to go, yeah. Like, can you
Okay,
not
stop,
do
stop,
that?
stop. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. So the definition of a Christian, right, is somebody who says, I believe in the teachings of Christ. How does a person do that truly? is my question. When you say they're not a true Christian, if they profess that they believe in the teachings of Christ, how could they do that falsely? Let me ask it that way.
How could they do what? Sorry, how could they do that? What?
How could
I
they
didn't get the
if
last part of
how
the
could they
question.
not be a true Christian if all that it takes is to profess that you believe in the teachings of Jesus, that you have a belief
Okay.
in the teachings of Jesus?
All right. Let me answer it like this. So, how do you profess? Like again, I have to go back into the books. All you have to do as a Christian is accept that Jesus Christ died for your sins. Because
No, 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 no.
let me
Hey,
try
no, 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 no. Okay, let me ask you this. What is the definition of profess? Like, what does it mean to profess something?
to say, like, with 100% belief, like I'm prophesying this.
Let's see. Let me see if it has to be 100% belief. Hold on.
I mean, maybe not 100% because it's faith based as well. So you can never really be, you know.
Let's see. To profess something means that it's a claim that one has. So it's a claim, a quality or feeling, especially when this is not the case. To affirm one's faith in or allegiance to a religion or a set of beliefs. So they're just affirming their faith, right? That they have a belief in the teachings of Jesus Christ. Not that they're living by it, right? But they believe in the teachings of Jesus. They're claiming, right? It's a claim that they believe in the teachings of Jesus. Like, how are you saying that like a person is not a true
Could you give me like
Christian?
2 minutes? Could you give me 2 minutes to answer
Yeah,
this?
just make sure you answer that question. Like the
Okay, so
preaching
like if you,
is unnecessary.
all right, basically, if you're a believer or if you claim to be a believer, right? It doesn't just end there. If you can't just claim to be a believer
No,
because
no,
you
no,
have
no,
to
no.
go on to
Listen, no,
live.
no, no, no. Hey, the definition of a Christian. Okay, the definition of a Christian is someone who makes a claim that they believe in the teachings of Jesus, not that they are living by it, right? Not that they are following the rules perfectly, right? Not that they are good people. It's just that they claim that they believe in the teachings of Jesus. That's what makes a Christian. That's what the definition says. You're adding stuff to it.
Okay, so I'm saying, like, after you make the claim, right? Because now, if you are a real Christian, if you make the claim, you have to believe in the book. When you read the
But
book,
you're
it
still
tells you.
a Christian. Even if you make the claim, you're still a Christian because the
No,
only requirement to be look at the definition here.
I can see
The
the I can
only
see the definition.
requirement,
Yeah.
hold on, the only requirement to be a Christian is to claim a belief in Jesus' teachings. That's the only requirement here. You're
Would it
adding to the requirement to be a Christian.
Okay, would it be fair if we're to get the proper definition of a Christian from the Bible? Because this
Is
is
there a
not full. This
definition of
is
a
half.
Christian in the Bible? So now there's a
Yes,
definition of a okay,
it's
yeah, go
there.
ahead.
Yes, it's there in the Bible. It's in many
Okay, yeah.
places. I can give you examples of what it says for you to be
No,
a true
the
Christian.
definite, yeah, what's the scripture?
Okay. Let me just have to.
It's John 11:35.
Hello, am I still
Yeah.
on stage?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still looking for the reference because I've got a physical
Okay.
Bible. But in the meantime, I can
Well, no, yeah. If you
paraphrase
give me
what
the definition in the Bible, no, no, no. I don't want you to paraphrase it. Like if you could give me the scripture, you said there's a definition in the Bible.
what happens if I leave the app. Will it lock me out?
No, if you just go to your Bible app, It'll keep you on
Yeah.
stage. You just can't be gone too long.
Okay. How long? How? Okay. Let me just use my laptop here. Let me just use my laptop. Okay. So let's see. Okay. So if we can go like to John 8 verse 31.
Okay. I don't see the word Christian in this.
Or it doesn't like have to, say Christian, because we already
No,
know what a
yes, if
Christian
we're
is.
looking for the definition of a word, then you should see the word there. It says this is what it means, right?
Uh-huh. Okay. Do
Yeah,
you
that's what I'm asking for.
are there any like other Christians on the platform? Because I think maybe you're taking it from maybe an agnostic point of view, but like the
I know I'm
definition of a
asking you for
Christian.
the definition, not what it means, right? Not the requirements of a Christian. I'm asking you what is the definition of Christian?
A Christian
I'm
is a
being
follower of
very
Christ.
direct. You want to talk
Yeah.
about what the requirements of a Christian are, right? What the
A,
duties of a
Chri-
Christian are, right?
no, okay. A Christian is a follower
You
of Jesus Christ.
uh, a Christian is someone who claims to believe in the teachings of Jesus. That's what a Christian is. That's what the definition says. One
That's
who
one definition
professes
online.
belief. It well, like okay, you said you had a biblical definition. I'm asking you for the biblical definition. Like the word Christian is in the Bible. I mean,
But
if you
you
can
won't
pull
accept
that,
the.
you didn't bring it to me.
No,
Bring
I'm
me
saying.
the term Christian in the Bible.
Okay, what I'm saying is this, like the word Christian will not be there. It will tell you what it's like to be a Christ follower. Like the word Christian comes like later on. So you won't see the word
Oh,
Christian,
so there
but you'll see
is.
what it
So
means to
exactly.
be a
So the
Christian.
right. So for you to be saying that someone is not a true Christian, right? When the definition of a Christian is just simply somebody who claims to have a belief in the teachings of Jesus, you have no right to say that they're not a true Christian, right? That's
So
what
for
I.
example,
That's
if
what this
someone,
means.
so let me give you an example. If someone says I'm a Christian and then they intentionally murder someone, but the
That
book
doesn't
says
make them
do not.
not a Christian.
It does actually, because
No,
now
it
you're
doesn't.
claiming to be a Christian, but you don't follow the
Okay.
ways of Christianity. That's
They
what I'm
didn't say
saying.
it doesn't say follow.
You have
It
to, in
doesn't say
order for you to
no,
be.
it doesn't. It says to have a belief in the teachings of Christ. It doesn't say follow. It doesn't say obey.
When
None
you
of
have
that.
that belief, you have
That's
to.
that's
You have to
your
follow what
that's
Christ
your
said.
interpretation. But that's not the definition of a Christian.
That's the definition of a Christian. Like, I don't know what
No,
else
it's
to tell you,
not.
but you have to be a follower of Christ. Like, for you to be a follower of Christ, you have to follow what he said. Automatically, when you follow what he said, you can't live certain lifestyles. That's what I
That's
was saying.
your
Most people,
interpretation.
no,
That's
like, you
your
can ask any
interpretation.
other
That's
Christian.
not the definition. Then produce a definition that says what you say.
I'm telling you, what's your name?
You're asking me to take your word for it. You're asking me to take your word for it. Produce
Okay, so like I
resources that
said,
back
if
up what you say.
because the definitions that I can give you, right, in the Bible, you said you have to see the word Christian. It's not there.
Do you
So, like,
what
you won't
a
accept that.
definition? I'm not asking you for requirements of a Christian. I'm asking you for the definition of a Christian, not the requirements, not what a Christian should do. That's not what I'm asking you for.
Okay, so a Christian, according to Google, is someone who has heard the good news of salvation through Christ, who believes that Jesus is the Son of God and follows his ways.
Okay.
Mhm,
Okay.
mhm. Who
That's okay.
repents his sins, who confesses his faith
Hmm.
in Christ, and who has been baptized in the body of Christ. That is the definition of
Hmm.
a Christian.
Is that the very is that the very top? Is that at the very top that you're reading like an
Yes.
AI
What is the
summary? That's an AI
no? I can
summary. Hold on.
no no.
Yep.
It's not. It's
Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Uh, let's see. What dictionary did that come from?
from a Christian site,
Oh,
oldparts.com.
you're for a blog. You're
From a
you're reading from a
Christian.
blog, not a dictionary.
It's from a
What
Christian
what
site.
what's the name of the blog? Yeah, a blog.
Old
A
parts.
blog
Old
that
parts.
somebody wrote that is opinionated. That's what you're reading from? A blog?
Okay. Okay. I can give you another definition. John 3 verse 17.
What?
John 3 verse 17.
Again, this is not a this you think this is a definition?
It's like it says, if you are a follower of Christ, you must be born again. Like you must be baptized. So then I would have to
Where
explain
does
to
it
you
say,
what that
indeed
means.
God did not send the Son into the world to condemn the world, but in order that the world might be saved through him? That's a
Exactly.
definition. That's a definition of a Christian.
I would have to expagorate after that verse if you allow me, but I
No, no,
don't think
no.
you'll
I didn't
accept
ask for
because
your opinion. I didn't ask for your interpretation. I'm asking you for a definition, right? That means to define a word, not a requirement. If somebody is a Harlem Globetrotter and they go out and they play a game, but they don't play well, are they no longer a Harlem Globetrotter?
no.
Are you serious right now? If someone
So
plays for
I
the
don't think I got the
Knicks, if
question
they play
correctly.
for the Knicks and they have a bad game, are they no longer a Knicks?
Oh no, they're still part
Thank
of the
you.
Knicks. But
Thank you. So
that's
you
different
can't
from
take
religion
you can
though.
it's no it's not. An identity. Christian is an identity. It was a way to identify a group of people who believed in the teachings of a specific person.
And who is that
Not
person?
whether they did it right, not whether they was always good. It was a identification.
You said the teachings of they have to confess the teachings of a specific person, and who
It
is
doesn't
that
say that
person?
in the definition at all.
Oh
That's a
yes, you're saying
requirement.
that.
That's a requirement to become a Christian. Um, in uh, in certain Christian religions, that before you were born a Christian, babies were born Christians before. It was family based. There was no confession. As a baby, you were born a Christian.
No, you're actually not born a Christian.
I said before, in the old days, you were born a Christian.
That's in the Catholic faith, which is
It
another
doesn't matter.
denomination of
It doesn't
Christianity.
matter. It doesn't matter.
It actually does because
It doesn't matter.
Christians.
It doesn't matter. It was an identification. Like you don't know how to separate a identifier and the requirements of the identification, right? Or what's expected of a person holding this identification. It's like saying if you are in a fraternity and you carry the name of the fraternity, there are certain things that are required of you to be in this fraternity. But if you don't do some of the things that are required of you, you are still a part of that fraternity until you get kicked out.
Okay. Uh, could you please just allow me 1 minute? I won't even preach. Just 1 minute to talk without interruption because I can't get my
I'm
ideas
not
because you keep
obligated to listen. I'm not
chipping in.
obligated to listen to your interpretation when I ask for a definition. So no.
it's not really an interpretation. I just want to have a back and
It
forth with
literally
you.
is. It literally is an interpretation. Like if you can say I don't have a definition, I don't have a right to say that people are not true Christians. We can move on.
Uh, I don't, you know, it's honest. Okay, we'll move on from this, but I don't think you actually got what I was trying to explain to you. Because
Yes, I
for
did.
you to know what a Christian, okay, for you to know what a Christian is, you have to go into the Bible, right?
No,
But
you
if
don't.
I go into the, well, you do, because that's where the
No, you don't.
definition, like,
That's
so
what
like,
you believe.
for
That's what you believe, and that's your interpretation. No, you don't. I don't have to
no,
accept your interpretation of
that's
what a
what
Christian
I
is.
am like.
No, I don't have to accept what your interpretation of what a Christian is. A Christian is
That's what
someone who
me and
claims
2 billion
that
other
that's
people
what
believe.
it doesn't make it right. Y'all also believe you have free will, and you don't. You
D
don't accept the definition of free will. I'm not obligated to just accept what you say. You can't back it up.
Also, D hits 2 billion Christians do not agree, and that is why there are 45,000 different denominations. So that is a lie on its face. You don't agree. And that
All
is
right,
why
but
you have 45,000 different denominations. You do not agree what a Christian is. You don't.
can I answer that?
I mean, you can, but what would you say?
Okay.
What are you going to say?
Okay, this is what I would say. This is what I would say to that. It's true we don't all like have the same, like belief, right? But majority of us believe in the person of Christ, him being the
Well, no,
second
you
person
don't,
of the
because just
Trinity.
now you said
Majority of
something.
Christians.
Just now you
I'm saying
said
majority
something that,
over like
listen, just
50%.
now, just now you said something that a lot of Christians say. When Thinker said it was a belief that you were born Christian, you know what you said? That is the
Mhm.
Catholics. A lot of
Yeah, yeah.
Christians believe that Catholics are not Christian, but they're in the same fraternity as you are,
Yeah,
right?
but
For
then the
some
Catholics
reason,
are
a
not
lot of
even
people believe that Catholics are not Christians. I don't understand why.
yeah, a lot of like, most of the Christians believe that Catholics are not real Christians. That's why I'm
No, but
saying
why though?
majority of
Why? They
us.
were Christians before y'all were. Why?
No, they were not actually. The first Christians were the
Actually,
Jews that
were
converted
Romans.
to Christianity.
Listen. Romans were in the South England as Christians as early as the first century. What are you even talking about?
The first Christians were actually Jews who
So as
converted to
early
Christianity.
no,
Why
the
are
first
you
Christians were
talking
not
about who the
Jews.
first Christians were? She didn't say shit about who the first Christians were. She
No,
said
you say
She said they were Christians before y'all were. You were defending something she didn't even say, and
Yes.
that's the problem. You don't listen.
I don't think you
But
guys.
Catholic, and you know what's so funny? I don't understand. That's like saying, I don't know, your little brother is not a real football player when you're a football player. When he was a football player before you were, he taught you everything you knew. They were
You know what?
Christians before y'all were.
Everybody that comments about my personality, I'm just gonna block you. I'm gonna help you out and make sure you never see us again. Go ahead. I don't care to hear about how you think I'm rude, I'm aggressive, none of that. I'm just gonna block your ass.
They were
Go ahead.
Christians. They were Christians before you. And do you think you're a real Christian?
I believe so.
Well, why
I
do you
believe
think
so.
that? Why?
Well, because my faith is Bible based. I don't follow like religion. I just follow what the book says.
I mean, everybody's faith is Bible based because the religion is based on the book, right? So you follow
No,
what the book
there's some
says. You
customs
believe.
that people.
Okay, so D Hitch, you believe you're a real Christian?
Yeah, I do believe I'm a real Christian. I could be
Okay, so
wrong, but I believe I'm a real Christian.
how would I know that? How would I know that you're a
Sorry.
real Christian? How would I know that you're a real Christian
Okay.
besides you
First of
telling me?
all, oh, okay. Obviously, you'd have to be like around me to see how I live my life every day, and how I pray, how I read the book, and all that. Like, but online, I mean, I
All
could
For
just make a
example,
superficial,
claim on
all superficial stuff.
online.
Like
yes.
you're literally listing superficial
You
stuff.
you cut out for a bit. I
I
didn't get that.
pray really good. So I'm a true Christian because I pray really good. I'm a true Christian
That's not
because
what
I
I said.
speak in tongues well. I'm a true Christian because I read the Bible every day. That makes me a true Christian.
No. I live by what
Superficial.
the Bible says. Like no, like I read the Bible, then I live by what
So
it
so how
says.
do you what do you live? What do you do? What does the Bible say? How does the Bible say that you should live?
For example, I confess that Jesus Christ is Lord of all lords. I do that almost every day. Every time I see like people in need, for example,
Why in the
I
hell
feel
would you need to
obligated to.
confess that every day? Did he not hear you the first time you did it? Why do you need to
That's
confess
just
that
me
every
like
day? Like,
praying. No,
is
no,
it
it's just a
temporary?
prayer.
Is this confession
It's forever.
temporary?
No, it's forever. I
Like,
can
why?
just
So why do you
confess
need
as
to
long.
confess it every day? Why do you need to like
Oh no,
confess
that's
it
just a
every day?
personal. No, I don't need to. I just do
Why?
it as a prayer. Like
So
I
it's
pray. I
superficial.
just
So it's ritualistic and superficial.
no. It's not ritualistic. We're told to pray in the Bible, so I do pray.
No,
That's
like
just
literally, does it tell you to confess it every day?
no. It does. It does. It just says
So
like you
why do
just need
you?
to confess
So
that.
why do you do it every day?
I feel the need to do it. Like after I read the Bible, for
Why?
example, if I read a certain verse and then I'll be like, if I'm asking for something, I'll be like, in your name, Lord, I ask in your name. Things like that. It's like part of Christian life. Like I
That's not
says, ask in
confessing.
your
That's
name,
not that's not a
in your
confession. That's
name,
you.
like
That's not you
Lord.
confessing. That's not a confession that you believe that Jesus is the Son of God. That's just you saying, I'm asking in your name, Jesus. That's
Okay,
not the
fine. We
same
can
thing.
we can maybe okay. We can scrape the like because okay, every day I might not be doing it every day, but I do
I mean,
confess
but
that
D
is
hits,
Lord.
would I be able to tell you are a believer?
If you're
How could
living
I
around me, yeah.
how could
Because
I
right now
tell
online, I
that?
could just make a claim and you wouldn't know. You could just say, "Oh, he's lying," and I wouldn't really have the proof because
Do,
we're
do
online. So
you
you would
do you
really have
do
to.
the things do you do the things do you do the things that Jesus says you need to do to be seen as a believer?
Yes, I do try my
What are
best
those
to do
things?
that.
What are those? Do you do the things that he says you need to do in Mark 16, 17, 18? Do you do those things?
What does it
Because
say?
those,
Because I
Your
haven't memorized. I
your
haven't memorized
God
it. What?
Your God
Hmm.
wants you to show yourself some grace and mercy and back out of this conversation. Now, I'm a loving human. I'm gonna show them some grace and mercy, and I'm gonna block their ass. But do you want to back out of the conversation?
Yeah. It's fine. It's not an issue. Someone else who can
Okay.
defend better than me. But I feel like you
All
guys
right.
overwhelmed me with like
All he wanted to do was an altar call sermon. That's the only thing he was.
yeah.
That's what he kept looping back into. Like everybody's dumb, dude. You're not talking to us. You're talking at people.
This the thing, like the whole othering people, right? That, oh, they're not a true Christian. That's the thing that gets on my nerves too. Like the whole othering, when all it takes to be a Christian is to say that you believe in the teachings of Jesus. That's it. And then it's the I do this, I'm that. Like literally, even within your own cult, you put yourself above everybody else. And then the crazy thing about it is that the Christians and the comments can't even recognize that whole conversation was even in defense of you, and y'all would rather just hate people just to fucking hate people.
I mean, and for them to say like Catholics aren't true Christians, those are the majority of Christians, actually.
About to talk about Lord. Yeah, because like, oh, shit, poor sister. I like that.
We can't hear you. What happened to your microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think my finger was covering the mic. But I was saying, like, I was just thinking about it, and you know what? When I was a Christian, I did think that Catholics weren't Christians. I don't know
What, like,
why.
how what I don't understand is, how can it be that Catholics were some of the earliest followers of this teaching,
Right.
even before Protestants? How did the Protestants get so high and mighty that they think that they're the only true followers of this teaching? And then to be like, how in the hell, like, y'all claim that y'all got some power and some, like, and y'all fighting amongst each other about who follows better, who follows best. And then when Lawrence asked him what makes you a true Christian, everything he named was I pray every day, I read my Bible every day. Like superficial shit.
Yeah, I confess every day. Oh yeah, how you confess? I just say it in your name. Like what the fuck?
Like it's crazy.
That man ain't bumped two brain cells together to think about that one time in his life.
I mean, and it's funny because like Catholics are like 60% of all Christians. They are like at the high end 1.4 billion Catholics out of the 2 billion Christians.
Mm, mm.
Exactly. Like not the exactly, Mono. That's the thing that irks my nerves. Like the not true Christian shit. Like that shit is irking. That's like that. It's no different than y'all saying that y'all still sin every day and then coming in here calling us demons. Like I, I swear it take all my power to just scream, "Shut the fuck up."
Damn, what an interesting rabbit hole. I did used to think that, and I'm trying to figure out why I used to think that Catholics weren't Christian. I just assumed that they were like an offshoot, like Judaism or um, um, uh, shoot, Islam.
Maybe because you're not too bright, so I don't.
Dr. Burning.
What's up, man?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing all right, doing all right. I really thought you guys were gonna jump on him when he said they can't defend the Old Testament atrocities because they're not real Christians. I thought you were gonna be like, oh, well, defend it then. But
I had a feeling we were going to
No,
get
cause
there.
like no, we have like that. Those conversations are a dime a dozen. Like in here, like the what I wanted to hone on was the whole othering thing. Like that whole no two Scotsman bullshit. Like I get tired of hearing that. The next person that come up, we'll have an opportunity to have them defend the Old Testament.
And what I don't
If
understand
you're
is
in,
how does one know that somebody is not a real Christian? If you're is there a Christian door that you have?
exactly, that's
Is
what I
is
want to know too.
is there a Christ door that you have where you can say, "Oh, that's not a real Christian"? How do you know if someone is not a real Christian?
In theory, if you're being a good Christian, you shouldn't. They shouldn't really be able to tell. They should just think you're just a real nice person.
Honestly, none of them would be a real Christian. They'll say it about each other at the drop of a hat, but will defend each other's bullshit at the drop of a hat too, for the sake of the Christian faith. Even though some of them don't call themselves Christian, like yeah, very judgmental. They're even judgmental towards each other. That's the crazy thing. If you're in the guest request box, can you please comment and let us know so that we can bring you on stage? Gig said only holy water can decide.
I'm melting. I'm melting.
Oh, Mac. I don't know what pro-choice got to do with this. Like,
I'm sorry. I'm
why
just.
did you tell us you were pro-choice? What the fuck? What? Did I ask if anybody was pro-choice?
Not to my recollection.
What the fuck? But what, like, first off, you're not even in the guest request. Second, like, why did you tell us you were pro-choice? Like, who cares? Like, who asked you that? Are you in the guest request? Man, this shit is weird. Nobody said you can't. I just don't give a fuck. I didn't ask you that.
It's okay. Your God's pro-choice too.
And you're not even in the guest request box. So why did you comment that? I asked for people who are in the guest request that want to come on stage to please comment so that we can bring you up. Nobody asked you. Like, you're not even in the guest request.
Because I think she's Muslim.
She says
She
she's
said
Christian and pro-choice.
she said something earlier about Muslims. I think she's Muslim.
Thinker. I like the Lakers.
Who cares now? There's all
Because
there's
he just gave my
there's 50 people in this request box and nobody's commenting. Like, if you're in the guest request box, can you please comment so that we can bring you up so we don't go through these accidental requests? There's 50 of y'all in here. I see you, Miss Charlene. Hold on for me. Hi, Rudy. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Trying to be a Christian.
Okay. Which topic did you want to
Which
discuss?
topic did you want to discuss? Well, the whole thing about trying, I think about
Okay.
the
Rudy.
Samaritan.
Rudy.
Rudy. Yeah.
No.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna put you on mute for a second. Okay. One, there is a echo. I think I'm on your Bluetooth. Can you take me off of the Bluetooth? Because of the echo. Two, I didn't ask why you're trying. Okay, so that's not information that I'm interested in. Okay. What I did ask was which topic on the screen did you want to discuss? Do you not? Okay, there you go.
All right. How do I sound now?
Let me see if there's still an echo. Okay, the echo's gone. Which topic do you want to discuss?
Let me see. As long as Gentiles as much as he has chosen. What do you tell kids when God doesn't answer their prayers?
Go ahead.
the whole thing about unanswered prayers, I would say if we got what we wanted every time we asked for it, we probably wouldn't go to him anymore. Because we get all what we want, and so he takes his time on answering our prayers when he feels he's ready to answer them.
That's what you would tell a child, that he doesn't
Well,
give it to you so
I
that
have
you can keep
children.
begging him and keep coming back? No, I'm asking. I didn't ask if you have children.
Yeah, well,
I did not
I
ask
would
if you have
tell my
children.
kid that.
What I'm clarifying, Rudy, I'm clarifying, okay? You can't talk while I'm talking. I didn't talk while you were talking. I'm clarifying that what you said is that you would tell a child that the reason why their prayer was not answered is because your God wants them to keep coming back and asking him for stuff. And if he gave them everything, they wouldn't keep coming back and asking him for stuff.
Yeah, because it says what it says is I'm a good father. The Bible says I'm a good father to keep coming to him.
What scripture are you
So
quoting?
if he says to keep coming to him and keep asking for him, knock and find out that I'll answer the door.
What scripture are you
He
quoting?
says, well, I don't have my Bible on hand right now. So in the beginning, remember I said I'm trying to be a Christian. Remember that?
Yeah, but
So I'm not
there
gonna
is no
sit here
scripture
and
that
say
says
that I
that.
have. Well, God does want you to come to Him.
Yeah, but why are you saying the Bible says that if you don't know for a fact the Bible says that?
Because I remember some scriptures, but I just don't remember the addresses on them.
Addresses?
Yeah, the addresses, the scriptures, and the chapters. The address of the scriptures.
The Bible does not say what you said it said. It doesn't say it.
Okay, so the Bible doesn't say come to Him.
It doesn't say I'm a good father because you keep coming to me. It does not say that.
Well, it does say that. It does say even sinners know how to give good gifts. So think about how much more God would want to give to you. And some
Wouldn't that speak
ways
against your
that way
position,
it
though?
says.
Wouldn't
What's
that
that?
speak against your position, though? If even
What's that?
sinful fathers know how to give good gifts, how much more so your father? Wouldn't that speak against your position?
How much more a father would want to?
Yes.
Okay, I understand your question. Go ahead and do it again. Say it again.
So it sounded like what you were saying is that in order to be a good father, God wouldn't give
A bad
all the
gift.
things. Well, you said at first that he wouldn't give the things that they asked for. He would be sporadic in it, or because in a way that is not, it's foreign to my experience with children, but the more I give my kids what they ask for, the more they come to me. So I don't understand that logic, but nonetheless, if that's the case, it sounds like what you're saying is that God doesn't give gifts as much, right? He holds some of them back, but then you quoted a verse that said, God, even if sinners know how to give good gifts, so much so your Father in heaven. So it sounds like that would speak against your position.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, okay, so He doesn't answer prayers. Okay, so if they're within His will, right, within God's will, within His purpose for your life, of course He's not going to answer you with, I want a Bugatti, please God, I want to pray for a Bugatti. Well, is it in His will?
Well, I mean, have you read the Old Testament?
What is in His purposes for you?
Well,
right?
But have you read the Old Testament?
Rudy, before you answer Dr. Bowen, I would like to know, If you are trying to become a Christian and you have not studied any of this, what made you think that you could join a live to explain to 700 people what this God thinks or wants?
Well, what I'm saying, what I've been trying. The reason why I say trying is because it's going on 10 years now. And the reason why I say trying is because I gave my life to Christ, and I've seen a lot of
Wait, no, no,
things
no.
that
That's not.
help
Listen,
me to
I don't
help
care
me.
why you're trying. Listen,
I let you
Rudy,
talk
I don't
while
care. Rudy,
I let you
Rudy,
talk.
Rudy, you don't let me talk on my live. Okay? The correct verbiage is that I'm letting you talk. Okay? I didn't ask you why you're trying. What I asked was if you are trying, what made you think that you could come on a live and explain what a God wants, specifically this God, to 700 people if you don't know it yourself? That's what I would like to know. And then you can go back to your conversation with Dr. Bowen.
So there's this little microphone button that if you press it, it takes you off mute. Takes you a little bit of knowledge.
Sorry, I'm in the middle of driving right now. I'm on live, and then doing I'm driving right now on my job. So
You can say that.
I know that God does not want any man to perish. I know that, and
Rudy, did you hear my question?
I'm trying to get to your answer. I'm trying to get to the answer.
Why
If
did
you could
what
give me
what made you think that you could
through my
answer the
testimony,
questions?
through my
So
testimony.
also you came up here to give a
That's
testimony.
no. I what I've been through. Through what I've been through gives me the confidence that I could say or give an answer through
So
my
okay, so
experience through my
you have
10
enough
years.
confidence. All right, you have enough confidence to tell 700 people what they should understand or know or do, right? For this God, but you don't have enough confidence in yourself that you for you to do it. So you came up here to tell people what to do that you yourself can't do,
No, I'm saying what was the topic was, what do I tell a kid?
but that's not why you came up here. You didn't know that,
Well,
remember?
through my experience and my testimony, what I would tell my children and my kids, and
No, Rudy,
what I've
Rudy,
gone through.
Rudy, Rudy,
I mean,
Rudy. No, no,
listen to
no, no, no.
yourself. Listen
Rudy,
to
Rudy.
yourself. Listen to
Why
yourself.
did you come up
Why do you
here?
keep interrupting?
Because I can. Why did you come up
Oh,
here?
okay.
Why did you hit request?
He wanted to show us how a grown man cry about dumb shit. Just answer the questions, man. It don't take all that.
Is that anybody else's experience with kids that if you give them everything that they ask for, that they stop coming to you? Is that anybody?
No, I
Sound?
would think
No,
that if the God gave you everything you asked for, you would go to him more.
that's actually the reason why a lot of people stop believing in the God because he doesn't answer prayers. But
Yeah,
I
I mean,
don't know.
I have 5 kids, right? Like the more you, the more you give them what they ask for, the more they come to you. That's foreign to my experience.
That's what I'm saying. Like his answers don't make sense, and that's why I want to know. Like he said that he's trying to be a Christian, so that's why I
But are you
asked
gonna give your kid
why
a
he. That's why
rattlesnake
I asked
if
why.
they
Oh
want a
my God.
rattlesnake?
That's why I asked. That's why I wanted to ask him, like, what made him come up here because his answers make no sense, right? And he said that he's trying to be a Christian. So I would like to know what made you hit request.
He's gonna share his testimony with us.
Can you answer that question, Rudy?
You're muted, Rudy.
We're on the subject of why prayers don't get answered. What would I say, right?
No, I asked you why did you
Now we're
hit
on a different
request?
question, though.
No,
Now
we're
we're on a
not.
different
Why? No,
question,
we're
right?
not. This is my life. This is my life. Okay.
Wow.
Why did you hit request? Why did you come up here?
Well, I picked the topic.
No, that's not why you came up
That's
here. You didn't
that's
know that you
that's
needed to
what it's
pick.
up there.
You
You
didn't
asked
know,
me. You
Rudy.
asked me.
Rudy, you did not know, Rudy. Look, be authentic. You didn't know that you needed to pick a topic. I had to tell you that.
I
So
I didn't know
if
at
you're trying,
first, but
Rudy, stop.
with the subject
Rudy,
that
Rudy, Rudy,
with the
stop.
subject that y'all
What
were
I'm trying to figure out, Rudy, stop. Okay. What I'm
I'm
trying
trying to
to
answer you.
understand, Rudy, stop. What I'm trying to understand is why should I listen to
Some
you?
women love to be
Why
down.
should I, Rudy? Why
See,
should I
shut your
listen to
bitch
you?
ass up. You came up here with that old raggedy ass Jesus Wi-Fi.
Wow.
Yes, yes. You
Y'all
came
call
up
yourself
and
ladies?
guess what? And not no, I'm not a lady. I'm not a lady at all.
Oh, well,
And now you got that damn echo because you still with that Jesus Wi-Fi. Every time your phone ring, it echoes. See, you can't even answer questions. You up here talking about if you give your child a rattlesnake, if you want a rattlesnake, would you give him a rattlesnake? Trying to be a Christian for 10 years.
Can I suggest that you maybe try high school again?
Like, how do you try to be something for 10 years? That's like saying I'm trying to be a singer. 10 years, give it up. It's over. Go do something else. I've been trying to be a doctor. I've been trying to pass the MCAT for 10 years. Give it up. Go be a librarian. You don't have it in you.
It doesn't make sense for someone to be failing at something and then says this is what you should do while actively saying I was unsuccessful at it. That's what I don't get. That's what I don't get. And this is one of those conversations that I was telling you about also where I'm like, what made him do that? Like what makes him join a live with 700 people to defend a belief or a stance, right? That he himself isn't following. Like, why should we listen to you?
I'm telling you, he just wanted to get up here and be like, yeah, I've been bad at being good and thankfully through the grace, blah, blah, blah. He just wanted to get up here and give a testimony. He ain't think about none of that.
To me, like it just speaks more of so how there's nothing to it. There's nothing to it.
Well, I mean, he's the literal definition that guy, the last guy was needing, right? Like, he just says that he's a Christian, so he's a Christian. He didn't have to
He's
do
not
stuff.
trying to learn anything, Gracie. He's trying to teach. He's trying to tell people what we should do, what we should believe. Like he's not trying to. No, Lexi, she has permission to type in caps love. She's been approved. She's been approved for years, even before I started doing lives.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's one of my very first mutuals on this app. It's like me and Gracie have been like ace boon coons on this app since 2020.
Oh, that's what my mom used to say.
Yeah. But and that this is the crazy part. Like I don't know what Gracie looks like. I don't know what Gracie's voice sounds like, but I have shared some of the most important parts of my life with Gracie.
Oh, wow.
And like you would think Gracie was a troll account. But I've been knowing Gracie since I first got on TikTok. Like, yeah.
That's
But
deep.
yeah, I just want to know, Rudy. That's all I want to know, and then you can get back to the conversation with Dr. Bo and everybody else. I just want to know why come up here and tell people what they should do or should believe when you yourself aren't following it. Why should I listen to you?
And for the people in the comments, he didn't say that he was a Christian. He said that he is trying to be a Christian. He said that he is trying to be a Christian. So if he's trying to be a Christian, that means that he's not one. These are the words that came out of his mouth. He is not a Christian. So why would he come up here and tell us anything about Christ? He's not a Christian. What does he know about him? He said he's been trying to be one for 10 years. I don't know what's stopping him. I mean, all it requires is that you believe in Christ.
Are you able to come off mute?
I'm here now. I'm still here.
Okay, can you answer that question for me, and then you can get back to the conversation with Dr. Bowie?
Okay, why would I get up here and spill anything? Why would I get up here and let anybody know anything?
No, yeah, like why would you say
If I
this is what you should
if
do if
I
you're
am
yourself not
trying,
following it?
well, it goes back to trying, right? If I'm trying to be a Christian, right?
Yeah, but why? Like,
That means that I missed the
if you
mark.
haven't figured it out, right? You haven't figured out how to do it successfully. Why are you telling other people what they should do? Shouldn't you wait until you've done it successfully?
Well, we're not A B honor roll. You know, I'm
Yeah,
not A
but
B
you
honor
are the
roll.
one who.
I mean, I'm not
Hold on, I didn't say
a.
you weren't a Christian. You did.
So I'm. Yeah, I said I was
Right.
trying
So
to be a
that means that
Christian.
you're not one,
That's what I
right?
said. So in that
So
so
are you
no,
okay?
that
So I'm gonna
doesn't mean
ask you
that I'm
again,
not.
Rudy. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I
So
want
that
to
means
be a
you're not a
Christian. How about
Christian
that?
then when you say you want to be one.
No. Well, because if I want to be one, I will continue to keep trying to
So
be
you are
one,
not one,
right? Because
Rudy.
of the
That
life
mean Rudy.
I I
Okay,
I
so
would say
you
I
are
am
a
one.
Christian. Okay,
I
thank you.
would say
Now
I
get
am
back to the
one
conversation with Dr.
because
Bowen.
I want to be. Yes. Okay. So where were we? Okay, to ask my God and he doesn't answer my prayers, right? Well, through my experience, the prayers that I want to get answered, they don't get answered, right? Like I have a lot of trials that I go through and they don't get answered. But within time they do get answered, right? But if I gave God a whole bunch of prayers to answer me all at one time and they get answered all at one time, you know, I don't think that I would be able to handle them all at one time. And I think that he knows what we are capable of handling all at one time. So when God doesn't answer prayers, because there's prayers that he won't answer at all. And you know, I got my beef on that kind of stuff too. You know, but he's God and he knows what he's doing. And what I would tell my kid is no matter what, just trust him. And no matter what, you know, just keep asking. If it's not in his will, it's not in his will. If it's in his will, then it's in his will. I mean, I got 5 kids and I'm not going to sugarcoat it for them. I mean, if they want to try to be a Christian, I'm not going to hate them for it either. And I'm not going to belittle them for it.
So, so
But the
is this the
reason
way
why
you
I
also teach if your child came to you, right? Would you teach your child that, I might say no, but just keep on asking me no matter what I do. Just keep on asking no matter what I say, no matter what I do. Just keep on asking. Is that how you raise your children to think of you?
well, God, no, I don't,
Okay, so
because I'm not capable of, of all that they want. You know, I'm not capable. I'm a man.
Okay, what is it? So what is it that you can't give your
I don't
what is it
have
that you can't give your
resources.
children that you think the God can?
I can't get my kid into
Yeah, but
heaven if
that's
they
not.
want.
But we don't know about heaven. Like I'm talking about in
I,
We don't know
reality.
about heaven. Like I'm talking about in reality.
Yeah,
in
what is it?
reality,
What is it?
that's
No,
reality to
it,
me.
Yeah,
it
what is
can't
it?
be
What
because
is it?
you
No,
can't access it
it can't be because
while you're alive. So it
can't
can't be
access it
reality, right?
while you're alive. So it can't be
Can you
reality, right?
access heaven
Well,
while you're alive?
have you ever,
Can you
Can you go
access
back and
heaven
forth to
while you're
heaven?
alive? Can you go back and forth to heaven?
could
No,
you
I'm
think
asking,
about it?
can you, is there a way that you as a
No, I'm
human can go
asking,
back and
can you,
forth to
is
heaven?
there a way that you as a human can go back and forth to heaven?
No, not in my physical
No. Have
form.
you done it as a spirit?
No, have you done it as a spirit?
Before I was born,
I'm so sick of
I'm pretty
y'all.
sure that's where I came from.
Hold on.
I'm so sick of you.
Before you were born,
I
you were
mean, isn't
coming
that
back and
true?
forth.
No, is it? No, I'm asking, I'm
Before,
not a Christian. I am
no,
asking you, you're
no.
asking me, listen,
I
you're
only,
asking me if before you were born, you were able to travel back and forth to heaven and earth. Christians in the chat, is that what Christians believe? That before they were born, they could move freely between heaven and earth? Is this a
nope.
Christian thing?
That's
That
not
is
what I
what you said.
said.
No, but
I,
Rudy,
I
that's what
said,
I asked you. I asked
I
you,
said,
are you
I, s-
able to move back and
oh
forth?
no. I
But
said
no,
no.
but you said before I was born, right? So
Okay. So can I get to heaven right now if I wanted to?
yes.
No, I
Okay,
can't.
so I'm asking you,
But if
what
I get in a
is it?
car accident, if I
No,
get in a
but
car
no, but
accident right now,
listen,
yes, I
listen. But
can.
Rudy, I'm asking you, what is it that God can give your children that you can't now while they're alive, while you are with them in the now?
Well, I can't. If my kid were to ask me for a job, which my kid is 22 years old, if he were to ask me for a job, I would say I can't give it to you. You got to go and get it yourself.
Okay, but can
Or
God give them a
you need to
job?
ask you need to ask God to give you a
So
job
he,
because
so
I
he
can't
would be
do that
working
for
for
you.
God. So your child will be working for God. Is that what you're saying?
He no God would bless him with a job with an employer. He would bless him with an
How
employer.
would God bless him with a job? Will God just walk into his house and say, will somebody just walk to him and say, here's a job? Because if you're talking about an omni God, right, I would think
If
that the things, I would
first
think
of all,
that the things that the omni God can do would be something that I don't have to be involved in, right? Because God getting me a job is not me putting in my resume, going to the interview, going to another interview, signing a paper. That's not God getting me a job. If God
that's
got me a
you.
job, I would think that somebody would come knock on my door right now and say, you know what? I've hired you for this position already. You start Monday. That's me not having.
And you know
I don't
that
have to do anything for it,
that happens to
right?
people. That happens to
Has it
some
ever
people.
happened to you? Has it ever happened to you?
Well, I tell you what. I tell you what. Ever since I've started, I don't have to struggle on finding a job anymore. My since then,
No, but
I
that's not
tell
what I
you, I
said.
used
I
to be a
didn't I
drug
didn't say
dealer. You
anything
know,
about finding
I
a job. I said about
Wait,
God just
since you started what?
the
since
Christianity
I've
that he's
started
not
this
in.
walk. Since
Wait,
I've
since you
started
started
this
this
walk.
walk, you've not had to find a job
Yeah.
anymore. Yet it's
Well,
not enough. That's not
because
enough for you to do it successfully. Like you still struggle. Like the God answers your prayers, the God provides for you, right? You have complete faith in this
yeah, but
God,
I'm
yet you
not.
still struggle.
Of course. Of
Why?
course. Why? Because I'm still flesh. Because I'm still
But if
flesh.
something is so good to you, right? Like, are you married, Rudy?
I'm married.
Do you cheat on your wife?
No.
Why not? Aren't you flesh?
What?
Aren't you flesh?
Yeah, I'm
Why
flesh.
don't why don't you why don't you
I
cheat on
did a
your
lot of
wife?
I did a lot of cheating before I
I
got
didn't
married
ask you that. I didn't ask you that. Why don't you cheat on your wife?
because I don't want to.
Why not? You love
Because
your
that
wife?
part of the flesh, I love my wife, but
Hmm.
that part of my flesh, it's at the door.
Yeah, but
I
not
could
enough.
choose. I
Like
could
like you
choose.
don't love this God. You don't love this
It's.
God as much as you love your wife.
Well, I mean, we're just as close as stepping forward is. We could always step backwards.
That's
That's
not
as
what I
close as
asked.
stepping forward and back
That's not what I
because
asked.
we're
If this God
flesh.
answers all your prayers, the God does everything that you need, right? The God is everything that the God is supposed to be to you. Yet you still somehow don't serve the God the way you're supposed to serve the God. But yet you can keep your flesh under subjection and not cheat on your wife. I'm just trying to figure out like what's if the God does all this stuff that you're telling Lord that it does, like if it's so good, right? What's keeping you
If
from
it was
actually following it?
if it was easy, everybody would do it.
But look, I'm asking you, what's making it so hard? Like you can't, you're not cheating on your wife.
It's not.
You know how to keep that
It's
under
hard.
subjection. Okay,
It's
what's
hard.
in your flesh? Okay, so help me
It's
understand it. Like
hard.
what's in your flesh that is keeping you from following the God?
My self will.
Like and what is your self will doing?
My self will doesn't want to do the things God wants
What
me to
is it?
do.
What are the things that you're doing that the God doesn't want you to do? That's what I'm asking you. What's keeping you from like
Well,
following the God? What are the things?
what are the things that my flesh wants to do?
Yeah, that's keeping you from like following the God, the way from being loyal to the God the way you loyal
Well,
to your wife.
um, well, first of all, I'm going to say this: Christianity and following Him is not an
Mm-mm.
easy
I'm talking
thing.
about you.
Okay, and
I'm
then I'm
talking
going
about
to
you,
answer your
Rudy.
question. It's not an easy thing, but I wish I could
I,
still,
Rudy.
do what I used to do. Some things I used to do,
Rudy, what are you doing?
like
What are
cheating,
you doing right
like
now
I.
that's keeping you from being? I'm not asking what you
Okay,
wish you could do,
no,
Rudy.
what?
I'm asking you a very direct question. Like, let me tell you
What?
something. Like, I'm sick. I'm sick
Say,
of this.
ask
Like,
him.
y'all, the gaslighting. Like, hold on. I asked you very direct questions. It's not fair to me, right? That you try to gaslight me, and then y'all want to get all mad and get in your feelings because I want to let you mind fuck me. All right. Like, I ask you very direct questions. What is it that you are doing that's keeping you from being loyal to this God? Right? Like you are loyal to your wife. You're in the flesh with your wife. You're saying that you can not cheat on your wife when there are other women who you can see around, right? You're loyal to your wife who you can see. Then you want to tell us that this God is doing all these great things for you, yet you can't be loyal to the God. I'm trying to figure out why. I'm trying to understand that. Don't gaslight me. Can you answer that and be direct?
I'm sorry. My half of my eyes are on the road. I'm sorry. Okay, could you give me your question one more time? I was a little distracted.
Yes.
Yes.
What are the things
What?
that you are doing that's keeping you from being loyal to this God the way that you are loyal to your wife in the flesh
What are the things I'm not doing?
or doing?
Well, trust, not trusting. That's something that waves up and down. You know what I mean, between me and God.
But
And
why? If he answers your
that's a per,
prayers,
that's a person. It's a personal struggle that I
but
have.
if you know that you can pray to him and he answers your prayers, like you were telling Loris, why don't you trust him? That doesn't make sense.
It's
If he's
because the
shown you,
waiting period. The waiting period is just like, is he gonna answer my prayer? Is he gonna
But
God?
wait, you don't trust this God who you've told your children to go to him no matter what, no matter how long it
Like,
takes, just keep believing that's
yeah,
the God you don't trust?
yeah. Like I said, it's a hard process. It's a real hard process. And
No, but why do you
but
want your
but
why do you want your children to trust in the God that you can't trust?
well, because ultimately he doesn't want me to go to hell.
That's
That's
not what
one
I
thing
asked
that
you. I said, why do you want your children to trust in a God that you can't?
why do I
that's the
want my
equivalent.
children?
Yeah, listen to
Because
the question she's
because
asking you. That's the
because
equivalent. Hold on, Rudy.
my
Listen to the
children
question
might
she's
not have the
Rudy.
trust issues.
Rudy. This is why, Rudy.
I'm answering you.
Listen to the question she's asking you, okay?
I'm
That's the
answering you.
equivalent, Rudy. That is the equivalent of me asking you, why should I listen to you? Why should I listen to you tell me that I need to do something that you aren't even doing yourself? And now you want to tell your children to trust in a God that you don't even trust. This is twice.
Okay, so think about this, right? And I'm not trying to mind F you, so to speak, and stuff like that, but I might not have my children might not have the trust issues that I grew up with. See, if the trust issues that I had was because of the things that I went through. So I don't trust men, that leads me to not trust women, that leads me to trust not to trust God. But if I raise my kids and tell them, hey, look, I'm jacked up, and I don't want you to be jacked up with these trust issues. Regardless of how I have trust issues, you don't have to go through these trust issues
Okay,
because
Rudy.
I
Rudy,
went
if
through
it let Rudy.
such and such.
Okay,
Like
Rudy.
give me
If
a
there was a
second.
car, if
Like
that
if I
Rudy,
said
hold on. No, Rudy,
Hyundai
Rudy,
was
I
a
got
bad
it. I got it.
car.
I don't need it. I don't need an example. God damn, I got it. If there was a car, right, that you knew the wheels, the maker of the car made flimsy wheel alignments, right? And your experience with that car was every time you drive the car, it would shake while you're driving, right? And the wheels would the tires would go flat all the time every time you drove this car. Would you then go tell somebody to go and buy that car that you may have a different experience, or you should buy this car because it's a good car? Huh?
I would tell them not to buy that car.
So why are you not telling your children to not buy the car? You have a bad experience,
That's
right? Your experience with this God is that the wheel alignment is off. At any moment a tire could go flat, right? You don't trust the alignment. Yet you're going to tell your child that they
so you're
should get
saying
in the
my
same car?
so you're telling me my trust issues came from God?
No, that's not what she's saying. She's saying that you have trust issues with this
Okay.
car.
So
Why would you tell your
so
children to get in this same car? You have trust
Do you do
issues
you
with the car.
They don't understand analogies, Loris. I'm just learning that, like, it's not the
no,
kids.
I get
They
you.
don't
I get
understand
you.
analogies.
I
Look at
get
the
you. I
comments.
got you.
Hold on, no,
I
no, no, no,
understand.
no,
I
no.
understand you.
Wait, no,
I
because you
understand.
wait. You live
But
your no. Your response was, you're saying my trust issues came from
Oh
God.
my
Like,
God.
y'all don't understand
Somebody just
analogies.
said God is not
Even
a
people in the
car.
comments. Yeah, God is not a car. Then somebody said, not the same car.
See,
No, like
this is the
what?
thing. Imagine us doing an analogy and somebody's response is, God is not a car. I mean, you motherfuckers are stupid. Your
Mm,
response, we
mm.
are giving an analogy, and your response is God is not a car. That's why the cars be fucked up, because they got people like them working for the car people. You
God is
can't
a
read the.
motorcycle.
That's
That was
why.
doctrine.
That is why Tesla have all them recalls, because they got people like Daryl working for the fucking Tesla people.
This shit is wild.
But that's them
God is
co-signing.
not.
They don't care that he's given their that all they care about is that he's telling his kids to trust this God that he don't trust. They don't give a fuck. They don't care that he don't trust the God. All they care is that the God's name, the God's is gaining another follower. It doesn't matter if the child understands. It doesn't even matter if the father understands. They don't give a fuck.
That's why I don't buy cars made in America. I don't. I can't. I don't want nothing made in America. Because if you think that we think that God is a car, I need all the jobs to stay overseas. All of them. Don't bring none of them back here. Let me call Donald Trump and say, fuck the tariffs. These bitches don't deserve nothing. They fuck them. Let me call him. I'm going to call him and say, fuck the tariffs. They don't deserve nothing because they think we think God is a car.
You gonna have to call y'all Judah. You know they gonna sign over the deed to America.
Listen, I'm going to say, look, forget the tariffs. Don't worry about it. They think that we think God is a car. They don't deserve nothing. They don't deserve nothing.
This is crazy.
I think they should put the Bible in school. Maybe people will read it.
Maybe that's what will actually ignite critical thought if the people
They
actually
should have
read it.
never took it out.
I agree.
It was never in, dude.
Yeah, it was.
No, it
You
wasn't.
Rudy,
The
you realize
Bible
you just be saying stuff. You say a lot of stuff
saying
that
shit.
and
Rudy,
without knowing anything, and you
yeah.
shouldn't do that. That's why
Rudy,
that's why there are people out here with a lack of knowledge, because people like you, Rudy, and I'm not
Well,
trying to call you, I'm not trying to say you're ignorant or anything, but people like you will speak as if you'll speak matter factly about something and be wrong as hell, and you won't even go and fact check your own self.
okay.
You hold on, Rudy, wait. You won't go and fact check yourself.
So this
You'll
country
just start.
wasn't
I'm
founded on
talking.
Christianity?
Nobody. Who the fuck is talking about
Dude.
whether this country was founded on Christianity? What were we talking about, Rudy?
Hello? That's
What
what
were
you
we
say in
talking?
the
What were we
Bible,
talking?
right?
What?
no, that's not what she said.
Literally.
We're
Oh
talking
my
about the
god.
Bible in school. That is what we're
That,
talking about. You
and they
said,
were so they
Is
listen,
it
weren't in
Cuban?
schools.
I mean, what
listen,
the hell?
Rudy,
So
they
they
were
weren't in
not.
schools.
Rudy, can you tell me when? Can you tell me what year the Bible stopped being in the schools, Rudy? Can you tell me?
If I if I had a
Listen,
laptop, I'd be able to find
if
out.
you know,
Rudy, they
no,
never
listen,
were.
this is the thing. You said it with such conviction, right? You said it like you knew it. So tell us the last year the Bible stopped being taught in public schools in the US. Tell us.
1775. February 33rd.
You really looking too. Y'all, can we get these likes up, please? Let's get them to 450. I believe we could do that before we
1963.
end.
What
1963.
happened in 1962? Because it's 62. So tell us what happened in 1962. What happened in 1962?
Hello?
Tell us what happened in
1963.
1962. It was 1962. So tell us what happened.
We can't hear you when you're off app.
It's not. Also, the Supreme Court banned schools Bible studies in
No,
1963.
it
The
wasn't school
Supreme Court.
Bible study. Stop lying. It wasn't school Bible study. Tell us
Okay.
what it really was. It wasn't school Bible study. Tell us what it really was.
It says it's Bible study
It
courses.
it wasn't that. Tell us what it really was.
That's
Tell
what
us.
it says
Tell
right
us.
here. I'm
Um.
reading it.
Tell us what. Tell
Uh,
us what Ingo. Tell us what Ingo v. Vitale really was about. Since you know so much, since you got your degree and everything, tell us what Ingo v. Vitale was really about.
Look, you asked me when it was taken out of schools. That's what I gave you.
Oh, but you're still not telling the truth though. So
I didn't write that. I didn't write that. That's what it
Well,
says.
hey, Rudy, what's the source so I can pull it up? What's the source?
Just go to Google search.
No. Google, no. With the what you read, what is the link? What's the name of the site?
Pew Research Centers.
And what's the title of the research?
When were schools taken out? When was the Bible taken out of schools?
It's the name of the title. That's the title of the Pew Research.
That's all I asked it. That's all I
No.
asked.
What is the title of the article on Pew Research Center that you're reading?
Religions in public schools.
Does it say who knows? Who knows what about religion? Is that the title?
No, it just says religions in public
D,
schools.
what I tell you about that?
Huh? Oh, Lala, you're not on mute. Okay, hold on.
So the reason
Let's
why I said
see.
that is
Hold on, I'm
because
gonna pull it up. Hold on. Let's pull it up and let's read it together. Okay, can y'all see that? All right, let's see. More than 55 years after the Supreme Court issued its landmark ruling striking down school-sponsored prayer, Americans continue to fight over the place of religion in public schools. Questions about religion in the classroom no longer make quite as many headlines as they once did, but the issue remains an important battleground in the broader conflict over religion's role in public life. Some Americans are troubled by what they see as an effort. Many civil this debate centers on very few people are arguing about religious doctrine cannot be taught in private schools, even in public. This is a little debate. Moreover, in 2017 show some form of religious expression are relatively common in public schools. Conflicts over religion in schools are hardly new. In the 19th century, Protestants and Catholics frequently fought over Bible reading and prayer in public schools. The disputes then were over which Bible and which prayers were appropriate to use in the classroom. Some Catholics were troubled that the school's reading materials included the King James Version of the Bible, which was favored by Protestants. In 1844, fighting broke out between Protestants and Catholics in Philadelphia. A number of people died in the violence, and several Catholic churches was burned. Notice that this ain't the atheists fighting. Who was burning down schools over which Bible was supposed to be read?
mhm. The
This
same
is
people
Catholics
burning
and the
books. Hmm.
burn. Yep. Catholics and Protestants.
Yep, we're messed up.
A
Hey, that's
number
how
of
messed up
people
we
died in the
are. We
riot.
are
Yeah,
messed up
but y'all
people.
got the Jesus. Y'all got the Jesus juice. Similar conflicts erupted during the 1850s in Boston and other parts of New England. In the early 20th century, liberal Protestants and their secular allies battled religious conservatives over whether students in biology classes should be taught about Charles Darwin. The Supreme Court stepped into these controversies when it ruled Cantwell versus Connecticut in 1940 and Everson versus Board of Education 1947 that the First Amendment Establishment Clause and Free Exercise Clause apply to the states. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion. Before those court decisions, courts have applied religion clauses only to actions of the federal government. Invalidate the practice of having religious instruction. The High Court invalidated the practice of having religious instructors from different denominations enter public schools to offer religious lessons during the school day to students whose parents requested them. That's what was taken out in 1948. Why did you leave that out? Why did you leave that part out?
I just read the top part of that whole study, that whole
No.
thing.
You quoted 1948. The top
The
part doesn't mention 1948. 1948 is mentioned down here. Hold on. I just read it. I just
Go up, thinker. You passed it up. It's
it's
did you
right
read
there.
the metadata? Did you when you clicked on it? Did you read the metadata on Google and not actually open up the article?
No, I just gave you a quick answer.
Well, what I'm saying is this isn't at the top of the article though. You got to go all the way down the article to get this.
So the search label on the AI overview.
Oh yeah, so the metadata, like you read the metadata.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you didn't actually read the article; you read the metadata. But this says that um,
So
in
there was
1948,
there
the High
was
Court invalidated the practice of having religious instructors from different denominations into the public schools to offer religious lessons during the school day to students whose parents requested them.
So that's not even taking the Bible out of school, right? And Ingo V. Vitale wasn't about taking the Bible out of school either. The state of New York required that people say a non denominational prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance before classes started. But
That's not what he asked, Gracie.
y'all asked
people's
that.
children could opt out. So one of those children's parents sued the state of New York's public school system, and that is Ingo V. Vitale, and that's how it went to the Supreme Court, and that is what took prayer out of school. Nobody was teaching the Bible in school. Nobody. That 1948 case was about parents who had paid religious people to come and teach the Bible to their specific children. No public school was using the Bible to teach anything.
And I just want to clarify, like that's not what he asked. Um, also says something about the Bible being in schools. He said they shouldn't have never taken it out. Then he started answering that when also asked when was the Bible in the schools. He started talking about religion being in schools, and so when Lawrence called him out on that, and actually I said who's talking about religion? We said the Bible being in school, and then he went and found this, right? He came back and said they should have never taken it out, right? So that he didn't answer what we asked.
Because
But
religion,
the whole point of this, right, is to point out how people will say things, right, as matter of factly, without having information, without researching, without understanding. The same way, like with this God, right? We
So
in talking to Rudy
can I
twice.
make a
Hold on,
point?
Rudy. Hold on. I'm talking twice. Rudy had we've seen where Rudy is willing to give people advice on something that he isn't following himself, right? To us and to his
That's a
kids. Hold on, I'm talking to
that's a
us
lie.
and to his, it's not a lie. You came up here to tell us what we should do about this God, and you yourself said that you're
I
not
didn't
following it. You yourself
I
said
didn't
you
say
don't
you
trust
should
it.
do. I said what I do. What I do.
Like Rudy, you
That's what
went
I
literally
said.
went
I
back and
didn't
forth
say
with
you
Lords.
should do it.
You literally went back and forth with Lords. Like literally
I didn't
went
say
back and
you
forth with
should
Lords.
do it.
Rudy.
I did not say
Yeah,
you
the
should do
question
it.
says, what do
I
you
said
tell
what I
kids?
do.
What do you tell kids when their prayers aren't answered? Like, and I asked you, why did you come up here? Right? Do you remember that? But the whole point of it is that you are willing to give people information that you yourself don't know and you yourself don't trust. That's the point.
You see, but the thing with the whole trust, that trust issue is on me. That's on me.
Then you shouldn't
That's
be
not on
passing off
God.
something that you barely trust. You shouldn't be going and telling
That's
people
not
that
on
they need
God.
God. You shouldn't be going
Do
and
you
telling
have
people that
trust
they need
issues?
God. You shouldn't be
Do
going and
you have
telling
trust
people it
issues?
does listen, Rudy,
Do
you
you,
should
I'm
it
asking you a
doesn't
question.
matter.
Answer my
I'm
question.
not trying to give people a God. You are. You don't trust the God. So don't pass it off.
He knows you're making sense. That's why he keeps interrupting you.
That's like Bash hating candy corn, but then recommending it to everybody. You know what? You should. I don't like candy corn, but you should try it because it's great. I hate candy corn, but you should try it because it's great.
This is why I say y'all don't care about how your actions affect other people. You only care about yourselves. That's it. You only care about yourself.
I don't
Rudy, if
trust
you have
God.
something else to say, and then we can move on. Go ahead.
I don't trust God, but you should try Him
Well,
because He's great.
listen. Just because I don't like candy corn doesn't mean that somebody else won't like it.
No, but that's not what you're saying. You that listen
Okay,
to what
so
you listen to what I'm
just because
saying.
I have
I'm
trust
saying
issues
what listen.
doesn't
I'm
mean
saying I know, but if you have trust, what you're saying is I don't trust God, but you should because He's great. How do you know He's great if you don't trust Him?
Hey, Lords, guess what the Christian's response was to me saying y'all don't care about how your actions affect people?
What?
Who you care about?
Listen,
That's
we
like,
know
come
that.
on now, but like
Let me tell you something.
your
Let me
brains.
tell you something. Uh, every almost I'm gonna say that almost every Christian in my life is like a wholesale terrible person, right? They try to hide it, but they just can't. Almost like one or two that are just really good people, but that's because they're good people. It doesn't really have anything to do with the God, but most of those people are like wholesale. They try to hide it, but every so often it peeks out. And I'm like, I see that.
Hey, Rudy, can I talk to you for a second, bud?
Nobody cares about your testimony. You don't trust the God that you claim gave it to you. So who gives a fuck?
look, I know I got trust issues, but
Hey,
my
hey,
kids don't
Rudy,
have to have
can
them.
I talk to you for a second, buddy? Yeah,
Go ahead,
cool.
man.
You remember earlier when you were saying that sometimes God doesn't answer your prayers, and you're like, "Hey, God, like I really need this thing. Like it'd be really cool if you could do that." Remember
Yeah.
that? If I was like a really good person to you, and I told you I loved you, and anything that you wanted, I get it for you. You just gotta ask me. But I only did that sometimes. Would that be classified as trust issues, or just rightfully not necessarily believing what I say?
Say that again.
Right. So if I'm a really good person to you, and I'm like, hey, Rudy, man, I love you deeply, more than anybody else on earth, and I have access to anything. So whatever you want, I got you, bro. Don't even worry about it. You just ask me, and it's done. Right. And then you come to me one day because the money looking a little tight, and you don't know how you finna make your mortgage. You say, hey, Ray, I need to come up with some cash like right now. You know what I'm saying? I know you said if I need anything, I can come to you and you got me, right? And I say to you, that's not in my will this week. Sorry. Would you trust me when I had told you I get you anything you ask? Just come to me. I got you. It's already done. Would you trust me for that?
Okay. No, I wouldn't trust you.
Okay.
But
I accept that.
let me. Can I add something?
Well, if
Because
you could tie it
that's
into
actually
telling me
happened to
why.
me.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, yeah. Tell me why you wouldn't trust me. Why
That
would you not trust me for
that
that?
it's actually happened to me, and it didn't happen that weekend, but the next weekend it did, and I wasn't late. I
So it's not
mean,
the
I
first.
was upset
No,
because he didn't answer me the first weekend, but he answered me the second weekend,
before it was late.
and before it was late. Yep. I was
So it
like,
sounds like
man,
you
I don't
had
know
two
how I'm gonna
weekends.
make this money. I don't know how am I gonna make this 1,500 in a matter of 2 weeks because I'm getting paid, $15 an hour. I didn't know how I was gonna do it, and I said, God, I don't know how it's gonna happen. Could you make this happen?
Rudy, I
And the
think you're missing
first
what
week,
I'm asking you though. You're
I
talking
was
about
I
when it
was I was
happened.
mad at him, and I was mad at him, and I said, yo, you didn't answer my prayers,
Rudy, hear
and
me
I
out, man.
said,
I'm talking
yeah,
about when it happens. I'm talking about when it doesn't happen.
talking about when it doesn't happen. I didn't trust him, but then he answered me the next week, and I was like, my bad for not trusting you.
So two things are wrong with that.
So
Because
two
first of
things are
all, you're
wrong with
saying
that
that you
because
don't
first,
have to trust them for things to work out for you. Which, if that's the case, then don't trust them. But secondly, I'm talking about when you ask and you need something and you don't get it from the person that says that I got you. All you got to do is ask me and I got you. Is that not justifiable in saying I don't trust that person because they lied to me?
yeah, it's justifiable. Yeah, it is completely justifiable.
Okay,
But
so sometimes God doesn't answer your
I'm
prayers.
not
You
in
said
charge
that,
of your
right?
pockets, though. I'm not in charge of
Hear
the
me out, Rudy.
pockets. You
Hear
know
me
what I
out.
mean?
Hear me out. You said earlier that sometimes God does not answer your prayers. Is that right?
Yeah,
Now you can say for
and
whatever
sometimes he
reason, that's
does.
fine. But in the Bible, God says, Jesus said that I'll give you anything you ask for in my name. Right? You're supposed to be able to bend reality to your whim because you follow Jesus and he said I'll do it for you, right? So if God does not
Yeah.
answer your prayer and he told you that he's here to do what you ask in Jesus' name, then that sounds like he's lying. So I don't
God
think
But
has
you
a
have trust issues. I think you just don't
so
trust the person, rightfully.
God has
so
a
so
schedule.
at the end it says in his name, right?
Do you
In
pray
his
outside of
name,
his
right?
name?
Well, it says his name, right?
Yeah, but do
Rudy,
you pray outside of his name?
But it does
uh,
say his
hold
name,
on,
right?
Rudy. Let me
Sure,
ask you a
but do
question.
you, go ahead.
Not in my
Rudy,
name, but
Rudy, let
his
me ask
name,
you.
right?
Rudy, let me ask you a question. Okay, let me ask
But
you a question.
just
Rudy,
answer that
Rudy,
question. It says
Rudy,
his name.
Rudy. Yeah, damn. Listen. So when I was a Christian, right, I did believe that uh, everything that I needed, I always got, and then some of the things that I wanted. And I would say that to myself, to anybody. I don't worry because I get everything that I need and some of the things I want. I don't want for anything, right? And I would always say that I'm the lender and never the borrower. I would say that to myself all the time when I was a Christian, right? And I would attribute every time I got the things that I needed, even if it was right up to the last minute, I would attribute that to God. Okay? Now that I'm not a Christian, do you think any of that changed? Do I now not get what I need? Do I now struggle? Should I now be struggling? Should any of that have changed now that I'm not a Christian and I don't believe in this God and I don't pray to the God? Nothing that I haven't changed anything that I do on a daily basis. Should something have changed? Rudy? You only live in a world. That's dumb. Rudy, are you there?
So that means your prayers are still getting answered till today?
I don't pray. So no. I don't pray to your
But you
God. I
did.
don't pray at all.
But you did.
I did when I was a Christian. I don't pray to your God. I
Yeah.
haven't prayed to your God in 5 years. I denounce your God. Your God is not real to me. If your God was real, I would say that your God is Satan. The devil that y'all believe in. I
But
don't
yet
believe
your
in your
prayers are
God.
still getting answered.
So your God is still answering my prayers?
I believe so.
So then trust doesn't matter then.
Well, if you don't have trust issues, then good for you. But I do.
But no. Your prayer should be answered. If, even when you don't trust this God, your prayers should still be getting answered. If your God is still answering my prayers and I don't believe in your God, then your lack of trust should have no effect on whether your prayers get answered.
But you trusted him then.
It doesn't matter. I don't trust him now.
Okay, but
I
you
don't
trusted him
believe in him
then.
now. I'm an
But you
antichrist.
trusted him then.
It doesn't matter. So your God is still answering my prayers, but he won't answer yours. You do believe in him, yet your faith is shaky. But he won't answer your prayers, but he gives me everything I need.
Yeah, but he still gives me what I could handle when I need it.
No. I'm not talking about what you can handle. I said I have everything I need, every basic necessity I always have. I have never gone without.
Good for you.
What I'm saying is, if you're saying that your God is answering my prayers and I don't believe in your God, then there is no reason your God shouldn't be answering yours.
I'm still grateful for him.
That's not what I asked.
That's what it is, though.
You see why I say that I don't like the mind fucking?
So you're just not going to answer the questions we ask. You're just going to answer whatever the questions that you want to answer. You're just going to be disingenuous and
So,
answer the
so
questions you want to answer.
I mean, whether I like it or not,
No,
whether I
no,
like it or
no. Are
not,
you just going to not
I
answer
mean,
the questions that we ask you? Or are you incapable of doing that? Do you not understand English,
I'm
or I'm
capable
not?
of doing it.
Okay, so are
But
you
the
not going
answers
to
you
answer?
want are the answers you
No,
want, and those
no.
ain't the
It's
answers I
not that
want to
we don't
give
want.
you.
No,
It's not that we
you're
want
literally
answers.
making shit up.
Yes,
You're
you want
saying that he's
answers.
still
So
answering
what do
my
you want me
prayer.
to say?
Listen to what you're
So what
saying.
do you
Like
want
you're
me to
not
say?
following logic. You're not following logic. You're saying that because I once believed, and because
God
I
is not in our.
hold on, stop. You're literally saying that because I once believed, and because I once believed that he was answering my prayers. Even now that I don't believe, he's still answering my prayers because I once believed, and because I once prayed. You're sitting here telling us that you pray all the time, right? He has answered some prayers, some he has not. And the ones that he hasn't answered is because you don't trust him. You're not following logic. He should, if that is happening to me, if your God is still answering my prayers, then your God should be answering all of yours, whether you trust him or not. That's logic.
Logic? That's logic to you?
You think it's not logical for a God to take care of his believer more than he takes care of a non-believer.
All right. So, so in the Bible, there's a man with a sick son. He said, "Lord, I believe. Help me with my unbelief."
Come the mind fuck.
Oh, well, God, how am I supposed to defend myself if I can't go to the Bible?
Rudy, is it logical for your
That's
God?
what
Is
that's
it Rudy?
that's what
Rudy,
that's my
Rudy,
mind state. That's my
Rudy.
mind state.
So
God, I
that
know I don't
so you're
trust
willing
you.
to be
Help me
dishonest
with my
and
trust.
disgenuine. So what? I didn't ask you. I'm not. I don't care that you don't trust the God. That's fine. We've established that. But you are the one who's
No,
trying to give your God credit for my life, right?
you're the
And
one
that's
that don't
okay,
want to.
Rudy. Rudy, it's okay. I'm okay with you saying that your God is doing that. But now I want to know why he ain't doing it for you, and you do believe.
Okay, he does do it for me,
You
not
just
in
said he
my
did it.
timing.
Well, he
Not
does
in
it in
my
mine.
timing.
He does it in
He
mine.
doesn't do it in
Everything
mine.
that I need.
Good,
Right. So
good for
why is he taking?
you.
Right. So why is he taking
Good,
better care of me
good
than
for
he is
you that
you?
Satan takes care of you
Oh, so
better.
now it's
Good for
Satan.
you.
Now Satan is the one blessing me, not your God. Now
I mean,
Satan is
he
the one
wants you
blessing
that
me, not
bad.
your God.
I mean,
You see? Do you
Satan
see
will
how you just switched?
give it to
Wait,
you
wait, wait,
faster than God
wait,
will.
wait, 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 wait. Listen, listen. Oh, listen. Just a minute ago, you said that it was your God blessing me, right? Your God was still answering my prayers because he was answering them when I was a Christian. And now that I'm not a Christian and I don't believe in your God, nothing's changed. I have everything that I need and then some. Okay. And so I'm okay with you saying that your God is the one that's still answering those prayers. God is still the one providing. But now that he's not providing for you and you can't handle it, like you can't handle what you're saying, now all of a sudden it's Satan that's
I'm
blessing
messing
me?
with you. I'm messing with you.
No, that's not messing. That you were calling me a
All right.
devil. You were being disingenuous. You were
Okay.
uncomfortable.
So you called yourself Antichrist, right?
Yeah, that's not a devil. That's not a demon.
But what is
An
the
antichrist is
Antichrist?
somebody who don't say that Jesus is Christ, who
Then
don't
why
believe that
talk
Jesus
about
is the
them?
Son of God. Because I'm deconstructing from it, and that's my prerogative. I have every right to.
Well, if you don't believe in something, you
But you,
shouldn't
I'm
talk
like
about it at
honestly, you
all.
know what? Honestly, like you could have said something, right? You could have come up here and been the thing that convinced me that Jesus is real. But you came up here and told a shitload of lies. You came up here saying things that you don't even believe yourself, made me question
So
your
it
character.
was a
Hold on,
lie.
I'm talking.
So
I'm talking.
I
I'm
was lying
talking.
about God
I'm
answering.
talking. I'm talking. You came up here. You made me question your character. You made me question like what the whole intention of it all, whether there was even anything in it. Right,
Calm,
the fact that you are willing to come up here and say,
calm
"Oh, this is
down.
what you should do. This is what I
Calm
would do with
down.
my kids," and you don't even fucking believe it. Like you said
Calm,
that you would tell your child to buy the same raggedy ass car that you don't trust.
calm
Like your
down.
character is fucked up. And
Rudy,
then
shut
and then
up.
Rudy, you know what you said to me is that you have more strength in your fleshly body to be loyal to your fleshly wife than you do to this deity that you claim we all need. This deity that you say
I said
answers
it's
your
hard.
prayers. Yeah,
I never said it was easy.
but you want to give it to everybody.
I never said it was easy.
Yeah, but you want to give it to everybody.
No, but why is it hard? Why is it hard for you? Are you dumb or are you stupid or
Why
what
is
is
it?
it? Why is it hard for you?
Why is it hard for me? Why
Yeah.
is it hard for me?
Why is it hard for you?
Because sin was fun for me. That's why it's hard for me.
Okay, well,
Sin was fun for me.
why was sin fun for you?
Okay.
Why was quote unquote sin fun for you?
I mean, come on. I used to be a gangbanger, drug dealer, club popping, pill popping,
Can I ask you a question? Where does
drug
God,
addict. I thought all
where
that
in the
was fun.
Bible,
I
where
thought
in the
all that
Bible
was
does it
fun.
say that you can't be a drug dealer? But show us in the Bible where it says that you can't be a gangbanger and a rug dealer.
Well,
Show us in the Bible. Show us
it
the
wasn't good for
address.
me.
Show us the
It
address
wasn't
where
good
it
for me.
says you can't be a gangbanger in the Bible. Show it to us. Show us the address where it says that. Can you
That
pull
you
up
can't be
the
a
address?
gangbanger?
Can you
Lord,
pull up
at
the
this
address?
address, I
Okay,
swear.
okay.
Can you pull up the
All right.
address where it
All right,
says
let me
thou
answer
shalt
you.
not be
Let
a
me answer you.
gangbanger? Pull
Let me
up
answer
the
you.
address. Pull up the
Let me
address
answer
where
you.
it, okay, show
If
it to me.
if
No, listen, if you're
if
not giving us
if
the address, I don't want to hear anything else. Give us the address.
idolatry.
What's
Do not
idolatry?
commit idolatry.
What
Do
is
not commit
idolatry? What does that
idolatry.
mean in the Bible? What does that mean in the
Do
Bible?
not
Tell
worship
us.
any other gods. Do not worship
Tell
any
us.
other
Tell
gods.
us. What gods were you
Yeah, I thought
worshiping?
I my color rag.
What gods were you worshiping? Were you worshiping that?
My yes, I was. I
You
was
were?
wearing that color every day. I was banging
Sir,
for it every
people
day.
wear clothes every day.
I was killing people for it, jumping people
Okay,
for it.
show us where it says that you can't do that in the Bible.
There's a whole
Commit
lot of
idolatry.
killing in the Bible. A
Yeah,
whole
there's
lot.
a whole because your God kills people all the time in the Bible.
We don't want him to
That's
go
all.
back to killing people. I'm
That's
glad
what
he
he
ain't killing
wants to
people.
do.
We
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
want you to go back
but
to that,
you know
Rudy.
what? You know what?
Kudos
You
to
know
you,
what?
Rudy.
That's what
Like,
he
I don't
wants to
know how you
do.
not in jail.
Let me tell
I
you
don't know how
something.
you not in jail, but
Let me tell you something,
Well,
thinker.
I mean, I done
Listen,
drive-bys and stuff
thinker. Let
like
me
that,
tell you
and I don't
something.
want to admit
People
it,
come up
but
here
I
with
mean, you
all of
are
this shit.
admitting it. You
Yeah.
are admitting it.
Uh
Like, you're
huh.
admitting that you have
I
taken
mean,
lives. Rudy, look, listen. You are admitting that you have taken the lives of of other. Rudy, stop talking.
killing people,
God
killing
damn,
people
listen, because you're
doesn't
about to make me
exactly.
take you down. You're about to make me take you down because you're fucking admitting that you have taken the lives of other people's children. But you are on here, honestly, just shut up.
You got
Shut
hate
up.
issues.
You know what? I was getting ready to give your motherfucking ass some grace, but fuck you.
But I be thinking a lot of them bitches be lying. They be lying, just like they lie on their dick. They be lying. Just be lying. Just like they lie on their dick, they be lying.
You good, thinker?
He sat up here and admitted on this app that he has taken other people's children.
Yeah.
That's the shit that I be talking. Like, my fucking stomach hurts.
All he needs to do is repent.
And that is what I'm talking about, right? That is why they run to Christianity. That is why I said most Christians wholesale are terrible people because they're just terrible. And then they run to Christianity and be like, oh, well, I did all of this bad stuff. Let me start believing in God. But you don't even believe in God yourself. He doesn't even believe in the God. They don't even, but most Christian, most believers are just wholesale terrible people. The majority of them. He doesn't even believe in the God. I don't think he does. I don't think he does. I think he uses God the way most believers use God as an insurance policy, as a get out of jail free card. Most of them don't believe in this God. It's a get out of jail free card for them.
Yeah, it was messing me up how he was conflating not being able to trust an unreliable source with trust issues. It's like, do you understand that like you're like it's not trust issues if someone shows you repeatedly that they're not trustworthy. You know what I mean? Like that's just rightfully making a determination about a person or an entity in this case. But like to sit there and say, "Oh, you don't have trust issues. That's good for you." Like, bro, it's not trust issues. It's an unreliable source that you're depending on, and you get what you get when you depend on an unreliable source. Literally, you know.
Who's defending gangbanging? Who's defending gangbanging? No one's defending him. Flanker sent a $5 super chat. How can it be objectively morality when you can be forgiven for anything just by repenting? Yet good people go to hell for sin. I Flanker. I agree 100%. That's the thing that got my fucking stomach hurting. You know how many people have taken somebody's child and now they're sitting in somebody's church? That's the thing that's got my stomach hurting. And then to see, like, I'm literally writing names down because I will go into the settings today on YouTube and y'all motherfuckers is gone. Those of you that were defending him, On YouTube, y'all asses is gone. I'm taking time today, and I'm going into the settings, into the block list. Y'all bitch asses gotta go.
And that's the thing though, right? The the church, it steals from people. It steals people's innocence, right? It steals people's identity, right? Most Christians don't know who they are outside of this God. They have no idea who they are outside of this God. They have no interests. They have no hobbies. They don't like anything. They don't know who they are outside of this God.
That's why I
And
say
then
they don't care about how their actions affect people. They don't care. All they care
and then they
about
want to
is
talk about
themselves.
church hurt when in reality you are the one that is hurt. It's not us. We got away from the hurt. You are the one that is still living inside of this hurt. We got away from that. They talk about church hurt. That is a reflection on them. You are still being hurt by the church. It's not us.
She's not defending gang banging, and literally, if you read the story between Ananias and Sapphira, when the Holy Ghost killed Ananias and Sapphira over money, and the way the disciples came in and took their bodies out after they just dropped dead over some fucking money, it sounds like the mob. She's not defending gangbanging. She's saying in your book, your God does not frown on that shit. And she's not lying.
Yes, and actually, the God doesn't frown on anything that's done in His name. Really, as long as you do it for Him, He doesn't care. He doesn't care what it is you do. You can
Look,
unalive
Christopher
somebody.
Fulmer's response to me saying that is by burn in hell.
Yeah, like, there you go. The
That
wholesale terrible Christian.
yeah, I swear Christians are the devils that they are afraid of. Y'all are afraid of your fucking selves. And then he comments free will. Like, I swear free will is their gang sign. Free will is their gang sign. That's what's gonna be tatted on their fucking foreheads. That's their gang sign, and they are the devils that they are afraid of.
As long as you do it in God's name, He doesn't. God doesn't care if you unalive people. As a matter of fact, He commands certain people in the Bible to unalive people for Him, for His glory. He commands that. He goes with them to do it. He puts all of His might and power behind those people to unalive somebody and to take and to pillage and to grape. God does that all throughout the Bible.
This shit is crazy. Y'all, it is 10:30. I'm finna call it. I'll see y'all tonight at 11 p.m.
Real quick, I just wanted to thank Robert Wiley. He sent me a cash app last week and I'm able to get me a cup of coffee. So I feel so
Yay.
good. Yay, that made me feel good, Robert. If you're in here,
That's Z.
thank
That's the
you.
new therapist on the Discord. That's Z-Bay Slammy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's
Thank you.
the therapist for the Discord, y'all. And again, I met with him yesterday. And so we're getting that set up for y'all. I know some of these conversations be tough. Like right now, yesterday was rough when I met with Robert. I was frustrated yesterday. I'm frustrated today. The the cold hardness of a lot of these people, and like it just, I don't get it. I don't get it. And how they don't see it themselves, and how they're willing to just be like I don't know. But anyway, we'll be back tonight at 11 p.m. Y'all, it's Freeform Friday, so y'all will be the ones having the conversations. I get to sit back and I get to chill. Hopefully, I don't. Hopefully, I won't have to like get involved that much. But I'm looking forward to listening to y'all's conversations. Don't be afraid to come up. We usually have to beg Christians to come on stage on Freeform Friday. I don't get it how we go from having 40 during the week, waiting in queue, and then on Freeform Friday when you don't have to be on stage by yourself, you can be on stage with other believers. Y'all don't request, so like this is the moment where you come up and have a group conversation. Yeah, and then don't forget to follow us on YouTube, and also Lemonade. And I'll see y'all tonight.
Good night.
Love
If you
y'all.
need another therapist, hit me up.
Good night.
Good night, y'all.
Good night. All right, to the YouTube folks, the ones that'll be here tonight, to the other ones that I'm blocking,